downs you used to get, the old bangers. You
Yeah,
bought a
yeah,
pack, pegged them on the ground, they exploded.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's compound A, compound B. There's two
I know,
different
yeah.
types of rock, and yes. So I'd use that as a detonator, but I would we'd make our own. We had about a kilo of it sitting there in a fucking buried drum outside the workshop because it was too dangerous. But we'd scoop a fucking teaspoon out here or there and play with it. The best thing I ever done. Titanium flash powder, which is a fireworks salute. When you see it
Yep.
go up in the air and it's just a white flash,
Yep.
boom! That's a titanium flash powder salute. I used to mix them into milk carton lids. If you've got a plastic 2-litre milk bottle or whatever, I'd pile that full and put some A and B on top. And then I'd tape an elastic band to it, lean up under someone's car, and
Oh,
wrap
mate.
the elastic band around the tail shaft and flick the cracker back over it.
Over
So
the
it's now
what shaft?
tied
Jesus.
over the tail shaft. So it's
The what?
tied to the tail shaft.
The
When
dial
they
shaft.
would leave my factory and drive 100 metres down the street, the speed of the tail shaft got high enough where the elastic band let go and that cracker hit the floor of the car. And it was the biggest throwdown you've ever fucking seen. It sounded like the gearbox just came out of the car, and
Oh, mate.
they'd pull up down the street, and we'd all be out the front. I'd tell whoever was there what I'd done, and we'd all look down the street, and they'd drive off, and we'd all be going, 3, 2, bang, yeah, and then you'd hear, cracker, you fucking can't, and then they'd drive off. And
That's good fun.
so I was. It got boring because no one used to play with me.
Yeah, that would be
No,
dangerous
you-
because I'm
you're
not
your
really
own
afraid
worst
of
enemy.
fireworks. I'm not really afraid of fireworks either. Like that would be dangerous because I would go pretty far with that. I'd be making like 80mm mortar shells and shit and firing them at your house.
got them. Got them. I explained it earlier. I got them.
Yeah,
And with
bro.
the
I
A
know.
and B, and with the A and B compound, I
Yeah.
can make explosive detonated shells. Yeah. And here's something. I don't know.
I wanted to get
who's
into that
listening.
though. Firework
I don't know
design.
who's listening right here, and I don't really care. I'm just going to tell you. You know your old water fire extinguishers?
Your water what?
Water fire extinguishers.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They've got an air pump up valve on the side, and there's 9 litres of water in there. That's a water fire extinguisher, right?
Yep.
When you're a pyro, they're excellent because you just hit the tire valve and let them empty. I open it all up. There's a plastic tube down the centre that is a pickup tube for the liquid. You replace that with steel or something other than the plastic they use because it breaks down in solvents. So
yeah, well, yeah.
you then take the valve apart and spin some fucking neoprene seals and not rubber. They make these things so you can't use them for what I want. But if you just get a linisher, you know, a linisher? Linishing belt grinder.
Okay, yeah.
Right? You can make your own seals.
Right.
And reinstall the entire thing together with neoprene seals and a steel inner tube so it'll pick up. Therefore, you can fill it with napalm.
Yeah, you could, yeah.
Hang on, dude.
Turn it into a full-on flamethrower. Fucking hell, yeah.
Yes, 9 litres. And
9
I
liters
used
of
to pump it up not with air because it was too dangerous. I used to fill it with nitrogen, and then the little red nozzle on the end of the tube, you take that off, and you put a gas exchanger in. So the jet runs straight down the center of the tube, letting the nitrogen bubbles out of the mix, and like a 6-inch tube, and then it reforms into the nozzle. So the nitrogen comes out It sucks air in, and then you hit it with 2 gas jet lighters, which was my igniter. But
does it need a
8
continual
meters.
system, or does it just lighten and stay lit like a chain, or do you need a continual pilot?
No,
It's a chain.
once it's lit, it'll fire up. If you get the mix right. It's diesel, oil, solvent, a little bit of dishwashing detergent, funnily enough. And naphtha flakes. And that gives you the jelly. Everything else is just a mix, but the naphtha flakes makes the jelly.
People forget that about napalm. That it's like a
spray
gel.
half an inch thick onto a wall in without hitting an igniter. So I'd spray it on the wall, on the ground, and then put a pole at your feet to squirt it, hit the igniter and light that pole on your feet, or near your feet. And then you just squirt it at that, and then arc it up to where you've put your gel. And you've got half-inch thick naphthalene napalm.
Man, that's a really quick way to start a fucking fire. Like you know, you can start a fire pretty quick with napalm. You know, like hand sanitizer. Huh?
I make thermite too.
Oh, cool.
And my own rocket engines. I play a little.
I do like thermite. You know, have you ever seen the white phosphorus charges?
Is that like Vegemite?
Yeah, that's like rocket fuel for your mouth. If you have too much. Vegemite is really good. People misunderstand it. The best thing you can do with Vegemite, and please trust this, if you ever want a really good experience, listen. Whole meal, not whole grain, whole meal bread.
Yeah, definitely.
Pure butter, and don't be fucking stingy. Pour the butter on there, and then a very thin scraping of Vegemite over the top, just enough so you can see it, and a glass of orange juice, and you'll fucking love me forever for telling you that.
General Shady, did you say that you tested the I-beams or something? I just heard.
Hey, hang on, your mic's really low. Who's that?
Did you just say that you tested I-beams and shit?
It's your doppelganger.
Yeah, from across
so
the
ditch. I tested I-beams and shit. No.
You mentioned thermite.
I'm a Waller fabricator.
Oh, yeah, thermite. So.
Oh, thermite, yes.
Okay, so an awesome experiment would be for you to do is get a I-beam. I'll pay for it. An industrial length I-beam, and then you put your thermite charge underneath it, and then you drop a 250-ton weight on top of it once it gets up to heat, right in the middle.
Say again, so I can say again.
Okay, so
thermite charge underneath what?
So we get an I-beam. We get your I-beam up to heat, and then I organise for a crane.
What heat?
Up to your thermite heat that you're talking about, your thermite charge.
You can't get an I-beam up to thermite heat when it is actually burning steel.
Yeah, you're never going to get thermite. You're never going to get an I-beam. You're never going to get an I-beam up to the heat of thermite. Thermite is so much hotter. You can get
wait. Okay, so the World Trade Center was already on fire. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm sorry, but you don't understand thermite. If you would
like don't understand anything, but carry on.
If you would like an explanation of how thermite works and what the temperatures involved are, I can help you.
Yeah,
don't make dumb claims without.
You've made a dumb claim by stating it, so just give me the.
What claim have I made, mate?
Just what is said. What you just said.
You're being extremely aggressive, and I haven't been aggressive towards you, and haven't really made a claim.
This is who we were talking about earlier, Shady. This is your doppelganger, man.
No, is this Jazz?
Yeah, this is Jazz.
All right, well, come on, mate. If you want to understand thermite, would you like me to explain it to you? Or you just want to go on about 9/11 and go completely off topic?
I've never been I would love for you to explain it to me. I'm not being fucking aggressive in any way, shape, or form.
Wait
there,
Jazza,
it sounded like it. I'm sorry, and if you'd like, let's start again. My name's Chris, mate. How are you?
G'day, Chris. My name's Jazza.
Jazza Conda.
Wait, is this Chris with 5 S's, Chris?
No, I'm CC from Westchester County. Fuck off.
Jazza. What was I going to say? Do you think that thermite was used in order to melt through the steel beams for 9/11? Do you know that it's really hard for like vertical steel beams to make thermite melt through that? Correct? You know that, right? Like it's hard to get it to adhere to it. That like you have to. There's some setup involved, right?
Yeah,
you can just litter areas with thermite, though.
No, I do understand that was definitely not used. I do understand it at the temperatures that jet fuel is used, and I do understand that the core of the building is literally in the core of the building, and when a 767 at 650 knots with a full load of gas weighs 250 tons, and that's a lot of inertia and a lot of momentum to break some windows on the outside of the building and then massively damage the internal structure of the building.
Yes.
I wasn't even really commenting to you, but it was more aimed at Jazza Conda.
Agreed.
That was me commenting, bro.
I really do miss you, but mate, I'm just fucking around.
But what was your point?
He's a shit stirrer.
What's your point?
Yeah, we know. We know that's okay, but I'll take the shit stirring. Come on, I'm an Aussie. I am a shit stirrer. Come on.
I'm just from across the ditch, bro. So let's.
Kiwi. No worries, brother. No worries.
Yeah. Let's slug it out. I watched it on the day. I don't know how old you are.
Yeah, no, me too. I'm 50. I'm 53 now, mate. And may I jump in with a story? I'll cut it very short, mate. I promise. But this is a dead set true story. At that time, I'd lost my missus. We'd split. I had to move out of home. I was running an automotive car club at the end of the street, which had a workshop one side, pool tables, bar the other, and I was the stripper organizer because.
Well, you were a stripper?
No. So I'd organise all the strippers and everything for this club. I had to move out of my house and leave my kids, my missus, and everything. I told my missus, who is bi, here's who I'm moving in with. And I can provide evidence for this one. I moved in with Australian penthouse pet Bridget Parisian.
Oh, lucky
She was on the strippers working in our club. And she gave me the keys because they were going away. So I moved in to a penthouse pet house with 6 strippers because my missus told me to get the fuck out. When I showed my missus, because she was bi, and showed her the photos, she was fucking green with envy and told me I can't do that. Anyway, let's go back.
Story.
That was a win-win.
They're male strippers or female strippers?
Go there, you cheeky pricker.
No, okay. All right, cool. No, I wasn't sure. Okay. All right.
I thought you were talking about like strippers that take like the wallpaper off the walls and shit. Your mind's fucked up, bro.
I'd say a couple of these girls probably could, but not. No.
I'll fly over to Australia and teach them personally how to take wallpaper off a wall.
Just when you said she was jealous, I wasn't sure like how that was supposed to play. But
my ex
said she was bi. She was bisexual.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh yeah,
which is great fun while we're together, but At the end of it, it was quite good to see her actually turn green because we used to. She got a Black Label Penthouse subscription for us, and then to see Bridget in there, and I brought home a signed fucking copy of Bridget Centerfold, and yeah, fuck you.
Yeah, I couldn't ever share like my wife with anyone, even if it was another woman. Nah. Like if another woman tried to kiss my wife,
our other half was
I'd
one
fucking
of
beat her up.
my ex-girlfriends and my missus' best friend. So it worked out fine. Like we're all friends, best mates, and exes anyway. So it was good for a few years, but yeah.
Wait, I don't understand. Say that again.
Does he really have to?
My ex-girlfriend.
How big was the fish again?
My ex-missus' best friend. I'd split with her, and they became best friends. Then I met my ex-missus.
That sounds so
complicated,
beautiful.
But
your
it
exes.
was.
You
was
just fucked up me again. I don't know what you're saying. Sorry, dude. If someone interrupted you.
Yeah, Jazz is interrupting.
6.5 foot, Travis. 6.5 foot.
There you go, Bandy. Thanks.
Big one.
Thanks. Take us in a different. Hey, take us in a different direction, Bandy. You know, save us, man.
It'd be nice to get somewhere else.
I like the tall fish.
I don't know if adding another Aussie to this fucking conversation is going to help anything to get better.
Only going to confuse the situation.
Oh,
Randy,
he's a Kiwi. I'm an Aussie. He's a Kiwi.
I'm not fucking Aussie for the start.
You're like a almost Aussie, aren't you?
Yeah, you're like a nobody, basically.
Yeah,
right. You're like somebody from Long Island hanging out with New Yorkers. It's fine.
You're the
you're almost Canadian coming from New York. Okay, let's go.
Oh, shut up.
You shut up.
Canada is nobody wants to be in Canadian anyway.
Like,
I know, so don't put
New
your shit on
Zealand.
me, eh?
New Zealand is the cum stain of the penal colony of Australia.
Why don't you just call them sheep shaggers while you're at it? That's terrible what you're saying.
No. Hey, look. There's a reason most male Kiwis don't shave their pubes because it's like Velcro to the sheep.
Definitely.
See, I just
hold the sheep on.
See, I just did that the other night, and I just said to the I was with the other night, sorry, but I'm about to stray my Australians all over your face.
Okay.
I think people with sheep get a bad rap.
And you keep trying. You come over here and keep trying to apply for our dole. It's okay. We'll look after you.
I don't. I don't need to.
Would the last person to leave New Zealand please turn out the light?
Go, Bandy. That's your cue, Bansa.
So Travis, I'm looking at buying a camera next week, right? Looking at buying a camera, and I've got 2 spots in mind to be filming the sunsets. Right, one is down at beach level, right, or one's up about 30 meters, just on the side of a cliff. What do you reckon?
2 cameras, so you can do them both.
I'm only buying one, Travis. Like, seriously. Come on.
Listen, I'm going to save you. Hold on. I'm going to save you the regret. I'm going to save you the regret because once you get the one, you're going to be like, fuck, I need another one. I'm telling you.
Get a cheap one.
Yep. You will really need another one.
What are you trying to show, bro, in your pics?
What camera are you going to get?
Beach.
I'd go with the 30 meters. Go with the 30 meter bandsaw.
On the cliff, yeah, that's what I was thinking actually. Yep. What am I going to show? I'm going to show beautiful sunsets. That's what I'm going to show.
You want something with a wide angle?
And I see your thumbnail. That's awesome too. Lovely.
Thank you.
Sunsets don't exist.
That's from my back door. That one.
Where are you, bro? Likely, whatever.
Cape Jervis, just opposite Kangaroo Island.
Oh, down south. You're down south.
Yeah.
Ah, nice, man. Nice. Yeah, I'm on the Goldie.
Oh, okay then. Yep. Bit warmer up there.
Yeah, and we've just gone from flooding rain and shit and crap to smashing sunshine, and we're building a house, so the block is raw dirt, and it's saturated, and we're at 37 degrees, so the humidity, you can just feel coming off the ground.
Better you.
Yeah.
That's English type weather, that is, as well. Like, England this summer was so fucking warm. It was as hot as Africa. We had humidity at 95% on some days, bro.
Yeah.
It felt like you were in a fucking 3-foot room everywhere.
I was working in a shop, and they had the machinery set up along one wall, and in summer the sun shone straight in the door. Like I said, about a 5-meter roof or something. But the sun shone straight in the door and straight down the wall. This is maybe 10 years ago, and the temperatures on the Gold Coast were just fucking ridiculous. Like, outside under our port out the back with a foam roof, the air temp, pure air temp, was 47 degrees. And we were in the fucking workshop, and I'm standing in the sun at 5:30 of an afternoon, doing reproduction work for engine mounts, spinning aluminium on a lathe, and I ended up just taking my shirt off. The sun came around the corner, shone in the door, and I just took my shirt off, and the boss came out, and boss, fuckwit. He come home and said, "Put your shirt on. You can't be like that. We've got customers." And I said, "Mate, it's fucking after 5 o'clock on a Friday. Fuck off. I'm finishing this run and then I'm out. Mate, put your shirt on." And I said, "Do it yourself." You can't be in 47-degree heat. There's no shit. 47-degree heat and in the sun and be expected to,
And work. Yeah, definitely, bro. I don't think when it's that hot you're gonna work at all, man. I really don't.
Australia has some massive weather. Like, oh, hang on, I got a phone call. I'll be back in a sec.
So what kind of camera are you looking at, Vandy?
Oh, I'm looking at a Canon EOS.
Okay.
Really?
Yes, I am.
What's making you lean
He's
towards
Bandy. I just fucking sent you a link for the Canon EOS M.
No way, Stacks. Oh,
Yeah.
seriously.
Well, because the M is like, it's older. Like, you can acquire it for about $200 to $250 per camera body. It's a APS-C, so it's. I don't necessarily know Micro Four Thirds format so well. I think it screws up what the lens to sensor ratios are. So it's just cheaper if you buy like older DSLR lenses and put them on them. And it's like 200-ish, and then you can like get a program called Magic Lantern, which is like an aftermarket something somebody's made, and it hacks the camera firmware, so you can take like this camera for $200 and turn it into like a 4K or 5K camera. You can change all different types of things. You can shrink how much of the sensor is being used. Like, you can zoom, like digital zooms, like through the lens. So there's like a lot of options. If you're not trying to do something like P900, like, what's that?
How much zoom are you looking to actually have, though?
Good question.
Because the DSLR, you got to realize, like,
we can build it a little bit, and for a lot, like most people that were using SLR cameras have like these long range lenses you can find like on eBay that whatever, like 200 millimeters or 80 to 200 zoom, and a lot of them are made by pretty good camera companies like Sigma. They're like good lenses,
Yeah, Sigma are not bad.
Yeah.
No, I'm just wondering how much zoom you really want, because if you want P900 levels, like, you're never gonna get that.
You
few grand.
I found I posted something before. It was like it's this crazy broadcast camera. They use it like at the Olympics and shit. It can zoom 3.5 miles away.
It's got an 80. It's 80 megapixels.
It's an $80,000 lens, and the guy stuck a Micro Four Thirds like point and shoot Panasonic on it. It's like, it's a ridiculous combo. But he was shooting 3.5 miles away, lighthouses and shit.
Well, the one I'm looking at comes with a a 55 to 200 mil lens, a 22 mil lens, and a just standard 15 to 45 lens. It's got
lenses.
So will any flat
200
earther
mil
admit that
is
when they take a
fuckable.
photo of stars that they're out of focus?
What?
Some of them. Oh yeah, definitely.
Will any flat earther admit when they take a picture of a star
I
and
just
then
did.
claim that
You
what
just
they
jump
see is
into
better
you
than
just
what we
jump into a
see? And
conversation, man. Just
yeah, I
jump
did.
on in. Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Man, I don't know. Why do we have to admit anything? We were talking about lenses and cameras.
And so did I.
Yeah, well, why?
Shaz. Point.
And probably a few filters as well, Travis, to go with it. So for the
Did I tell you?
sunsets.
Yeah. Did I tell you about making your own DIY solar filter?
Yeah. You just said go on eBay and get some film.
Get the you can get the things you wear as well, like to look at eclipses.
You just buy a welding mask. I'm a welder fab. You just buy a welding mask, and for about $60 now, you can get an adjustable lens, dial adjustable lens. It'll go from 8 to 13.
Well,
That's a good enough to help with most things.
Yeah, but you can't take a picture with that, can you?
Yeah, Bandy. Yeah, just like if you have any questions, just hit me up, man. I'm always loving to talk camera bullshit.
I might do that next. If you guys have a chat one day, I might want to sit in because I've been trying to think about.
Yeah, P900 is so dope, man. Like
know.
nothing else works like that, really. You know,
like what?
Like the P900, what it does and how portable it is. There's no. I'm saying like I got to buy like a $80,000 lens does about the same. So
yeah,
I don't know. One's cheaper than the other, I'm sure.
Like that's why I'm sort of trying to get across to Bandy now. Like, well, how much zoom do you want? 200 millimeter is fuck all.
Yeah,
well, I don't really.
Huh?
I don't really need huge amount. Like I don't need to zoom in and do too much of that sort of stuff. I'm just interested in doing the sunsets and just some general sort of photography. I'm not really interested.
Well, here's the question though. It depends on like if you're going to spend as much money anyway, you might as well just get the P900 because you can always shoot it at the length that you want and then have the extra if you need it. So just like if you're going to spend half as much, then spend half as much. But if what you're going to buy is going to be comparable in price, you should just get the P900. But
well, the pack I'm looking at with the EOS, which comes with the 3 lenses, is just over $500. So it's about half that.
I'd get the P1000 is going to be $1,000, but you can get a P900. But you can get a P900 for $500. You don't need to do $1,000. Anyway, it's up to you though, man.
Yeah, I would just go for a P900 first. Like if you're trying to do,
good, yeah.
It's so versatile for what you're trying to do. It's versatile. If you're trying to do like, video blogs and shoot a film, it's not going to work as well. But for long distance shots, I mean, yeah, that's the tool. That's the right tool.
Because you're going to be one day you're going to be like, man, I wish I could zoom in. Oh, I can. Hello.
Yeah.
Or I just buy another lens. All right, just get another lens.
Another lens.
You're just spending more money then, man.
Dude, you would have to spend $5,000 to get a quarter of the zoom of the P900.
Honestly.
Honestly, that's not me going over the board there.
But unless you use it correctly, it still does shit.
You could build something off a telescope like Tolan does or whatever.
Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, that's another good thing is basically just a telescope mount and use your camera as a viewfinder for it. That is another way of doing that.
Right, and then you could go that Canon route I was talking about. Like those would be fine.
Definitely, the Canon's a better camera than the P900.
Better color science, better well, a lot of better things, but not.
Better chip, much better chip.
It's objectively a better camera,
just for what it does, they each excel at what they do best.
Definitely, yeah.
Cameras are very specific. It all depends on what you want to shoot. You know.
Really.
People.
I'm gonna shoot stars, and they're gonna be perfectly in focus.
I want to.
Oh, you know what? Bandy's pretty cool. Like that would be a worthwhile addition if you go cheaper with cheaper like a P900 used or something. Is to get like there's a couple different motorized mounts that are on the market that you can program to do like star trails or like to turn. I guess you could whatever people talk about those what the fuck are those things?
The equatorial mount.
Yeah, it's
mount.
Yeah, but this is like where you could program it, so it's kind of cool.
The prices have come really like way down, like even cameras, but the equatorial mounts and shit like that. The prices are. You still got to pay for some quality, but the prices have come a long way down.
Yeah, but I just like what I have because it's you just screw the camera onto it and you can like determine how many hours, how many degrees of motion, all those things and timing, and I think it's got to be more flexible than an equatorial mount for stuff, but probably maybe cheaper too. Secondhand stuff I think is good a lot of times. Photo equipment.
If only Fleurs could explain.
Yeah, but if you're trying to, yeah, man, that'd be great. P900. Great sunrises.
I'm gonna head off. I got to go to my pool comp. Go and see if I can win some money.
Well, lucky it's
laid on everyone.
A nice, beautiful horizontal planar surface there.
Take care.
Be well.
So who was trying to do the star focus? Was that Jazz or was that Shady? I couldn't tell.
That was Shady. That was Shady.
That was Jazz. Shit.
Yeah, man, so that'd be great. Get yourself a Flickr account or someplace where you can post your footage. There's a guy I just came across his channel, and he I don't know where he's at, but he shoots every morning, and he's got this barn. So he's got cracks and spaces in his barn for the sunlight to come through when it's in the morning. Anyway, he's got some really interesting camera work that he does with his footage. He changes the levels and the hues with the light.
Yeah.
But
he's catching the rays coming through the cracks and catching all the dust floating around the rays and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, I can picture it now. Yeah. So you reckon doing the sunsets, doing it on top of the cliff I think it's about probably 35, 40 meters above sea level, thereabouts.
Well, let's buy the camera and then figure out which one you like best. Like which one do you like shooting? Then just shoot that one. But
yeah, I'll give all options a go. So get myself a decent stand.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Actually, I didn't think the stands would be probably as pricey as what they are. Well, a decent one. There's plenty of cheap ones there. Plenty
if you're not
going
to have, if you're not going to have a heavy lens, then you don't really need it. I think for the first year I had a cheap Walmart tripod, and it was just clunky. It wasn't smooth at all, and I figured out I've got to spend money on a good tripod, and it's well worth it. But like I said, if you don't have a heavy lens, then I don't think you really have to worry about it as much as I did, because I was always fully extended, and it was top heavy, so I needed that stability.
You gotta brace your back. No, I think that that is an issue with the P900. I think is the balancing. So like if the lens is fully out, then over time, like I think you need like a different type of mount for it or something. Like I've heard people like talk about it, like it's
for
difficult
the tripod.
Yeah, if you're doing like if you have it pointed up or something.
Yeah, but if you have it pointed up, really the weight ratio balances out. It's only, I think, if you've got it horizontal, then your weight, the weight's going to be pulling more in that orientation.
I don't know if Trouble About is ever on here, you should Bandy, if you're on here with our Australian time, you guys might talk about that. But she said she had a lot of problems with it, with the mount breaking, and then she had to try to find like a lens mount to actually mount it to the tripod.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you have that kind of problem, Travis.
I don't know. I mean, it depends on what quality. I can't imagine the tripod that I use. I haven't had any issues with, so I don't know. I don't know. Yeah.
Maybe it would just be worth it to just say like probably like one of those square like Manfrotto plates. You know what I'm talking about? The ones that's like clamped down. They're like a square thing and they fit. That'd probably be better overall from just for wear and tear. Because if you're using it like on a daily basis, like
you mean the that screws into the camera body?
Yeah. It'd be better than trying to unscrew and screw in the camera mount all the time.
Well, I mean, that's what I do. Let's see. Well, yeah, but see, what happened was my first camera took a dive into the Chesapeake, and so while she was dehydrating, I bought a second camera, but then the base, the screw plate for the tripod on Sandra 1 broke off, so I had no way to attach it to the tripod anymore. And then I saw another guy from Ireland using a ring mount.
Yes.
Right. So you put your lens body in the ring, tighten it, and so then I was able to do that. So that's what I use right now. That's my default. But yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, ring mount, because it's like the when the lens is fully out, then the barycenter of the camera is going to change. So like it's just putting more physical stress on the screw mount. So that's what I'm saying. If you use a Manfrotto plate, it won't put all that much stress on that mechanical fitting. So over time, I guess it'll not strip itself or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty satisfied with my tripod.
Yeah, I think the ring mount is probably the way to go.
Trouble's done some really good work with the star trails actually over a period of time.
Yeah, she'll just like do it every day or something like that. Just like the old days, way back. I think that there were an amount of women that would like basically do a lot of like markings for things like the moon or something like that. Moon priestesses writing down in boxes the positions and stuff in medieval times. Anyway, when they were making these, whatever, what do they call them? Ephemeras. Somebody's got to do all that measuring, you know. There's a muse I've had. Did you know how many muses were there classically when you grew up? The Greek muses.
7 or 8 comes to my mind, but I don't know.
I recall 7, but today when I search it, it doesn't say that. So
yeah,
I don't know if that's
but see that I was gonna say 7 exclusively because 7 just seems to be the magic number when we're talking about that shit. Scale. I guess octaves are 8, but
there's 7 notes in the scale of the octave because the octave is the double of the fundamental. So there's really 7 unique frequencies.
Okay, well there you go. So
there you go.
I'll stick with 7. I'll take the 8 back.
All right, I'll stick with 7 too. Today it says 9, and of the 9, that are some that I don't recall. One is called Urania, and her symbol is the sphere, and she carries like a little I don't know. I just wonder if that was like, you know, from some time period, I guess, I mean, somebody had to keep all these records and charts and stuff like that. Just makes sense that maybe women were doing some of this at that point. Whatever. Why am I mentioning this shit? Yeah.
Damn. Have you seen Beerman's latest vid, Travis?
I do. Well, if you're talking about the one where he did the lensing effect for the sunset,
Yeah.
yeah, I made comments on it. I was absolutely impressed with that. I'm gonna try to do it this weekend for myself as well. So, yeah, I mean, look, man, the more and more we do this, the more I'm convinced that we're looking through a corridor of lenses.
Mm. Well, were we ever not convinced, Travis, to be honest?
Well, yeah, but it's not in the literature. It's not in the literature. You know, you got these.
No.
So
The best you got is that ray theory, which you guys like to pick apart, like theory of vision, you know, how you see things and stuff.
Oh, like everything's a little projector.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only.
You don't like that, do you, Snacks?
It's okay. No, I guess you're correct. I don't understand it any other way than that, though. But I don't think that that's the only way that light works. It's just a way that people can rationalize it out to design shit like lenses or whatever. But it's not how vision's happening. You know what I mean? On a total scale. And yeah. The whole idea that everything's being upside down and translated into your eye, that sounds cuckoo, that you're actually seeing everything upside down. I never have that problem. Like, and I don't really know of anybody. I mean, I'm sure there's like one medical case out of a thousand billion. You know what I mean? Where somebody's like, "Yeah, I just woke up and I started seeing upside down." But that's not a common glitch that people have, you know. And if that's the way that, like, you're always resisting that inversion mirror, like, I don't know, man. It just doesn't seem like that. It's really how we're actually seeing, even though that will occur with lenses. You know, like when you if you look at into a lens from too far away, everything turns upside down. You bring it closer to your eye, it turns right side up, and you know that's got more to do with, I think, the resolve length of the beam. So I think if you go further back, it resolves 180 degrees again. So, or it'll flip itself.
Sure, right. Well, see, that's interesting. I'd love maybe to. I'm working on a breakdown of some footage that's not mine, but I'm trying to present it to Andrew Thomas Young to help him understand that the Fata Morgana, the superior mirage, is simply an inferior mirage. You know, I showed him this footage. I believe I understand the footage, implicitly. And I said, what's your opinion? Like, what phenomenon is this? He's like, oh yeah, that's a Fata Morgana. It's a superior mirage. And I'm like, okay. I said, I actually think that all Fata Morganas are actually inferior mirages. He's like, okay, well, where's your evidence for that? So I'm breaking this video down so that it can be very clear. But I'd love to talk to someone like you, because I feel like there's so many intricacies to this observation that, like you were just saying, right? So you've got this lens in front of you. Everything's right side up. You move it back, it flips upside down. You move it farther back, it flips right side up. You move it farther back, it flips upside down. I mean, that's what we're talking about with this footage, because you've got the target that's right side up, but it's so far away and small that the inverted image is just as small and beneath it, but you can't see it because of the distance and the angular size. And then it's reverted back right side up. And that's what they think is the actual footage, because it's so clear. It's so pristine. And it looks like it's close to you. And, to have someone with more Well, I guess to have another set of eyes to confirm what I'm saying, because look, I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but no one else is saying what I'm suggesting, right? No one. That superior mirages are really inferior. No one says that. And if I'm right, and I think that I am, man, that's fucking Copernican revolution shit. I mean, think about it. It's almost, I don't even know what to say. I'm triggered, but I still have to keep working on this stuff, man. Doesn't it make any sense at all?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not really sure why they categorize it as inferior or superior. I don't really understand the distinction.
Well, the superior mirage, the distinction is that the superior mirage interprets.
You make sense, bro. You make sense.
Say that again.
Don't worry, bro. You make sense.
Okay. Well, thanks. I appreciate that. I'm trying. So the superior mirage is based on the curvature of the Earth. It's superior because the target actually is behind the curve. So in order for you to see it, it has to be brought up. It's superior. So the target, the real target,
superior in its magnitude. Yep.
Well, the real target is not visible. So then the part that you do see has to be above. So that's why it's superior. It's above. Now, when you see most mirages, the target is above and the mirage is below. That's why it's inferior. I don't know if that cleared it up for you, Snacks, or what? Did I break up?
Yeah.
Okay. Snacks, did you hear me at all? Did that make sense? Was it worthwhile? All right. Well,
guess not.
I'll be here all night, folks.
Did you hear? Beer Man got a call back.
Yeah, he told me about it. Yeah.
That's huge, isn't it? That's absolutely huge.
What happened?
So you heard the whole story?
Yes.
I haven't.
Beer Man made some contacts with the university because he wanted to try to just find someone to talk about the observations that he was making and the suggestions that he was going to, present. And so the guy said, yeah, we'd love to hear what you have to say. So they made an appointment, and Beer Man thought that he was just going to go in and talk with like 2 or 3 people that were educators. They had a whole classroom of students sitting there waiting for him.
Wow.
So he, instead of having a casual conversation, he ended up making a presentation of the footage that he had. He was talking about this, that, and the other, and lenses, and all this stuff. And what's funny, man, so I don't know if he told you this, but he said that in the presentation, he said he said, the part of the impact on this research that I'm doing is that there are no superior mirages.
Hey.
So he's saying this to a classroom full of young students and educators, and he got positive feedback from the educators. They were happy that he came, and they wanted to come back.
Yeah, and he could get access to equipment as well.
Yeah, and possibly even support from the university to do the research.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And
right. Crazy.
Obviously he just has to concentrate on what he's trying to demonstrate and leave potentially the implications of that under his hat for the time being.
Sure. Yep. He's given them all the information they have. They're just got to have to look at the world and go, wait a minute. If what Ian says is true, then what I'm looking at can't be what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
That's part of my suggestion too, with the whole inferior mirage, superior mirage thing, because the one thing that the science does say, and that Andrew Thomas Young says, is that if you're looking out over the water and there's an inferior mirage there, the horizon is created by the mirage. So Andrew Thomas Young doesn't even allow for the horizon to be physical in an inferior mirage. Now, when you get to the point to where, like, the depth of if you have a mirage out on the water, that mirage is going to take up a certain angle in your eyes, in your line of sight. It could be obtuse or it could be acute. My suggestion is that when it's so acute, when it's so fine that it's practically indistinguishable, that's when you get your shipping freighters cut in half. That's when you get your wind turbines cut in half over the water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so it's still a horizon that's optically created by the refraction. It just doesn't have the mirage. And so anyway, that's I got sidetracked a little bit. So to go back with the superior mirage, then the reason why they interpret the superior mirage that way is because they see the horizon, and then they see an image above that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if the horizon is right there and I see it, and then there's something else higher than that, then that must be the mirage up there. And that's where I come in and say, no. The physical reality is that thing up there, and what you're seeing is a refraction phenomenon that's creating the horizon. So it has to be an inferior mirage, because that's what the inferior mirage does. It creates the apparent horizon. And obviously you'd have to remove superior mirage from the classification. So Pete Shea ultimately is correct, right? We should only ever call a mirage.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's always below the target, but there's no reason to have a classification of an inferior, because since there's no superior mirage, well, then there's only one option. It's just a mirage.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if you heard me say it before, Ben. So I usually say it in my videos, but I say, if I could wipe away the mirage, you would see it's like pulling the curtain back. You would actually see what's beyond the mirage, right?
Yep.
So that's what I actually felt like. I went back and watched my footage again, but I said it during the shoot on last Friday, when I had my experience. I was watching the phenomenon show me that reality. On the left side of the screen was a full-blown mirage. On the right side of the screen, the mirage was developing so that you saw the water that was beyond. So you had it both at the same time. You saw the water that's behind the mirage. So it was like I'm going to say, look, I'm just going to wipe half the screen away. I'm going to wipe half the refraction phenomenon away, and I'm going to show you, there's the water. You see that water? Now look over here, and you can't see the water, but here you can. I felt like, she was showing me, you're right. You were right.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Which really, wow. It was just an amazing revelation. What happened to Snacks? He dropped off.
It is. It is strange though that the only feedback or any sort of positive feedback or even any sort of thought experimentation really just comes from our side, Travis. All you get from the other side is just pushback and the explanation that you already know, instead of trying to expand on any thought or investigate an ulterior explanation.
Well, Banzal, it's just because you don't understand.
Yeah,
of course I don't. I don't.
Well, you know what's interesting is that Zanuck went out this last weekend and shot on the San Francisco Bay, and he had an inferior mirage, and he captured the San Francisco airport, and he's got airplanes cut in half by the mirage, but he's still asserting curvature, right? I'm just like, you do understand that horizon that you're looking at, that's the mirage creating that line. And that's not curvature, and yet he's still pushing it and just coming at me like, when are you going to get it? When are you going to get it that this airplane is below the curve and blah? And I'm just like, man, you don't understand the nature of a mirage. And I mean, I don't know. He's like a relevant case in point to where it's just a Dunning-Kruger. Looks like he thinks he understands, and yet it's patently evident that he doesn't. And yet he speaks like he's like, I know what this is. You don't. Like, okay, well, I don't even know what to say. It's like, it's just going to be time. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that has anybody ever tried to like start a business up or work with somebody that was trying to do a startup, and you might suggest something that was like maybe not the way that's been done 100,000 million times before, and other people want to fight you on it. It's like, don't reinvent the wheel. Don't do this. Don't try and be smart. Don't try to innovate. Don't try to do this stuff. We stick to what we know. And I always hate that shit. So I mean, naturally, I'm like, I'm going to try harder to do that thing the more you tell me that it's irrelevant or that it's unnecessary or something.
Yeah. The thing about it is, I think that, and this is what I said to Zanuck. I said, look, man, you got to go out, find out what you think the science says about what conditions create looming, because that's going to show you the entire airplane. If you go out, there's an airplane in the same spot on the runway, and the conditions are looming, that airplane is going to be there in full view. But what you also have to realize is that everything else in your field of view is going to be completely different as well. It's like he expects the foreground to stay exactly the same, and then the background is only going to change for looming. And it's just absolutely, there's no way that the floor and the distance aren't going to, I don't know the word to say, equalize. They're going to balance each other out, which means that the airplane that he's looking at, if the conditions are looming, that airplane is going to appear to be farther away, smaller, and compressed. You know what I mean? And then he's going to say, what? Oh, see, I can't see the whole airplane, so then it's not there. Like, no, that's just compression. Well, the compression can't make it just. If you want to just keep making excuses, like, you're the one that's making excuses. Anyway,
I don't know. It's funny to think about. Well, we're also like, so challenging the very idea of some what might very well be somebody else's employment or line of employment or career path or something like that. Like let's say that they went to school to study atmospheric sciences, they get into some kind of NOAA program. Now they're talking about like that they work on a computer and that they're talking to satellites now, right? So that they're in on it. You know what I mean? They're in on big space. They're part of this. They're part of that. Now they're an expert. You know what I mean? It's rough to try to argue with that because it's like trying to argue with somebody's paycheck. And that's what I found. Like, I can't argue with, like, if you just got hired to do this job, like, what am I going to tell you about anything, really? You know, you're just going to think I'm kind of silly. It's like if somebody was suggesting that tires can't work on a vehicle, right? You'd have to be like, I don't know about that because I do it every day or something. Right. But the fact is that most of these guys aren't driving an actual vehicle. Nobody's going to pilot. Nobody's like, I'm going to just hop on board and deliver some shit to the ISS. Nobody's doing like missions like that. You know what I mean? So like the best that we have is just knowing that there's something moving around, which is akin to like somebody on the phone that's making the pickup and drop offs for you, Travis. Like that's the for all intents and purposes, they've never sat behind the wheel of a vehicle in this example, right? They don't really have that kind of knowledge, but they know that things go from A to B. So it's just like a different compartment, a different, you know, level of skill set, these different things. So I don't put it on anybody like that's being devious in the space program. Like a lot of people are like, well, do you know how many people have to lie? Yeah. Probably not that many, right? If you have people head fucked enough and that they're just got their head down doing their own little fucking thing, they don't know, they can't see the forest for the trees here. So, yeah.
I think but see, that's the interesting. That's the interesting contrast with my interaction with Andrew Thomas Young and then Dr. Nave at Georgia State University. They both are astrophysicists actively in their field, right? And yet, Dr. Nave was completely open, had nothing critical. You know what I mean? Like he wasn't. He was like, I hear what you're saying. That makes sense. Because he was even saying to me, I read Andrew Thomas Young and I'm confused. Like I don't understand. And so even though I was talking about proximate looming, you know, like he didn't lose his mind over that. He's like, oh, I get what you're saying. I see what you're saying. You know what I mean? But Andrew Thomas Young, completely opposite. Total stiff arm, just block, just walls up.
Yeah.
No hearing it. Nothing. You can't say anything to him about it.
Right, because you're coming for his money. You're coming for his job or his you know what I mean? All these different things that one builds a career out of. Like you know, it's hard to like separate. I'm just looking for the truth, and they're like, well, but my truth is that I make money from my truth, and you're just trying to take that away from me. So there's no like, yeah okay, let's have an honest discussion. We can't have an honest
but that's
discussion.
Not going to be. Yeah. Well, but that's not going to necessarily be true as well, because like if you're in the field and then you jump on the train, right? You're like, I see that this is where it's going to go. You're still going to make money. Like it still can be your field, right? You could still be a part of the team. I'm not trying to kick you off the team. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
Yeah. What are you going to say, Ben? So I thought you were going to say something a minute ago.
Yeah, who's going to be the one to buck the team though? That's the problem. You know, is Young going to buck the team and say, "Oh no, you all got it wrong. You've been following my works for years and years and years, and now
I mean, I don't know. Like, why is that question even on your lips, right? If science is all about remedy, right? We thought it was this, now it's this. Why is that a problem in this discussion? It's ironic.
You would think it wouldn't be a problem, would you? You know, it's all about discovery. Okay, and they were looking through things through a certain lens, and okay, then they've dedicated their life and written books and papers and whatnot, lectures. You know, the whole 9 yards. They've done everything like that.
You know, if Sean Hawkins was a smart fellow, what he should have done was write to the board and say, look, I think this guy is onto something. I actually think that he has found something that science has overlooked, and I think you guys ought to back him. Because if he had confidence that I was going to fall on my face, that's what he should have done.
Yeah.
Right? Because then I would have fallen on my face, and he would have set back and goes, I told you it wasn't going to be that. That would have been the smart move. like use science against me.
Right. Instead, he goes and tattletales like you're about to like ruin the secret of Christmas.
Right.
Well, he didn't just tattletale; he harassed endlessly, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm understating, but
which unfortunately is a common theme in these circles.
We defend the pack. We always will. Just whoever you see as your pack, you're going to defend, I think.
Yeah, your tribe.
Just human nature. I don't know. There's a lot we're fighting here at the same time.
Yeah, it's organic, right?
Oh, it's so flat. So flat out today.
You say something about seeing New York from where you're
Yeah, from the Sandy Hook Lighthouse, you can see it.
You guys
see it from the
got
bridge.
Halloween coming up next week, don't you?
True enough.
isn't it this weekend? Or
Okay.
I don't remember. What day?
No, I'm not paying attention to what day.
Is today the 28th?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so yeah, it's just three days away, man. Yeah, I think it's what's that? Monday then? 29th and 30th? Monday.
Yeah, it's good. Some people got real creative during the lockdown here. The one guy just has like a skeleton army on his fucking property. It's just 50, 60 skeletons. It's like Army of Darkness. Like, it's fucking awesome.
I hate those blow up cartoon bullshit. It's the dumbest thing. I'd rather have like a real life attempt. You know what I mean? Even if it's a little bit cheesy. But like those cats, whatever. You know, what's the word? Nylon, bubble blowing.
Yeah, lame. It's like
somebody snoring.
Yeah, I think so. Jasmine.
Yeah,
Halloween's not really a thing here.
Yeah.
You see plenty of Halloween kind of stuff in the shops, but it's really not a thing.
Not up to scratch. Yeah, it's the same here. We don't take it too seriously, you know. It's a good excuse to get pissed off and have a fight, you know.
It was pretty big in when I was in Prince Edward Island. It was pretty big for some reason. I was like, how is this such a big deal? But it was like 30 degrees, and they just like the Halloween costumes are the same. Like, you know, it's the girls that are buying the $10 costumes from the store or whatever. It's like all like, I'm like, how are you people out here? It's so I guess they get acclimated to the cold. Canadians don't feel cold like I do, I guess. Wow. But they took it so seriously. I was like, that's really interesting, you know, because it's more like considered an American holiday. But also at that time, they told me that they have like parties, you know, because they know that these mushrooms come up. They come up in little bunches. They're little tiny ones. They call fairy stools. And so they'll just happen in a big ring, and then someone will just grab like hundreds and hundreds of these mushrooms and then put them in a big pot, and then they'll have a party and have a really good party. And that's but that's probably been done for a long time. You know what I mean? I'm sure these kids just didn't figure it out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like these psychedelic mushrooms have like a time period in which they happen. I'm just saying like the holiday kind of seems to follow right around there. It's just interesting.
I wonder what's the what's the catalyst for the mushrooms? Like, where do they, like, if you think if you harvest them, right? Do they drop seeds and then are just going to be dormant until the next season? Like, is that where the seeds come from? Did the seeds come from the cap?
I'm sure they're not called seeds, but
they're spores, aren't they?
Spores. Yeah, spores.
Yeah, it's I think they actually are just fit to like gnaw on something and take some time and then fruit. Mushrooms are crazy.
Mm.
The meat of the soul.
Yeah.
Like to just eat sawdust or something, you know, for a couple, like I think 2 weeks in like a damp, dark place, and then they've got enough material built up and enough nutrients to start making mushrooms. But like not all of them are easy to propagate. Like so these fairy stool mushrooms, they said they couldn't grow them because they have to be like at frost or near frost to trigger the fruiting of the fungi. So yeah, some mushrooms are really hard to replicate and others like really easy.
Huh.
Most of them are pretty easy, I think. Just like it's pretty interesting, man. Like, you know, a lot of people talk about like Socrates and the hemlock and all that stuff. He's like, I'm gonna drink this hemlock and kill myself because I'm a philosopher. You know, it's fucking grindstanding like a, you know, right? How dramatic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they were gonna kill him anyway, right? That was just the method.
Yeah, I just happen to think that it's a fake. Like he didn't die from the hemlock because as like somebody who would have been who would have at least known that hemlock was poisonous. Like also on hemlock trees, the most amazing mushroom in the whole like red reishi grows on those. So like if you spent your whole life normalizing yourself to like red reishi mushrooms that grow from a hemlock tree, and I'm just not sure that you're necessarily going to have the same kind of like poisonous reaction that necessarily like other people might have if they weren't normalized to that. So I almost feel like it's like that the Princess Bride thing where he really didn't like kill himself.
Iocane,
you know?
iocane
Like,
powder.
I've developed an immunity to iocane powder.
Yeah. Where because he says you know, don't be careful not to touch it, right? Because even like that little tiny touch, it was like, well, if that's the case, then how the fuck did you even start?
Dilute it in water, obviously. I don't know. It's just weird. I mean, he could have built up a tolerance to hemlock. You know, that's all I'm saying. Like,
right?
And then just like retire. You know, because like people would have known his name. They were more They were. It's just what he was saying. I think people were more upset about the things he was saying. I think he was actually calling for like basically like openly eugenics and stuff. I think that's probably why this occurred.
It's been a while. It was a corruption of the youth, really. I mean, ultimately, but I don't remember the specifics.
Wait, there wasn't. I think he was like the Pope was sort of on his side. A lot of people were on his side. Then he wrote a book that basically called the Pope stupid.
Socrates.
Then,
Socrates we're talking about, man.
Oh, I think you're talking about Galileo.
No.
What kind of contraption do you figure Galileo was using to look at stars? Auto level or what? Telescope? Just a telescope? Like what kind of telescope?
Yeah, he had one of the first ones.
Celestron.
Like a glorified binoculars then?
Probably just use a magnifying glass.
Yeah.
Kosher, you don't think it's like a dead giveaway that these people's names are like implanted into our minds? Like, you really think that those guys were actually that revolutionary or actually did anything that was worthy of this kind of praise that's given to them?
Yeah. I mean, Galileo gave us the principle of relativity, things, basically the backbone of all physics.
backbone of all physics. Are you kidding me? Humans have been on Earth for who knows how many eons of time, and everyone's thrown a rock and thrown a football. Physics is what it is. We all know what it is. You're telling me that Galileo, this fictional, well, I don't think it's fictional per se, but this character, that you think he somehow did something foundational to physics? This one guy?
Yeah, well,
this
he's
one dude.
All
right, what did he do for physics? You throw a rock up, it falls to the ground. We all know what physics are. What did he do?
Well, no, I mean, if the people know that things fall, but he was able to actually measure that things were accelerating as they fell. So
what?
Yeah,
he was the first one to do that.
He had
measured.
What year?
How did he measure it?
He had these ramps, and he saw that if he raised it up, if he let it fall for 1 more second, it was going to go 3 times as fast. So I'm sorry. If he was doing it for 2 seconds, it would be like twice as fast, 4 times as fast, and then 3 seconds is like 9 times as fast. So he saw there was an accelerated rate.
Gee, groundbreaking.
What year?
Sure,
that was groundbreaking.
So,
so no one before Galileo worked out if something was moving in a downward trajectory got faster and faster.
I can tell you, I've done cliff jumping. I've jumped off the cliff, and I can definitely tell you there's an acceleration, my friend.
Yeah.
Oh,
what the hell? Well, that's a pretty wild claim, that one.
Yeah.
He needed ramps, apparently. We were all waiting thousands of years to get a dude with a ramp.
Yeah, speed changes, guys. See?
What?
Everything's faster now. Oh.
What would skateboarders be if it wasn't for Galileo and his ramps, eh?
Well, he also came up with relativity.
Relativity.
This is new. Yeah, how did he do that?
Thought experiments.
Thought experiments.
Yeah, he had
so he thought it.
Yeah.
Did he come up with thought experiments too?
Say what?
Okay.
He didn't originate thought experiments, or he might have.
I'm sure people thought before.
Might be the first. Well, they might have thought of thought experiments, but not until he had them, or they called thought experiments.
Like when I say
that's what he called them.
Yeah, when I say really, like what, and then you say thought experiment, you do realize that I have to ask another question, right? Like you're you're being intentionally obtuse. Like
no, I started talking, other people started talking.
I don't think so.
I stopped. Yeah.
All right. So like what? Like what did he think about that was relative?
He had a thought experiment about a man on a ship, and he like being on the ship and the ship being steady and rough and all this other type of stuff. And he had basically, in his principle of relativity, he describes how if the ship is settled and the man is below deck, he's got no way to tell if he's moving or if the world around him is moving, were he to look out the window.
Okay.
Basically, he came up with the principle for relative motion.
Like, is the river moving, or is it the world that's moving around the river? But I could not have had such a thought experiment.
Well, I mean, before that, motion was described a totally different way. But motion now requires that you have 2 frames or 2 points, two reference points.
How was motion described before that?
Before that, we just described that you were moving, like you were moving at this speed. But whenever you talk about speed or velocity, it's important to actually describe in reference to something else. Otherwise,
wasn't that already implicit? Wasn't that already implicit in the previous understanding of motion? Like if I'm standing on the ground and I'm not moving, and then I start to walk, isn't it implicit that the ground is stationary and I'm moving across it? That's like an implicit, tacit, obvious factor.
Well, you would think so, but if you were on a train car and there was another train car and you're throwing things back and forth to them, let's say you're not moving. Let's say the other train car is moving. Or let's say the other train car is not moving and you're moving. Technically, in both cases, you'd be going the same speed in reference to the other. So,
well, no, you wouldn't be going the same speed, because if the other car were moving and you weren't, then you're not going the speed. So it wouldn't be the same.
Yeah, but if it were the opposite, the other way around, the observation would be the same. You would still
okay. Well,
yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. But in the one you aren't moving, and the other one you are moving. But I mean, but see, all you're doing is just adding another factor to an observation. So that's nothing new. I don't think that would have been a mind blowing. People would have been like, yeah, I could figure that out. Why are you getting paid for that?
Well, there's not any literature about that before that. And actually, that allowed for most of the physics that followed, to be, like all Newton's work was based on Galileo's work. So,
let me ask you this, Kosho. If you come to the conclusion, or that's proven for sure in your mind, etc., that the Earth isn't a globe, what would you then think of these characters? What would you think of Galileo, Copernicus, these guys at that point? Would you see them as probably propped up by this fake globe deception? Their work, I think, altered and kind of written into history books, or would you see them differently? Because I understand the idea that, like, if the Earth is a globe, oh my God, these guys are like amazing, and they're like blew our minds off, and they like realized it was a globe or whatever. I get that idea. I'm just saying, if it isn't and it's a massive deception, how would you then perceive that, these guys?
Yeah, I guess I'd have to think that they were propped up. Sure, I'd have to start over.
Right, and certain ideas that they wanted to push were attributed to them, possibly posthumously in the history books in various ways, and they were propped up as figures, right, in the sort of scientism cult thing.
Yeah, to say the least. I mean, I'd have to, like I said, start over completely. Basically, go back to Hooked on Phonics and learn how to read again.
Better get started.
Yeah,
it's coming.
But yeah, he's definitely.
Kosho, wouldn't it stand to reason that, like, the Greeks themselves are borrowing from the knowledge of other cultures, such that, like, ideas from the East and India would have permeated their thoughts, and they would have, like, at least been competitively driven to understand what these other people claim to have understand, even if they didn't believe that they knew it, right? They would seek to try to disprove it, at least from the spirit of science. And I just find it hard to believe that somebody like Galileo, even though he's considered to be very smart and intelligent and whatever, achieved some amount of work over his life, was totally untouched by the influences of other knowledge bases.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't just wake up and know everything. He's
right.
Just like we stand on the shoulders of giants, and he stood on the shoulders of giants. But that principle of relativity wasn't like I said, in the literature before that.
In whose literature, though? That's all I mean. Like a lot of. Yeah, but a lot of the stuff you can trace back to, like, the Vedas and stuff like that. There's a lot of very scientific and logical thinking in there. It's not merely like this, like, religious tome. So I just mean, if there are things that are, like, instructional within that, then doesn't that count as preceding Galileo, if not the inspiration for some of his work?
Yeah, I mean, if you find it somewhere else before that, I'm all for that. But I'm sure you could claim anything that he's had access to was influencing him. But this specific principle of relativity and relative motion wasn't a thing before that. So It wasn't anywhere.
According to your understanding of all these things, that's what you're saying.
Right. Yeah. Until it gets shown otherwise, yeah, that's my understanding. It should be all of our understandings, because I don't think any of us have evidence of that.
I know, but philosophically, like they contemplated the nature of matter. They contemplated things of motion, shape, geometry. All these things were done, and I would venture to say that it was in probably a very similar fashion as the Pythagorean schools were conducted. You know, it was probably a similar mirror of someone else's like school. You know, as brilliant as Pythagoras. You know, I'm just saying like that there's a method for teaching in like an academy or something like that, and you know, even that's built up from other people's traditions of doing this. I'm not going to be the first person to say that like Western science is the only place this ever happened, and you know, I think it's nice. Yeah, go ahead.
I find it an interesting, I don't even know what, like a script flip, where Kosho's telling us that Galileo is the one who actually came up with relativity. So, you know, I don't know that I expect anything, but Kosho, can you provide any documentation for that? Secondly, I remember learning this in grade school or somewhere along my education, that Einstein's idea of relativity came from Einstein's own observation of being on a speedboat on the water and watching the relative motion of the people on the beach to his rapid movement across the water. So which is it? Like, did he not know about Galileo, or did he think of it himself? Like which story is right?
First of all, Einstein is the whole point of his relativity, and the reason why he named it special relativity is he was describing Galileo's relativity. He was updating Galilean relativity. That was the whole point of what he was doing.
But my education didn't tell me that. My education said that Einstein's idea came from his own observation of being on a boat on the water, speeding along, and then watching the relative slow motion of people on the beach.
Yeah, I've never heard that story before.
I've never heard that Galileo was the one who thought of relativity.
Yeah.
Well, he called it invariance. That was what he called it, invariance.
So do you have a citation for that?
Yeah, I'll post it. I'm reading from Michael Brenner right now. Galilean invariance, as it is mostly called, states that the laws of motion are the same in all inertial frames. This is that guy that I like to make the comps of, Cora. And the question that he's answering in this, I'll just post the first page of it, is Galilean Newtonian relativity wrong? So they're calling it Galilean Newtonian relativity. It says, interesting that our spidey senses tell us something that there is something to call wrong when it comes to Galileo and Newton, but after 15 years of schooling, we have lost the fortitude of mind to point out the white elephant who resides in our living rooms, all among us. Galilean invariance, as it is mostly called, states that the law of motion are the same in all inertial frames. Well, how would we know if we live in a non-inertial frame, which is a spinning sphere, which a spinning sphere represents after all? The video below demonstrates blah, 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 and he goes on. I'll make a comp of this one. He's got a good sense of humor. It's fun to read. You should definitely check out those comps I sent you.
Yeah. Well,
we got a few new ones. There's I did like a couple of moon landing ones. We were talking about that. There's a new moon landing one, and then there's one about flat Earth. How did the flat Earth movement start? Why is flat Earth becoming so popular? Why are all my friends flat Earthers all of a sudden? It's happening, Sposho. It's happening. It's too late.
Better start your remedial work, Kosho. Kosho?
Yeah, it just seems like humanity got just lambasted with this globe deception.
Yeah.
What is that word? Lambasted?
Lambasted.
Lambasted.
That's lamb bastard.
Well, you could baste the lamb, but you could also be lambasted.
I never said that word much.
Why isn't it?
But when Travis, when you said that Sean Hawkins was lambasting I mean, it's not funny what he did, but when he did that, when you had your paper published, ever since you used that word, it's like been in my mind.
Huh. Yeah, it's not turkey basted, is it? It's lamb basted.
Lamb basted, bastard. Does lamb base have anything to do with lambs?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think it's just a metaphor for using the baster, right, to suck up all the au jus, and then you drizzle it back over the meat that you're cooking. So you're basting the meat with its own juice. It's a weird metaphor now. I don't know. It just means that you're covering. You're just like you're
criticizing.
Snores. Dissensions. Snores of dissension.
Yeah, I know.
Earth
right?
is a turkey breast now.
A what now?
Turkey breast Earth.
A leg of lamb. Leg of lamb Earth.
Oh.
The gobble gobble theory.
The definition of lamb-based is to beat or whip severely, to reprimand or berate harshly, censure, exhort.
Sounds like lamb baiting to me.
I had to look up this word, excoriate.
Ooh, excoriate.
Spell it.
Exercise.
Well, the pronunciation says excoriate. EXCORAITE.
Okay.
Anything with an X in it, I don't use in my vocabulary. It's bullshit. X doesn't exist. Look it up on YouTube.
Whoa.
Yeah, so we've been severely beaten and whipped into this globe idea.
Who would you rather be?
Well, it's everything. It's scientism overall. It's like every. In fact, that last one I just posted by Michael Brenner, he makes a great analogy of how many lies there are. He says it's like a language of its own that's just based on it's created out of nowhere, right? But just like the Nordic language was created like from scratch, just borrowing from all these other different languages. You know, someone asks you, is Nordic real? They would know what you're talking about. Of course, Nordic's real. We use it all the time. It's our language. Even though it was created out of nowhere, manufactured to be this language, kind of the same thing. Like when you talk about physics or Galileo or any of these references that Kosho is making, that's just what it is. That's what scientism references when we talk about relativity. It's a language that covers all details of so many facets of life. And at the very end, he says, it's kind of cool. He quotes Neil Armstrong, "We leave you much that is undone. There are great ideas undiscovered. Breakthroughs are available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers." And then says a heartbroken Neil Armstrong after a life of swallowing the lie. And he says, like a language is covering every aspect of life, so has a protective layer covered every aspect of truth for hundreds of years now. But that is about to change.
Have you thought about maybe trying to contact Brenner and seeing if he'd be open for an interview? I think that'd be an interesting.
That'd be great. I think he's in Germany.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if how public he wants to go or anything. He's kind of just, he doesn't come on here or try to be a part of any of this. But I would like to actually put these pages into like a little book, ebook or something.
Yeah, coffee table book.
If he'll sign off on it, yeah, or coffee table book. See if he'll let me do the production.
Well, I mean, obviously, Cora is public already, so he's public already. That's That's what I mean. I mean, it would just be interesting to have
just for people's
informal discussion. Just sit
reference.
down and
But I mean, to go into the detail that he goes into, you might as well just read his stuff because you can't really do it in an interview as effectively as his writing.
Sure. Yeah. Well, sure. I think it would just be a different format of information. It's not going to be presented the same, but yeah.
Yeah. It's an interesting analogy, though. It is. It's a language. It's in every facet of our lives that this control factor of creating reality. Literally creating our reality with this back engineering or whatever they did to make us think we're upside down, and then right side up is not. There is no up or down. There is no. Everything's the opposite, but they did it so brilliantly. These mathematicians, I'm
telling you, man. More and more, The Emperor's New Clothes is an obvious allegory for this.
That's why they faked the moon landing poorly on purpose, and they do the ISS poorly on purpose, because if they're not naked, then what's the point, right?
Yeah.
They don't know how brainwashed we are if it looks really good.
Right.
They do a shitty job. If they do a shitty job and we believe it, then they know that they gave us that belief and that we're stupid enough to believe it. They don't feel so bad.
Which makes you wonder at the time, whoever Hans Christian Andersen was, like, what did he know about the truth that he was able to say, look, we're being lied to here. Something like, what was it that he was aware of that was a lie?
Did you say Richard Dean Anderson?
No.
Did you say Paul Thomas Anderson? Yeah, new perspective. You should get in touch with Yul Brynner. That'd be a good idea. Yeah.
You can get him for an interview. What do you? Who was a real reference? Richard Anderson? I don't even know who it is.
Oh no,
he's a movie producer.
Hans Christian Andersen.
He said Hans.
Yeah. Where you were talking about the Emperor wears no clothes, but is that not like in reference to the true Emperor is the sun that doesn't wear any clothes, and that the actual Emperor was just like a jerk wearing a nightie?
I don't know. Maybe I've misremembered the story, but I just thought it was these two charlatans. They were tailors, and they came in and they had this really fine linen material that they were going to make a beautiful garment for the emperor, and it was nothing. It was just air, and so the emperor couldn't see it, and they were pretending that it was really fine and whatever. So,
well, like they used to wear like a lot of fine like muslin and stuff like that. It's just that it's the sun that's doing the trick of exposing the fake ruler. That's all. That was my angle on it. Because isn't that the whole thing of it is just like a play against like dumb wealthy people, do foolish things. Basically.
It reminds me of the analogy I've heard of like Adam and Eve going into the Garden of Eden naked, but they weren't actually physically naked so much as intellectually naked. And that's why when they eat from the tree of truth and knowledge, that's an interpretation that I've heard, but it's kind of like that, like they're intellectually making us naked, right? Like they're like, you got those clothes are great. No, I'm naked. No, you're totally spinning. You're spinning. It's okay. Just believe you're spinning, and it's totally fucking fact.
But I can't feel the spin.
Doubt it. Yeah, but it's stupid. You're stupid for even asking that question. I can't believe you don't know the math that says that you shouldn't feel it. You shouldn't expect to feel it. You're so dumb.
You don't feel spin. You only feel acceleration.
No matter how fast you're going, no matter how many directions, we have vector mass that can put it all together and make it seem like one smooth motion. We can do that.
Exactly. From your perspective, you wouldn't feel your spinning, which is how you probably.
Part of what you're describing reminds me of gaslighting, where
Yeah.
They basically try to make you think you're insane, like try to get you to question your own sanity.
That's what it is. It's exactly what it is. You're spinning. Look at the math. You're spinning. It's so psychotic.
Well, it's like that thing like where like some guy goes into the job and everybody's made a joke, like an arrangement to say that the guy doesn't look so good. It's like, you look sick. You don't look so good. You're all right. You feeling okay? By the end of the day, the guy's actually sick and wants to go home.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. And it's so sad. The people that know how to do the math think they have the intellectual high road, but they've been duped more than anyone because they're so ingrained in it with the work that they've put in. They're true believers now.
To the point to where some folks will call someone crazy who actually isn't crazy and actually is saying something that's true.
That's so absurd.
They were convinced by people who were crazy of something that's false, and then somehow they now are projecting that onto others and calling them crazy for just revealing or not agreeing with the thing that was false that was told to them by crazy people in the first place.
Only because they can do the math. Or only because they did the math. Not that they can do it, but they did the math. It came out exactly like they were taught. So now everyone else that doesn't trust that is crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Knowing that math can do almost anything, right? Can explain almost anything. If you acknowledge that and then you go to that scenario where you do the math and it works out that you're a spinning ball and this, that, and the other, and you don't believe that you're crazy, that's the crazy part.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to add that to my list of anonymous Illuminati quotes. Like, if any man shall point out the common sense of his reality, we shall call him crazy.
Crazy, yeah. You can't decipher between math and reality, then you're the crazy one. Like, you know, point blank. That's what the definition of crazy. Like, you can't decipher between reality and fantasy.
Right.
Well, like, I mean, imagine looking at a paint by number page that hasn't been painted yet, and you've got all of the squares designated with their symbol. Like, who could actually look at that blank page and see the potential? Could you actually see what it actually really is? Like, that's what math is, right? Math is that. Like, you don't look at a mathematical equation and then see an observation out over the water. Do you understand what I mean? It doesn't translate that way. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Actually, you can take if it works out on paper, it'll work out in the field, and you know this.
Oh, it does work. Okay, my bad.
I have no reason to doubt whether we went to the moon because I can calculate that it was possible.
Well, I thought there was a way to calculate like a giraffe hanging from the twig off a cliff, but not falling, like on paper. Is that not true? Like, you could work out all the formulas that would show that's possible. Or is that just a figure of speech? Like, that's not actually true. Because in reality, we know that wouldn't happen, right? It would only work on paper if that's true.
Eli.
It doesn't fall like I thought it would.
It doesn't fall like you thought it would?
Well, on paper, you could calculate having sex with 100 different women, 20, you know what I'm saying, alternating every minute. But in reality, you couldn't actually do it.
Yes, I could.
Right.
No, you couldn't.
You don't know. I'm just
yes, I do. I've tried. No, I'm just kidding.
You could try to make it. Yeah, you could draw the pictures of what you would do with all of them in one night, but you wouldn't be able to accomplish all of that in the time that you propose.
In reality, it's not possible. On paper, it makes perfect sense, and it actually feels good on paper. It makes you feel good, right?
Give them all like old names, like Abilene and Beatrice. You know what I mean? Just like really old names. Iris. Gertrude, you're next. You're up next.
Gertrude.
We've got 30. We've got 36 arc
28.2.2 seconds.
Matilda.
66.6 seconds.
We got to spread this out.
It was such a joke, actually, when they thought of the idea, like, oh yeah, we'll promise him 1,000 wives in the afterlife. Like, who wants 1,000 wives? Man, it's hard enough to keep one happy.
That's an untrue statement too. It's impossible to keep
right?
one happy.
Even just one, right?
Yeah, they're designed not to be happy, basically, at some point, so you can work out and make up.
Yeah.
You know, work out the issue, work through it. If you can't work out the issues, that's when you're not compatible. It's only when you can work out the issues that cause that problem or so-called problem that you know you're compatible. Wow, that was
posted
good.
the comp I made from Brenner on Occam's razor, and the quote I highlighted is Occam's razor is, in a sense, the opposite of a Rube Goldberg machine, which tries to find the longest, most unreasonable, most unlikely, yet still physically working path to achieve a goal.
Word. But what about Occam's shaving cream? We never talk about this.
No.
And Occam's aftershave.
Ooh.
And Occam's beard oil.
Writing it down.
Mustache wax.
God damn, this is a whole line of products we could make money. Better than Alex Jones. Selling bone broth, you know?
Selling to a lot of flat earthers.
Good flat earth beard. We have some of the best.
Some of the best.
I think Whit said has a good beard. The beard's good. Beard's good, mate. The beard's good.
Beard's good, Brit.
Man, I was like a little bit let down from the Jazzconda versus his doppelganger, who's actually a nice guy. That could have been so much better.
Was the doppelganger drunk?
No, he was good.
Maybe ever so slightly, but not heavily.
Just a little sip of brandy, maybe.
He was loose, maybe just a little bit relaxed.
What was it?
Nobody talked like an Australian.
I think I've confused them before. What was his name?
General Shady is his handle. Or Chris. He called himself Chris. Was that the same Chris from earlier? Rakia, the other day we were having that conversation with Chris, and it was just being so fucking difficult. Chris with a K and 5 S's.
It's the same guy. Yeah, Rakia was trying to talk to him after. Yeah, see, he should get in a more worthwhile debate, I guess, if he's gonna try and debate the topic. We were just all nice to him, like talking about life and whatnot last night. But I don't think he's been like battle tested in a debate about anything. Who cares? There's nothing to prove that isn't Travis's stuff. Travis's stuff's the most goodest stuff going on here.
You roboted for me, so I didn't hear anything you just said.
Oh, I was saying something.
And like and subscribe.
Really? I said like and subscribe to Travis's channel.
Oh.
If you haven't already. It's The Plain Truth? Or it's A Plain Truth? The Plain Truth?
No, the
with the T. Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. And it would help the algorithms if you put in like karaoke or something like that, because otherwise a golf tutorial videos just come up. You gotta scroll through them before you get to my shit.
It's a lot of putting videos.
Yeah.
Weird. I was a little bit suspect when I kept hearing Mark Sargent be like, and there's more and more flat earth. We got another whole bunch of flat earth videos, going on. And after a while, like I was searching them at a certain point, and I was like, I must have seen all of them that have come out early on, 2014, 2015 or something. And then I started finding these videos that had come out that no one had seen that were just basically for rentals in UK for flats, other places for flats, all on Earth, and they were all coming up for flat Earth. And I was like, is this what he's talking about? Is a bunch of real estate videos coming up? But I don't know. Anyway, search algorithms. What are you going to say? Just I guess he wasn't fibbing. It's just a lot of things come up for flat Earth now, and then too. I think even though there were so many flat Earth videos that you could never watch them all ever. There still are. And there's a lot of content people made, just droning on endlessly without an idea in their head of what they're fucking trying to say. But
Yeah,
like
like
I am now.
how many? Like in the first 3 years, there was like 5 million videos or something ridiculous.
Yeah, and everybody was like, my name's Curved Water. I'm Flat Water, Flat Society. You know what I mean? It's just like, unless you actually knew these people like from chats, you'd have no idea how to distinguish who's who. Which is weird. I mean, a lot of that could come from like a couple sources where they just like made a bunch of names and spammed out a bunch of videos.
I remember Mark Sargent did a video back in the day talking about the number of videos that there were, and like half of them were already deleted, or something. A lot of good content actually that I can't find anymore.
Oh yeah. That's why, like, I mean, citing sources is good. Like, I just try to write it down and memorize it as well as I can, and because it's, Wikipedia can, the article can change. They could change the entry. A lot of times in a Wikipedia article, I'll find like subheadings that I would think are way more interesting than the thing I actually searched. And then I'll find that has its own page that's even separate from the other stuff, and I have to search that separately. You know what I mean? Then I'll find that Wikipedia page. So what am I going to do? Like, go try to find that shit every time I gotta talk about something obscure that I found?
Right. So why I'm making those comments for the Michael Brenner shit. I'll never be able to go back.
I just write them. I draw pictures. You know how I do.
Yeah. The Dick Earth.
I drew more than that.
Yeah. Vagina Earth.
I didn't draw a vagina Earth. There's no model.
Did you see that there's a... Somebody was showing it. There's a... I guess it was Witch that was showing on his stream. They're going to have a vagina-shaped rocket now. Seriously, like it's like this woman that's like doing this whole presentation about like the patriarchy of the like the whole chauvinism of the phallic rockets, and that women should be represented equally.
I'm not
literally
even getting to...
they are going to have the sex organs of a woman be the shape of the next rocket.
I'm not doing this. I'm not taking the bait on this.
I'll try to post the video. It looked like it was a serious video when he played it. Seriously.
It's gonna be like the Babylon Bee, or is it the Babylon Bee, like the parody news?
Babylon 5.
Babylonian Bee, is that what it's?
Triple B's, double B.
The Volva spaceship.
That's stupid.
Wow.
There's nothing aerodynamic about it.
It could take a beating.
Yeah, it would just flap in the wind, right?
I mean, a balloon I can understand, but a rocket is shaped like a rocket because that's how rockets are. Am I wrong? We could put a boob on the top of the rocket. Maybe make them happy. Maybe like vag thrusters or something like that. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's got a nipple already. You might as well just call it a boob on top of it.
Just give it an areola on top. Call it a day.
All right. Well, the Virgin rocket kind of looks like that. I had this one meme that I posted this as a meme template because you don't really need any words, but you can fill them in if you want. And it kind of looks like a combination of the the male and female sex organs.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, it's a fun thing about.
Of course. But of course. It's all about the phallic that was.
But doesn't it make it? But yeah, but doesn't it make it seem like it is about just making a big dick rocket?
Mm-hmm.
Or am I wrong here? Or like, how do you discount the concept? A bunch of dudes looking around like they're like, yeah, man, that's a big rocket. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Do they ever do like the comparison like they do with buildings, where like, who has the biggest rocket? Which country has the biggest rocket?
I know, but buildings are like at least square. I mean, if I would get like if rockets were square, I mean, I don't think I'd make the same distinction. Whatever.
Yeah, but even obelisks are considered to be phallic.
Well, they are, because this goes back to like lingam and shit. Like, just to put a post up is, for a sundial or for to, I don't know, just to see the shadow. That goes back before people were writing, I'm sure.
There you go. Here's the meme template. It kind of like that. It already has the two of them there a little bit. That one I just
I feel like
posted.
an obelisk rocket would be good.
That's what it is, basically, right?
Well, is that not a shout out to obelisks then, generally?
Did you see I posted when you were talking about the bones that you saw in that guy's yard? I posted all those pictures that you sent me. That is crazy. Those. I did. I posted them in the live stream. I didn't realize that one of them was a mermaid. They did such a good job with that.
Yeah, it's like
everyone should scroll up and check that out. What's the thing with the garbage
that was
bag?
weeks
One of them
ago, though, right? So like, I'm sure he's gonna do some other crazy. I think he has like a huge inflatable skeleton that he's probably gonna save.
Those must come from like they look like real skeletons, actually.
Oh, they're molds, maybe.
Does he work for a place that is he like a costume, or is he like a movie guy? Has props, or how do you got to go meet that guy?
I never.
You got to go there and trick or treat.
Yeah, I mean,
it looks like he has like a thorn, like from Game of Thrones, on the porch. Now that I'm looking closer at it, you see on the porch past the rail, it looks like
60 skeletons. There's like dog skeletons, mermaid skeletons.
Yeah, dog skeletons, and one's playing crochet, or not crochet. What do you call it? Cricket.
Croquet.
Okay. Okay. Crochet.
Let's go play crochet real quick.
Okay.
I got the needles.
We'll play some crochet, and we'll do some needles in the yard.
Just hit these rocks.
There's a rock. They went all out.
Yeah, I'm telling you, so from lockdown. I've never seen that.
I'm surprised that
hospital.
Do you live in like a nice enough neighborhood that someone doesn't come along and just steal all those fucking skeletons? I would imagine that would happen. Those look like expensive decorations, that's for sure. Definitely, kids would like to have like that. Yeah, you must have a pretty decent neighborhood that people respect.
It's close to a church too, which is really funny.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Close to a cemetery too?
No.
Where the hell did he get all those? Got the dog fucking.
I know, it's like thousands and thousands of dollars worth of like Halloween props to do this.
Right?
This guy's so happy. Like he had that shit up like well before fucking things, like before the Halloween timeline.
Is that something yearly that you notice, or is that not
recently? Yes, it's somebody went crazy during lockdown and just decided to do it. It goes crazier than that. I'm saying that's like a pre-setup.
Those are all like the real deal skeletons, man.
Yeah, it's just I guess it's like is it like all that mortality, the all that stuff? It just kind of makes you want to put a shitload of skeletons on your front yard. Kind of. I find it like in a way it's kind of like grotesque. You know what I mean? All the shit from Halloween, but in a way it's kind of like makes you feel okay. In a way, it's like, oh, that's just a cute skeleton. It's not scary. It doesn't remind me of mortality. It's fun. Yeah.
Right.
So the question is why doesn't he have a large cornucopia with all of these fruits and pumpkins and squash just flowing out of it on his yard, right, for Thanksgiving? You know what I mean? Like you could do it up then too.
Yeah, true. See what he does for Christmas.
But no, it's going to be skeletons.
Skeletons with red stock.
Yeah, it should be more realistic, you know. It's like all these like old skeletons. It should be like recent skeletons, you know, people like that are like divorced skeletons and shit, you know. Skeletons in jail.
That ship is badass.
Yeah, the ship is
amazing. Aren't you curious? Don't you want to know, like, why? You got to go trick or treat there. Just put on like a bag over your head or something that you won't see how old you are. Hey, can I ask you why'd you go so all out? Where'd that ship come from? Are you like in like theater department or somewhere, or what the hell? Work in a biology lab?
Excuse me, sir.
Exactly. There you go. Sound like a little girl.
Your Halloween decorations, I find them to be beautiful and ornate. What are you up to? Would you like to have a cup of coffee? That's what you expect me to do? I'm not doing that shit. I ain't doing that.
I want to know if he made that ship or did he borrow it? Because that's badass. He made that.
I've seen other ones like that around.
Oh, okay. So that's something you can go to the Halloween shop and get and rent, huh?
You know, shit like that, or like hitting up the Price Club or whatever. They still have those Costco, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, the street I live on, it's literally 1,000 kids every year. They bust the kids in from all the other neighborhoods to go down the street that I grew up on, because it has like this median in the middle. It's like a wide street. It has like one of those grass medians in between each block, and it just became like the street to go to. So,
do people do their yards up?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, some do a lot. We don't do much. We see pumpkins usually or something. But I'm not there now.
There's a place in a couple cities away from me. I grew up. They called it Candy Cane Lane because that entire neighborhood just did their houses up at Christmas time. So it was just like this massive traffic parade driving through the neighborhoods.
Okay. Christmas walk, the traditional. Yeah. Go and check it out. There was like a Christmas thing in Chicago they would do where they had all the windows displayed with like these animatronic Christmas story type things going on.
Yeah, it's making me think of this Christmas parade in Canada, on Prince Edward Island, and it's like, it was so cool. Like I didn't expect it to happen, and it's just like, oh yeah, there's the parade today, and I'm like, oh what? And you know, like they have Shriners and little cars and fire trucks and all these people and free hot chocolate people are just made and fucking giving them out. This is like fucking small town America kind of feels really nice. And I'm old and I appreciate this shit. What the fuck? No, I'm just.
I appreciated anything of the sort after the pandemic stuff kind of settled down. Like anything normal, I was like all of a sudden just appreciative that people were like actually shaking hands or, you know, hugging high. Isn't it weird how that was like a strange thing to witness for a little while?
Let's not talk about it.
Yeah, see how crazy it is? We can't even talk about it still.
I don't want to go back there. Don't drag me back. It'll never happen again.
Take me back all the way 2 years ago. They're not going to be able to gear up and do it all over again. People are talking about it. It's like, oh, it's not over. We're just wait. We're gonna be lockdown again. I don't know.
I don't know if there's any like calculations that have been made about like how much money had been lost, you know, due to shutting down for everything. If that wasn't, if indeed money was lost and not saved for a while, I know.
Oh, but, how much money was made is the question. I mean,
that's a good question too. Or who made the monies, right?
Walmart. Yeah,
but that's why Jeff Bezos is my dude. Yo, shout out Jeff Bezos. You're the best president of the universe.
I heard he has a unicorn in his backyard.
That's what I think every time somebody brings up unicorns surreptitiously. I'm like, man, I don't know if that's the right word, but it's like, and then I think about Jeff Bezos petting his pet unicorn, you know, in his like private garden.
Right.
Yeah.
I bet Elon Musk has got a like an AI robot unicorn at least.
Yeah, he definitely has his own robot, pet robot.
Mm-hmm. For
it's
sure.
like a real person plays it though, because they don't have. Hello, Elon. You know,
a real person plays it, and then when she gets like a little bit older, they replace it and replace her with a new human that gets.
Want to tell Elon that the tech is broke? They can't make it work. Like, I paid a lot of money for this.
That's what they do, though. That's what they've been doing. He's been bringing out real people in like a robot costume, and then kind of like presenting it as if this is what we're looking forward to. And if you just saw a little clip of it, you wouldn't know it's a human playing the part of a robot. Same with the voices and the like conversational stuff that goes on, But then he'll admit to it later on. But it's kind of like a little bit like, okay, is it going to get that good? How good is it yet? Japanese are doing a pretty good job with the robots, aren't they?
Yeah, I just think it's funny, like the whole like it's so fake it must be real, right? Like that looks funny, right? Somebody that's older than us might not think too much about it, right? But somebody that's a kid knows graphics, so they know all the ways that graphics are built, and what good graphics are in a game, and what ambient occlusion is, and like that they would know if they're looking at something that's graphic.
Are you talking about the Tesla cars specifically, or the robots?
I'm talking about like the moon landing happened. A bunch of people were like, "That's fucking real," and we grew up during Star Wars. We know what space effects is supposed to look like, and
exactly.
we look at the moon landing, we're like, "That shit looks fake," right? That's what we say as kids. Even though we're told like, no, that's real, Jimmy, and whatever the shit with that. All I'm saying is like the same effect happens with like technology and the ability to spot a fake. It increases, or like the closer you are to the generation that is growing up, developing all the sensory, cues to like say like, oh, that's a good looking shot, a good special effect is convincing. They got like all this entertainment under their belts. A little kid is better at spotting fakes than an adult.
I think they have it all worked out. Like we're like at the in between generations that are trying to figure it out, because their parents are just like it's too late for them. And the kids below us, they may see that it's fake, they just don't care. They don't care if it's real or fake. It's all the same.
I'm just saying they might not. It might not even register them what that means that it looks fake, but they'll be able to tell, right?
Yeah. They don't know the punchline. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't get why it's a big deal that it would be faked.
Till 20 years from now, they wake up one day and say, "Hey, that fucking Tesla was fake. I knew that my whole life, and now I'm questioning it."
Right. Well, so many things are fake now that it doesn't. There's no value. There's no nostalgia for them to even cling to.
You know how much money it is for a tractor trailer to cross the George Washington Bridge?
$42.
I don't pay for it anymore, but 110.
What?
What country is that going to? Seriously.
And there's like
other countries will own our bridges.
Thousands,
and that fee goes.
Thousands of trucks going through here right now.
Seriously, find out who owns it. I bet it's a Chinese company or something like that.
Wouldn't it just be the state of New York?
No, there's little deals that are made where like things like that can be owned by anybody.
Well, it's like the state would lease it to them for like 99 years for some fee or whatever, and then they take on the.
Yeah, it's just a little tax, a little piece of the pie, making everybody happy, spreading the wealth. Who's sniffing? Who just did a line?
That's somebody snoring.
In his sleep, he's doing it.
I thought crack villain forgot to do it again.
How did he chop it up in his sleep though?
I don't know. I heard some chopping going on the other night.
Yeah, okay. No.
I know that sound all too well. You can't hide that little tink, 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 tink.
Razor blade on a glass. Razor blade on glass. I know that sound.
Yeah.
It's probably just his computer fan fucking hitting a piece of tape. Yeah. You guys are terrible defaming people. Christmas coming up, huh?
Let's worry about Thanksgiving.
We're getting to our. Well, I thought it would be cool to try to do the analema. And can we petition for a new word for this? By the way, I'm done with analema. But whatever.
You don't like the way it sounds?
Just add it to my petition. Yeah, it goes. It's right underneath my
analema.
Change Uranus as well while you're out of it.
Anal Emma.
Anal Emma. I know Anal Emma. Yeah. Took pictures of her last week and all month. She's beautiful. Just saying. It would be fun to try it, to see what occurs, in these different positions. Geographically, we're all over the place. So.
I guess you could call it it's an infinity symbol, right? So, let's
call it eightfinity.
Odd or oddfinity because it's misshapen, right? It's not symmetrical.
Well, it's not infinity because it's more like up like an 8, but it's more like an infinity symbol than an 8. So it could be eightfinity.
Eightfinity. Octfinity. Eightfinity.
Let's just worry about why it doesn't work on a globe for now. Changing the name is just going to confuse too many things.
Okay.
It doesn't work on a globe, though, by the way.
I just think it'd be really interesting to see what simultaneously what one from Australia and one from North America might look like in comparison to each other. Given a certain time of year, it would help us to understand an idea about how light's moving. But I was wondering and Kosho's not here to tell me I'm wrong immediately, but which is fine. Which I'm not sure that I'm wrong, but there's this concept called birefringence, where an optical medium can be birefringent, and then therefore it has a difference of whether light's going out through one end or coming in the other end. It's not the same speed going through both, if that makes sense.
What, you mean through water?
Well, through the air mass itself could be birefringent, right? And certainly and a electromagnetic field is said to have, we're said to impart properties of birefringence to an optical image. I'm just wondering for all of the things that we see in the sky. There's something about
Michael Brenner had a quote that I was looking for when Travis was talking about his shit, and I haven't found it yet. But it was about clouds, and it was like, how do clouds just float up there? Like, well, he says, well, they're not floating up there. They're at the top of a column of evaporation or moisture. It's like he sees it as the cloud is just the top of the column. Goes from the ground up.
No. Not to me, but
maybe not to you. Maybe not at all. Maybe that's
almost incorrect. like a smokestack, like an industrial smokestack.
Yeah, like an invisible smokestack. Exactly.
Huh.
Interesting idea. He thinks that it comes from the ground up, or it's yeah. I'll have to look for it, see exactly what his theory on that is. But it would make sense with your collimated type idea, right?
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if that's really
cool. Electrostatic. It could be the interaction between certain areas of the ground and the opposing dielectric field or whatever. I don't know. The Gaussian. What do you call it? Gaussian plane.
But
Gaussian surface.
Well, I'm saying like if the top of the atmosphere was a Gaussian surface, it's like electric. Wow, I don't know what the fuck you want to say? Electric energy happening in it. You know. I love how you don't think so. Okay. Anyway, birefringence is like this quality where the refractive index is going to change going up or going down out of it. You know what I mean? Like in terms of like a lens, it's just going to be in or out. But if we're talking about that like air masses above are effectively in large laminar sections, then birefringence in this way means that the refractive index is different going up or down. Meaning that like if you shoot a laser beam from the ground, it's going to have like one type of refraction, and if you shoot it from the top down, it'll have a different type of refraction. Not type, but like value. Refractive value will be different going up and down. Does that make any sense? Like we can see all the way up to the moon. Does it make sense that you could see that far? Not really, right?
Yeah, if it is that far, it wouldn't make any sense. You're right.
Right, but from the moon down, then we get like Earthrise, which is a fake. So don't worry about that. I'm just saying, like, I think that there's different magnifications that go on going up or down. I think there's a difference. It's not all the same. And I'm not going to say gravity, damn it. But because light is like a coaxial circuit, in my opinion, like a light wave is operating this way, so like it wants to resolve to ground anyway. In this sort of anode-cathode relationship that should be having, it's coming to ground. I'm just saying, like there's a reason why everything kind of lenses to you, like as your personal observation point even from a classical planispheric kind of concept, right? Everything's coming to your eye, but I'm wondering if it's not because it's sort of like centrally focused because of the birefringence. Like it's all wanting to go that way. And then
can you spell that? Birefringence?
Bio.
BIREFRINGENCE.
Birefringence. Did I win the spelling bee? Yes, I'm going to Disneyland.
Instead of fire, it's fire.
Birefringence.
Birefringence. Huh.
I don't know. But it's
being two.
Right. Okay, yeah. And then it's refringing on itself, like causing like a competitive speed between different colors. So it's like fringing. You know, like fringing happens on the edge of a photograph where you. Yeah. So this is like the intercancellation. That's my theory, is that it's the intercancellation that's causing the refractive differences.
How does that comport with internal reflection?
No, I don't think that's dissimilar, but
okay.
I'm not exactly sure on like how to describe all those actions. You know, some of them are cancellative and some of them are cumulative, and I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
Birefringence is an optical property of a material having a refractive index that depends on the polarization and propagation of direction of light. These optically anisotropic materials are said to be birefringent. The birefringence is often qualified as the maximum difference between refractive indices exhibited by the material. Crystals with non-cubic crystal structures are often birefringent, as are plastics under a mechanical stress.
So because like the atmosphere flat is going to change drastically in its temperature, it will also change its like it'll shrink, it'll condense, which will change the angles of like that the lattice is made out of. If you believe in that there's a lattice happening.
Ether band shit right here.
Some ether band shit right there. Yep.
Good word for you to know, Travis. You can start using birefringence.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna check it out when I get to my stop for sure.
Yeah. Shout out to the I guess past LSC for making that word have it be looked up by me a long time ago. Birefringence. Although I've heard him argue it for the concave glass sky. Because Ethiopian desert glass is birefringent. There we go.
All right, I'm listening, but I'm going to pass out and I have to hang up or I'll feel like I need to talk.
Rightio.
Later.
Peace.
When did you start this morning? Snacks?
I don't know. I think I woke up a little too early. I probably woke up at around 2, maybe.
Yeesh. What time did you go to bed?
Weird sleep schedule. Plus, I'm like getting dreams now, and that doesn't. I don't sleep well somehow with that. Just have a dream and I'll wake up, but I don't know. For many years, I just don't recall having any dreams.
Yeah. It's been recent where I started thinking about it, and I've started to remember them more now, or even have them, I suppose. But for a while, I was like, I don't dreaming anything recently. That's kind of weird.
They just get too much for me. You know? I'd rather not have them.
Too inconvenient.
Yeah, sleeping's inconvenient enough. I don't need to be like gaslit by my subconscious.
Major Deacon Expressway. Can't tell if I should go there or not. Let's go.
That $80,000 lens. I don't know why. No one used. If I find a good deal on one, I'll pick it up one day.
Everybody's going to Albany.
Sure.
Is anything good come out of Albany?
No. Albany. No. It sounds so Islamic, doesn't it? If you break it down. Albany.
Albany, yeah. It was Alberini's cousin helping him.
Yeah, I wish I could. It's just, I'm going to keep doing it. So it happens over time. But yeah, I just like start playing around with words sometimes. Just, I'll just try to say them in other accents or whatever. And I'll be like, wow, is that the real root of that? It's fun. Sometimes I'm right. Sometimes I can't tell if I'm right or wrong. Like in the case of nitrogen. Don't know if I'm right or wrong. I'm not sure anybody can prove it to me. But I happen to think that nitrogen is very, very close to the word used for pressure force by the Germans. And since the Germans have so damn much to do with chemistry, I just wonder if nitrogen isn't named for the word notogen, which I think is the right way to say it. Just like pressure force. It makes sense because nitrogen provides pressure force. And they might not have understood it outright, but I mean, somewhere before the codification of all the elements, they must have been theorizing that, something is not air that's here. What is this stuff? And they just called up pressure force, just like where they call the burnables, like the I don't know, forget the word that they use.
I would say that that's an interesting correlation. But in terms of all plant species, they all require a nitrogen-rich fertilizer to be able to survive. And as the rain droplet falls through the sky, it collects nitrogen. And that's why rain is always so good for plants. But the actual substance, what we call nitrogen, yeah, good question.
They would have been searching for an understanding of where it is in nature, what it is, only to find that it was part of everything. And that's trippy to me. Like, it's like that concept of dark matter or something, but real. Right. One wonders what makes up 70% of the atmosphere that isn't breathable or burnable. Yeah, but then figure out nitrogen's all part of the ecosystem. Yeah. But that's also a good point in time when we can misunderstand a whole bunch of shit if we don't understand the basics, I guess, you know. So we can go rush ahead to Bohr's model and a table of elements and everything like that. But if we don't understand these basic fundamentals, then I don't know, like, how useful it is unless we're just like lab chemists, you know. Because even though science can like point the way a lot of times, like as far as like, oh, this is something that can be understood in a particular way, like we're trying to do it, you know. But that might not be the way I see it from a top-down approach, because science is kind of built from the ground up a lot of times, or it's built from the top down, but like, we have an idea and we're going to make it happen. You know, that's the other end of science. But
yeah, well, to me, it's very much on sort of akin to what is gravity. They can't say what it is. All they can say is what they postulate it does. Now, it's the same with the nitrogen. What is nitrogen? What is that non-flammable gas that makes up 70%? Well, we don't know. But if I test for it, I can make this little swab turn blue. Therefore, it possesses nitrogen. And it's almost akin to like, what is consciousness? This creation is infinitely more complicated than our small human minds can actually fathom. We then watch what is the effect or the actual symptom, and then we say, we know what the symptom is, and now we claim that we're smart. But we don't know what the cause is. We don't know what the actual substance is. We couldn't describe or break it down into a usable term, but we can tell what it does. And then we act as though we're intelligent because we can say what something does. Usually just through observation and trial and error. So it's more like we discover these things out of coincidence. I gave nitrogen to a plant in a ratio of 3:1 with potassium and phosphorus. And then the plant suddenly grew 5 new leaves and it's bursting with life. What is that something I just gave to the plant? Who the hell knows?
And it's like, yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, you would think like all light's light, you know, like any plant can just take any kind of light and do something with it. And to some degree that's true, but some spectrums of light will work very well and some will only work basically, you know. There's like an optimum for all these things, and you know, it's just interesting. Like chlorophyll seems, or the colors of chlorophyll are resonant to the light, you know, that they have a relationship to that. And I think that's pretty cool, you know, that effectively, if you just have an understanding of color, you can deduce a lot about the world around you.
Well, it goes back to Tesla's famous quote where he says, if we can understand in terms of frequency, vibration, and the other one, then we'd sort of make more advances in the human race. It's one of those things that a color is a frequency, and sound is a frequency, and light is a frequency. So we're talking about like the color of light is actually a specific, for lack of a better word, like a specific note in a song. And when you're playing that note to a plant, nothing happens. But when you play another note, suddenly the plant starts excelling or growing. When you start to think of the light bands in terms of frequency, then to me it starts to make sense that if you're vibrating the leaf of the plant with light, the leaf now is energized. So it can start to give off carbon dioxide through the stomata on the underside of the leaf, simply through the vibration of whichever light is striking the leaf at that time. And with enough vibration, it kind of, if you've ever watched time lapses of plants, the plant seems to sway left and right, left and right, left and right while it grows upwards. It's like there's a vibration occurring to the plant, which is allowing the next layer of cells to align themselves and sort of structure how that growth is going to take place. But if we break it down into frequency, it makes absolute sense. When it's just light, it's like, why is this blue-red spectrum doing this? Why does red do something different, like flowering, causing fruiting? But yet blue light causes it to grow. Then you look, blue light is what, 2,700 Kelvin, and the red light is 6,500 Kelvin. So they're a different frequency, and therefore it's the same like those studies that they did where they play music to plants. When you play rock music and heavy metal and stuff, the plant doesn't do so well. But when you play melodic classical, the plant grows potentially better than it ever did in nature. So it's vibration or vibratory.
Yeah, I think that there's been a lot of research done that says that plants communicate to each other in this vibratory way. And I guess this deserves to, like, I guess, refresh if a tree falls in the forest and no one's there to hear it, some things are still hearing it. Like other trees in the forest are hearing that tree fall, and then that may make them respond to that, like that's probably evolutionarily something that's occurred, or that when you hear a lot of trees falling in the forest, that other trees might think that the end is near, do some kind of survival things. Maybe they'll start producing seeds at a greater rate or something of that nature. But you're right. Yeah, like certain wavelengths of light will just tell a plant to make a flower. And I've had this happen because I was doing red light therapy at night near a plant, and I didn't realize that it would affect the plant until it was like a lily, and it just grew a new flower. And I was like, what? That was unexpected. It did it relatively within a couple of weeks,
And it shows you the interconnection between humans and plants, because that red light is therapeutic to you. It's also therapeutic to the plant. There's photosensors all over, but like I said, the vibrational side of it, just with plant communication, there's been massive advances over the last 10, 15 years in terms of fungal communication subsurface or subterraneally. So the roots of a plant are touching other roots of other plants, and then they're communicating through chemicals. So one root will give off a certain chemical and it'll kill off the roots of another plant, or it'll give off a chemical that'll excite the other plant's root system to grow. Then they've done tests where they clone plants. So if it comes from the mother plant and you plant them all in the same plant, all in the same box, planter box, the roots actually don't strangle each other. They kind of grow alongside one another. And then if you plant siblings, so you take seeds from the same mother and you plant those all in the same box, they'll also grow in a way that they don't suffocate the others. But you take different seeds from different mothers, put them in the same box, and they're all going to try and dominate that space. So it's our lack of understanding of what's truly going on. Here in
Plants
South
have like
Africa,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying plants have like animalistic qualities if you really think about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's kind of like we all share these qualities from the creator. We have a reaction to light, we have a reaction to chemicals, we have a reaction to, and then we always thought that plants were stupid or dumb, that there was no communication, they're just a chunk of wood growing out the ground.
Right.
But when we start to look at it, what I was going to say, here in South Africa, there's a couple of scientists who've been studying the effects of what they call the acacia tree, which is like that flat tree that you always see when they talk about the savannas, or typically when you show Africa, there's like this tree with a very flat top. Now the giraffes and many other animals go and eat the leaves. And what they found is that when a herd of elephants or giraffes are going to go eat the leaves, other trees around that tree that's being eaten start to produce a higher amount of waxy substance. Literally, it's within minutes. And what they've started to do is, like, using various types of sensors, they found that there is a chemical that's released. So the moment that one tree is starting to be nibbled on or eaten from, it actually gives off a chemical in the air, and the other trees around it start producing more wax, so that when the animal goes to eat from that tree, it's very tasteless or sort of repels them. And then the trees, so the one tree almost becomes sacrificial, but saves the other trees from what it's gone through. And that's like, it's
nature.
intense.
That's nature right there. That's crazy.
Well, that's like communication in its purest form. A message was encoded, sent off, something else received the message, decoded the message, and then responded based on the message. It's like a perfect example of communication. But yet we still look at trees and say, nah, let's cut down a square mile of rainforest every day. Why not?
Yeah, they're clearly not beings of any sort. They're just a problem to our roads, really. And we can make houses out of these beings, right? They are a being of some sort, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's something totally obvious and something that is hard to. I think if you grow up in like Western society, it's almost like you don't really respect what anything else that's life is other than people or pets. Right? Everything else is like, I don't know if I should respect that. Maybe I'm just speaking for myself though, but I feel like a lot of the Western science is so reductive and so favors man that we lose any kind of perspective on the real natural system that we're part of. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. But yeah, plants are fucking amazing in terms of what they can adapt to, how they succeed, and I think, yeah, I was like in the desert for a bit, and Joshua trees there, really, really interesting. And I would have thought that all Joshua trees are the same until somebody told me that there are mother Joshua trees that are like the old ones that stick around. They populate the other places. Joshua tree is built like such a weird tree, and I don't think they're very strong either. They survive all these like incredible winds and incredible heat, incredible droughts, but they still keep on ticking. So there's an amazing survival technique with that. It seems like that the mother tree actually spreads out an amount of Joshua trees around it, and then these trees sort of almost act as communicators back to the mother tree somehow. They're not connected root-wise, but somehow it's still working to where the mother tree is able to kind of adapt based on signals that it may get from other trees that it's made. So it's like an extension of itself. And so where these winds are set, right, like in the desert, like they're enough to blow apart a tree. A Joshua tree is it's not a hardwood, so you could probably climb it and destroy it. So there's something about it that's working in the air. I don't know what, but it knows how to adjust and adapt to the wind, basically forming these like needle-like leaves that sort of puncture the gust of wind. So like, if you were in a box, you'd be like blown around. No, you'd feel the wind hitting all of this flat surface, and it's going to, cause the box to rock around. Whereas if you go over to the Joshua Tree in like 40-mile-an-hour wind, it's almost like it's just diffused all of the air, the currents, because of all the very, very sharp needles that are sort of puncturing and creating like a different airfoil. So it protects it from probably the most destructive force there is the wind. So it's so interesting that and these are like, it's not like a tree, but it's like part of a yucca plant and part of a cactus made friends, and then they grow into these things called Joshua trees. And it's just fucking fascinating, like all the things that survive in extreme environments. They all like lessons, what I mean, in like biology and adaptation and stuff. And so I think that's really cool. And if I don't understand, how life works, if I'm not trying to say evolution's a thing here necessarily, but something is going on where like species that we would assume to be separate, like a yucca and a cactus, have somehow met together and formed this unique partnership that makes it possible for what neither could do to happen. And I just think that's kind of cool. So just keep talking about that then. Trees. Good stuff.
Do you believe that we as human beings can communicate with trees?
If a conversation about trees happens and no one's there to hear about it, did it really happen? I'm not sure.
Yes, because like someone said, the critters are going to hear it, right? There's always a critter around. So that was actually a good take, because you think about it, like obviously nothing's going to hear the noise of the tree falling down. And there's no noise because that's how waves work, right? It has to, have a organ to receive, but there's always a critter around near a tree. So there you go. My question is, do you believe or do you have experience or know of anyone who has communicated with a tree? Because it's possible. You can talk to them.
Well, you meaning, you could, the conversation is probably one way.
It's both ways. The trees talk back to you, bro, if you're in certain states.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, no, definitely. Under the influence of mushrooms and things like that, people speak to trees.
If you're in the thought process of thinking just like a tree thinks, then maybe you can communicate with a tree, but that's going to not be most of the time. Maybe if you take part of that tree, like acacia tree, right, it's got DMT in it, so you could make effectively DMT from acacia. Then, therefore, if you were tripping on acacia, hanging around an acacia tree, maybe you've got some kind of basis for communication of some sort. But,
yeah. Well, that's kind of like a bit whack, it's a bit out of the picture. But other than that, what do you think about trees talking to each other? Like, that's a certainty, right? And that's probably like scientifically proven.
I mean, like acacia is like an entheogen, basically makes people see some idea of God.
Yeah, not even acacia. Isn't that DMT? Acacia tree?
Yeah, DMT.
Yeah, not even that. Just any tree in general, or plants, they speak to each other, right? I don't know if you were talking about this earlier.
I'm just saying, like most trees have a part of it that's consumable. So I'm just saying, like if you have part of that tree inside of it's, if you're, I don't know, maybe it's just a belief, but yeah, it's like if you ate bacon and pork chops all the time, and then you go meet a pig, maybe you have a greater facility for understanding it. I don't know. Well, I'm just making a joke here, but in the situation in which your consciousness is altered, perhaps there's room for something to happen.
I mean, definitely, that's a thing. Like, yeah, people can speak to trees, but it's obviously very rare of an experience. I haven't had that experience, but I've heard of people doing so. But regardless, other than that, because clearly none of us know about that.
I'm sure I've heard people tell me that they talk to trees. I'm just saying, like, I'm not sure.
And they
what the
speak
nature
back to you. But at the same time, people have spoken to the moon. So, you know, people have spoken to the TV as well. Yeah. But do you guys know anything about plants and trees talking to each other? Like they can communicate, right?
Yeah, through sound.
Through sound, you think? Or some sort of like almost like a mycelium network, like mushrooms, but tree version.
They're mediating chemical interactions with that, but they do make sounds and they can auditorily detect the other because they're branch structures and they're like flowers. Flowers are like ears for plants, if you will. Like a flower can be like a receiver for acoustic information. You know what I mean? So a flower is a bit like an ear to a plant. I don't know. The whole structure though is going to vibrate like whenever there's like a sound or the earth shakes or the wind moves, the whole tree moves. You know? So I would think that they're uniquely built as like antenna almost. It's like a deer's antlers or something. But why did deer have fucking antlers? I don't get that one. What's the purpose?
Well, they like to bash into each other, the antlers. And it looks good. Attracts females.
Did they start out just bashing each other and then they grew antlers out of there? Or they always have
it gives them an edge, doesn't it? So, what would be the human equivalent of antlers?
Well, rams do the same thing. They don't have antlers, just thick skulls, I guess. Were the human equivalent to antlers? Good question. I think that the antlers are actually, because they're connected to the bone, they're connected to the skull of the deer, that it must help it. And I don't know. I can only imagine if I had a bunch of like a rack of bone fucking hanging out of my through my skull, like I'd fucking be really sensitive to sound as well, you know, winds, temperature, all these things. How about another coffee? Sure, great idea. Yeah, maybe more interestingly, that red light thing is just, it just blows me away how useful and effective that therapy can be, or at least is for me. I think I was a little bit skeptical on it anyway to start, but after seeing what it did to this plant and knowing what it's done for my knee, I'm like, how do I argue against the red light, man? Fucking frequencies, bro. But it's like I feel energized and charged up like after a red light session. So do I feel that way after blue light session? Probably not, but like red light has some kind of activating shit going on where it starts to turn your mitochondria on. You start like, burn your energy faster. Because of that, you start to multiply your cells in the area where there's red light being applied and stuff. So you heal fast at a faster rate in the area where you project it. That's just like so cool. It's like, where have you been all my life, red light?
So how do you get this red light therapy? How does this work?
Hey, say again?
How did you get this red light therapy? What is this? I've never heard of it.
Well, there's a variety of devices out there in the world. I use something by a company called Red Lightning.
and they shine a red light on you, and you feel better.
It's this is like a multiple frequencies of red light. I think one of them is like the red light, which I think is more like infrared. I'm not sure that you really even it's as visible, but I think that's the one, the business end of it. But I use it's a spectrum of red light that includes that light. So I think it's like 5 frequencies distinctly, and there's like a hyperbolic lens that shoots through, so it really projects it at like apparently at the most optimal angle into your dermis or whatever. So it goes through your skin, it penetrates the skin at the greatest angle that's available. So that's pretty cool. I've also like put lenses in front of the red light lens and then probably doubling it or tripling it, or I don't know how many times I'm magnifying it. And that is like a qualitatively different instrument almost than the plug-in light. You know, just like high intensity red light is like different story. And yeah, it's really crazy how these devices are expensive, you know, because they're built wrong, you know. Either way, that's what's happening. People are spending like a lot of money on red light that is not made in the most efficient possible way. So I don't know. If I had to buy one, it would be this. I just happened to get lucky with it because it's like it's a pretty pricey unit. But I picked it up for a song.
What's going on there? So you feel better after a red light in your sternum?
Yeah, like just generally energized, I guess, if you will. But also, if you focus it on an area of like I guess I have a weak knee, right? Or I did, and I can feel that it's much stronger and I can perform. And like it's been weeks since I've tried it. It's just what it tends to do is like just increase the amount of cell divisions in that area. Like you grow more quickly in that area, so it's good for healing. Although it's been tried and tested and stuff. I don't think I'm saying anything like woo about it at all. But I do think that wavelength is a similar wavelength. We're getting that out of sunlight too, you know. So that's a portion of sunlight, but not the portion that's going to burn my skin. You know, it's just like that part of it that feels refreshing, and that's I guess how I would say it. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
And also, it has tended on reducing pain and inflammation as well. I think in those areas. I used it on my neck too. Like after I had a rousing back 9 of mini golf and then go karts with I was with New Perspective, and I like pulled some shit in my shoulder so bad I was just like laid out for a minute. I was like almost like no way I could be was comfortable. It was all felt like that like I just muscle strained in my shoulder, and I recovered well enough, but like it was a lingering knot in my neck. I mean, I guess that happens sometimes, and try as I might, like with uh like to massage it out or hit it with machines that fucking all kinds of things. The only thing that really made it the pain go away and actually started to make it feel generally better was the like 15 minutes of red light, maybe once a day or twice a day. And it was like enough. It's the kind of thing that's cool because you can multitask while you're doing other things. Especially if you spend some time like at a table or a desk or something like that. If it's just yeah, just throw it out there. But it's also like it's something that like they use it for plants, like for LEDs. They'll basically stagger red and blues and whites and stuff to grow a plant. But I don't even know if like I've always thought it would be better to just like hit hit the plant with red light every time, you're trying to simulate like a sunset, let's say, hit it with the red light, then the plant knows like that happened. You might start it off that way too, right? Because a lot of sunrises are verge on the red side of the spectrum. Yeah, because it does, it works. It like the plant recognizes that these frequencies are, like you can trick it to make it think it's just out in the sun. If you use these, I don't know, man. Light's a crazy thing. But it's like plants are designed to like work with these phases and stuff, and work with these light wavelengths, or else they don't grow where they don't grow there. They'll grow somewhere else where it's going to work out. Some plants have like really short growing cycles. Some don't give a fuck. And then we got a variety of vegetables we like carrots and stuff. And from what I understand, the beta carotene in a carrot is merely there as a way to block UV radiation, even though it's underground. A carrot is orange to block radiations. And like, I don't know if that's from the soil, like if there's radiation that occurs in the soil at times, or whether that's the sun actually at a wavelength is penetrating through the soil into the carrot. What makes a carrot orange or purple or what have you? Like, it's the same reason why plants produce THC, or marijuana produces THC, or whatever cannabis does, like as a sunscreen to prevent harm from UV radiation.
Oh, really? Is that true?
Yeah. That's why if you use like a real weak light, you will not have like the strongest selection of cannabinoids that the plant is capable of. Whereas like, the higher strength light, the more so every night the plant will go into a cycle where it's producing some kind of like that sunscreen to save it for the next day, kind of thing. So, yeah. Yeah, plants are cool. And you can stimulate like root growth with ultrasonic noise too. Pulses of it will cause the roots to grow faster. Because like the roots are also like used to receiving like sound information. Ultrasonic things are what are going to be going on here, like things that are too minuscule for the human ear to discern, or what plants probably specialize in that language. That's why they're real quiet. But you can hear plants do make sounds. Like sometimes like a corn will make a sound, like a field of it will be creaking at a certain time before all the leaves turn and go up a notch. And this goes like kind of almost hand in hand with lunar cycles, as that goes. So I don't know, man. It's like fucking, it's just natural science shit, man. But it
They
couldn't work on
say,
a.
as
Obviously,
above, so
plants can't
below.
work on a ball. As opposed to. Yeah. Well, they say that too with like naturopathic medicine and Ayurveda and all that stuff. Like if you're like the what's below the root system of the plant is similar to your own root system. So like a plant that the leaves may bear some medicinal quality, or the fruit may bear medicinal quality or something. The roots also like will cater to like something different. There's usually medicinal value in the root that is different than the leaf or the berry or what have you. Because it's all like, well, I mean, if you think about your leg veins or whatever, it's kind of like the root system, just encased in a leg.
all about the roots, isn't it? The roots and the fruits.
Yeah, I think the roots too are where a lot of, I won't say a lot, there's like tons of different types of plants, so making a generalization sucks. But many types of plants will like create new sprouting sites, basically, like off the root system, and they take an amount of time, probably equal to a month or two, to start developing this. And it's because like the very moon cycle seems to control the rate of acquisition and concentration of plant estrogens enough to grow a new site, and then it will grow. So like the moon phase has a lot to do with the hormonal system of a plant and what makes it grow or not. So, but if you've grown marijuana before, you know that it takes about like a month for it to kind of jump up a new level of leaves. It's fucking beautiful, man. Plants are amazing, motherfuckers. Surprised there's no like plant animals. Plant animals.
Sure
But there
there
are.
is.
But there is. You see what I just posted?
I did not.
Check it out and be amazed.
Oh, cool.
What is it? Explain it.
It's called slime, the blob, they nicknamed it. It's sort of a fungus. It's a single cell entity that grows and is able to communicate. Like where they found food, it's able to do mazes. You know, the traveling salesman thing where you find the shortest route. This thing can do it. It's just
It's a bit like a
amazing.
mushroom.
It's kind of a fungus, but it's not a plant, fungus, or animal. It's something else. It's sort of like a new life form. It's freaking amazing.
Isn't that's what they call mushrooms? I'm pretty sure something in between plants and animals, right?
It's a slime mold, right?
Yeah, it's a slime mold. Yeah.
They're similar to mildew. No?
It's different than mildew, but yeah, you read the article, you're gonna be amazed, man. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's a fungus that doesn't have a brain, but yet it's able to communicate. Give you an example what these things can do, and I've spoken about it before, and Rakia has said, "Yeah, I've encountered this thing." So you see molds in walls and stuff, right? Now, when this slime, let's say it wants to travel in that direction and comes across steel, right, or some sort of metal, it's going to communicate to the other side where there's water, and they're going to bring water through the system into that exact spot and cause it to rust. Like crazy, amazing things. Like it's truly amazing. So there's your plant animal combination, or whatever the hell you want to call it.
I just want like, coconut dude or something, some guys made out of bananas. Be like, yo, what's going on? I'm made out of bananas.
No, but think about this. This is a fungus that doesn't have a brain, that is able to communicate to tell the other fungus where it found food, solve mazes, uh, cut through steel. I mean, come on, man. This is like the Blob. You ever see the movie? Was it the Blob? I think. Yeah. Just when you think you know stuff, Mother Nature will throw you a severe curveball.
Yeah, I was like really interested in mushrooms for a while. There's a really cool dude on the internet called Paul Stamets, and he runs like a vitamin company. It basically produces all different types of mushrooms called like Host Defense. But he's got some really interesting TED Talks he's done about mushrooms, myconology, and opistacantha and stuff like that. Which I guess like the idea of opistacantha is like a super kingdom of like fungi and mammalia that somehow work together, or they're part of like the same system.
I don't know. It's fascinating with these molds, and mold and fungus are different. And man, I don't know. When I first found out, I thought it was a joke until I looked into it, and it's not a joke, man. It's like a different kind of life form.
Here's something for you guys to wonder about plants. Do you know how they know which way the roots grow? You guys know that?
Gravity.
It's called the. Well, yes, actually, that would be an explanation. There's a thing called stratotola, something like that. That's what it's called. They're like little balls in the root system in the cells, and they actually fall, I guess, in the downward direction, which the direction of down would be, and those is what causes the roots to go down. It's called.
So what's the ground? Funny that.
Yeah, it's called STRATOLITHS.
Well, thank God they ain't following the ball earth down, because they'd be pointing all over the place.
Yeah. Well, I think that when the leaves grow towards the light, so the roots have these little balls to tell them to go down, and then the leaves grow towards the light, so they go wherever the light is.
So, are you saying plants know where down is?
Yeah, technically they do. Yeah, I'll share it on. I'll show you the.
Like even if you plant the seed upside down, it'll still find ground. It'll still root.
Yeah,
It just takes longer.
Yeah.
Imagine that, huh?
I know what the dirties.
Resistance. I mean, have something to like. I mean, they're capable of like I guess the type of sensory information like we're just not really equipped to like determine something so like minute, basically. You know, you can't measure ground voltage potential. Sticking your finger in the ground.
I found a picture that shows what they look like. I'll share that in a second.
I also have some lilies here in my backyard, and in the daytime, the flower opens, but at nighttime, it closes. You guys ever notice that with flowers?
Yep. They get sleepy, some of them.
There's little balls or things in the bottom system that tells it where to grow.
But they're really flat.
Huh? They're flat?
Is that what you said?
No. I said they call them little balls or whatever.
But you don't have an R value? Okay.
And that's in the root?
This argument has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, I'm playing around.
Okay.
That's at the tip of the root there, Paul? What you're showing?
That's the tip of the, that's the tip of the root that causes it to tell which way to go down.
So are you saying that a plant's root is smarter than your average baller?
I don't know about that. I'm not going to make that comment. I know. I thought that was cool. When you guys were talking about plants, I was trying to think. I remember something about learning about how plants grow and know how to go down. And then I remembered, there's these little balls in there. And then I found it. So I found the thing about it.
Isn't that amazing, man? Like, a plant has a system at the end of the root to tell it which goes down. That's amazing, man.
Well, let's think about evolution. So somehow this first plant appeared. It didn't have these ball systems, but it would replicate. Then all of a sudden one day, this is technically a protein. Remember we talked about proteins a few days ago? A protein formed that tells it to go down. So the root system says, okay, now we got to produce all these little balls in the end of our root system, so we know we got to go into the ground to get water and nutrients. That's an evolution. You got to think about how this would supposedly happen under evolution over millions of years, over 10 million trials, and so finally it got this one little ball to form and cause it to go down.
You know what I just thought of, Paul? Man, I like where this is leading. Well, I'm going to have to go into La La Land for a second, but on the mythical ISS, right? They do plants, they grow plants there, right? How do they find their down, Paul?
Oh, that's a good question. I did see somebody that did a graphic. If you put them in a centrifuge, you put these plants in a centrifuge, then outward would be the down. So it would be the down, if you put it in a centrifuge. So I don't know how they determine down in the ISS. I don't get it.
So they've done it in a centrifuge, and the plants and the roots grew outwards.
Well, I mean, you could do that. I'm just saying you could do that in a centrifuge because the force, if you put a plant in a centrifuge, the roots would start growing outward instead of down.
Really?
Yeah, there's a picture I saw of another article, but it was a hand drawing, and I didn't want to post a hand drawing.
So that means they're following the centrifugal force, which they say is not a force, right? But I don't agree with that.
What they call a pseudo force, right?
It doesn't make sense.
Well, technically, gravity would fall under the pseudo force category.
So in other words, they're growing in the direction of a force. Well, the
gravity's not a pseudo force.
I love that now. What I just said.
I've heard it said it's an illusion. So it's either a real force, it's a pseudo force, or it's a fake force. So which is it?
What does pseudo force mean?
Don't know its origin.
Reference frame dependent. Okay, we'll go with your answer. Well, actually, there's a difference between the two answers because don't know its origin, maybe it's a pseudo force. Reference frame dependent, it's not a pseudo force because gravity is not reference frame dependent. Whereas centrifugal force is reference frame dependent.
So gravity
we actually do know the origin of centrifugal force.
Right. So if what Paul is saying now, right? If these roots grow because of the centrifugal force, which you guys call, what do you call it? A pseudo force?
We call it a pseudo force, yes. Why do we call it a pseudo force?
So this pseudo force is having effect on this plant. So maybe it's a real force?
It is a real force in the reference frame it's measured. According to the plant, it's a real force.
Well, obviously, you too, when you're on a merry-go-round and you let go and you fly off, you're not going to say, damn, that was a pseudo force that threw me off.
Exactly. Yes, that's true too.
Yeah, but you guys call it a pseudo force, and you claim the real force is inwards. Meanwhile, you get thrown outwards. Where's Travis? He gets triggered on this a lot. Travis, which way is the force? Inwards or outwards on a merry-go-round? Oh, he's not here. There you go. Acceleration is inwards. You see, this is what they think. The acceleration is inwards, so you are forced outwards. Did you just hear what I just read? Let me read it again. Acceleration is inwards, so you are forced outwards. This is what they believe, man. This is what they believe. So something is pulling you inwards, but yet you accelerate outwards. This is baller logic 101.
You said that one backwards.
Did I?
What you said was something is pulling inwards, but you accelerate outward. And that's not what he said. He said acceleration is in.
And you get pulled out.
There you go.
Okay. So is that any better, you think, for your side?
Well, you just said it backwards.
Okay, but saying it the way you did, does that make sense to you?
It's weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is the center? What's the acceleration on the dead center of a wheel, though? Oh, it's angular. This is angular speed, then, right? So, right, because like essentially, if you're to take the merry-go-round analogy, if you stand in the center of the merry-go-round, I don't think you have that many problems, right?
So did you see the rest of his sentence there, Montreal?
Yeah, I saw it. Is that the same? You think it's the same as when you accelerate forward, you go backwards? You think a centrifugal thing is the same? Is that what you're equating it to?
Why wouldn't it be? Why would it be different? Why isn't it the same thing?
Because when you're on a merry-go-round, you fly outwards, not inwards.
You fly opposite of the acceleration, which is the same thing that happens in a car. If you push on the pedal, your acceleration is forward, you go backwards.
It's not the same thing.
The acceleration is one direction, your movement is the other. What's the difference?
Okay, how about if you spin the merry-go-round the other way then? What's going to happen? What happens if you put the car in reverse and do the same thing?
If the car goes backwards, right? You go forward.
Exactly. So how about if you spin the merry-go-round the other way? Will you go inwards?
No.
Oops, busted. See, you guys just say things without thinking it through, man. You just say things because you heard it somewhere without thinking it through.
Wrong. You, SE Montreal, are the epitome of dumb fuck.
All right. Who's that? Cheers, whoever you are.
You make claims, but you make no fucking effort to support it.
General E. Shady, the person that has never, ever said anything that makes sense, anything scientific. Tell us something. Go ahead.
Really? Oh, that's a big claim.
Let's go. What do you know? Tell us something.
No. I want you. Now, you just said I make no... Well, everything you say is bullshit and lies. So, let's go.
Right, that's what you accused me. Okay, so set me straight. Set me straight.
On what?
On anything. Everything I say
is not hard because you fucking fail on everything. So name a topic.
Okay, let's talk about water. Let's talk about water. Let's talk about level and horizontal. Go ahead. I say level is horizontal.
Still going back through this when you've been told 100 times and shown 1,000 times that you're incorrect. You just want to bring that up with me again. When you've been shown to be an utter failure with this 1,000 times.
No. You have never spoken on the matter. You came out to challenge me, so don't tell me what I've been told.
Matter, you dickhead.
You tell me.
You have never proven your point. You never show a thing, and you expect everyone else to fucking show it for you. Now man up and actually show some evidence, you dickhead.
Well, why don't we? I can see that you guys,
and I'm glad
might have something to talk about. But and we can shut the whole thing down here because this was going on. But shut the conversation. Do you guys want to debate though? Like, if you guys want to debate, then go ahead. But like, I think probably just the shit talking doesn't need to happen.
No debate with Montreal. He just denies and carries on.
You don't need to shit talk it though. Like, go prove your shit. Or
no, I do because all he does is shit talk.
Well, let's go ahead.
General E. Shady, me and you, 5 minutes. Watch this, guys. You're gonna see he has absolutely nothing but vitriol. That's all he has. So
really, let's go.
Horizontal is level. Prove me wrong. Go ahead, General E. Shady. What you got?
look up the definitions and you'll fail again. Because you're a dumb fuck and you never actually look up the definitions or you deny actual science. You're an idiot.
Guys?
I can't score. I cannot score a point for you. Generally shady, you didn't answer the question.
Yeah, agreed.
But this is what you did last night too, and you had a perfectly good time doing it.
FC Montreal is
That's all he does. He is a troll. Vitriol. He comes from Gems. He's part of the Queen scumbag
I am not anything
brigade.
to do with Gems. I have nothing
I
to do with Gems.
introduce you General E. Shady, a true scumbag.
Doesn't matter. Nothing matters like that. That's not going to help have a productive discussion. Is there something specifically that Generally Shady can argue for?
Yeah,
or
I just called him out. He has nothing.
No.
Called him out.
I'd like to ask.
I don't know if I'm. I know you'd like to do. You'd like to do a lot of things. I'm sure. I'm just saying, like, is it possible that?
I'd like to ask Montreal
I know.
a question.
I'm understanding that, and I'm sure you can ask him a question. I would think it'd be great if we could like complete a thought or a conversation without you just starting to say like, and that's why you're a dickhead, fucking don't know shit, cunt, and then that we don't get anything out of that. So like, just try and do one. Just try and do one back and forth. Let's see if we can do this.
He can't. He challenged me for something. I told him horizontal level, right? He can't. He won't. Watch and see. Watch. Go ahead.
Look up the definition and you will see you are wrong.
You see, people? Nothing.
Look
this
up the
guy
definition.
Is a troll. I just want everybody to know.
You carry on now, Montreal, but look up the definition.
This guy will give
actually
you.
read it back to us, eh?
Beware of this clown.
Read it back to us, Montreal.
It's a little bit of a mockery.
Running away and being a child, and actually read the definition of level and horizontal.
This is okay.
You see that, guys?
What I'm seeing is that he came in here saying that you always do the very thing that he's now accusing, that he's now doing. So
exactly. That's
I'm not
exactly
sure.
that.
So what was all that shit talk for? Why even talk that shit if you can't even do it on your own? But like,
that's all he does, bro.
Is that all we have for you? Just shit talking? Because
make it Montreal before, and he runs and hides for anything when you ask him.
It's fine. So you just want to, well, at least make the shit talking interesting, please. Thank you.
So level is horizontal. General E. Shady. What say you, sir?
Is level horizontal? Is it?
A question. Notice that? Nothing. That's 5 times I asked him. All the time is insult. Now he asks me a question. This is General E. Shady.
That's really sad for you, because last night I asked 20 times on this channel. I asked someone a question, and it would not be answered, and then it went to tides don't exist.
Cry me a river. You're talking to me now.
That was answering my question. Tides don't exist. This is what level you dudes level.
Level is horizontal. General E. Shady. What say you?
Montreal, you have no scientific education. You have no education at all.
Guys are listening to this? This is what you're going to get from this guy, so don't waste your time on him. I know him from...
Don't waste your time.
I'm expecting way better shit talk than this. This is lame shit talk.
Explain the two celestial poles and tides. That was my question last night. Explain.
See what he answered my question with? Celestial poles and tides, ladies and gentlemen. The man...
So answer the question, Montreal, or run away like a bitch. Answer it or run away.
Run away. That's all he does. That's all you're going to get.
Answer it or run away, bitch. Answer it or run
away.
Mod.
Can we mod this?
Hey, mods, I think we had enough of this clown.
We gave you like 2 hours to talk last night.
Mute the dude again that's asking irrelevant questions.
Mute the more half in the bag number 4 dude who is like not going to answer any fucking thing that's asked of him. Right? You're not going to answer any question. You won't answer any question.
No, something and I'll answer. Don't fucking make assumptions.
No, I don't need to make assumptions. I have enough. I have enough validated evidence. I have enough evidence of your method.
You have enough. No, you don't know shit.
But I do.
I said ask me questions and I'll answer your questions. But when I ask questions, they're fucking defeated, deflected, ignored and called bullshit.
No, it's not this two-way street where you explain things really well and the other person doesn't. You don't.
No, there's no
I haven't heard you.
Why don't you guys just like locally mute the Australian guy and not talk to him?
Is that possible?
Yeah, just mute and hide and run.
Oh, we're
Mute
gonna
and hide
ignore
and
him.
run. Go on.
We'll ignore him.
Go on, mute
So
and hide
SC.
and run. That's all you do. That's all Flirts do.
Ignore him.
Mute, hide, and run away from questions that actually they can't answer.
What's up, Shirality? What's up, bro?
You wonder why we call you cowards. Because you can't answer.
See how you doing?
Can't answer, you run away and you
I'm
mute
doing
people.
good, bro. This guy's useless. Is there any mods in here? What's
Exactly.
Yeah, mute me because, you know, I'm asking relevant questions, but you can't answer, so you'll mute.
Bro, I called you
away,
out on
bitch.
5 minutes.
Like you always do, SC Montreal. Run away, bitch.
Yo, what's going on?
Lots of shit talk.
This guy calls me a liar, right? So I call him out on a 5-minute one-on-one, right? I ask him a question and he doesn't answer. He reverts to name calling. So just be aware that this guy is absolutely useless and he's going to bring down the room. I'm just bringing it out to the mods. I used to be a mod here. I'm just letting you guys know.
You asked me. Let's go to voice chat in
I don't think
separate.
so.
You can ask
No.
me questions. I'll ask you questions.
No.
Let's see who wins.
No. You won't even fucking answer one.
Elbow's a
It's
mod.
fine. I've seen this.
Elbow, can't you like?
Yeah, he's
mute
running away.
generally
Everyone
shady?
runs away.
Can
Come on.
hold on.
Come on.
Can you be quiet? I'm trying to listen to clarity. What's up, Shirley?
I was just asking if you could mute General E Shady.
Weak fucks.
General, do I have to mute you, or you're gonna have, are you gonna be cordial to the room?
He cannot. It's like you're asking a dog not to bark. He cannot. I know this guy for a long time. That's
All
what
right.
you can
I want to see what he says to me. General, you're gonna. I want to treat him well with the utmost respect. General, are you gonna be cordial to the room, or do I have to mute you?
I can be nice.
All right.
And I have been nice earlier this evening. Everyone will admit I was nice. But with SE and his
No.
belligerent BS, then
No, there's no but. When you say but, that means whatever you just said in front of it doesn't mean nothing. So either you be cordial. I don't want to have to mute you because I want you.
I am cordial, mate.
All right. Doesn't matter.
Ask anyone earlier. I have been.
That's not true. You came in
What's
straight
not
off the bat, cussing SC out.
What's not true?
All right. If I hear anything come out that is inappropriate, I'm gonna mute you. You understand?
I'm asking what's not true. I haven't been cordial. What's not true with that?
You haven't
Please,
been cordial.
please
That's
show me
what's
where
not
I've
true.
not been nice.
Well, we're starting all over again. Doesn't matter what happened a few seconds ago.
Okay.
All right. So.
All right. Yep.
Yo, General Shady, your opener was SC. You're the epitome of dumb fuck.
Yeah. With SC, we have history.
We're moving on. Let's continue with the conversation.
Fair enough.
So we were having a great conversation about how fungus is like another life form, and we were having a great time talking about it.
Actually, I like. Yes, fungus that's a brilliant topic, man. Yeah, I appreciate that. Good on you.
Oh, thank you. But you came in with your guns a-blazing.
Well, you and I have history, so I did, and maybe I'll calm down. So if we can move over that, that'll be cool.
Yeah, man, this is not gems over here. Here we have nice conversations. Yeah, both sides try to be cordial to each other, and that's the way we like to do it here.
In most times, but I've been muted here 100 times, mate, and it's not for me being nasty. I do get a little bit passionate here, like we all do, but I haven't really been nasty or done anything, and I get muted all the time because that's what happens to Globers on these channels.
But a suggestion.
Actually, what you said was actually very good. I really appreciate that.
Well, thank you. Let's work on that. Let's work on what we have in common instead of what we don't have in common.
And I can, mate. I can. You know, we all have our differences and shit, and we all get passionate about crap. But I'm not a bad dude. I just don't like being told this or told on the other. You know, none of us do. But I'm happy to listen and talk to you all day, mate. You know?
Yeah, look, you got to understand that really nobody has the answers, right? We're like a bunch of blind mice in a dark cave trying to find our way around, right? Really, none of us knows what's going on. Even the smartest scientists, right? They don't know shit about why we're here, where we came from. So yeah, we all know the story. We all know the model. It's just that we, and I'm sure I speak for a lot of people here, we don't believe in that model. We find faults in that model. That's all we're saying, bro.
And absolutely question everything. I agree. I absolutely agree. Question everything. But the point is, and it, I hate to say this again, but you guys really don't understand science. You deny science because it doesn't equate to your model. You really don't understand it sometimes. A lot of science is, there's a word for it, oh bugger, what's it? I'm trying to figure the word. Have you ever seen Professor Llewellyn doing gyroscopic?
Don't believe so, no.
Professor Walter Lewin, his name is, and he's
Walter Lewin, I've
quite a
seen
level
many
professor
times.
in the university, and that he does a lot of things on motion and all these kinds of things.
Yeah, I've
And
seen him with the bicycle wheel, and yeah.
Yes. And that was a word, unintuitive.
Yeah, he's good.
It
I
goes
like that
against
guy.
what
Yeah.
you would think. When you think something's going to do this, it doesn't. And that bicycle wheel, it's unintuitive. You would never think it would do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You see,
absolutely.
It's weird. It's fucking weird. But that is physics. And it's real physics, and it works. And
Can I say
when
something?
you can see that little unintuitive thing might go to other issues, you understand what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, bro, the world is full of wonder. Absolutely.
Yeah. It is.
Can I say something real quick? Okay. I want to address something you said. I've heard this a lot in this community for the last 5 years. You're a science denier. Okay, I hear that a lot. And here's the problem with that. For science to progress, you have to question or debunk another theory or presupposition. So anyone making scientific progression is a science denier. And when you say science denier, you're only saying that you disagree with the majority of scientists. But all it takes is one scientist that disagrees with the majority to change the whole paradigm. So really saying you're a science denier is fallacious and actually poisoning the well and a personal attack.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's called peer review. It's called peer review. And
the peer review process has problems, right? It's not a perfect system.
Everything has problems. But
okay, so
why
don't
does
pull the
peer
peer
review
review
have
process.
a problem?
Okay, I can produce a paper, show something scientifically, but if no one decides to peer review it, even though it's technically true, the peer review process failed it.
No. You just haven't submitted it correctly.
All the peer review process
if it
is ad
hasn't made it into submission, that's not the problem of science. That's the problem of you haven't submitted it correctly. So no matter what your idea is, if you haven't submitted it correctly, well, no one's going to look at it.
Okay, so what you're saying is peer. Who are peers? Who are these people?
Scientists,
Who know
independent,
Yeah, hold on a
government,
second. They're scientists.
the scientists,
Okay, so a
every
peer review
intellectual,
process. So your peer review
every
process.
intellectual. So now you'll go for
consensus.
the fallacy of blah 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 and go pedantic.
Well, I'm trying to make a point.
But not a single scientist on the planet supports flat Earth. None.
Okay, that's a different argument. See, now you're kind of going off into something else. I'm trying to make a point. The peer review process is only you're appealing to your peers or the majority to say your theory is correct.
Fail. Fail immediately. Because it's not. No, you failed immediately. It is not an appeal to your peers. Your peers review and want to bring down your idea. That's how science works. They want to find a fault. That's what science does. It finds faults in items. If they can't find a fault, then that idea might be worthwhile looking at.
Here's the thing. I can show you. I have to go find it. Where false data, false things, studies were submitted to peer review process, and they went through the peer review process and succeeded. And people called these things science, and they were all fallacious.
Say all that bullshit again.
There's people, and I got to go find the article, that they submitted fallacious and bogus studies for peer review. Okay, they were fallacious and they were false, but they were submitted to peer review to get them peer reviewed. They were peer reviewed and accepted as legitimate.
Well, what was that? What subject was that?
Well, hold on, I'll find it. Give me a few minutes and I'll find it and I'll drop it in there.
Well, we need to know what that was because you've just made a pretty heavy claim and we need to know what that issue.
That's fine. I'll do it. I'll do it.
Okay.
Just give me a minute. I'll go find it. Give me a minute.
No problem.
Well known.
I think that and I could be completely wrong about this, but I think that the peer review process in a lot of cases just goes and says, we don't see any errors in what you did. You can move forward with it. So I mean, basically, if they produced a product that looked good and they on some cursory look over it looked reasonable, and went on to the next step, which is other people getting to review it.
And if
let me say something about the peer review
again, another fail.
So the thing with
peer review is attacks. They attack your idea. They want to make it wrong. Well, that is science. They want to make it wrong. They want to challenge it. They try and challenge it. But if it stands, then it stands. That's peer review.
Right, but sometimes that peer review is only done at the level of, like, I don't know if they go back and they don't redo the study. They just look at the information you provided and see if you follow
wrong.
progression. No, please don't.
Don't just say wrong, General. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, it just is essentially they don't always do that. It depends on what's happening. If they go through one method of peer review would be analysis of what was presented.
You just said they don't always do that. Correct?
No, I said that they review it. They analyze the data.
You said they don't always do that. That's what you said.
This is what they just want to say. What are you gonna do?
I don't know what your argument is.
Well, the point is that they don't just cherry pick bullshit. Science. Someone comes up with an idea. It is challenged and challenged and challenged and challenged again until
Katie,
it
you know you're talking to a baller, right? Moyak is a baller. You know that? Just putting that out there.
Essentially, what you've got is, let's say that they do a huge study on a drug interaction on humans. I don't think that they go back and redo the study every time. The peer review will be an analysis of the statistical information that comes out of that process. It will not be to go and re-inject 1,000 people with a drug
It'll be an analysis sensei that this seems to be valid, and that is as far as it goes at that point. And that's, I think, the kind of study that they're talking about is typically these fallacious studies that go through. It's because the process is not repeated, and only the data is used.
I just posted an article from the Atlantic about it. They did all these fake papers, and they were surprised on how much success rate they had in their papers being passing peer review. So you can go read the article. I dropped it in.
You know, once they make up their minds, right? Let me tell you a peer review thing, right? Going back with Einstein, right? Once they came up with entanglement, the quantum physics thing, Einstein was against it. I don't know if you guys are aware of that, right? There was a big fight between Einstein and the guys that came up with what he called spooky action at a distance. And after all the fighting, and Einstein even came up with a paper called EPR, which went against that. Do you know what they told him? They told him, shut up and calculate. That's Einstein. Never mind us, a normal person trying to go against the peer review. They told Einstein to shut up and calculate.
Citation required.
You don't know that? You haven't heard that?
No, citation required doesn't mean you don't know that and repeating it. He's obviously asking for more information.
Yeah. I'm not in a place where I can do that. But Moya,
okay.
please tell him that what I said is true.
I don't even know if it is
true. No, you don't tell me what you said is true. Citation or
okay, I'm gonna find next
Yeah,
time I see
what he said is sort of true.
Got standards. Okay.
Just Google
bring the citation. You can't say no citation not required.
Who are you to demand a citation, first of all?
Because you made a claim.
He's a fucking general, dude.
You think he sat down, woke up this morning, and said, "Let me make up something that Einstein said," or you think he read something about that? What do you think? What?
Usually it's misread, but
misread. Exactly.
You guys seriously haven't heard of the EPR paper?
It's the EPR paradox.
You haven't really heard of
Tell him, plurality, please, bro. Tell him.
SE, you haven't really heard of the International Space Station, space travel, rockets, you know? You just deny it. And you're telling me that I'm wrong. But you just deny everyone.
You've heard all the fake stuff, yeah. And we've seen all the fake citations.
Yeah, you know, fake, yeah.
Which proves my point even more.
You can't show it's fake.
One at a time,
please. Once in for a minute. Let him speak for a second. Go ahead, Chirality.
Yeah, what Essie's saying is sort of true. There was a correspondence between Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosie called the EPR paradox, where they did question this, action at a distance, quantum entanglement. So he was against the idea of quantum entanglement. The whole thing about them telling him to shut up and calculate, I don't know about that.
That's what I'm
But Einstein did question quantum entanglement.
Oh yeah, but that's what I'm contesting. They said that they demanded he not do it.
Can I ask here quickly, who thinks Einstein was smart or a liar? What does everyone think about Einstein?
He was both. He was smart, but he was also a thief. Because most of the stuff that he has, if you research it, and don't believe me, just check out all the papers that Einstein wrote about his theories. He took it from somebody else.
That's the definition of science. You use all the information available, and then you assemble that in your way.
And fuck up all the shit Lorenz did.
Spot on. It's the accumulation of knowledge, not one man, one this, one. It's the accumulation of mankind's knowledge, all added together that helps us learn. It's like having a library.
But certain things are attributed to him. Yes, but certain things are attributed to him, which other people came up with.
That's because he assembled it all into one coherent package.
Right.
Yes.
Well, for what reason? Yes. For the betterment of mankind, or for the betterment of his own name, or for the betterment of a group of people? Who knows?
Both. It could be all of the above, right?
No. Hey, I like you for that.
Einstein tried to make theories and understand our universe. That's what he did. He didn't do it for himself. He wasn't a cocky fucking retard. He was someone who tried to understand our world, our
You sound like you have
universe.
a personal relationship to Jesus. I mean, Einstein.
And is that the best you've got?
Yeah, kind of
That's all you got. That's all you got.
You're playing narrative like as if you have intimate contact with the most intimate parts of Einstein. I mean, what can I say? I can't discount what you're saying as being totally accurate.
Well, I'm not the one that sucks Jism's dick like you. See, I talk real, and you want to carry on about bullshit like that. I'm saying Einstein gave mankind some real understanding about science, about reality, about everything else, and you just want to turn around and shit on it and say,
You don't understand what you think you do. I don't know.
You don't understand crap.
What did Einstein give us?
Einstein gave us something that had utility.
A dress patent? Is that what a patent for a dress?
Patent for a refrigerator?
I don't even think he did refrigerator. I think
That's
the
your
only
mentality,
he's the
guys.
only patent of
That's
dress.
your mentality.
he's
Proven,
co-written.
shown. That's your mentality. You can't accept that someone knows more than you, or someone can theorize the universe and help us understand it. You just go like a fucking 6-year-old in school. No.
Right.
You're fucking
right.
retards.
So you're not here to learn anything from us. I understand that.
I don't have to learn anything from you. I can't learn anything from you.
I know this.
Any Flurf is a fucking moron.
Hey, don't call names, bud. Don't do that. It's not allowed here.
Come on, bro.
I can't help it because I'm being called this and that and the other.
No, are you?
And I'm not
Did I just?
taking
What
that.
did I call you? What did I call you? I mentioned stuff about Einstein. You said I sucked somebody's dick. That's
But you
how is that
were
appropriate?
saying that he.
All right, that's enough. That's enough. I already warned him that I was gonna mute him if he calls anybody new names, and then he's muted.
Right, but the thing I was saying is that it's interesting that the other guy was actually maligning him by saying that he praised at the altar of Einstein, essentially. That was a dig, and it was intentionally there.
It was a dig, and it was intentional, and it was correct. It was correct also.
You're talking about somebody's personal
connection,
thinking, and you're attributing things to them that may not be the case. So you're essentially lying.
I could talk ideologically or idealistically about a good many thinkers and scientists. You know, Einstein's not one of them that I would do that with, but I don't try to pretend as though I have some kind of intimate connection with them as people. And yet, like,
you did that with the pure intent of trying to be toxic. Sorry, that's what you did.
Why
and
would
you
you say that?
succeeded in getting a rise out of somebody, which got them muted. Beautiful.
How was that?
I told you guys that's what he does.
I did that. He came in here slinging them.
Not him. The other guy did it.
Moved on
Don't
from
blame
that.
him.
The other cat.
It's General Shady.
I guess onward and upward.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with still continuing the topic. Like, it was like nobody answered me. I'm just saying, like, a lot of people proclaim to have connection to Einstein, and because they're supportive of his general accomplishments, but they don't really know and cannot enumerate all of the things that he's done. So it's idealizing. It's hero worship. It's like trying to say that Michael Jordan is arguably the best basketball player. That's what it's like to me to hear somebody idealize about Einstein. So yeah, I made a comment. I wasn't trying to get him turned off. No, I wasn't trying to do that. But I mean, if I'm not allowed to participate with my thoughts, I don't know. I thought that was pretty above board, honestly.
This is why I warn the mods, right? Being a mod myself here, I like this place. I want to protect this place. So that's why I warn the mods about this guy. I know him previously. And this is him being nice, by the way.
Yeah, but the other
I get on with him really well.
The conversation was going pretty good. The other guy did kind of give him a push, like Malyak said, pushing the in antagonizing him a little bit. So it's almost fair that he probably busted out with something against the other person. So I am muting him for that. So please keep it cordial. Don't antagonize another person. Speak about the subject. Don't attack the man.
That's some good advice right there. Yep.
Speaking about the subject.
And you see, even Moyak was trying to get in with him, but he no chance. There's no.
Stop trying to drop me in the shit, dude. Pull your own head in and stop. Please, let's talk. Pull your own head in and stop.
I ain't gonna lie, General Shady has been pretty cordial so far, other than that one burst because of the antagonization. So please calm it down.
Thank you, man. Thank you. And I do. I get wound up. We all do. But thank you for that.
I'll say something else real quick. I was just thinking about this. If you go into some place that is in opposition to your viewpoint, and you start calling right off the bat names, you don't know nothing, you don't know this and that, how many people are going to listen to you? Very few. But if you come in discussing the argument, the topic, bring points, make arguments, ask questions, not attacking the person in any way, say you're not educated or you're not this or flat earthers are stupid or this is whatever, how many people are going to listen to you?
Fair call.
How many? Okay.
Fair call.
So attack the argument, not the person.
I try that, and I end up being attacked and muted. And if I ask a question, I get shut down. I can't ask a relevant question. If I hold people's feet to the fire to give me an answer, I'm shut down. I'm muted. This is what happens on flirt channels.
Many. I was going to mute you earlier because somebody was trying to speak and you were getting in the middle of it of him finishing his conversation, his statement. So please wait until they're done and then say what your piece. But don't say no in the middle of their conversation.
I asked. I was in. I'm gonna do this again. This is gonna be painful. I was here last night, and I asked for the answer to two questions. Explain the celestial poles, two celestial poles, and explain tides.
Yeah,
some drunk fuck came in and said tides don't exist and whatever. And all the chat stood by that as he answered my question and then shut me down and attacked me with other questions. When my entire thing was, he didn't answer my questions, did he?
Okay, General, but we're not in that other time. Whatever happened then happened then.
May I speak?
We have a different subject right now, which is what was I think it was validation of Einstein or anything in that topic. That's what we're talking about now. So we could just move on from that to that.
All right. Yeah. Fair enough.
Can I use that tides thing as an example of how to address that? If someone came to me and said, "There's no such thing as tides," I go, "Really? Why do you say that?" And that's like every time I've gone to the beach on the East Coast, the water seems to come in and go out, and that is called a tide. Are you saying that does not exist? And they said, "No, that's not what I mean." He might be saying the cause of the tides is not right. So instead of automatically kicking somebody to the curb because they say something that seems fallacious, dig a little deeper and find out what they're really saying.
No, I reiterated my comment. We straightened it out, and I asked what causes tides, and he said tides don't exist. He was drunk as fuck. Forget who it was. He was drunk as fuck. Everyone shut him down on my behalf because he was so. But this is the level of shit. I asked two questions: celestial poles and tides, and I got it doesn't exist and bullshit. And everyone wiped that off and said he did answer your questions.
He did.
That was the answer to my questions.
Bro.
That was the apparent fucking reasonable answer to my questions.
Since
and then they moved on and dragged me into the shit.
Am I muted?
Now, if you can't be honest enough to answer the questions, say you don't know, say it might be this, but if you can't be honest enough and just blow that question off so you can attack me, then fuck off.
Yeah, I mean, this is an open forum, and anybody can answer the question how they feel. You might not agree with it. It's okay. Of course, like you said in your statement, he was drunk. So, what
I
can you
forget who it
expect?
was. I'm not sure, but yeah,
Right.
everyone was going off at him. Like he just couldn't put two words together. And
I know. I moderated that for you guys, and I'm not a mod or anything, but I did help
yeah.
I did help try and facilitate that as best as possible, which was really for fun because that guy was not capable of operating a vehicle or telling you a nursery rhyme for that matter. So there's no reason
Fully.
to suggest that he would have been able to tell you anything about the shape of anything other
Fully.
than maybe the floor. Hey, so that's, I don't know. I had trouble even scoring it for you since you wouldn't even answer his one return question. You asked a 3-part question about celestial poles, about
He actually asked me in chat to ask the questions, so I did.
Okay.
Okay.
It was not the best debate ever. I don't
No,
think you could
it was
qualify it as it.
tragic.
It
It was
was by
tragic.
the
Let's move on from that one. It was pretty bad.
it was very tragic for me to have to help you guys talk about that because he wasn't stopping. He wanted to debate you. He really did. He just wasn't able to put words together.
He wasn't able to, and I tried to walk away from it a few times. If
That
you
is
were there.
certainly not the norm. So I would think it would
No,
be
no, no.
disservice
Of course.
to this room to even
But if you
state
were there, you saw me try to walk away and stop.
I think everybody was ready to just admit that it was a good attempt, but it was
Yeah,
a failure.
it's bad.
I think it was actually a good
Yeah.
time, to be honest with you. And then Rakia started to try to take over on the debate side, which
As he does.
I can't say
Yes.
that was not productive at all. But like,
Yeah, I know.
I would like to see an opportunity where you're tested on the topics that you would say other people are uninformed of or misinformed of, and to give yourself a chance to hold your own feet to the fire on these matters. But I'm not so sure that that's today that that's going to happen. But I do look forward to it eventually.
No. Well, good call, bro. Good call. Let's take that. That's good. I'll try.
Well, that's Einstein, eh?
Sorry?
I don't realise how bad my microphone sounds sometimes. Can we get back to the Einstein conversation?
I'm trying to find that quote, but I can't find that quote where somebody told Einstein, shut up and calculate. If anybody could find it, I would really appreciate it.
Einstein had a really interesting saying, and it says, keep it simple, not too simple. Why would you ever saying like that? I've never got it. You know, you don't have to say something like that. You need to keep things simple. But why did he say not too simple after that?
Well, keep it simple, but not that simple where you can spread your magic bullcrap theories, you know? Always leave room, wiggle room, like dark energy, dark matter, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah,
I think I get it. I think I get why he's trying to say that. I mean, I always say, like, when I did philosophy and theology and stuff like that, it's like, if you can't explain this concept to a child, you probably don't understand it. So that means it's simple. But also, we also know some things you can't be completely too simple, which means there's some complexity to things that can't be just overlooked, on anything.
Maybe because of when I think Essay is the guy's name that was talking, and he said that he was shot down by his peers and stuff like that. Maybe his quote was trying to say that things aren't as simple as you think they are. They've been slightly tweaked, and therefore our perception of time, our measure of time, everything like that is slightly off. You know, when they had the pendulum, the first pendulum swing of, and the pendulum's length was like 0.994 meters. And it seems that everything is tied into that 0.994 meters. You know, that like the 1 in 1,000th off, you know, or 1 in 334 on the flattening. It's about that or whatever. But I wonder if he was trying to.
What the fuck are you on about?
Don't you? Why? If everybody heard that, that's just one guy talking and another guy swearing at another person. So you've got an issue, mate.
No, I asked a question. What the fuck are you on about?
Yeah, but you've asked it in an aggressive way. So, like, why should I, you know?
No, it's just simple.
I'm sure the mods hear this.
What about?
Yeah. So.
Yeah, Genuine Shady, what the fuck's going on with you, mate? Who are you to fucking speak to someone like that?
I don't know you, mate.
I can say whatever I like, bro. Who are you?
You have to have some. You have to have some type of respect, man. You know, like when you come to a chat like this, if me and you sat in a pub and I said something and you said that to me, I'd smack your face against the fucking table.
When I'm a bouncer and bodyguard and an armed guard, I would knock your fucking neck clear off your fucking shoulders. Now, mouth tough.
Get a load of this guy.
Allegedly. You've obviously done that before and you're showing it through words, mate. So, you know what I mean? You want to come here and debate people and fucking swear at people and stuff like that. Where are you? You know, there's obviously some type of truth to a lot of things that the typical flat earther says. They're not necessarily like subscribe to a flat earth or a complete flat earth, but definitely they're trying to show people that things aren't how they seem or what they are. And you just retaliate by saying, what the fuck are you on about? If you don't understand, it's not my fault. If anyone else understands, please say yay.
Yay.
Cool. Hey, pleasure to meet you, mate, because I've heard you talking before, and you sound like a really pleasurable bloke when you're pleasurable, by the way.
Who's this, me?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, fuck yeah, mate. You're my boy. Yeah, fuck yeah.
I'm not trying to lick your ass or anything, but there's some people that...
Definitely. Yeah, definitely.
What? You want me to lick your ass?
No, not that. But I know what you're saying. You're talking facts, and we're on the same wavelength. So that's all it is, mate.
I'm South African, so if that helps in any way, if we chat again, you realise that's... I'm a bit of everything, you know? So I don't mean any harm. Just chatting, the simple thing that the conversation was about Einstein, and it read that he said that, but you know, these are words and one person interprets it one way and another person interprets it another way. If he knew what the fuck was going on and he was trying to tell people about it, but then he kind of got shot down, and to keep his popularity, his missus said to him, because his missus' brains are behind it all, apparently. And, you know, she said, look, man, just fucking take your glory now, mate, and fucking just retire, you know. Hopefully someone will understand what you were trying to say and they get it from there. I think that's what he meant by it, because they've kept it simple, but not too simple, so that we don't quite get it. We're like trying to see Polaris at 89 degrees. Everything's like 3% off because it's not simple. It's simple, but not too simple.
Okay, by that mentality then, Realm, why do they say that if you think you understand quantum mechanics, you don't understand quantum mechanics? What's that all about?
I think if it depends how you quantify. If you think everything quantifies by 2s and 4s, actually by 3 and a third, you know, or it quantifies by 1.1 recurring. It's things like that.
I don't think you understood the question, Realm.
Did I understand the question?
The question is if quantum mechanics is what governs what scientists believe today, right? Then somebody should understand what it is, right? But by their own admission, nobody understands it.
Yeah, so I guess if people get taught a method, then that method is just the status quo. That's how we do things. I work in catering. It's just a format to how we do things. So if we've gone down a certain path, we're not looking at that anymore because we feel like we've ticked the boxes and we've closed the boxes. So when you're saying that people understand and don't understand, maybe because all the numbers are not nice looking, then it's hard to fucking make sense of it all. You've got a spreadsheet with 1,000 numbers on there and you're like, there's no pattern here whatsoever. So if you slightly tweak everything by 4 minutes a day or 8 minutes a day or 2.5 or 2 minutes and 36 seconds a day, just that slight tweak there would throw everything off, because everything is based on time, isn't it? Measurements.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you said that. And I'll give you an example. Going to the EPR paradox, right? That's the Einstein disbelief of spooky action at a distance. Now, I agree with Einstein on this. So what that states is, right, you have two particles in a state of superposition, they call it, right? We'll take spin up, we'll take clockwise and counterclock spin. We'll use that as an example, which they don't really spin, but we'll just use that as an example. So it states that two particles, well, one particle becomes two particles and they're in what's called a superposition. So you can send one particle out in, let's say, the Andromeda galaxy and one here on Earth. Now, both these particles are what's called superposition. They're both spinning counterclockwise and clockwise. Now, not either or, both at the same time. So this crazy theory says, which Einstein did not agree with, he called it spooky action at a distance. It says that when you observe one particle here on Earth spinning clockwise, then you know instantly that the other particle halfway across the galaxy is spinning counterclockwise. Now that's what Einstein, and I agree with him, called information transfer faster than the speed of light, which says that it can't happen. So there's an example right there.
If you're on the planet on the other side of the galaxy and you look at me spinning, to me, okay, so I'm just trying to get this right. Would one person be seeing clockwise and the other person seeing anti-clockwise?
Well, you've got to understand this first, Realm. You're both spinning both clockwise and anti-clockwise when not observed. So you're in a state of superposition, they call it.
Yeah, but that's like saying that I can make myself invisible, so close your eyes and turn around.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. So it
Stupidity.
doesn't exist.
Yeah. Well, that's the spooky action at a distance. That's what superposition is. And Einstein wrote a paper, EPR, which chirality named the three guys, and they were laughed at. They were told, shut up and calculate, basically.
Do you know what? When you first started talking about that, the first words that came to my mind was binary stars, which there seems to be a relationship between Mars and the Sun. They have a connection every 79 years. I can't describe any more than that without making shit up. I looked it up under a guy who done a website called the Tycho Brahe Theory or something like that. He's actually got a website called Tycho Brahe, and it's all in yellow. And he comes up with this relationship of 79 years and the Sun and Mars being binary stars because they are linked. They might be linked across the galaxy, but they're still linked. Yeah.
Sun and Mars. I never heard that one before.
Yeah, look up Tycho. I can't remember how I got to it, but Google Tycho Brahe, Brack. How do you even want to say it? And then one of the links will take you to a personal sort of website, and the guy's got he's got a magic number called 29 days and 0.22. It might be in decimal, but he's come up. This guy's connected a load of shit together, possibly through the Tycho Brahe model, and maybe he's described it in a more modern way. But he's got this middle number of 29.22. You can convert that to 30. You can convert it to 10. But at the moment, we're at 29.22. That's our conversion. So he has, and he was saying to you, like, 29.22 days times 12.5 gives you exactly 365 days. If you do it this way, it gives you exactly the same amount of days. The whole thing was fucking connected. If that helps.
Yeah, I never heard that one before. I would understand if you said Jupiter, gas giant, well, quote unquote, gas giant, but Mars, I never heard that. Well,
Well, if Mars has a year, that's I've got to get this right by recent memory. I might have got it wrong. Mars has a period of 760 days or something like that, right? So it's pretty much close to 2 years, right? It depends on what you call a year. It could be 363, 364, 366. It depends on what you're trying to achieve. So if one does 2 and one does 1, it's almost like a train, yeah? One does 2 revolutions and then one does 1. So the biggest one would be the bigger circumference, and the other one would just be half the circumference. It's almost like a pedal on a bike, small gear, and then the big gear at the front. That's the way it's sort of like I was picturing it,
Yeah, I hear that. I've just never heard that one before.
Maybe something like if Mars was a counterweight to the sun, and it pulls towards the center just enough just to apply torque in it. It's already got that momentum, and it just has to apply a little bit of torque. So if they have a relationship that returns after 79 years or something like that, it's definitely a relation, man. It's like the sun Enoch year is 364 days. The moon completes its actual year in 364 days times 3. And I wonder if, and I'm sure I could prove that Mars has a year of 364 times 2. Therefore, you have a connection of the sun and the moon being connected by Mars, of which we've got Venus and Mercury are the only things that go around the sun. And then,
but Realm, wouldn't you say all of this connection only happens from Earth's perspective?
A perspective, I think our biggest issue is that we've been measuring everything with a circular protractor, which means that our angles, not 0, not 45, not 90, and so forth, in intervals and 45, they're all going to line up. We all would agree, hexagon, whatever shape we use, but it's the degrees between 0 and 45 that are not correct. If you use like a Cartesian grid, a grid system with gradients going up and gradients going across, you can easily draw lines from the center to those gradient points, and you're going to get a different result. It's like anyway. So the point
you wouldn't. That's not true.
You would. I promise
you.
I've done
it. It's though. That's though. If you had 2 lines that were perpendicular to each other, right, and in between them, you drew lines that covered every point, and then anywhere along those lines, you try to find, like, you decided these lines are all 2 inches long, 1 inch along all of those lines. I'm gonna draw dots, right? And then you drew a line connecting all of those dots 1 inch along all of those lines, going out from a central point. I mean, that's a protractor right there. It's the same thing.
No, because if you've got a grid with 10 lines going up, 10 lines going across, and you put a in the middle, I've got to get this right, mate. I've got to remember how to describe it properly. If you get a 360 protractor, you put it on a piece of paper, you draw a circle around it, you mark points at every 10 intervals. Then you get a ruler, you do the equator, you do 10 degrees north, 10 degrees south, and so forth all the way to the poles, right? You'll get a compression towards the poles.
You'll get a what?
You'll get a compression as you get towards the poles, so it's really wide at the equator. And then, anyway, but going from that, the point is that a circular protractor, its angles are all evenly spaced. But if you use a square, like the vanishing point that we got taught at school, yeah, where you draw the lines from the gradients, yeah. So you draw gradient lines on the side and the top, and then you draw lines going from those to the center of the page, and therefore you get an artistic perspective, which is not the same as a circle protractor perspective. It's 2 different things, because a circle protractor will say that your vision is tunnel vision, but our vision is not tunnel vision. Therefore, we cannot use a protractor, even if we assume that, or we think we know that we live on a sphere. We don't know where we live. when we're just as fucking stupid.
But we don't use a protractor because we think we. Yeah, but Realm, we don't use a protractor because we think we live on a sphere.
No,
And we don't use a protractor because of how our eyes work or how our vision works. Protractors have nothing to do with perspective. The reason we use protractors is because they measure the arc of angles. You don't ever find angles larger than 360. 360 degrees, and that's easiest to represent using a protractor. If you wanted to use a square to measure angles, you're going to have issues when you come to the points or the bends in those squares, because when you reach the bends or the points, in those squares, you're reaching something that creates a whole new angle, because that's where two new lines are intersecting.
Yes, but where's the arc? There's no arc. It's more like a forge, right?
But then you're measuring a whole new angle, Realm. Do you understand that? Because an angle is created where two lines intersect. That's why we use circles, because it's one whole line that isn't intersecting with any other line.
Yes, but your perspective, if I'm looking down this road and it's a straight road, why would I use a protractor when my vision is not circular?
Because a protractor has nothing to do with your vision.
Right.
Just because we see things a certain way doesn't mean we shouldn't use protractors. There's no link between.
Yeah, but if without a celestial sphere, you can't use a protractor. So without a celestial sphere, you have no boundary. Therefore, you can't use a protractor because the protractor is spherical. You can't use a sextant because that's spherical. The spherometry. Whereas you just use Euclidean geometry, horizontal, X and Y. Simple. Keep it simple, not too simple.
But a protractor works with Euclidean geometry on X and Y axes. I don't see what the issue is here.
Maybe double check those angles. Use the result.
Wow.
Look, the results are right. The results are if you use square lines, perspective geometry, right, which is what they would have done before. Then the sun tropics are not 23.5 degrees; they're 20 degrees. And then the sun above the horizon from the UK at 12 o'clock, blah blah blah, looking due south, is at 27 in the sky. And in square geometry, it's only at 25. And I know it sounds really stupid, but when you stop,
can you show the square geometry, please?
Yeah, what the fuck is square geometry?
Well, it's not spherometry; it's squareometry. Like everything is squared. We have the calculation for the drop is in squares. All this is in straight lines. So, if you think about it, I promise you, SA, if you really think about it and really ask yourself, and you're the guy that I would want to tell most in ways, is that you would, if you ask yourself this many a time, and then try to figure it out and say, well, if I'm on a flat Earth, how the fuck am I going to measure the angle to something? I know how high. I know how high up it is in the sky, but I can't use an arc because there's no arc to measure against. So therefore,
why wouldn't a protractor work if the Earth was flat?
Because there's no arc. Whatever you're measuring is not moving in an arc fashion. So therefore, why would you measure it in an arc fashion? You measure it at the same distance from the ground as it was 200 miles away, coming close to you and going past you.
I have to disagree, because like the way we are viewing things in the sky, just perfectly works by describing a hemispherical screen above you. This is why the celestial sphere is used.
Yeah, but not if you want to change the complete value of a measurement. If you change the complete value of a measurement by giving people the wrong tools, even the gradients on a protractor are 1.1 recurring centimeters apart compared to a ruler, which is only 1 centimeter. So there's all these things here, but they work perfectly if you just draw a circle and draw lines from the cardinal points and then keep on breaking it down to cardinal points and southwest, and all that, whatever like that. And you will find that from one angle everything looks 360, but as you get closer you'll start to see that certain triangles are larger than the rest, but the majority of them are equally apart. So there are similarities, but there's not a straight different. It's not like it's changed everything. It only changed like 4 blocks or four triangles. When you start to do these basics ourselves, no matter how ridiculous that we think this is, we have to at least get some trust in somebody trying to explain something that's really thought this through for days and weeks, if not years. And then think to yourself, what's he on about? Why? You know, and one day it might click and you go, I fucking get it now. If they tell us that it's 23 and a half and it's only at 20, then what would that do? That would change the value of measurements and everything, because we're using protractors to measure things in the sky. But
you would argue that also, so does the division of how many degrees are in a circle. That would also change our ration and our number outcomes.
Conversion.
Number one, none of that would change just because the Earth is flat. Number two, the reason Realm's saying all of this is because of his fundamental argument, which is they're hiding land from us. There's more land in the north that they don't tell us about.
Okay,
that's his argument.
Okay, I was making a different point, I guess.
Yeah, but it builds into that argument. Like I can see it. You know, I can see what it is you are trying to get at.
I think maybe he's after something else I'm not really on the same line with, but I do feel like there's a most proper way to measure anything, and I'm not 100% convinced that that's what we have today. And I think in any kind of measurement system, if you're striving for like a one-to-one understanding of it, then that's the best you can do. And I'm not necessarily sure that the angular system that we use for regular pen and paper geometry is necessarily the same as the construct in which we live.
Yeah, I mean that you might maybe have a point there, but if the Earth was flat, would that now all of a sudden mean protractors don't work?
Well, I think that it's hard to argue. I mean, you would be arguing that the sky was flat if you were saying that protractors can't work, which I'm not making that argument that the sky appears flat, because the sky appears to be curved, which is why this whole concept and talk has happened. But
let me jump in real quick, because I have a good comment on that. It's only a half a sentence. It's just that the celestial sphere is defined as a sphere of arbitrarily large radius. You can put it infinitely large.
Yes.
A sphere with a radius which is infinitely large is in fact a plane.
The sphere is a plane.
A sphere which radius tends to go infinite is a plane, sure. Because curvature approaches zero.
Why didn't we do a celestial box?
Because of the property of human vision. And those are lights in the sky which can't really be located in a 3D place, you know? So even they all seem equidistant to the observer, right? This is why this hemispherical screen is conceptualized, I think.
Yeah, and mainly because I think that the way that they were actually notating it down was through like a reflecting pool and then painting it onto to make a star map. Basically, they were using a curved surface to draw it to, like when things were at zenith above them, and they started charting the stuff out. Allegedly, that's the idea. And then after that, you have like the armillary sphere, which was created, which is like a celestial sphere, but it basically maps the stars on a ball. And then I think there's a misconflation at some point where this got applied to then the globe concept sort of came about at some point. After having seen these works that the Chinese did, I think other people caught an idea and said, like, well, let's try this, and, you know.
So you guys think they invented or used protractors because they thought the Earth was a sphere, like, and then if the Earth was flat,
I don't think that.
Okay, then I'm lost. I don't see what the link is between protractors, how we see, and the shape of the Earth. Because that's realms argument.
If you're
shouldn't use
measuring angles,
protractors.
though, the angles will change over time depending on what you're observing. If you're observing something in the sky that's moving, so
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like there's a point in time in which they tried to write it down on a flat piece of paper, and so that they could refer back to it, and they thought that this is probably not working so well, so they tried to map it onto a turning object. So they would just they would rotate the sphere, mark the star, rotate the sphere, like as the star field were to be over their heads. I think that my understanding is that that's how they did this the first time to
What
create the
exactly?
armillary sphere. The armillary sphere, the celestial sphere. It's the same concept. It's just like a ball with a bunch of stars on it. And that is a sky map, basically, if you will.
Yeah, but now I think we've totally moved away from realms argument then.
Possibly, which is fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, Nate, you asked what the protractor, the way we see in the stars, what that has to do with the shape of the Earth, and I would say it doesn't really have anything to do with the shape of the Earth unless you utilize those three things and assume some certain things, right? So meaning if you are looking using your human vision, and we know that things present themselves to us in what we call perspective, right? We're familiar with that. Now, if we use a protractor to measure these angles as things get further down towards the horizon, as they get further away from us, and we plot those angles in some sort of celestial sphere, even though they might not be in a sphere-like shape above us, it's just how they present themselves to us. One could certainly assume that the way that the stars are presenting themselves to us in this sphere or dome-like manner is in some way, shape, or form telling us the surface in which we are living on, even though that might not be the case.
What? What's all the? It might be. It could be. Possibly. Maybe. It could be.
Yeah,
really?
I mean, I hear you, Napalm, but I just think this is like a dead road we walking down. There's no link between protractors, how we see, and the shape of the Earth. If Earth was flat and we saw things differently, protractors would still work.
Yeah,
I hear what you were saying. Because of how we see, people might assume this, that, and the third, but that's not even what I was questioning. That's like that's something on the side.
That's fine.
What Realm is trying to say here is that we shouldn't be using protractors because protractors don't measure angles properly, because there's some link between protractors, the shape of the Earth, and the way we see. And if the Earth was flat, we should see differently, like more squared shape, and we should therefore use square tractors or whatever he was saying, because then we would get proper measurements for angles, and that would show us that the angles we have, the latitude and longitude lines of the Earth we have are wrong, and there's more land being hidden from us.
Yeah,
but you know what?
Maybe protractor is not the proper thing for Realm to use. Maybe he was just trying to talk about like Euclidean versus non-Euclidean geometry. I'm not sure, but yeah.
I'm literally telling you what his argument is. I wrapped it up nicely in the bow.
No, you wrapped it up nicely, but you introduced me under one stereotype. I don't follow just one direct thing. I follow hundreds of things because they all have to check out. So it's just one thing is only like a fraction of what I know, right? So in the chat, I put some pictures from some relationships, and one picture is bad because I've got an old fucking screen and stuff like that. I know what you're gonna say, but the point is that it's just doing simple stuff. There's a lot of stuff in navigation today that uses the Cartesian grid system. There's no angles involved, right? And these curves, like I'm doing a video at the moment, if you're below the level of the horizon, so that's level to the horizon. If you're below it, you're looking up to the horizon, and therefore what happens is the image curves down, convex. If you're level with the horizon, it's flat. It's a line, straight line. And if you're above the horizon, looking down to the horizon, then it starts to curve up. You don't see these things on certain videos that you expect to see. The problem is everything that we record everything on, except for our eyes, or possibly our eyes, but anyway, everything that we record optics on, which the optics, they're all round. So everything that we're going to see is always going to be processed in a round way. Therefore, everything that we use to measure it is in a round way. The guys that navigate at sea, they use square protractors, but they use a protractor that's been extended out to the square. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the perspective that we got taught in our class at school. Because that, where our horizon is expanded because of our perspective. The vanishing point shows that they are widening above and below the horizon in triangles reaching out to the edge of the page, and you get the same at zenith. So our perspective is telling us what's going on. If you drive down the road and you see all the straight lines of the road and the lights and everything like that, there's nothing curved about our perspective in any way. So then therefore those gaps between all those different things, they've added in the gaps to make it into 360. You'll see that if you just use a square, an oval, like a forward badge, so it has to be on its lengthways, whatever. You do all these different things and then you see how close you can get to a circle looking. But all these little
what are you on about, dude?
Square portrait, mate.
A badge on a car is an oval, and that.
But how is a 45? How is a 90 on a protractor different than a 90 on a square protractor?
There's no difference whatsoever.
Zero, like I said before, 0, 45, 90, 100, and so forth. 45 intervals will be the same. Those are the furthest points. If you're looking out into
All right. Well, your problem isn't the type of protractor. It's how many degrees are in a circle. That's your problem. Because you.
No. Come on, man. You're labeling me again. I'm not one of these.
No, he's not. He's
I'm not
actually
labeling
holding
you.
your feet to the fire with something because you're wrong.
I don't like 360 in a circle either, actually. So
how do you get 360 in a square?
Yeah, but there's no difference. The angles on a circle add up to the interior angles on a square. You know, I don't see what the issue is, Rom. I understand your argument. I just feel there's a point where you making a leap in logic.
When you get to the corners, if you go look in Google now and look at a square protractor, you'll see the demarcation lines are not equal. They're compressed towards the 90-degree angles, and you'll see they're expanded towards the corners. They're not equal, and you go, yeah, because of this and because of that.
Razor blade, that's why.
That's not true, Realm. Have you seen square like have you used one before?
It's not on a. You're. What?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's a fairly elementary point. I'm not sure if I can unwire my brain enough to explain this in any way that doesn't sound stupid.
But
let me jump in for a second. I think. Oh, I just want to say something because I think this is important. All these things, whether it's angles or inches or anything miles, it's all conventions. First of all, it's your perception. You're trying to quantify your perception of the world. Okay, so the 365 degrees is your perception around you. So, like if I go 90 degrees off to my left, and I'll turn around and I'll be facing 90 degrees in a different direction. It's a perception thing, but you quantify that. And the quantification of it is for all agreement, so we can all agree on it. So when I say 365 degrees, you know what that means. If I say 190 degrees, you know what that means. If I say 90 degrees, you know what that means. Because it's a convention that we use to our perception of the world, like an inch or a mile. It's a perception we measure to quantify the space in which we live. So if we just to come to an agreement that that's what's going on, then you can move this conversation forward.
I don't know. This is
all you've done the last minute is just stated that we measure things. That's it. That's all you've done.
Well, I know, but see, you're saying that I looked up. I went on and looked up I didn't know what a square protractor was. So I went and looked it up. It has the 180 degree, 190 degree, 360 degree angles on it. It's just square.
What's it called? Speed square?
No, it's not square.
It still works the same way.
It's a freaking circle.
It's actually a triangle.
180 degrees is half.
But bro,
360
I
is a circle.
know. Okay, but on the
ask one
protractor, the angles. Hold on a second. The angles, though, that it shows on the measurement. I bet you if you put a protractor on it and you drew lines from using the protractor out, they would line up with each one of those angles. I bet you if you did it.
On what angle? On
Well,
what?
can we
On
think
what are you
about
talking about?
Any of them. If you put
Yes.
a
On
protractor
what are you
across.
talking about? You're just saying put it on that. What on what?
Okay, put it in this. Okay, I don't know how to describe it. Okay, a square protractor is a square or a rectangle, whatever you want to call it. And from one side it's 0, and the other side it's 180. If you put a half circle protractor on that between the 180 and the 0, and then you start drawing lines out from the center of the protractor, you'll notice that probably every one of those angles will line up, even on the square protractor.
Yeah.
So whether you're using a square or a circle, you're measuring angles.
They will.
Right.
Okay, so I don't know what the
100%
argument
agree
is.
with
Why
you.
is
They
this
will.
arguing?
There's no
what's the point of
argument.
the argument?
What I'm saying,
Okay.
he doesn't believe that that's true.
No. A square protractor is a circular protractor with a square around it. It uses the same demarcation lines. I'm talking about getting a square, and then you drawing lines from the corners, then drawing lines from the plus sign, yeah, and then you keep on demarcating it in gradients, equal gradients. Those are what decrees are, yeah. Decrees are in intervals of 10, yeah. So you have to have intervals, and they have to be equally spaced on the outside. Then when you start drawing lines from the equal demarcation points, like a grid, and start drawing them towards the center, you will have the correct vanishing point thing that we did at school. You'll start to realize that you got taught this at school, and then all of a sudden you're measuring everything with a fucking circle because you see rainbows, shit like that, right? And how we see stuff in the sky.
I mean,
But
it's the meter though. The meter's tuned to light and time. So like a centimeter square should just be rationally right within that number.
Yeah, but you got to measure Earth first, which we haven't done. The other thing is if you put 100 seconds a day, if you get 100,000, if you get 100,000 seconds in a day, and you break it down into hundreds or tens, but you break it down by hundreds or tens, like I say, and then you'll find out that there's 69 minutes in an hour, or 69 seconds in a minute. It was I got 100,000 divided by 20.
No, you mong. It's 69 nautical miles per degree.
No, it's 69.0.
At least if you're gonna talk about it, get it right.
69.04. But if you break down 100,000 by 24 and then 60, you get 69.44, right? And if you get yes, listen, the adjustment of 1600 meters to 1609.344 is the same difference. The difference between 1 meter and 0.994, which is what they use for the pendulum, is exactly the same. When you
What
start
the
to link,
fuck are you talking about, you twat? You're talking about something like freaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on, Rob.
Oh, maybe it'd be a good time now. I could squeeze this in real quick. The what I wanted to go was a bicycle wheel with spokes on it, right? Realm, you there?
Hello?
Yeah, I was trying to talk to Realm. You there?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm here. Fucking phones.
Okey-dokey.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Right. So the incongruity that you kind of mentioned before made me think that if I brought up the idea of a spokes on a wheel, that rays are projecting out from there, and if you put a let's say a square or a triangle right to this, right, like a speed square, let's say, and you start to measure these rays as they project out from the center of the wheel, you'll notice that they don't really
fit to the concept that you have there. I'm just saying, like it
Yes.
might be that the reasoning for a triangular protractor to have what you say, like they're not at equal division, but the ray when the ray finally is unsplayed, then you would see that the angles should be correct. So I guess that's what I wanted to say.
I get that, and I guess you started from the inside out, whereas I went from the outside in, and then I got a different result. If you were to draw a massive circle on Earth, let's just I'm trying. You can draw a massive, make a wall, a massive wall circle. That's a black wall. That's circular. That's like 1 mile and fucking standing up. So it has to be quite low. So like drawing a circle on the ground. As you walk away from that, it then compresses and then becomes an oval. Yeah. Lengthways from to right. And then as you walk away more, it becomes almost a flat. If you look at parachute jumpers jumping out of the parachute out of an airplane, and they got their cylindrical, circular camcorder, you'll see that the different angles, not the elevation, because you know that the speed is constant. So there's pretty much they've evened out the speed or whatever the case is, but changing angles and the elevation and bits and pieces. I wouldn't say elevation. It's just changing the angle, and basically, if the camera is above the horizon, then everything curves. If it's below the horizon, everything curves down, and that's what happens.
Okay. Can I just stop you right there? Because like this is a problem with all these cameras, these GoPro cameras, right? Is because of the setup of the camera, and because they're just mass manufactured and they don't give a shit about quality control. A lot of them have this point where I've seen people on motocross like doing a turn with one of these cameras, and basically the berm that they just turned around becomes its own ball, like its own planet berm. Like that's due to a bunch of different factors, not the least of which is it glitching outright, but also the fact that a lot of these early cameras had what's called a rolling shutter issue, which is that like half the picture is taken on the top and on the bottom, but at different times. So like as motion occurs with a 4K camera and something that's high speed, or where the camera is jostling around a lot, it will tend to like shift everything, slant it diagonally to away from the point of motion. So there's a lot of different glitches that occur, most of which will not occur now because they've changed it. They've changed the setting. Go on.
That is so clever. I never thought about that, because when you do it from left to right, like 3D images, you know, where they were doing that things in like the 1930s, and people have done videos on them, where you have two pictures and then you have to do something, you have to stare at one of them or something like that, and then you can make your eyes see 3D. Yeah. But yet we don't have 3D vertical, do we? And then if you do record something, that's the gist I got of it anyway. Yeah. If you record something looking down and record something looking up to the same object, you don't get 3D. What do you get? Do you get 60? No, I guess 4D would be 4 different angles, wouldn't it? And then you put them together.
I can follow that.
Did you guys know that water flows because of math? Just found that out today. According to the homie Don, water flows because of a math calculation, not a change in elevation.
Hey, that's really good. What's the slant of most? You agree it's 8 degrees.
How does water flow, in your opinion? Why does water flow?
Because it needs more. It needs a drop of about 7 degrees for it to flow. Otherwise, it'll just stay in a puddle. It needs
elevation change. So elevation change, correct?
Slope. Gradients.
Sorry? A slope. What's a slope? What's the slope? Is it a change in elevation from one point to the other?
It depends where your elevation's coming from. If you're on a slope but you're still flat, your the change in elevation has to be at right angles to you, up to the sky, whatever the scientific word for that is.
Okay, let me ask this question. Can you have water flow naturally without effect of pumps or anything like that? Can you have water flow without elevation change?
No.
Thank you. Tell that to the homie Don. He seems to be confused.
And if you think, let's just say that both poles are in kilometers, let's say they're 2,300 meters. If they're both 2,300 meters above, then in a way, that's enough to cause a slope, because the moon and the sun are closest in the southern hemisphere and not the northern. They're by 3% on the sun and 11.11 recurring percent for the moon. So it indicates that things are higher in the south and they're lower in the north.
It seems amazing how some people cannot understand elevation change, like Extremisys, the homie, General Shady, Chucky. They don't understand what elevation change is. It's amazing.
Yeah, listen. The argument with that is everybody's using a water level. If you remove all the water of the earth, you'll find that your ground level is now 1.4 miles lower than mean sea level. And if you take into account for mean elevation and all this, you'll be looking at very small increments. So if we measured everything from baseline and not sea line, then you will find that the elevation starts at the baseline and not the sea line. Therefore, your results are different.
You know, sea level is based on multiple, mean sea level is based on multiple measurements over a 19-year period. You're aware of that?
Of what? I can't find one proof of anybody circumnavigating the world on one great circle, even close to a great circle. Even there's nothing even close to that. There's all evidence that things are different. The best we got was 1974, maybe or something like that. 1983 Voyager. They got 44,000 kilometers. They started at like Sacramento or something. They flew down at an angle to the equator, joined the equator, flew around, and they came up at an angle somewhere in the Pacific to get back to Sacramento at 44,000 kilometers. But if you track the route out and you do a bit of this and a bit of that, you don't have to manipulate it. That's the whole point. It's not manipulating something. They could easily have knocked out 44,000 kilometers with a much smaller Earth. Our equator is where our equator is, but it's a bit of this and a bit of that, isn't it? If everything is 25 degrees from the celestial off, then should we be halfway and measure everything halfway? Why would we choose the stars? We went from seeing the body, even the sun and the fucking celestial would have the same time. They've got both the same circumference, or whatever you want to call it, around the Earth, whatever. But yeah. The difference, we should be using celestial time, and if that's not good enough and you want a bit of both, then you go a celestial solar calendar, but they don't. They put it 4 minutes apart, and it changes everything. It changes measurements, and that's what I was trying to say earlier. If I'm talking too much, tell me to shut the fuck up, please.
Oh, this is good. The thing I want to bring out today is water and how water flows. This is where existential cognitive veiling is coming out, where you see something, you know it's obvious, right? But you just can't admit it to yourself. The veil comes down. Everybody knows how water flows, right? Now these guys are trying to convince me that water can flow uphill. It's amazing.
I reckon if you change the temperature of any of your experiments, you'll expand or contract the size of the water. So if you had some water at the top of something, or higher than something else, I would merely just need to heat the water up for it to start dribbling down. Yeah. So I would need
water, cold does cause water to expand, and you can argue that it might go above the container you put it in, but it's not going to flow. It's going to freeze there. Now that's the property of water. It's one of the few substances that actually expand when frozen instead of most other things which contract, but that doesn't suggest water flow.
Are you sure it's not the bacteria that's expanding?
I don't know what it is, to be honest with you. I don't know what it is, but it does expand.
I think it's the bacteria in the water that expands like a porous material. It just hydrates and then just causes that forcing. Here's one for you. You mix water and oil together. The oil floats on top of the water. Yeah. Now, if you get hot oil and you throw water into the oil, what happens?
It goes crazy.
It goes straight to the top.
Yeah. Don't ever do that. I learned that lesson when cleaning French fry fryers.
Yep.
Put water in there, bro. It's game over.
If you, I can change. I can prove stuff through cooking. I can prove that I can cook something quicker with a higher steam pressure. So you go past 100 to about 130 degrees, and you eject the water straight into the vegetable, and it cooks in seconds. It's because of the higher pressure of forcing the water at 100 degrees. But you get an extra 30% of forcing the water straight to the middle in a fraction of seconds. Not a fraction of seconds, in a short amount of time. So reducing your cooking time by 80%.
Absolutely. Like we all know how water flows, right? Can you convince anybody here besides these ballers that water can flow uphill? Has anybody ever seen that in their life?
If the water was in a bay and the bay was heated up, the water level would rise, therefore climbing water. But I guess I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, mate. I'm not trying to be facetious.
Hey, SE and Realm, I'm going to unmute General Shady. I think he has something he wants to contribute to the conversation. General Shady, if you can control yourself, please do. This is just going to be your warning. If we have to mute you again, we'll give you an official warning. So, go ahead.
Good modding, by the way, bro. Good. Cheers. Good modding.
Thanks.
It's very, very hard.
It is, and well done. Thank you for unmuting me. We all get a bit passionate, and I do try, but we all get a bit, I'll chat as much as I can, and I'll mute myself now and just listen in. Thank you.
So you didn't have anything to
do you
contribute?
understand the uphill water flow argument? Do you understand it? And what do you think of it?
I didn't really get it. I've missed a bit while I've been getting my earphones again, but I've missed a bit. Please reiterate if you'd like.
Well, we have people like Zanuck, Kosho, and some other people that argue that water can flow uphill. Now they come up with some cockamamie things, the geoid and the this oid and that oid, and they claim that water can flow uphill.
In certain circumstances, yes, it can.
How so?
Capillary action.
Yes, that's different. We're not talking about. We're talking about like a river.
You didn't. Yes, agreed, but you didn't specify. And yes, water can flow uphill.
I'll give you that. It can flow up a tight beaker.
Yeah,
but not uphill.
Trees use that to live, Mark.
That's not water flow.
reaction. Yes.
It's not water flow though.
It is. It totally is.
In a way, it is, but it's not.
in a
It's not
container.
flowing. It's being.
Capillary reaction requires a medium to travel up. It doesn't just happen in standing pool water. Capillary reaction does not just happen.
Well, water just.
Go ahead. You need a rope or a tree.
The float. So capillary action. If you do. Oh God.
Right. So provided a rope.
Geotechnics, where they test your land before you build your house. Like geotechnics or geo. It's basically they check the soil and the layers in your soil, and you can actually have water flow up a hill, over the hill, and down the other side to make a stream. It will do that.
Provided you have something to transport. I thought he was just talking about like a river flowing.
Yes, there is a medium. Yes.
Yeah, but he was just talking about straight water flow, like a river.
But you're asking if water can flow.
I think you did make a good case for your point.
Cheers. It's a bit irrelevant, I understand, but I'm just making that point. But if you can ask if water can flow up a hill, like up a drain, not really. Not without an external force on it, no. It will always travel down.
What about tides?
Yeah, and that's a good point. And I really don't want to go back here, because last night I asked the question about tides.
We all know. We all know that.
I know it went really south last night, and I'd prefer not to go there.
So it's my understanding that the tides are considered forces, right? So it's a tidal force. So the tide will push or move water.
No,
towards
it's not
the shore.
the tidal force.
And
it's gravitational force that causes the tide.
What about?
Not proven.
Sorry.
It is proven. It's fact.
No.
Yeah, you can deny it all you want, but it's fact.
So what is the cause of the tides? You say it's gravitational forces, but what is acting upon the ocean in order to cause the tides?
You just said it yourself.
Gravity is the action.
Gravitational pull, and from the moon and the sun, and the
so the moon. So your claim is that it's the moon.
Well, please explain. Now, I want 1 minute here to talk without you interrupting, please. Please explain why the tides happen to be coincidental with the moon. It just sort of kind of happens that way, that every time the moon's there, the tide's there.
So is it
you're denying that fact, which is utterly ridiculous. So your claim is that it has nothing to do with gravity or anything like that. But every time the moon is full and high in the sky and rolling over you, the water tends to follow it, aka the tides. And you are denying that and saying there is another reason. Now, please explain your other reason. No other exception, no other answer, just explain what is the other reason.
Yeah, so you have to allow me the space to be able to respond. So there is no direct correlation between the moon phase nor the moon's position in regards to tides. I live in a coastal area. I follow the tides very often. I surf. So tides are pretty important, as well as I'm a fisherman. So yeah, I track tides all the time. No, you can do it yourself. Trust me, I've gone through this with globe proponents in here. One of which might still be here.
Stop interrupting, man.
Bro, don't interrupt me. I gave you plenty of space to
fair enough. Yep,
repeat your point.
Yep.
Yeah. So I've gone through this with multiple globe proponents in here, ones that are, for the most part, cordial, and I think Aiken may or may not be in here at the moment. But I've looked into it. I can't find any direct correlation between the moon's position, and or the moon's phase when it comes to pinpointing tides. So, I mean, if you have some data that supports your claim, meaning you can give me tidal charts for multiple locations, and you can say, all right, here is the full moon, here is the position of the moon, and how that is consistent with the tides, then I'm willing to look at the information.
Can I ask you a couple of short questions? You've been out on fishing boats or something?
Yeah.
Cruise boats or just fishing boats, local fishing boats, or?
All of the above.
And your job had anything to do with navigation or anything?
Does my job have anything to do with navigation? No, I have 3 jobs, none of which deal with navigation.
Were you just bringing in nets, or were you guiding the boat, or?
No, fishing. I've chartered boats. I've been on.
You're on the deck. You're a deck worker, not the navigation.
Hanging out.
Right?
Yep.
So, if you are actually claiming that there is no correlation between the moon and the tides, you have the intellect of the 3rd grader, and I'm sorry to say that, but that's the fact.
Bro, I am the one that
claiming
unmuted
you are claiming to be someone who goes out.
I literally am the one that unmuted you because I thought you might be able to behave and not insult people. And the first thing you do is you literally insult me.
Well, that's not the first thing he did. Sorry to interject. The first thing he did is that he placed a claim that tides are directly correlated to the moon's phase and the moon's position. He provided fuck all to back up that claim. And then when you said that it's not there, that it's not so because you've got experience of it not being so, then he was asking for your citations, and then he was asking you personal shit about what job you do and stuff like that.
Yep.
So what a wanker.
Nay, don't do.
Yeah?
Just because I muted him for calling people names, so don't call people names, man. You know better. You've been here long
don't
enough.
be such a.
So General Shady, can you provide the information you claim to have regarding moon phases and tides? Can you provide me tidal charts for multiple locations?
You know that you follow the tides by the moon. If you are denying that, you have absolutely no knowledge of the sea whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. None. I don't need to provide evidence of that. You are denying frickin' 4,000 or 5,000 years of seagoing travel. You are denying everything. So please show me your evidence that the tides don't correlate with the moon, because
you had the positive.
For the last 4,000 years that we've recorded it.
You had the positive claim. You had the positive claim, right? So it would be incumbent upon you to provide evidence for your positive claim.
So we're going for that. You won't back your claim. You won't back anything up.
What was my claim?
Want me to. That's
what was my
typical flirt answer, and it's a crap. Because if you had anything to do with the ocean, anything to do
what was my claim
with the ocean, you would understand tides and the correlation with the moon.
What was my claim?
You said that the moon has nothing to do with the tides.
Why did I bring that up? Why did I bring up the moon and the tides?
You said that.
Why did I bring up the moon and the tides?
You said that the moon phase, the moon doesn't correlate with the tides.
Why did I say
that?
that?
I want you to show me. I'll bring up the last 4,000 years of fucking moon to tide charts, and I want you to bring up one fucking point where it doesn't correlate.
Yeah, I do it all. I do it all the time.
He's doing it all the time.
Yeah, do it all the time.
Do it right now.
You said you're a fisherman. You spent your time on the water, and the moon has nothing to do with the tides. Go, prove it.
So you
show me where the moon was above your head and you had low tide.
Over me. At this point, I'm about to kick you from the room because you can't control yourself. So here's the thing, bud. Your claim is the moon's gravitational force causes the tides. I said, that's not the case. So now it's incumbent upon me to prove a negative. How do I
you've
prove
just failed again?
You had the positive claim.
You said the moon has no correlation to the tides.
Correct. Prove to me it does.
Do it.
Prove to me it does.
I can. For the last 4,000 years.
How long is it going to be before you drop it in the text?
I'll go get it. I'll go get it. But while I'm getting that, I want you to show me where the tides and moon don't correlate. So I'll show you where it does, but I want you to show me where it doesn't.
So is your claim that?
Let's go.
Let's go. What?
Let's go. I'll go do it now. But
Buddy, General. Fucking mouth, bro. So is your claim? When is the highest tide? What is the moon phase and the moon's position at the highest tide? We'll just make this simple. General
We're
Shady.
beyond that now. We're beyond
Not
that
beyond
now.
that.
I'm going to go and bring up the tide and moon charts for the last 4,000 years.
Cool.
And I want you to bring up one fucking day where the moon doesn't correlate. Well, not maybe one day, but you bring up me a month. I'll bring 4,000 years. You bring me a month where the moon doesn't correlate to the tides. Come on, do it.
You're going to need multiple months if you understand how to figure out things. You're going to need multiple months
out and do
in
it.
order to, buddy.
Stop wimping out and do it.
If you're going to talk over me. All right, I'm just going to mute him so I can at least get this out, and then I'll step back from the conversation because I shouldn't be modding while having the conversation.
It's a useless task, bro. You'll see.
I know, but it's incumbent upon him, and I will give. Right, he has the positive claim that the moon's gravity causes tide. Right, causes the tides. So he should be able to give me, for a high tide, what the moon phase is going to be and the moon's location. And that should be consistent every single high tide, if that is the causal factor.
Absolutely.
Would everybody in the room agree with that?
If the moon causes the high tide.
Okay, so Moyak, what is your disagreement with?
Well,
the high tide should have a direct correlation back to a moon phase and a moon position, because that's the claim, right?
Right, but it's going to have a correlation to the fact that you have a full moon. But as far as the actual arrival time of a tide, that is going to be subject to the masses in motion. The velocity of the water, the shape of the bottom, the terrain. So you'll see a huge correlation between the phase of the moon, meaning a full moon you will have high tides, and a new moon you'll have low tides.
Okay. Well, in my area,
but you're not going to get an hour for hour when the moon is at the zenith tidal relationship.
Well, I don't think he knows that, but I appreciate the fact that you've at least looked into the tides not necessarily being directly underneath the position of the moon.
Congratulations, Moyoc. You now have the education of a third grader.
So
I also agree.
More obnoxious, toxic behavior on your part. That's very cool.
Anyways, guys, so Moyoc, in my area, my personal area in which I live in, the full moon is not when we receive the highest tides. And most people don't even know that there's multiple high tides per day. There are some times throughout the month when you only have one high tide per day.
Now,
but most people don't even understand that.
Are you saying that it's the full moon is not because I think new moon technically has higher, if I'm thinking about it correctly. So are you saying that it's
in my area? Yeah, my area it shifts around.
Mean both of those.
I'll have to go back and look at the charts in my area. It shifts around, but I want to say over the past 3 or 4 months, our highest tides have been in the half moon phase.
Interesting.
And what most people don't realize, I mean, if we're talking about tides, right? If we're wanting to look over a full moon cycle and we're trying to figure out high and low tides, we would want to be looking at the highest of the high tides, right? And the lowest of the low tides, because there is a high and a low tide every single day. There's actually 2 per day.
Right.
So if there's 2 tides per day, one, where's that correlation to the moon, right? And then if we're trying to say that the highest high tide and the lowest low tide has some sort of relation to the moon phase, to me it seems like it kind of cycles through the phase. There might be times when the full moon has the highest high tide, but it's not always the case. I've looked into this a lot and I've tried to pinpoint specific correlations. There really isn't one. And I've gone on with Bacon about this too. And, he even had to say, I'm going to put this aside until I can spend a lot more time on it, because his initial thoughts were very similar to probably this General Shady guy as well. And as he started to look into it, he's like, oh, okay, I might have been wrong. Let me do more looking and more plotting various locations and stuff like that. So,
and here's a problem though too. The other problem is, even the Globers will have to admit this too, correlation is not causation. So just because you correlate the tides with the moon phases or position of the moon, that doesn't mean that the moon is the cause of the tides. You're not done yet.
Very, very good point. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, but it also doesn't immediately eliminate something from the running.
Yeah, I mean, who knows?
Well,
there could be an electromagnetic.
Wait. No. See, that kind of rhetoric after that's been said is
Yes, thank you, Elijah.
What throws people off. No. The thing is, that was being brought as evidence for. So what it eliminates is a person's argument claiming they have evidence.
No. What I would say is that it actually adds to a body of evidence. So you can use correlated.
That's totally contradictory to what
sorry, I was talking, I guess. Okay,
I'm sorry, I was talking.
No,
Stop
I mean,
being so toxic and obnoxious, Tom.
Sorry, I did cut you off, but you can't say the literal opposite of what was just said, which is why I was rebutting it. That's ridiculous.
You have no cause and effect. You have only correlation. That's not science.
And then someone said, well, to be fair, that's not proof of its non-existence. Yeah, true. But see, when I say yeah, true, that ends the point, because you're saying something that's obvious. But other people, when they hear that, they go, well, it could be this, well, it could be that, and then you argue about that. No, the bottom line is, yeah, it's not proof of non-existence, but the point was this was supposed to be your evidence of in the first place, and we just went through how it isn't.
Can we let
well
him
said.
finish,
Thank you.
please?
So, can I have the air? I'd like to say something too.
Sure.
So, let's examine.
Let's let Moyak finish. I mean, he was in a mid sentence.
He was okay. Let's let Moyak finish then, and I hope I can go next.
He deafened himself.
Never mind. Go ahead.
He probably
Never
want to
learn
hear
anything.
what I have to say, but let's examine the ball claim about the tides, right? So what does the ball say? The ball says that you've got a solid ball and you've got it coated with a relatively thin to the size of the ball film of water. That's what the ball says. So now water is kind of frictionless, not entirely, but kind of frictionless, definitely more frictionless than the land is. So as it experiences gravitational pull from orbiting bodies and also the sun, then the water is pulled, right? It's pulled towards the direction of those bodies, right? So if you zoom out and you take a step back and you observe the shape, the solid ball is still gonna have its solid ball, like geoid whatever, chubbier in the bottom shape. It's gonna remain as it was, but the water is gonna acquire an overall egg shape, and the Earth is going to be rotating through it, right? Because the peaks of the egg will remain fixed in space. It will follow the sun or the moon or their vector or whatever. But the point is that they say that the tides happen because the water is quicker to respond and more sensitive to respond to the gravitational pull of the orbiting bodies and the sun. Now, if that was true, and I'm sitting where I sit on this rotating ball, it means that I'm gonna be facing a standing tidal wave that it's gonna be fucking kilometers high twice a day, right? So according to this paradigm, according to how the ball says the tides work, there's no way out of it. Every parcel of water on the Earth is gonna be affected, and you're gonna be getting a uniform tide that's gonna be hitting you twice a day. So all you need to demonstrate that this is not so is just to find one black swan event, like just find one place in the world where you don't get tides. That's it.
We have 2 tides a day, totally predictable, in sync with the moon.
Incorrect. There's many places which are called nodes, which there are no tides. So what Foolish just said is absolutely correct.
Yes, correct. Around land masses, the tides change. There's areas in I think Japan, in some of the bays or seas of Japan, where it's like 50 feet, or Canada or Alaska, it's like 50
We
feet.
have the record tide here in Canada, yeah.
Yeah, where are you, bro? If I may.
Well, I'm in Canada. If you're talking to me, I'm in Canada, in Montreal.
Not my.
Really quick, can I interject? I mean, I really don't like it that you're asking personal questions to the people here.
No,
what does it
I didn't mean
from?
that. He just said he was, and I
why are you asking him?
I just tripped over myself, but he said,
why are you asking him? Why?
It's
no problem.
Montreal.
Everybody knows where I'm from, bro. No, I don't. No
yeah,
worries.
That's what I
His
just
name
tripped
is
over
literally
myself with
SC
that. You
Montreal,
said
guys.
SC
Everyone
Montreal,
relax.
and I've gone, bugger, he's in Montreal, of course. Yes.
Yeah, it's the second time you do this. It's the second time you do this in under 5 minutes.
It wasn't anything like that. It was just his experience with the tide.
Why are you talking over me while I'm asking you why you're doing this?
Because
just let him go, and
explain
then you
what I
can
did
go,
in
dude.
it. There was
Let
no
him
problem,
go, and
bro.
then
There's no
it's your
problem.
turn. Hey, can you hear me, Dances?
Yes.
Who's the guy? Who's the other guy talking?
That's
He's the guy
Shady
talking.
talking.
He's the guy talking over
right.
me while I'm asking him what is his motive of asking
Let
personal questions on the server about
yeah,
people.
let him go,
There
and then
was
you can
no
go.
there was no personal question.
$3,000. Buy that right now. Versa. Talking out loud.
Mike.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Shady. To interrupt people. All right, we already chased Moyak off.
Moyak seems to be chased off easily lately. What's going on?
I mean, that was surprising though. SE, I never knew you were from Montreal.
I know, right?
I was thinking
Yeah,
Germany.
I have a YouTube channel too, in case anybody wanted to know.
Yeah, nobody knows I'm from
Good.
Montreal, especially Rakia, who makes fun of me on a daily basis that I'm from Montreal, northerner. Nobody's heard I'm from Montreal. You got to
Anyways,
get
go
with the
ahead,
program,
Shady.
Shady.
Did you have some kind of point you wanted to make or something, Shady?
Nah, they look not to demean Shady, right? But I know these guys. They come from gems. They don't have arguments. They're just used to whatever a flat earther says, quote unquote, right? They're just used to saying that and making fun of him. They really don't have an argument because where they come from, 20 guys will jump in and call you dumb, stupid. You don't know this. You don't.
Yo,
So
he was about to correct Moyak Man. Moyak Man was saying some stuff out of the textbook. You know what I mean? He just thought Moyak was a flat earther, so he comes across that correcting tone. And it's like I can hear that tone a mile away before I ever hear your objective or you give a shit about what I'm going to say anyway. So like,
yeah,
that's not
bro.
the
And
best way to approach
tell
it.
him. Yeah. And I even had to tell him, you're talking to a flat a baller, right?
I was so I don't know why you said that. I was had my popcorn out and everything for that shit.
Because I knew, bro, nothing would change. I know this guy. You understand? That's
makes
why
a
I
point.
warned
Yeah.
the mods here. I know this dude. This is a gem dude. This guy's from Gem. He's one of the worst people. Like, sorry to talk bad about him, but he's one of the Pinkertons, and they're just vile people that just insult. That's what they do.
I'd say, but if you think that, then you must have the IQ of a gnat.
Prove me wrong. We'll go to Gems together right now. Let's see if we can have a conversation. You're in for it?
No, I hung out with. I've been around Gem enough to know the deal. Fine.
Yeah, that's my whole point. I mean, I'm just saying facts. I mean, I'm not insulting or I've been through this. I've been on 10, 15 to 1 in Gems, and I know what it's like.
Every room is different.
The funny thing I find about gyms is it's like the opposite of a place like this, right? Where it's like, if you're starting to have like a cordial, normal conversation and are starting to like progress in any way, shape, or form, you get muted so that the insults can be lambasted upon you, as opposed to here where it's like if you're insulting, then you get muted so that the conversation can progress. That's what I've noticed.
Well, I'll go against that one. I'll say the truth. Me, when I go in there, I get free reign. Nobody mutes me, so I won't unless I'm talking with Gem. If I trigger Gem, then he'll mute me, but then he'll unmute me. So I can't say I have a problem of muting in Gems. I'll be honest, but the vitriol that comes my way is just unbelievable.
Lambasted. What is that word?
They take a baster and a broth.
Yeah, like when you
Yeah.
when you paste not a turkey, a lamb. You know, while a
when you
lamb is
paste the lamb, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's even greasier than it normally is. That's
yeah. Nobody can argue with me on that. Anybody here from Gems, they know exactly. They probably heard me many times in there. That's just what goes on. The complete opposite of here. Here, yeah, there is a lot of ballers, but they get to speak, and if they're if they're vile, they get muted. I mean, I would expect the same from me.
Yeah. Is there room on that soapbox?
Step up.
Go ahead, prove me wrong.
No, this is
And
good. It's a
anything I
good
say
room.
about Gems is wrong.
I think at least it's nice in here that there's a assumption that possibly you're going to have some dignity while you speak. That's nice.
Not possibly. You have to be polite, or you're going to get thrown out.
And the presumption is that you will get that, right? And the presumption is that don't expect that over there. That's all.
No, there you will be allowed to talk. My experience, but you will be like if somebody insults you, no mod is going to stand up and say, "Hey, what did you just say?" Like that's not going to happen. It's free reign. So, example, I'll have the Queen insulting me all day long. Generally shady. All the boys over there, Curved. Well, Curved has been quite quiet lately, so I can't pick on him. But you know what I mean. The regulars.
Calm down. I only asked you we went when I dropped out. I was asking where you lived, and all that was happening. I don't know what you heard of what I said because my net dropped. I didn't
So this
mean
has nothing to do with
to
you,
ask
bro.
you. I didn't mean to ask you personally, but you said Canada, and yeah, because those tides, I've seen those tides. I didn't mean someone else took offense to that. I didn't mean anything, and I think you know that, SE.
Yeah, no worries. No offense taken. No worries.
Yeah. Cheers. Thank you. My net dropped out right when I was trying to say that, and I didn't know if you heard me or not. So, you know me better than that. I'm not going to do that.
Look, you see how we are. You see how I am. I know you've been vitriolic towards me, really badly. You're one of the worst trolls against me. I know you hate me, but notice the respect I'm giving you
Mate,
here.
I don't hate you, mate. I do not. I do not. I'm passionate, and I get uppy, and you do too, and we have our banter, whatever. But I'm most willing to be reasonable when we can and have a chat. We might not agree. That's fine. I struggle with, and I don't know how this comes across. The dishonesty of flat earthers, because it.
Give an
Having
example where you
information.
think I've been dishonest. Give an example.
It's not. I'm not saying you lie directly. Please understand that. It's the understanding level of.
That's the only way to be dishonest. You know that, right?
No, it's not really. It's not. It's
Yes, it is. When
well,
you're dishonest, it's usually intentional.
it's
Are you
the
saying that flat earthers don't lie?
it's the intellectual or self-reflection where you're not thinking about what's happening, and that's where conspiracy theorists tend to go. That's the psychological path of you mistrust, and I get it. I don't trust government, mate. I do not trust government. Right?
What's that got to do with the lack of measurement?
It's the what?
Yeah.
Did you
What's
say
that
lack
got
of measurements?
What's that got to do with the lack
You
of
just
geometry claim?
you just swapped the entire conversation. Just step out for
Well,
a second.
no,
SE,
I mean,
mate,
wait,
I'm really
that's
glad.
kind of
I'm really
disrespectful.
glad. SE, I'm really glad we've had a good chat and we're at that level. That's cool. I'll leave it at that. And
But how
Same here,
rude was
bro. Let's
that?
keep
You
up
were sitting
the
here
love
you
instead
were
of the
sitting
hate.
here psychoanalyzing, what dishonest actually means in the mind of a conspiracy theorist. And all I said was, what's that got to do with geometry? of the claimed Earth, and you're like, well, now you're switching. Isn't that kind of weird?
No, it's not. It's called you don't accept psychological evidence. Sorry, geometric evidence. You won't accept it because of your psychology. You refuse to learn. You refuse evidence. You will not take,
for example,
anything that you think is authority.
Broad
You do not
generalization.
want to take
Can you give me an
anything from
example?
authority. And the
Can you give me an
point is,
example?
authority does not mean
Yo,
this.
the
In
monologue
education,
is continuing. I just want an
in
example so we can continue the conversation. Just
in
one
education,
example.
in education,
His monologue.
knowledge, mate, knowledge. It's not authority. It's gained knowledge over history.
So this isn't a communication. This is a critique.
Yeah. Hey, Snacks, what do you think is different about Shady since like 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago, when we were like having a conversation earlier? I detect a difference, a different Shady.
Like a different chemistry. I don't know.
Something.
The chemistry is a little off. It was really nice before. It was all happy, good stuff.
Because now we're talking about actual things. So now it's like
no
the
actual
very thing, the very
no, go-
thing,
Elijah.
the very thing that they claim, the very thing that he just psychoanalyzed conspiracy theorists for, is the very thing that's happening.
But Elijah, if you talk to him about special effects or pyrotechnics, he's your buddy for like an hour. He'll go
Right.
on and on
Yeah,
about
man.
that.
That's the point that I'm. That's the point that I'm.
Why?
That's the point I'm
Because
making.
I know, but like that's because that's an area of his centered expertise, and he can talk about it, and he can be egoic about it, and everyone will enjoy him. But the second we start to ask him questions that are difficult about proving his model, or even just to back up his dissension, like we don't even get that. So there's no confidence there.
I didn't even ask
These are
about
one word.
that. All I asked was what does all I asked was what does what you're talking about conspiracy theorists have to do with geometry?
Exactly. I was saying like
he could have said nothing. That would have been a reasonable response. Nothing.
I would say the change is due to something called alcohol. That's just me, though.
Alcohol over time equals a lack of an argument.
Well,
No,
and even
he's
the
maintained.
lowered.
He's maintained the lack of an argument this entire time.
Sure, but his guard has been lowered, and so he starts to say things that he actually thinks and feels.
There's a little more surly rudeness.
Yeah, surly. Yeah, there you go.
But when Gio was here, he was all good boy. But I know how things change from hour to hour.
What are you guys talking about?
You know what's intriguing? You can have a conversation about anything, it seems, with anybody, except the shape of the earth. When that comes into play, people just turn like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde kind of a thing. Now, ask yourself why that is.
I kind of agree there. I see. It's like politics or geopolitics, like countries or religion or something like that. Like we all have, but if you just go to normal chat about life, everything's cool. But we are passionate about other things.
Oh, what are you passionate about? Are you passionate about something that's being discussed right now?
I'll discuss anything you like, but it's hard to not be passionate about things,
Like
We're
what?
all
Like what are you passionate about? Yeah, man. Tell me. Yeah. It sounded
I'm
like
just
earlier.
I'm
It sounded
just
like
saying.
earlier you were passionate about pyrotechnics, man. Like you were on about that. No hostility, no snarkiness, no surliness. But for some reason now there's something that you're passionate about, but there's a different Shady. Will the real General Shady please stand up?
And I explained to someone before that I have a problem with my jaw where I slur my speech. Yes, I've had a few drinks. Yes, I've had a few drinks.
Yeah.
But I've had a couple of cones. I smoke. Who cares?
I don't care. It's just funny that it's a
It's just all
start.
cordial.
My attitude doesn't change. All right. Some we get passionate. That's fine. But my attitude doesn't change overall.
All right.
I mean, Effie and I have had yelling matches, man. Like, but I'm glad to sit and talk to him and have a chat. And I'm sorry that was misconstrued when I asked him where he's from, but that was just about that. And if we can talk about tides, I'd really like to do that.
Well, the whole thing was like Napalm was saying that there's an inconsistency in being able to, for you to assert that moons are the sole cause of tides. And then, you know, just because he has a counter opinion to you, you think that that means that he's like in grade school. So that shouldn't be the initial thing that you're going to hit with. It should be some facts or something, you know, fact slapping.
Well,
If that's what you have.
But I did, man. Like every tidal chart on the planet for the last
So for 4,000 years, they've been charting tides all over the place, all over.
I don't know.
You're saying
But you know
4.
what I'm saying.
You cited 4 several times. 4,000 years.
You know what I'm saying, all right? The whole thing is that
I do know what you're
seafarers
saying.
all those times and farmers, anyone.
Oh, help me.
Roboting in the background.
Oh. Anyway, when you were given the opportunity to prove your case, I don't think it was 2 seconds before you just reached right for the holster and pulled out an ad hom, or you know what I mean, something to make somebody else feel less than smart, obviously because they disagree with you. Which then you said that flat earthers have a problem where they always think they're right, but it seems like you're the person who thinks that. And it's like, I'm very confused about things these days.
Agreed. Okay. Agreed. I was a bit funky, right? But the point was that he said, however, said that they've been fishing for whatever, and if you don't understand the moon and the tides when you're fishing,
if you don't understand wave activity and you're a surfer,
you can actually refute the moon and the tide correlation.
Don't you think that this
ever been out on a boat?
Bro, don't you think?
Don't
you think every surfer in the world would be telling me, "Yo, fucking surf's up, it's full moon"?
He's not really answering any questions directly. I don't know how it's like Drunken Master. I don't know how.
Go ahead,
but also, I don't know why you cut me off, bro. I don't know what room you come from, but
the surf is wind driven.
You gotta stop doing. You gotta stop doing this. I was talking. Get it? He's not answering any questions. Is it? Can anybody just pull one question? Okay, what is the change? What is
Just
the difference?
leave him behind. Leave him behind. Is there somebody else here?
If you formulate a question, he'll ask you a question back.
Give me a question, or answer one of mine.
I swear, I'll bet you $10 he answers a question back with a question. It's been done. We've tried this.
No, don't
Hey,
do
my
it.
friend, do you know what sophistry is? Did you know it's very remedial and lame and boring to be a sophist?
Give me a question, or answer a question. Do something. Come on.
I just asked you a question.
Here.
Do
I'm
you
being
know
nice. Everyone is now attacking me again, and I've just been really nice.
Oh,
I just asked you a question. I calmly asked you a question. I said, "Do you know what
hilarious.
Do you know what sophistry is?"
What is?
Sophistry.
No, not really.
Okay. Well, you should go look up the word sophistry, and then you should make sure that you do everything in your power not to be a sophist, because it's considered the most remedial, inefficient way to debate. Okay. And that's what you're doing.
Okay.
You're using sophistry.
That's cool. Well, what you might like to do yourself, if I may suggest, is go and look up actual science.
Science.
And
Yeah, I think I know more about science than you do, my guy.
You know, just so.
I'm gonna start
Just
calling
saying,
these
I think I
people.
know
We
more
got
about your
we gotta
belief.
popularize calling them Sophie, and that goes for all topics, not even just flat Earth. It's like, yo, look at Sophie over here, like, and we use that to kind of popularize the actual definition, because usually people use terms and then they kind of forget how it's defined. Like the word kind of loses power because people use it however they want, or they just use it like kind of in a loose way that they saw someone else, and so it's exampled and used in that way. But like to call somebody a Sophie and they go no no no, and then you like pull up a video that says, "Look at our exchange. I asked him this. He literally didn't respond here. He asked me this question. Look, I responded directly here. Then I asked him a question. He didn't when did he respond in this exchange? Like that would be so funny if Sophie was something that sophists would call. Hey Sophie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
but his
yeah, just
point,
so you know, my friend, sophistry is using fallacious arguments, trying to deceive people as if you won the conversation. Okay, and that's what you're doing. You're being a
that is
sophist, and it's really disrespectful to people. Now, I get on the internet. You get to be tough, and you can act like you can disrespect people by just whistling right past what they say and saying all kinds of fallacious arguments and ignoring it. So ad homs and red herrings and straw mans and I get it. It's easy on the internet, but I'm just letting you know it's really lame. Okay, like in the real world, real intellectuals think sophistry is the epitome of stupidity. I just want to let you know that if you want to debate someone and you're so smart and flat earth are so stupid and we just don't understand science, the last thing you would have to do is implement sophistry.
Now, you wanna shut the fuck up and let me reply?
Yeah, sure, please rebut.
I've been sitting here for about 3 minutes, quiet.
That's what's up.
Good boy. Good boy.
What's your rebuttal, man?
You're full of shit.
Oh, you responded with the fallacy.
Because I just said that to bring out a point that you're a Witsit fan. You bring
I
out
am
big
Witsit.
words. Shut the fuck up, mother. I'll just let you talk for 3 minutes. Now you can sit down, little boy, and listen.
I
Right?
am Witsit. Just
You
so
are
you know, I'm
just
not a
saying.
Witsit fan. I am literally
You
Witsit.
have just stated everything Witsit. You have just talked a load of word salad, meaningless, intellectual rubbish. Wannabe intellectual rubbish.
Intellectual rubbish.
I gave you 3 minutes. Shut the fuck up. You've done nothing but bring crap. And it's a Witsit word salad fucking extraordinaire. Congratulations for being a parrot.
All right, just so you know, I'm not a Witsit fan. I'm literally Witsit. Okay, like this is Witsit. I don't know what your obsession with that guy is, though. Like,
There you go.
If he gave you word salad to digest, I'm pretty sure you're a fat bitch.
Right.
this dude said I was a Witsit fan.
Illogical,
This is too funny,
unreasonable.
man. You gotta admit, this is too funny.
He said
It
I'm
is.
This is the exact same way a conversation yesterday morning went over at
It's
24/7.
fucking hilarious.
right. So
I was talking
obviously,
to some dude that he wanted to play a little psychology course game, and in the end, well, initially he affirms the consequent, which he denied. Till I said, well, instead of go back and forth about it, do you want to just pull up the definition and then see if you formulated the fallacy? He's like, yeah, sure, and then he concedes that. But then we keep moving on, and then he strawmans me while hijacking my position. And I'm like, no, 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 no. My position is what you said your position is, and you're arguing against the point you were making that I was arguing against.
yeah, you must be an Elijah fan.
And he literally said, you're lying. And I said, I'll pay you $50 and concede in front of everybody right now if you can go to the live stream and pull up what you said I said. You know what he did? He called me the N-word. and started exploding like this guy. Well, you called him a
No.
butt ass, so you're just as bad because that's what you mean.
He
Those
called you a
feelings.
nincompoop?
Yeah. See, those feelings are exactly the same feelings that he just gave Witzer. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Let's leave the feelings aside, man. That's kind of lame.
That's amazing.
These guys
Oh,
have
please, you know.
I've never seen anything
What
like
up?
that.
Let's go.
I've never
Okay, here,
seen
can I ask the baller dude a question? And since you're so much smarter than me, can you explain how
What's
where's the
a
inertia?
wordie? What's
all
a
magnetic
wordie for nothing else means nothing.
Hey, my guy, if all magnetic fields have an inertial plane, then where's the inertial plane?
Here we go with the word salad.
How's that word salad?
You don't understand anything, mate. All you do is try and sound smart by using words. But
It's
you
called a
don't
block.
actually make a point or get anywhere. And
It's called a block
everyone
wall.
knows it.
Oh, wait.
Everyone knows it.
Can
It's called a
Witzer
block
get like
wall.
can Witzer get like 10 minutes just him with no interruptions? This would be such a great clip right now from like just after I stop talking. Like whatever comes after this, I'm sure would be an amazing clip. Yeah, that's what I suggest. We need clips.
I'm holding you to not interrupting for 10 minutes, Elijah.
Oh,
I'm
let
starting
them
my
go
watch.
at it. Yeah,
I'm
good
starting my
idea.
watch.
Okay, so there's something called an inertial plane or a block wall and a magnet plane of inertia. Where if there's a magnetic field in the Earth, where would the plane of inertia be on the globe? Nothing, bro.
General Shady, that question was directed towards you.
More word salad, lack of understanding of physics, anything. You just make shit up and then ask for an answer to your own bullshit.
Okay,
So nothing you said made sense in any form of modern science. Nothing.
It's called a block wall and a magnet. You can look it up. It's well known.
Well, you can look up all kinds of shit, mate. But you talk crap. You don't understand what you're talking about, and you just rant.
So are you
The
denying
word salad you talk about may impress your little friends here and there, but the general population of intelligent people laugh at you because you're just talking word salad.
You're not intelligent.
Just to clarify, word salad means you say something that is incoherent and doesn't make sense. Like,
Yeah, exactly. Every word that comes out of your mouth.
No, you're gonna let him finish because he wasn't done
Sorry,
speaking.
just had to.
Yeah, word salad would be like chicken, 7, Y, and yesterday. That's word salad. Okay, I didn't do that. I said magnetic fields have an inertial plane or a block wall through the middle of them, a plane of inertia. If we have a magnetic field in the Earth and the Earth's a globe, where's the inertial plane or block wall on the globe?
Well, you know so much about it. You tell me more.
Okay, Harvard, for example, says that we can't fully explain it yet on the globe.
Can you fully explain magnetics?
I think I have a pretty viable. I think I have a pretty viable explanation for magnetics. Yeah.
Please do.
So you're gonna just not answer the question, though. You're gonna now ask me to explain magnetics.
No. I'm slightly dissecting your reply, and I'd like an answer because you brought magnetics into this. So I'd like your understanding of magnetics, please.
Well, just on the basic level, that there's a magnetic field, right? We can look at the magnetic field, and we know that there is an inertial plane through the middle of it, right? So as to what magnetism is, really is pretty irrelevant at this point. We know that there's a magnetic field on the Earth. Now, you don't know what magnetism is. Particle
You
physics
have
to this
just
day doesn't know.
stated.
I'm talking. Now, you don't know what magnetism is. Particle physics doesn't know what magnetism is. If you go to every Ivy League school in the world and you go to their physics department, they will say, we don't know what magnetism is. So that's because of particle physics and materialism and atomism. I think I can explain it. Yeah, centrifugal divergence and centripetal convergence. You will say that that's word salad because you don't comprehend it and are inept, which is why this would be a futile conversation. Would you like to just acknowledge the first point, which is that magnetic fields have an inertial plane, and where would that plane be on a globe?
Okay, now I've given you about 2 minutes there, I think, something like that. Can you please mute yourself for 2 minutes?
Oh, I'm not an atheist psycho. I can actually have self-control.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. All right. So, A, you couldn't explain magnetics to me. You again ranted on with some crap, but you couldn't actually explain the mechanics of magnetics to me. Neither really can science, technically. It's a bit of a lost thing, but we don't quite get it. We understand it, but we can make predictions about it, but we don't really understand it entirely. A force that produces a field that produces a force across a distance. Magnetics, right? Strangely enough, it sounds like gravity, but it's not. But the same shit. Same shit. It produces a force across a distance, an attraction across a distance. You are making ridiculous bullshit claims that have nothing to do with science. You are still spinning word salad that you don't understand. You are saying that this is magnetics and this is blah 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 blah, but you don't understand magnetics. Go.
Okay. So all of quote-unquote science knows that there is something called a block wall inside of a magnetic field. You're right that modern science claims they don't understand magnetism. This is because of particle physics and the confinement of materialism, and that everything must be particles, and particle physics makes a prediction about magnetism, and it's been proven wrong. So that's why I say don't understand it. But that is pretty irrelevant. All these scientists that say they don't understand it, they do know there's something called a block wall in a magnet, though. You can look at it underneath a ferrocell or supercell, and you will see that there's an inertial plane, a plane of inertia or rest in between a magnet in the middle. Okay? And all magnetic fields have this. So the question is if we have a magnetic field in the Earth, which we certainly do, where is the inertial plane on the globe?
Okay. Again, you make things sound very technical, and this is your new cliche word, your new clickbait, your new, was a section a while ago. That was this and it was that. Now it's a block wall in magnetics. Dude, I'm not even going there because black swan, it's a this, it's a that, it's a fucking new, it's electrostatics, it's disequal, it's this a new fucking word every month, and you fail every time.
Let's just be
and
honest, dude. You
move
don't
on
have any
to
constructive response at all, dude. You're not even offering
Yeah.
any
you
sort of
move
rebuttal
He's
or
not using
constructive
a new
response
word.
at all. You're
I wasn't.
pathetic, dude.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we were going to let
Dude,
the 10
don't call
minutes run
names.
out.
Okay, don't call names.
Well, okay, so this is what I talked
What's
to you
it?
about earlier. It's sophistry, right? Where you use fallacious arguments.
no,
That was an
just
ad
give me
hoc.
30 seconds more and then I will stop entirely.
No, we're not.
But
You're monologuing on points
mate,
that you're not making the point.
please, just 30 seconds
No,
and I'll
if
stop.
you're unless you're gonna address what he said and not address the words
What
he's
did he
using, because
say? You explain to me what he said.
No, all you have to do, Shady, look,
Anyone
okay,
here in
hold
chat,
on.
anyone
No,
here in chat, please explain to me what Witsit just,
no, we're
all
not going
his
to do
points.
Shady.
Please
We're not.
explain to me,
Okay,
because
great.
you don't understand it, because no
Okay.
one understands it.
Okay, great. Shady, we're not going to do your job for you since it's 1v1 with you and Austin. All you have to do is tear down his claim that there's a block wall. Just do that. Just tear down the plane of inertia. Just do that, man.
Why do I have to bother with a plane of inertia and a block wall?
Because you're not a sophist, are you? You're not a sophist. I believe in you, Shady.
Why do
You
I
can
have
do
to
this.
address that particular point when I made points of tides and other shit? It's been rotated into fucking Witsit's little block wall and bullshit.
Well, when I came in here, what happened was you were just kind of ranting with sophistry. So I defined sophistry for you: the use of fallacious arguments with intention to deceive, effectively. And then I
Which is
just
what we
said,
talked about with
you then now you're feeling the need to impulsively interrupt because you know that I'm going to calmly and coherently expose you with efficacy. So what I've then done was, as you called us all science and I said we need to learn science, I said, okay, since you know so much about science, maybe you can help me out with a question that none of these physicists have been able to answer. Okay, there's something called a block wall or an inertial plane or a domain wall. Okay, it's a plane through the middle of a magnet. I asked you about it. You basically just denied that it existed. Okay, because you don't have an answer, because an answer doesn't exist. See, you're incapable of intellectual thought, meaning I'm thinking for myself and I figured out this doesn't work on the globe. You can only regurgitate what consensus is. As consensus does not have an answer for you regarding magnetism, you don't have an answer. So ironically, you're projecting your own ineptitude, right? And this is a typical use of sophistry. It's very lame. Now, you've accused me of word salad, but what I'm saying is very coherent and does make sense. It's verifiable. So you could just say, I don't know. You could say, I don't know where the inertial plane or the domain wall would be on a globe Earth. And then we can move on from there. But it seems that you lack the intellectual integrity to do that.
All right, I'll give you this, okay? Not completely up with block walls and whatever. Not completely there. I understand basics of magnetic fields, etc., etc. Might not be up to date with that, okay? Is that okay?
Okay, yeah, cool. So this is a problem for the globe, though, right? Because all magnetic fields we see have this thing. It's like a plane of inertia. I'll drop a picture for you when I get out of the car. You can just look at them, right? So just like as an individual that just wants to know truth, this should intrigue you, right? Because there's a plane through the middle of every magnetic field. It's this horizontal inertial plane. And question, how could that be on a globe, right? Like, where would that be?
Can I question that a little? If you got a bar magnet, right?
Yeah.
So you got to so it's like 2 inches long and half an inch square, right?
Uh-huh.
So you've got the field around that. Correct? You got north, south, 2 inches long, half an inch round. So at the end of your north and south, the magnetic fields radiate out, turn around, make a connection. Correct?
Yeah, it's a toroid. Yeah.
You've just said there's a plane. What plane? When you've
Right
got
through
a
the middle.
toroid. What plane?
Yeah, right. So if you drew a toroid, you would draw a line right through the middle of that toroid.
In which direction?
Horizontal.
Horizontal, yeah.
What? Like east, west?
You could
Like
say east, west, relative to the pole.
Equatorial, for lack of a better word.
If you wanted to say that relative to the convention of North and South poles.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, like
And it would be on the equator of the globe?
A really simple one. Stand a basketball up and cut it fucking horizontally across the middle. That's what you say. That's your plane of inertia. Or your plane.
You don't cut anything. Like if you actually cut a magnet in real life,
it's equatorial.
To North and South poles. Yes, horizontal.
Equatorial.
If that makes you feel better. So are you claiming that the inertial plane or domain wall is on the equator of the globe?
No, I'm still trying to understand what you're talking about with this block wall.
Well, Austin, maybe address whether or not you're going to stick with his reference to a bar magnet. Is that what you would refer to this discussion to?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Any magnet in the world, every magnet that exists has one. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, every magnet is a dipole.
That's irrelevant to what I just said.
So
Look, I'm about to walk into my computer.
There's a north and a south, and what you're talking. All I wanted to figure out was if you're talking there's a north and a south, and what you're talking about this block wall is equatorial, and I think we've, as so to speak.
How does a bar magnet? Where's the equator on a bar magnet?
Across the center between north and south.
Yeah, you can say it like that if you want to.
Yeah, we get it, right? We're on the same page.
Because it destroys the globe.
No, because that's equatorial, and we have the North Pole and the South Pole, and we have an equator, and we have a magnetic field.
Yeah, but you're going to have to, right? But then you're going to have, right? But then you're going to end up with 360 planes of inertia.
No,
Well,
you just said North and South Pole of the magnet, and the equatorial is the plane of inertia.
Yeah, but the orientation,
that is the
right?
Equator on the globe.
No.
Now
But
there's 360 of them. No.
Yeah, because it's a plane of inertia, right? You have it everywhere you move on the Earth. Otherwise, you're going to have to appeal to a sphere of inertia, which is not what it is, right?
There, I've dropped a picture for you. Okay, so you see this plane right here. If you're saying it's the equator, it would have to go through the matter of the Earth, which wouldn't work because it's an inertial plane. Pressure's being mediated from both sides. So if it's on the equator of a globe, you would have to draw this line through the entire globe Earth, which would separate the Earth.
I'm trying to find it. I'm going to have a laugh. I'm just trying to find it.
Yeah, just go to the voice text right there. I dropped a picture. These are ferrocell images. And I've actually done this myself. You can just get a magnetic film and hold it over any magnet, and you'll see the plane. It's actually pretty fascinating. It's called a block wall, a domain wall, or an inertial plane would be a more accurate description.
Where'd you get this?
Where did I get this?
Yeah.
This is a ferrocell image. I got it on the internet. But I mean, I've done it myself. So you mean to drop the video I did?
Yeah, I've got one myself. I used it to fucking test motors when they.
You've got what? You got what? A ferrocell? I doubt it.
Yeah, I
doubt
used it to. I got a 50 mil square ferrocell. I used it to test motors, electric motors, in washing machines and shit. It's so easy.
Did you make the ferrocell?
No, I bought it out of China. I bought 3 of them for like fucking $10.
Okay, well, this is not what I'm talking about. A ferrocell, like a supercell, where you have 2 flat planes of glass. You put oil in there and ferrofluid, and then you
the magnetic field. It's like a sheet of fucking film. That's
not a ferrocell,
dude. Show you the magnetic field.
Okay, yeah, that's the film. That's not a ferrocell. Those are different.
That picture is on the right.
Yeah, that top right picture, sure. That's all we need for this anyway.
Anyway, let's calm down.
Ferrocell has a magnet at the house, bro. What you can do is you can take this film and you can hold it over any of your magnets. I have a bunch of neodymium iron magnet, boron iron magnets, right? And all of them have this inertial plane to the middle of it. Now, on a flat Earth, right, on a plane Earth, we would live.
I need to stop it a little, maybe, please. You are calling it an inertial plane.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, I think that's a more accurate description because it's a plane of inertia where it's like got complete rest.
No,
it's unchanging.
No, I would not probably. I get what you're saying, but I'd probably not use that word.
Fair enough. Okay, so like, if you look it up, mainstream's not going to give you this word for sure. But like you just said earlier, mainstream doesn't even claim to understand magnetism. So this is not a conversation. This is why I like to talk about magnetism so much, because Bob, please don't interrupt me so much, man. Like, I'm being respectful to you, man. So the reason I bring magnetism up is because the baller's go-to method is to always just go to Google, type it in, and then come repeat the answer. And even though they don't understand the answer or anything, they say it with a lot of confidence because, well, they have consensus on their side, right? They can't do this with magnetism because consensus doesn't have an answer for magnetism. Right?
But when we research correctly, we don't just Google. When you do proper research, you go to educational departments, you go to universities, you go to independent studies. Like, there's many different ways. You don't just Google. Google will give you the top result that Google wants you to see. And
well, tell the Globers that, bro.
Well, we all do. That's the thing. That's the thing. Most flirts don't. And I'm sorry to use that name, but
dude, I bet I've read more educational papers than you ever have. So like we can leave all the name calling and mudslinging out of it, right? Like we can just talk about the actual.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I do it. But you get me, right?
Oh my god.
But when you say you've read more educational papers than I ever have,
maybe not. I don't know you.
I don't doubt that you've read a lot. You do know some shit. You do. I give you that.
Yeah. So do you agree though that like word salad's kind of like a lazy critique of me, right? Like I don't use word salad. Like I'm gonna use some terms that people aren't familiar with, but that's not equivalent to word salad, right? Like I gave you an example of word salad. It would be keyboard, car, yesterday, 7, blue. That's word salad, right? Like something that literally doesn't make coherent sense. I don't do that. I said that magnetism is, well, this is how I would define magnetism. And the response is always word salad because no one understands what I'm saying. That doesn't make it word salad though. Okay. Magnetism is basically, magnetism is the dielectric field and you have centrifugal, listen man, you have centrifugal divergence and centripetal convergence. It's a superposition of these two motions. Right? And you have a conjugate geometric expression of a hyperboloid and a toroid.
Okay. Can we get a mod here?
Just have a
driving right now, man.
Please.
Talk all over him the whole time.
What's
up? No,
man?
stop calling for Witsit. Just let him finish.
Yeah, because I can't mod while I'm in a discussion, right? It would seem unfair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't be muting people right now. I'm driving.
Stop
we don't have to,
Jeremy.
I got it.
We don't have to get into the intricacies of magnetism because that's a whole conversation. We can, but I didn't want to necessarily take over the whole room or whatever, right? Like, I think I understand magnetism, and mainstream science says they don't. So at the least, we're on level footing, right? But all I'm trying to say is one thing we do know, whether or not we can agree on what magnetism is, what we do know is that when we look at a magnetic field, it has a block domain wall. It has an inertial plane, right? And so just applying logic, we're like, well, we have a magnetic field on the Earth, and the globe model claims we do. So the question is, where is it at on the globe? Now, the logical answer for a glober is instinctively to say the equator. But that does not work. It has physical implications because there could not be material there. That would run right through the Earth. Therefore, the Earth would have to be separated, which it obviously is not in the model. So this is one of the main reasons that they say they can't explain it. Of course, that and the dynamo threshold, blah, blah, blah. So it's just a simple question. I mean, I think you kind of said, I don't know. But I mean, so the implications of that are pretty drastic.
I did try to make contact with you a bit better so we could talk. I got muted that, but whatever. I didn't mean to say what you were saying. Just complete word salad. You are obviously well read, right?
Mm-hmm.
I give you that. What you understand about things and what you choose to read may vary your opinion on things. I'm trying
Can
to
you
be
give me some
tactful here.
specificity or like
I'm
critique?
trying to be tactful and just so
Just romancing you.
you are well read. You read a lot. You try and keep up. Obviously with this block wall, but you just stated that if a block wall exists, that the Earth would be cut in half because material would. Can you please explain that one?
Yeah. So there would have to be a gap in the Earth.
All right, can I get a large hot French vanilla with cream and sugar?
No, you can't, Jeremy.
Cold Mike.
So
Make your own, Jeremy. Save money.
How dare you go to Starbucks, Jeremy? Yeah, so
that's
just
such
the
a
way that
chick
I'm
drink, too.
understanding it, right? Like because based on what that is like there's pressure being mediated above and below this plane. And so basically like pressure pushing from both sides in the form of centrifugal divergence, centripetal convergence, blah, blah, blah. There's an inertial plane in the middle of it, right? Like pressure being mediated to that central point where there's like this area of inertia. And if you were to apply that to the globe, like if we just look, I'm just being honest, because if the Earth's not a globe or it is a globe, I don't care either way, right? So like if I apply it to both ideas, it makes sense on a plane Earth because the Earth would be within that plane itself. Where as opposed to, the magnetic field being on both sides of the plane through a globe, then there would be drastic differences, on the globe where that plane was. Now, I think that it would actually separate part of the Earth, but what it would do, I don't know, good question, but one thing is for sure, we don't see this. There's no model to explain a difference within that block domain wall on the globe. I've looked for it for many, many hours. It doesn't exist. It's not even proposed. There's not even a theory postulated in all of science.
Okay, can I respond?
Yeah, of course.
If we've got it, and again, we're going back to the bar magnet because we're talking about magnetics, correct?
We are.
Right. Does that bar magnet separate in the middle because of the forces involved and tear itself apart?
It's not that it separates in the middle. It's that you see a difference in the middle, right? So like there, there.
No, calm.
Why would that happen?
My turn. You can have a say, but my turn. No, I asked you. You said that the Earth would split in half and be separated, and material would go through the middle.
Well, I'm just speculating what I think would happen. Yeah, like
short, very enclosed space where magnetics is extremely strong. So what you're saying would cause a solid piece of steel to turn into two pieces of steel.
No. See, like
no, that's what you stated, because the material would pass through the middle of the etc. etc. Now, do you see a problem with that?
No.
You don't see a problem with
No,
that.
because you're strong.
The Earth would be cut in half, but a bar magnet wouldn't.
You yada past the best part.
Yeah, like this is the problem that you're not understanding. On the globe, the source of the magnetism is not. Oh my god, dude. It's not actually agreed upon, right? Like there's not even a model for that. But we'll go with like the most popular idea, which is that the area right outside the core sustains the magnetic field. That's the current dynamo model of the globe, at least that's the consensus. And that's where the magnet would be in your analogy. Now, the inertial plane would extend outside of that. It extends outside the magnet itself, right?
You keep
there would be a
calling this thing an
material
inertial
distribution.
plane. I don't understand why you're calling it an inertial plane.
I already explained it because inertia means unchanging. So it's a inertial in the sense that it's a plane of rest.
But you're talking magnetics, not inertia.
Well, the center of a magnet is inertial. The center of a magnet is inertial.
Is it connected to the magnet?
So say again.
He's talking about the core.
Yeah.
Like when you have two magnets attached, they're not moving from each other. They're at rest. They'll stay that way for who knows long how, right? That's why it's an inertial frame. That's why it's an inertial plane, because there's no motion from it, right? It's not deviating. It's not moving. So it doesn't have to do with motion. It has to do with no motion, not motion. Does that make sense, Shady?
No, because an inertial plane can
I
be
think
in
we should.
motion.
All right.
I think we should
fine
have a
if it doesn't make
conversation with it. Hey, Witsit, why do they use the term that they do? What'd you call it? A block wall? Like, what's their why do they use those terms? Block wall.
I think that it was discovered by someone with the last name Block, if I'm not mistaken.
BLOCH. It's the name of the dude.
Yeah, it's the name of the dude that discovered it. And it's whatever. I use inertial plane. I actually heard Ken Willer say that. This is one of the things I did definitely get from Ken Willer. But the reason that I adopted it is because it's like it actually describes what it is. So just calling something like someone's name doesn't describe what something is. And this includes a better understanding of the phenomena. It's describing what it is.
Well, let's deal with the word wall, right? The word wall, in my mind. Hold on, Shady. Hold on. You had your chance to have a sensible conversation.
Go.
So the term wall for me evokes a vertical structure, not one that's horizontal. So why did they choose to call it a wall?
Yeah, because basically one side doesn't penetrate to the other side through that area, right? Yeah, so it basically walls it off.
Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's my point, right? Like, dude, this is the key to all of this, in my opinion. Whether you're a glober or a flat earth, or you should be very intrigued if you're an intellectual with magnetism, because no one understands it.
Right, but see, like I think that we could actually have a really interesting discussion. Like I would imagine, Austin, you probably have a thought as to why they can't figure it out. Like, what would you say is their Achilles heel? Like, what's keeping them from moving forward in this?
Well, they actually can't even figure out what the source of the magnetism is itself. Like, they can't agree on that. So they can't even get started. Of course, we know the primary problem, which is the core exceeds temperatures beyond the Curie point, which would not allow it to maintain its magnetism. So they
listen. What the fuck? Who's making this noise? What is this?
And I'm gonna go next, also. But that's the guy that's like we've been talking to.
Shady just clearing his throat.
Well, you're saying no, I think, but yeah. So like that's the main problem. I've read a bunch of papers on this. I can drop a PDF for anyone that's interested. It'll explain the last century of failure trying to explain the magnetic field in the globe. But that's the main problem. But the reason with the inertial plane for itself, and then I'll let Eli go, if that's your question, that I don't think they can explain it, is because if you were to look at the Earth and it's a globe and there's an inertial plane going through the middle of it, there would be drastic differences with the material distribution itself. As to whether or not it'd be nothing or whatever, that's up for debate, but there would be a difference, and this isn't seen. Right. And so the fact that no like drastic difference based on where that inertial plane would be is observed is a death blow to the globe. But they can't even get to that point yet because they can't even figure out what actually sustains the magnetic field itself on the globe yet.
Yeah. I was gonna say, following off of that point is that the we've been saying this for a week now, but we've been saying it. And it's that if there isn't an answer that you can Google, it's like they don't know how to address it. And instead of saying, I don't know, they do all this other shit. But the bottom line is that's what happens. On one hand, we know everything in the moment. Oh, we don't know everything. We're not 100% sure of everything, but we are sure that we do know right now. Right? Yeah. And so when things like this happen in discussions where it's like, well, we have a magnetic field. So when it comes to what generates magnetic fields, typically there's this wall in the middle. And where is that on the Earth? It's a simple question. And,
okay.
And the thing is, no, hold on. So the thing is, it's not really a matter of like how do you explain it? What's this? What's that? It's well, we see it, and if you step outside the paradigm, it's just there's no answer for it. You sat there looking at the globe sitting there on the side. It's like how would this thing about magnets that I know work on that, pointing to the globe?
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah. So, like, if you look at the picture here that I dropped, you see the little black hole in the center. When the magnet is stronger, that black hole gets bigger, and the actual magnetic field gets smaller, which is kind of counterintuitive to some people. But again, it shouldn't be because we just don't understand magnetism, right?
Isn't that just like dilation?
Um,
You know, the pupil it's like a pupil dilating, right?
Sure.
Constricts and
Yeah.
it expands. Constricts.
You could call it dielectric dilation, sure. It's dielectricity, right? But the point is that people think the magnetic field is what gives it its power, but the evidence actually doesn't say that. It says that it's that central point, right? And the weaker the magnet, the spatial extension, basically the spatial extension is inversely proportionate to strength, and then the center point is proportionate to strength. And all that to say that people need to re-examine magnetism as a whole because it's just not understood at all. I like to touch on Eli's point. I think this is the kind of stuff we should be talking about because an honest person is going to come in and be like, "Wow, look at these flat earthers they're crushing." They're talking about one of the most prominent forces in the world, General. I'm almost done.
Man, wait, dude.
They're talking about one of the most prominent forces in the world, and it's a very interesting phenomenon to discuss. And then if they're going to hear the other side, they just shut down during the conversation about magnetism because they don't have like an answer that's been formulated for them.
I'm trying to answer, but you won't let anyone else talk.
I think in this respect, yeah, because I mean, you give it a second. And you can't cry because other people got in before you. Chill out. Now, like,
Yeah, but this guy's clearly trying. He's clearly trying to get in. So I mean, you went and
He's clearly been over talking all morning. Clearly,
he has been over talking, but you're not letting him get in though at the same time.
We're not debating though. He's just look, listen. He can detract when I'm finished.
Yeah, he's next.
So that's the thing. It's the same thing when they're like, "Oh, look at these pyramids. Oh, there's no way mankind in 2022 can ever figure out how that was done." Or the paradigm is a lie and it's quite simple. In the same way, these questions are probably they're probably answers better suited for what we're experiencing. Probably can do a whole bunch of shit if we just drop the paradigm. But there's certain inventions that they can't let you see because they know if you saw it, you would make connections. There's just certain things that are just like let's not go with that technology because how would we explain that in this paradigm? Like, yeah, I do believe that in the age of information, it has to be controlled so that you don't know where the fuck you are. You don't understand how shit works. You know it works, just don't understand how. Why? Because your language comes with a paradigm that is fallacious.
No.
Hey.
Because you haven't spent the time to learn how it works. And with it, please repeat your questions before. And I was muted when you kept ranting. You asked a question, I tried to reply, and you just kept going. So they won't reply, they won't answer, they won't. And I'm asking you, repeat that question, I'll answer it.
Where is the inertial plane on the globe?
And again, I don't want to do this again, but I need to understand what you're calling this inertial plane. The as we were saying, the equatorial balance between the magnetic field, so to speak. Is that what you were saying?
If that's what you want to call it, yeah.
All right. So when you put a bar magnet on a table and cover it with metal filings, do you see a flat fucking field across the center? No, you don't. You see curved, round, top to the bottom magnetic field. You do not see a block wall.
Yes, you do. You're wrong. Every type of magnet has an
If I
inertial plane.
put a bar magnet on the table and put metal filings around it,
Oh, okay,
show
yeah,
me
yeah.
one video, I put $1,000 on it right here, right now. You show me a video of metal filings around a bar magnet with an equatorial line. $1,000 right now.
Okay, yeah. So when you use the iron filings, you're not gonna see it. Well, you actually look
No,
$1,000
you're not
bucks.
gonna see
$1,000 you said?
You're not gonna see it.
You only said
When
metal
you
filings.
use metal filings
He
that
said we said
line
metal
them
filings. You can
up
get $1,000.
with the magnetic field, they line themselves up with the magnetic field. So you're saying there's a across the center?
Yeah, so look, I'll drop a picture of the iron filings with a bar magnet. And then you can
With a
see that there's
line tearing the bar magnet apart in the center. That was your claim.
no.
Yes. That was your claim.
No, man. So
The
I just
Earth,
clarified
the
pretty
Earth,
clearly
if it had
that
a north and a
Okay,
south
listen,
pole,
clearly he
should be
said
torn
no.
apart in the center.
yeah, so I've explained that I'm
Fine.
not even claiming specifically I know what it would happen on a globe because the globe is a fairy tale and I don't need to put myself in that vulnerable of a position where I need to make a definitive claim as to what would happen on the globe because
You
the
make
argument, the debate.
claims endlessly.
So Jeremy, where are you at now,
without
man?
substantial
Because the dude
evidence.
interrupts every single
I,
time
I
someone
was
talks.
actually fixing to say that. Maybe Jeremy's busy. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. But come on, man. Is there another mod here?
Lizzie, don't come in here every fucking so. You only interrupt crazily when the flat earthers are like at their wits'
It's
end.
not true.
No
That's
pun
not true.
intended.
Listen,
Yes,
if this
yes,
guy
it is.
overtalks again, I'm
Yes,
giving
it
him.
is.
If this guy
Yes, it is.
overtalks again, if this guy overtalks again, I'm gonna give him a warning. Okay, what's his screen name?
General Shady. Generally.
Yes,
General
All right,
E.
no
Shady.
more overtalking. Last warning.
That's a pretty funny name, though.
First time he's done it.
Generally. So yeah, look, I'm saying I don't know what would happen on a globe, man. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what would happen on a globe with a bunch of stuff. I know that you and many people think they do. They don't though. But anyway, I'm saying there would have to be an explanation for it, and then we would have to see the data correlate with that. One thing we know for sure is there would be a difference where the inertial plane is compared to the rest of the Earth, and there is no data that shows this, and that's the point. That's the point. There would be a material difference right now as to what it would be. That's a good question.
May I reply?
Yeah.
You've just made claims. Again. Show me with the metal filings that show that the magnetic field around a north or south of dipole, right? Show me that line that you call a block wall across the middle in the magnetic filings. Because if there is no change in those magnetic fields from north to south, then you're rubbish that you claim the Earth would have a change in the center is utter crap. Because there's
Okay.
no evidence of it.
Okay,
at
so
all.
of course the bar magnet with the metal with the filings, that's not the actual magnetic field you're seeing. Of course, you're just seeing the metal filings. Now, when we look at it underneath the ferrocell, we see a block wall, a domain wall, right? So where's the domain wall on the globe?
put a bar magnet, and I don't know where they are. Moving house, building house, and I don't know where they are at the moment. But I do have those. Show me.
It's an interesting question, if I may butt in when you're done, Shady.
All good. Please show me when you put one of those shields over the top of a straight bar magnet. Show me that center line across the middle.
Yeah, I don't have a bar magnet.
Yeah, this will never end.
3 magnets. This is a north-south bar magnet. Show me that split across the center and explain why the bar magnet isn't tearing itself in two.
Okay. No one's claiming that it tears itself in two. The inertial plane extends beyond the magnet itself. It's about there being a pressure mediation to the central point, which means that would have a physical effect of pressure mediation on the Earth. Of course, I've looked into this diligently. There is not an answer for the globe, okay? Because it doesn't exist. There's not even a theory proposed. Because in fact, there's not even a theory for how the magnetic field is sustained proposed yet. They all have problems with them. So they haven't even gotten to the point where they would address the block wall. And this is just objective. This is according to Harvard, Stanford, Yale, you name it. All right. So now on a flat Earth, it makes sense though. That is true. Okay. Let's see if you can be intellectually honest. Do you agree that the inertial plane would make sense on a flat Earth?
Lots and lots of words, but nothing. Nothing.
Okay.
Show me.
Oh, if he asks the same thing.
I mean, if you wanted to debate Whitsitt on topics, it would be good if you had a handle on his definitions.
There is no definition. It's hard to get a definition out of which he uses different words. I do understand when you're not right up there with.
I mean, how long do you think Whitsitt has spent trudging through this material to arrive at certain conclusions and understandings? It's more than you've committed, right? It has to be.
No.
Otherwise, you'd be like, "Oh, I'll have the same language. I have the same understanding of these topics."
No, not the same
exactly.
language.
So how can
uses bullshit. Whitsitt uses word salad.
You can't say that.
A lot of big words, but he doesn't understand any of it.
No, see, I'm using words that are
No,
from the
Whitsitt,
electrical.
you
Listen,
use
man.
words,
I'm
you
using.
don't understand them.
Dude, please stop interrupting, okay? I'm using terms that come from the fatherheads of electrical field theory, right? Like Tesla discovered the rotating magnetic field with this understanding. These, you can read Charles Proto-Steinmetz. Charles Proto-Steinmetz, Maxwell, Faraday, Oliver Heaviside. These aren't, I'm not, oh my God, it's every time I'm talking, dude. Are you drunk or something?
I'm going to give him a warning as soon as I stop driving.
Okay, here's the deal,
I think
man.
he's just intoxicated, Jeremy.
Yeah, but I'm not claiming to be some genius that figured all this out.
He needs to be timed out or something.
Just so everyone knows, I'm not claiming to be some genius and I figured all this out. Not at all, right? I am just saying that there does exist more viable explanations that have actually been known about for a while, and they have been trashed. And when I looked into it, particle physics can't explain it, okay? And this is admitted. Particle physics, which is the mainstream consensus of physics, cannot explain magnetism. So I went and looked at the people that applied ether physics to see if they could explain it. And they do have an explanation that works, as opposed to particle physics, which has been disproven. So what that means is we have one side that's viable, one side that's not. So that's all I'm doing. I can drop for you many papers that you can read. But I will be honest, it is pretty complex. It's higher level stuff. And most people that want to tell me I'm wrong about this won't read any of it. So, what can you do with someone that chooses to be willfully ignorant, but simultaneously arrogant about something they don't understand? There's a word for that, right? There's a term that we use to describe that phenomenon. It's called Dunning-Kruger. I can't do anything about that, man. All I'm trying to do is, for the people that are interested in truth, they can realize this. If you look at I'll stop talking after this. If you look at 46, generally, I'll stop after this. If you look at 46 minutes after the hour, you will see a depiction of the toroidal magnetic field. Now, that green area in the middle on a flat Earth, that would be where you exist. You observe the top half of that toroid and you see the vortex in the middle. That would explain the motion that we detect on the Earth and that we see in the sky. Now, so it does work with the plain Earth. Now, we look over at the other side, billions of dollars, millions of people, hundreds of years, all kinds of technology and labs, and they cannot explain how the magnetic field works on the globe. Now, these are two objective recollections.
You are just claiming that the magnetic field of the Earth cannot exist because the interior temperature negates magnetism, correct?
No, that's just one problem. They've come up with a different idea since then. They say it's the outside of the core to avoid that problem.
No. Yeah, well, it's not the exact core. It is the flow of liquid metal around a core that causes a magnetic field. You claimed that magnetics can't exist because if you heat a magnet, it loses its magnetism. Wrong.
Yeah, it's called the Curry point.
That works on a magnet, but it does not work with rotating molten metal. So you failed again.
Can you show me a demonstration of that,
Show
please?
me that. Show me that.
Yeah.
Witsit,
Show me the money.
Witsit, can I ask you a question about the rotating? If the magnetic field is rotating, would that give us some of the deviation we see in whatever pendulums or blah blah
Yes.
blah?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so the
that-
only
that makes
requirement would
so
be that
much
there's a
sense.
medium that connects it all together.
No, there is no correlation with pendulums and the magnetic field.
Okay,
You can
so
use
it
a
isn't.
concrete ball,
Well, I think it's deeper than
It's
that.
called.
whatever you want.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
That's Coriolis.
Yeah.
Right. Well, according to even Einstein himself, he will tell you that if there is some cause
No,
of motion, if there's a mechanism of
Why are you
don't
over
even
talking,
start
dude?
with it.
You see, this
Please
is
don't
why
start.
What's going on?
yeah, ballers just
Please,
can't
Einstein.
debate, right? Like it's pretty
Yeah.
pathetic. But
I know.
even Einstein will tell you that if the sky is moving around the Earth, then you would have a translation of motion to the Earth, and it would cause the effect of the pendulum being dragged around, the centrifugal and Coriolis effects. And the requirement, I'm going a step further. I would say, well, for that to be the case, for there to be a translation of motion, there would have to be a background medium connecting all of it so that the motion can be translated. Now, as I see it, there certainly is one. And that's actually one of the reasons I know there is one. So anyway, yeah, like it wouldn't necessarily be magnetism itself that moves the pendulum. He's not wrong about that. But there's a vortex within a magnetic field, and the vortex of the background itself would cause that. And the motion that results in it is what causes the actual change in the pendulum, right? It would be the motion, not the magnetism itself, but the motion within that toroid inside the ether that would cause the change. The motion. Does that make sense? There's a distinction between the magnetism itself and the motion.
What do you lie, mate?
What am I lying about?
If someone's
can we
going to
get this
open
guy
up
on
like
mute?
that, can we get a mod there?
Can we
Why
get
am I
it?
lying
Yeah,
about
can we get this guy on mute? I have a question that I've been waiting
No,
to ask.
stop.
What's wrong with that? Hey, Travis, you can wait, man. Charlie Shay's got to talk.
Shut up, Snacks.
Can y'all please stop? Because he was explaining what he was lying about. So you let him say.
Oh,
what he's
thank
lying about.
goodness, a real mod is here.
Yeah, General E, tell me what I'm lying about. Let's hear it.
Well, here's the problem: is there's always 4 or 5 people in the room who come in to be like, "Mod, where's the mod?" And then the minute somebody gets muted, they want to put in their 2 cents and this and that and all that kind of shit, and it just distracts from the conversation.
Yeah, that's
Takes
a
us
general
second to get
critique
them muted,
versus
right?
that's a general.
It takes a
Why is
second
it
for us
talking?
to get them muted, right? So the minute we get somebody muted, isn't the time for everybody to come in
But I've
and
been
put in their
waiting.
2 cents, bro.
Let me respond. Hold on, guys. Yeah,
No,
that's a
what
No,
if
that wasn't
Elijah gets to
something for you to respond to.
Well, I was
General
first.
Katie
I
is
was
gonna
first.
respond.
Come on.
If Elijah gets to go, I want to go.
Nobody, dude.
He,
You're exactly
trolling,
proving my
he's
point.
trolling.
I'm just
Travis
gonna-
can go after me. You know, what's the problem?
Is everyone on their period? What's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway,
everybody
go ahead,
seems
Eli.
like
They
they
want
just
to
trying to
order
talk
to the
after-
about everything. So I'm just gonna mute the whole room because nobody can control themselves. So, General Shady, you said that that Whitsitt was lying. Can you please elaborate on that statement?
Thank you. Sorry about all the commotion, but it was a flat-out lie. Whitsitt's claim that Einstein said this and said that. Please.
Can you be more
citation.
specific, General?
I'm not going to support that or have to, because Whitsitt has made these claims against Einstein himself, thinking that he knows more, or Einstein's. Please, if you're so well educated, Whitsitt, deny Einstein and show us all in glorious fashion in the chat.
Okay, I will happily
When
drop it. It's a
Einstein-
letter from
when,
Einstein.
when Einstein did and said what you said. Come on.
Right. Okay.
Put it in
I'll
chat. That's it.
Okay, I'll drop the letter. It's from Einstein to Ernst Mach in 1913. He explains that the Machian principle has been made fun of effectively and ridiculed unjustly, and that in order for him to postulate the general theory of relativity and the eclipse observation, he was going to have to integrate the Machian principle, and that if the sky was moving around the Earth at rest, it would drag the pendulum around, and you had Coriolis and centrifugal effects. It's in a letter that he wrote to Ernst Mach, and I will drop it in the chat.
Go, Elijah.
No, it seems that what I have to say is not valued, so I'll just be quiet.
Okay, my turn. I was expecting a response from you, Austin, but that might be because I have a misunderstanding. So when General Shady said what he said about dropping the iron filings, it seemed to me that he expected an expression of magnetism outside of the magnet as a wall on the equator, right? Because he's using that term, equator. It seemed like he wanted to see a physical wall of iron filings. So would you maybe want to address that? Because my understanding of what your explanation was is that this plane of inertia is inside the magnet. So it's not going to have an external expression.
Yeah,
Well,
I wanted
actually,
to speak to that a while ago. I want to get a chance after this.
Okay, so the inertial plane extends even beyond it, but the filings are just following the magnetic field, and this would be a dielectric inertial plane, so it wouldn't have an effect on that. But if you actually look at the pressure mediated, if you look at the iron filings, you will see they all meet in this straight line down the middle, right? And that would be the inertial plane. So even with the iron filings, you can see that they all meet extended out beyond the magnet in a straight line straight down it.
There is no equatorial line in the iron filings. B, if it's magnetic and diamagnetic at the same time, there will still be some form of show in that field, in the filings, or anything else. You are claiming something, but you refuse to show where it is.
I dropped the picture, and you can see again where they all meet, where the north and south side of the filings meet in the middle, and you can draw a straight line right through there. They all meet horizontally right in the middle of it.
Where?
Yeah, hold on though. Shady has a point here. I'd
Where,
like to
where is
address
the
that.
picture, man?
Hold on here. Let me speak for a second. The ferrocell shows this wall that you speak of, Whitsitt, right? But
yes.
On a single magnet. Agreed. Now, when you put a single magnet in iron filings, it doesn't show the same pattern. Agreed?
Well, it shows the same toroidal pattern.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't show the wall on a single magnet. When I believe you put two magnets to show that effect. Correct?
Yeah, but I also dropped another one where you can see they all meet in the middle horizontally.
A single magnet? You drop that?
May I explain slightly? When
No,
you
but
put
this
a
is
ferrocell
important
on,
here because it's two
it
different. Oh man.
Sorry, SE, it is very important, and you are correct.
No, it's very important. It'll have to wait, just like the rest of us.
when you put a ferrocell
It'll
on
have to wait
top
like
of
the rest of
it,
us.
you are not
And
in the
I'm
middle of
no, I want to hear. It'll have to wait like the rest of us.
Okay.
Sir. SE, please finish.
Yeah, thanks. I just noticed that, and it looks weird to me because Witsit is correct. We see the wall on a single magnet with the ferrocell, but we don't see the same thing with the iron filings. Now he said he dropped another picture. I didn't see that one, so
Okay.
I'm going to have a look.
All right, look. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop a picture of the iron filings with the bar magnet, and then I'm gonna drop the animation of it. Compare the animation with it. You will see that on the bar magnet, it cuts through the middle of it horizontally. Okay, and so you'll see all the iron filings straight coming out from the magnet straight. I don't know what else you would expect to see because, of course, the iron filings are just metal being attracted to the magnetic field, quote unquote attracted.
what I was trying to explain was when you put a ferrocell on top of a magnet, you're not. It's not through the center of the magnet. It's on top of the magnet. So you are not seeing it straight through the center. You are actually on top.
Yeah, he is
You get
correct
me?
about that. He's correct. As much as I, want to,
None of this
disagree with
changes.
him, but
Are
he
you
is
guys gonna
correct
look
about
at
that.
the actual pictures, or are we just gonna pretend?
Yeah, you get that, SE.
Yeah. It's not the same, bro.
Oh
Yeah,
my god. It's literally
you
sitting
literally
right
have to
there.
cut the
It's
magnet in half and put it either side of the ferrocell, and then you might see what's happening.
Show me
Okay.
that in iron filings, not in a diagram.
yeah,
You have
yeah.
that
All
in
you have
iron?
to it's right there. You don't see the straight lines coming out from the magnet. You don't see the straight lines.
When it's north south. Okay, all right. In that manner, yeah. But in half of the
No,
magnet, it's
split
not
the
there,
earth in
bro.
half.
It's aligned differently. Witsit has a point, but it's not in the center like you claimed.
It literally is. If you come out from the
There is
center of that
no
bar magnet and draw a
equatorial
straight line
plane
down,
across
oh my
that.
god, dude.
There is just no equatorial plane across that.
Listen, is there anyone else who can help? I can't. I'm driving. Is there anyone else who can help Wits it out? I feel like there's like a lost in translation kind of a thing
Right.
going on.
Travis, if you see it, it's not a loss in
Wizard
translation.
doesn't need help. People
bro.
just don't want to accept what's obvious.
If you guys can't see the straight lines coming out from the magnet, I can assure you that doesn't mean you're right.
Witsit, you're not getting it, bro. You're just not getting it. We see what you say and claim is a straight line. That's north-south aligned, correct?
Okay.
It's not in the center of the magnet. That is my point.
Not equatorial, outward.
Oh, on the
Yeah.
bar magnet, yeah, the inertial plane comes out through the middle. It doesn't matter.
We
Is there
don't
still an
see
inertial
it.
plane there? Yes or no?
We don't see it.
Not an equatorial, like you said. No.
Not on the bar magnet.
Sorry,
it comes
bro,
out
but I mean,
vertically.
if we're gonna talk serious and honest, we have to talk serious and honest.
All right, let's talk
Okay,
serious and
no,
honest
no,
then.
no, no, no,
Okay,
stop,
see,
stop,
he
stop,
was talking about the globe Earth and the alleged magnetic field on there, and so
Right,
he kept
right,
on.
right.
Now I'm gonna bet if I get funny muted, you guys will be right again. So what happened was he was talking about the globe Earth magnetic field, and then he kept on using the word equatorial. I said, sure, if you want to call it that. If you want to call it that
Okay,
for your little
okay.
layman remedial understanding due to ineptitude, sure.
Okay.
If you want to call it that for intents and purposes, now it's being used against me. Now I'm getting funny
No,
muted
no, no,
again.
no.
Now I'm getting funny muted
No, no,
again.
no, no,
Oh my
no,
god,
no.
dude.
Witsit has an open
You guys are
question.
funny,
Oh,
bro.
you guys did not answer his question. He asked you, is it an inertial plane on a bar? No one answered this.
No, look, but we need to clarify the miscommunication right now. SE.
Well, that's what I was doing.
The only reason, exactly, I'm backing you up. The only reason that Witsit is talking about, because he asked him where that would be on the globe, and he mumbled through it, but the guy did agree. Okay, fine, that would be, I guess, the equator through the Earth. And then Witsit said, "Well, that can't be. It's not. He's not making that claim." Like,
Maybe I misunderstood then. I just, I'm a stickler for details, so.
yeah, we're just trying to figure out if we can see that, how the fuck is the Earth as a sphere? How is that happening? Like,
Right.
that's the question.
So the miscommunication, just so everyone understands, was the reason I agreed to the equatorial claim was because I was trying to move the conversation on, and we were talking specifically about the globe. They don't claim the globe's a bar magnet, believe it or not. Okay, so we were talking about the magnetic field it claims on the globe. Sure, you could say equatorial, because with that type of magnetic field, it would be equatorial relative to north and south on the alleged globe, right? Now, I said even on the bar magnet, there's an inertial plane. And now we've shown that even within the iron filings, you see the straight lines coming out, right? And so that's the point, is that there's always an inertial plane.
We don't see an equatorial thing that you were
Hold
talking about.
on.
We don't see that block.
See, now
We
you're
don't
trying to
see it.
strawman me and say that I said that the bar magnet is equatorial. Again.
Okay, so let's walk through
He's
it
just
calmly.
playing word games. It's useless.
No, nah, man. You guys,
what's the problem?
there's both people are looking at the same data. Okay, there shouldn't be I don't see it. I do see it going on right here. Okay, Witz's claim seems to be something that should be obvious to everybody. He's not going to sit here, post a picture, say, look at the straight line, so that 20 people could just say, no, you're stupid. So let's walk back through it. Okay.
Okay, so it all started with this right here. I dropped these images of a ferrocell and the magnetic film over the magnet. You can see the inertial plane in it. It's called the block wall or domain wall. Okay, I call it inertial plane because it actually describes it. Now,
Let's
this
hold
on a
right there.
globe
Can
would
we
have to
hold
be
right
cutting
there?
through the...
Can we just see if they agree to that? Just that first part.
Yeah.
What about that naysayers? The guy saying non-equatorial. What about the thing he just said right there? Do you agree that we see that? See, doesn't seem to be any pushback. With it seems like you're right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a straw man to say that now I'm claiming on the bar man and it would be equatorial, vertical through the north and south, which is a non
And now that
sequitur.
we're all calm, let me ask a question. When you posted the picture of a single magnet with it, and you said the thing about the center, that was a single magnet, right? The north and south there?
Yeah, right. This picture right here, yeah.
So that's freaked out. I'm not going against you now. Don't get me wrong. I'm just discussing because I noticed something. I'm discussing, I mean, because I noticed something. When we use iron filings on a single magnet, we don't see this pattern, right?
Okay, you do see the straight lines. It's harder to see it because it's just going to be one set of iron filings that are horizontal, right?
Yeah, but
And that's
bro,
why I
you
dropped
see it north-south. Don't you understand what I'm saying here?
I already said, yeah, on the bar magnet, it's not cutting through the middle equatorial relative to north and south, but there's still an inertial plane. It's just a different manifestation of magnetism than the other magnets. The point remains, though, is that there's always an inertial plane, even with a bar magnet.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that, but just think of this now. When you see it visually through this film, right? It shows a single magnet doing that, but and when you do it with iron fillings, it doesn't show that pattern. But you can make that pattern with two magnets. So I just noticed that and just want to point it out. It's quite fascinating.
Can the
I have a
typist go on
comment.
mute?
I have a comment too. With it when you did that picture, it looked like the star patterns to me.
Yes,
like
bro.
with,
Yes.
We clearly
Yeah,
live
the
within
magnet.
that right there, and that's the point, right? Like we observe. If you look at the picture there where it says north and south, just let's pretend that north. We flip it over to the side, and maybe I'll do it. Okay, we're looking up, seeing one half of the magnetic field, and this causes the motion of the stars. This causes the alleged drifts. Okay, and we live in that inertial plane. The dielectric inertial plane is the only place that could sustain life, and that is where we live, and we observe the top half of it. The globe cannot explain this. I've researched it for months. They don't have an answer. They don't have one they can Google. They don't have one that can be given to them. So all they can do is bring up bar magnets. They can just straw man the point because they can't address the actual point.
You can just keep ranting all you want, creating
is
more
this the
words.
same guy?
Yeah, it's me because I'm
How's
tired
he
of
still
Witcher
here?
carrying on with these words.
Say something
It gets
specific.
annoying.
Say something specific.
Quit
he's
interrupting
doing.
and saying the same thing.
Maybe the whole room will get
Everything
interrupted
Witcher
again
says,
because it's us causing
everything
the problem.
everything Witcher says is just a bunch of a toroidal field, and if you don't live inside the toroidal field, you're gonna die. And right, dude, you just deny reality. You're
What are you
delusional.
talking about?
Have you ever
Yeah.
seen the magnetic flat Earth 2.0 where they mapped every position where the sun is seen from every position
Have
on
you ever
Earth,
seen
and then they 3D modeled
reality?
it? And
You
it
ever
looked
see
like
a
the
interrupted
fucking,
again.
it looked like that picture he posted with that fucking, those fields going all around, that fucking honeycomb fucking orbit bullshit. It's a surprise. Isn't that weird that the pattern of the sun looks like that? Isn't that fucking weird?
It is weird. It matches a toroid perfectly.
And this guy ain't
We
saying
have
nothing, and he's telling you, you're right. You dropping
and we
info,
look
and he
at,
said nothing.
and we understand our universe, and we understand how to send probes out now, and we do this, and you guys just deny
No, you
it
don't.
and say toroidal field and a dome and a
You in the
container.
wrong saloon there, brother.
Yeah, hey, watch this. Watch this. Let's give him a chance to see if he can be. Let's see if you can be
That was
intellectually
funny.
honest. General Ishii, see if you can answer this question honestly. Do you concede that according to relativity, you cannot prove that the Earth is spinning around the sun from the Earth? It's simply a belief that you have based on the philosophical idea of the Copernican principle that the Earth is not in a special position. Do you concede relativity says you cannot prove the Earth moves around the sun from the Earth?
I will ask you one thing of that.
See.
Can you shorten that question without all the rhetoric and just make it simple?
Do you concede that according to relativity, you cannot prove that the Earth is moving around the sun from the Earth?
Correct.
Okay, so then the fact that you believe it is just a philosophy.
No, wrong.
So you can't
your
you can't
claim.
prove it.
Again, making random shit up.
No, this is from this is not
No, you
random.
just
This is
made that
from
random
Einstein
shit
and
up.
Stephen
You just
Hawking.
made that random shit up. You didn't ask for any explanation. You made a claim against me, just making shit up.
You just conceded you
Now,
can't prove
if
the
you
Earth is
had have
moving around the
asked
sun from
for
the Earth.
my explanation of why,
You're not the
then
heliocentric model,
you
man.
would be
Like
honest.
nobody's making claims against you. Why
You
do you
would
guys
be
take this so
honest. If
personal?
you had have
Why?
asked for my explanation, you would be honest.
But why do you guys take it so personal? You know, like you are not the heliocentric model.
Am I not
You
asking?
are. Yeah. Wait a minute. Time out.
No, we
You are
get your
not
point.
the universe. So why? Why? Nobody's coming
I like
at
your point,
you.
Elijah. I like it. It's true. You shouldn't take it personal, buddy. And we did ask you to be specific for your explanation, and you just kind of naysayed and attacked with it. I posted something for you, man. Look at that paper there. They've been talking about it for decades. They've proven it now. You need to flex your mind and get off like Lemming Island, buddy.
What paper?
There's the paper's in the article, but there's some data in that paper.
Where?
In
What?
that article.
Which?
In voice chat, I tagged you, buddy.
The reason this is important, man, it was a simple point, which is that according to relativity, General E, please, man. So according to relativity, you can't prove the Earth is moving around the sun from the Earth. And then you can read Einstein, Edwin Hubble, Wolfgang Pauli, Arthur Eddington, Stephen Hawking, all explaining this. I'm talking, though. So it was just an intellectual honesty test. I wasn't trying to necessarily change the subject or anything. I'm just showing this is my go-to intellectual honesty test now. Because it's like if you can't even just be honest about what the model actually claims, there's no way that we can have a fruitful conversation.
Here.
You can't have a fruitful conversation because you can't keep to relevant terms. You spew out all these big words and carry on like it means something. It's like talking to a woman when you get home after a bad day at work.
You don't talk to
You
women.
walk in, she says, "How'd you go?" "Had a bad day," and you just want to be left alone. But she comes in and goes,
I wish Oprah's audience was listening to this right now.
That's what you do with it. It's just meaningless bullshit in between.
To the question whether or not the motion of the
Go
Earth in
home to your
space.
woman and wait. When you go home to a woman at night, that's all you can get from her is meaningless bullshit. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is they talk
Yeah,
too
it
much.
is.
They talk too much. That's what I'm saying.
You're
Yes, good one.
detestable,
Good
bro.
one. Yes, I know. Yes, that was good.
Yeah,
Agree.
that was pretty funny.
But what I'm saying is they talk too much. And Witsit just he spends 10,000 words
full of shit.
to make a minute point.
Okay, here's the simple point. I'm going to read the quote so we don't have to. This is the thing. It's a waste of our time to debate a new version of the heliocentric model that, zealots make up in Discord to constantly try to win arguments, because that's not our battle. Our battle is is the heliocentric model that is claimed to be true actually true? Not what different versions you want to make up. So, to the question whether or not the motion of the Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments, terrestrial means on the Earth, of the Earth. We have already remarked that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. You're interrupting the end of the quote.
Yeah,
We've
it
already
was.
remarked that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. Before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result. This is Albert Einstein, and that was cited by Stephen Hawking in 2007, stubbornly persistent illusion. This is just a fact. That within your model, you can't prove it, which means you believe it. Because you can't prove it, so you just believe it. That's the
Can
whole
you
point.
imagine? Can you imagine the discussion we could have had if we would have just like talked to each other for the past 2 hours?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, dude, I did a lot of research for any of the flat earthers in here, just so you know, dude. They cannot explain the magnetic field. They cannot, bro. It's really funny. When you read it, read into it, it's really bad.
Is there let me get with you. Obviously this is cooperative, not adversarial, but what is their standing point right now on that? Is it still like the spinning of the fucking core or something, or what are they?
Yeah, right now the most popular idea is that it's like the spinning right outside the core, but they acknowledge that still has problems. It's just like the best one they have yet, like up to now.
Right.
Because it's only an idea. The problems come with when it conflicts with what they understand physics to actually be, and then they make suggestions of metaphysics that would conflict with the physics. So then there's always going to be a problem.
Yeah. And they claim that it's like not a permanent magnet,
right?
It can't be. But then they claim it looks just like a permanent magnet, and just all kinds of nonsense.
I think most of us here know, but for anybody listening who's still trying to wake up, stuff like this is important for topics exact like this where they're still working on it. They have a best guess. But if you have a bunch of people, brainwashed in a box of what the model has to be, right? That's why when the new data comes up, oh, look at this reading they got from the core, that reading, they're constantly going to try to reconcile it to the globe exact model that they have. You need to have critical thinkers saying, well, maybe every piece of the model I know right now isn't right. You know what I'm saying? Maybe there's something, and that's going to help science progress more, just having an open mind.
Well, yeah, but wouldn't it make sense to have both parties there for the discussion and investigation, like have a bipartisan scientific board, flat
Absolutely.
Earth and
Absolutely.
Right?
The point I'm
Absolutely,
making
right?
is just you got to have your mind open, or else you'll be stuck in a box, right? And then you could easily read, oh, well, why are these readings happening in the core? And like, oh, because the Earth is half a globe, not a full globe. You know what I mean? Or whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
And this is
you're
the
trapped in a
opposite of
box, you'll never-
science, right? Because science is supposed to be completely outside of any type of bias. Like in reality, what you're supposed to do is if you have a theory and it makes a prediction, and then you find evidence and observations that contradict it, you're like, oh, my theory is wrong. But the globe Earth model doesn't do this. What they do is they keep the theory that was wrong, and they say, oh, there must be something magical that we haven't discovered yet.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just laughable. I mean, just on a macro, like any honest person should be like, yeah, it's kind of weird that we do that, right? Like it's not, it seems
Dark
sketchy.
magnetism.
What?
Dark magnetism.
Yeah, that's next. There you go. Dark mags. It's like, I don't know. I find that weird that doesn't compute with Globers. You'd have to at least admit that you could be wrong because your model has been proven to be wrong. And as of now, it's at best drastically incomplete, and there must be magic things that we don't know what are yet. And the alternative is that you're just wrong. So if you can't admit that you could be wrong, then, and of course, a half-assed admission of 99.9999999% sure I'm right doesn't count. Yeah. It's whatever, bro. Like when I was reading these geocentric quotes too, it blew my mind. I know they lied about the Earth, dude. I went and tested it myself. It just can't be the case. Like I've debunked the globe Earth with my naked eyes multiple times, but like this still blew my mind. It's crazy. It's a house of cards, bro. And like when someone lies, what they do is they leave out information, right? Like if someone's lying to you, they're going to leave out crucial details that might show you that they're lying. If you're telling the truth, you don't really have to do that. Like I can get on my live stream, I can answer all the questions asked to me. I can be transparent because I don't have to lie. So that way I can answer all questions and show all things. When you're lying, you can't do that. That's why the globe Earth has hid this, and it's taught to us that heliocentrism is a proven fact, when in reality it's not. And in fact, all the evidence shows that the Earth isn't moving. And so if the Earth is moving around the sun, then it's like the universe is created in such a way to like constantly deceive us and trick us. And that's why Stephen Hawking wrote his book, and it's titled A Stubbornly Persistent Illusion. And what he's referring to is the stubbornly persistent illusion that the Earth is at rest, because it always looks like the Earth's at rest no matter what we try to do. So obviously an intellectually honest person would be like, okay, well, maybe the Earth is at rest.
I'll make a prediction in the next 50 years, which isn't that long in the science community. Space as we know it will no longer be what they call or describe as a vacuum. It will be called or described as a fluid, maybe even some type of superfluid, but definitely a fluid.
Yeah. But the implications of that are pretty drastic, right? Because that would mean that the universe is super young and that everything in the sky is much closer within a much more dense medium. So I don't even see how they could do that, because their main deception is to try to get people to think that they're insignificant. And that would kind of throw that out the window, yeah. Because if I don't know, I don't know if I agree with you. I think they may not ever update it. Me and Bob talk about this a lot. Do you think that they'll update the medium to a fluid-like medium and then change to more of an like electric universe thing to try to save the model? And I don't know that they will, because it has drastic philosophical implications. It would mean that the Earth is seemingly the center and that everything is much closer to us, right? Like there's no other way to explain a dense medium.
I think they're working on it now, how to do the math, how to explain it, how to sell it, because you can hear the trickle down effect like they do everything else, right? This was fluid. This guy almost drowned. You know, there's some groups out there that are already introducing it into the community, talking about superfluid. It's going to change our observations. You know, we need to start thinking of space as a fluid, because obviously we're wrong. You know, there's just many articles out there that are just that drip, right? And that's the beginning of it. So 50, 20, 30 years of that with some mainstream coming out and then some breakthroughs, I think it's going to change. I think they have to make the flip, because people are really starting to question, obviously not even the shape, but that they've been duped in so many ways.
Yeah, but once the whole Earth is moving thing is out, flat Earth is the next thing, and it's going to be hard for people to.
What do you think the percentage is? Like, no matter what they say, bro, they could say whatever they want. Just call it X. What do you think the percentage of people would just go along with it? Like, in your mind, what do you think that percentage is?
Go along with what exactly?
Just whatever mainstream says. Like, NASA comes out and says space is this, right? It's a fluid, let's say. How many people do you think would automatically just trust that, believe it, not even care that they said it?
90% of people that believe there is a globe right now.
Yeah, I'll put it even higher. Hey, that's how strange it is, right? They can literally say anything. And most of the people who have no idea, who already just follow whatever they say anyway, would just go along with it. Strange world, man.
Yeah, just like when they said Polaris, never mind, Polaris is not 434 light years, it's 323 light years, and everyone's like, yep, seems legit. Like they won't even think twice about it.
One star, it's multiple stars. I mean, it just doesn't matter. Whatever they say, most people will just go. I put it up above 90, like 96, 97. That's just strange to me. I've never been like that. I don't get why people are like that, so I do clash with them. But that's why I call it strange.
Well, it's because they've been convinced that that is the truth. So imagine now trying to argue with a person that's been convinced they're traveling at 4 million miles an hour right now, at let's say 11 different vectors. Now, how are you supposed to get through to a person like that? You can't, bro.
He was talking to, bro.
Right.
He didn't even know he was talking to him. I've never seen that before.
Seen what?
Well, he was like, "Oh, you must be a Witsit fan." He's talking to Witsit, right? I had
Yeah,
never
that was
seen that shit in my
special.
life,
Yeah.
bro.
That was funny.
I'm thinking to myself, I'm washing dishes. I'm like, was that a troll? Was that a fucking troll? Because like, if it wasn't, this is
Oh,
the
they
most
really are.
amazing. That's
Yeah,
incredible.
they really think that way. I think.
Sorry,
But
SC.
yeah, with SC, I kind of agree, and then I kind of disagree, in some ways. But it is amazing how it just flows through them, right? It's just one ear through their brain and out the other, and then they just repeat it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's almost as fascinating as the subject itself, how they fight it, how they fight for it, like the Stockholm. I call it they're Stockholmed. How they fight for the model, like something they have no clue, like that can prove, but they fight for it as if they stand something to lose. It's amazing.
Yeah, like think about this is what's crazy is they're so like they don't even understand their belief, right? Like right now in the chat, someone responded to the buoyancy meme of someone and said, "You know that buoyancy needs gravity, right?" Ha ha ha. And I said, "Okay, buoyancy just uses the constant variable of downward acceleration or little g to make the math work." And I'm like, yeah, little g, gravity. I'm like, you do realize that little g and big G are not the same thing. And little g is just the effect of downward acceleration and agreed upon average so we can make a constant to make the math work. It's not actually constant. And the claimed cause of that downward acceleration is big G or the bending and warping of spacetime. And now they're in here saying, no, big G is not the cause of downward acceleration and that I don't understand. You see what I'm saying?
I have to agree with them. I don't think Big G is the cause of anything.
Yeah, but it's like they don't understand their religion is the funny part.
I had never heard the electrical, whatever, the electric universe or, implementing that into fluid dynamics and causing currents and blah, blah, blah. But it just adds up to me. None of the other stuff adds up. I mean, and then this does. So here I am.
Mr. Grimm used to talk about electromagnetic universe all the time. I never made fun of him. I actually told him many times, you know what, man, that makes more sense than the Big Bang.
Yeah, even the way he put it on a globe, like it was interesting as hell. That makes more sense. But the problem I have with a globe is the curving of water, not being able to measure it. You can't. I mean, I'm pulling up to a 9,000 square foot house slab. We poured 400 yards of concrete. That the top of that concrete is a plane, and the water holds in one section and doesn't hold in another. And the reason is because that section is lower than all the other parts of the horizontal plane, so the water settles there.
Oh my
God! I don't know how else to put it.
Wow, there it is. Did you hear that? There it is. He's in the background, the lurker.
Yo, Xana, will you correct the globers in the chat that are remedial? Would you like to inform them that little g is actually just the effect of downward acceleration, and it's an agreed upon average, so we can have a constant to make the math work, and that your model's claim is, or let's just ask you, what does your model claim is the cause of little g?
Well, there's two. Well, there's one that's unknown, that was unknown initially, and then became and evolved to the bending and warping of space-time.
So the cause of little g is the bending and warping of space-time.
But now it's evolving to Mond, right, Xanax?
Evolving to what?
But by Bye-bye, gravity.
Why was what happened? How did that? How'd you get to that conclusion from what I just said? The cause of gravity, which in causes a force in mass, which causes an acceleration, is caused by the bending warping of space-time.
Right.
That's the theory.
So
That's the theory.
right, and so that was that big G.
Both.
But wait, is
Big
it
G's
what?
the constant. Big G's the constant.
Yeah, of what though? Like what? Wait, is little g not a constant?
No,
Well, then how come it's used as a constant?
because on Earth we have an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared.
But it changes.
No, you don't.
It changed. What do you mean? No, it don't.
You mean at an exact elevation or altitude, right, Zanuck? That's what you mean.
No,
it changes.
I mean, at a point where there is more mass.
What?
Hold on.
Zanuck's about to get something wrong.
John, you asked me a question. Hey, tough guy. Hey, settle down. Thank you. Wherever there's wherever there's more mass, there will be more gravity.
And also, wherever there's more separation from the Earth, there will be less gravity. You fucking liar.
Do you have Tourette's?
You fucking liar.
Do you have Tourette's?
You are lying.
Okay. So we'll go easier on you because I know you.
Liar.
You have Tourette's. Okay. I'm not. First of all, I'm not lying about anything. This is colloquial.
Shut up. Then give me a turn.
What term do you want?
Are you telling me that the further away you get from the mass, it doesn't have less gravity?
Doesn't have less gravity. Yes, the gravitational strength will decrease with the square of the distance.
But it seemed you told me I was wrong when I said that to the first Zanuck that it changes with your altitude.
I didn't say you're wrong about that. I'm saying the
yes,
gravitational
you did, you fucking liar.
The gravitational strength depends on the distance, but the gravitation is caused by these interactions between.
So it's not 9.8 always, is it? Liar.
Didn't say it was always 9.8.
Yes, you did, liar.
I didn't. That's an average. That's an average what we see at sea level around the Earth. It varies slightly at sea level.
You're making Zanuck giggle.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It's making me giggle. He's making me giggle.
He sounds like QE. You were asked if it was a constant. If it was a constant, and you said yes, and now you're saying no.
I
it's
didn't
an
say it was a constant. I didn't say. I just absolutely did not. You weren't listening.
Liar!
I said big G was the constant, and little g is a variable depending on the size. And
yeah, and then
no, wait, time out.
And I said, what about the distance variable? And you said no.
Time out. No, he didn't. What he said was they're both constants. Is what he actually
right,
said.
but then he did elaborate. He did elaborate and try to say it was dependent on the mass, and I tried to say it also is the distance, and he said no. Run the fucking tape back. Now it's eating
because I was thinking
you're a fucking liar.
The gravitational strength is, yes. If I said that, I misspoke. It is. We all know it's the formula is very well known that the gravitational strength will go down with the square of the distance. We all know that. I think what I was challenging you on maybe on the cause of it being the distance. I don't know how I responded and how you got to that, but you know what we mean. We absolutely mean that the gravitational strength will change with the distance and it'll go down like with the square. We know that. The big G is the constant. The little g can't be a constant because it depends on where. If you're on Mars, that 9.8 meter per second squared is not a constant. There, it's a different value. Right?
So is big G just the effect also?
Is big G the
well, little g is the effect, right? So like downward acceleration is the effect of gravity, allegedly. Right? Now, a lot of like incompetent people, like the people in the chat, they conflate little g to gravity itself, when in fact, that's just the effect of gravity. That's not what gravity is. Allegedly, gravity causes the downward acceleration. Right.
Right.
Okay.
And that's why we. Go ahead.
So is big G also just an effect?
Both are effects.
It's a weird word to use.
Based on the effect. It's not the cause. How is a value a cause of something? It's a measurement.
That's why I said it's a weird word to use.
What's a weird word? Effect?
is Big G an effect? That's a weird way to phrase it. Not a weird word, but a weird. Calling Big G
quantified
an
effect.
effect is a weird way to say it.
Yeah, the effect is the entire equation. That's the effect. The effect we see with gravity is that we have a constant and we have masses, and that attraction force is what we call gravity, and that is caused by something we can't really explain that well to you. Obviously, the bending of warping space-time is something you don't really accept. I don't know enough about it to really say whether I would bet my life on it if that's actually the reason, but it seems like it works in all areas of science when we need to understand or know what the cause is in those situations. It doesn't hurt us in any way, shape, or form. It doesn't say like, "Wow, we're wrong," and it causes errors in this productivity in this particular areas of science and physics. It always seems to work because it's a theory. It doesn't really matter what causes it in most cases, does it?
I'm in the chat too.
Does
I
it
don't
matter
even
what
hear you.
causes gravity? I mean, does it really
What?
matter to you? Does it matter really if it's caused by bending and warping of space time,
Or it can be caused by an acceleration.
It can be caused by an acceleration. Do you see how inept that is? Do you really not realize how insane that is to say that out loud with such conviction?
Why is it? Why is that inept? That is actually a great
Gravity
answer.
can be caused by acceleration?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Now let's break that down for a second. If the Flat Earth Society were here, they would agree with extremists. They'd say, yeah, the mass that we live on, this ground surface terra firma, is accelerating, and that causes gravity. Why is that such a stretch? I'm not arguing with you. I'm just asking you as a just sitting down at a table chatting about
It's
physics.
really stupid because
Why is it stupid? Why would you insult
I said because. You know what? You know when someone says because, then they're about to
All right.
explain the previous words
Go
before
ahead.
that, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's stupid because little g is downward acceleration. Now downward acceleration on the Earth actually fluctuates. It's not constant. But for math, we just use an agreed upon average as a constant so we can make the equations work. So we use what's called little g, which is downward acceleration, an agreed upon average. Now, in your paradigm, there is a reason why things accelerate downward. That reason, i.e., a cause, is what causes the downward acceleration. So you can't say the cause of downward acceleration is downward acceleration.
Okay, now you're doing the QE word game. Okay, I get it.
Oh my
now.
God.
Thank you for explaining it. No, that's dude. You've had these interactions with him too on this, and so I can step in as well. And
I don't agree with QE.
let you understand why I think it's a QE word game. So you're saying when he starts doing his simple algebra in his head, or actually he doesn't do it in his head, he does it out loud. He starts this equals that, and that equals that, so this equals that. And how does that equal that? How does the acceleration equal acceleration? How does the acceleration cause acceleration? But you've just explained it actually. The acceleration causes an acceleration. If something is accelerating upward already, will it cause an acceleration of something with respect to that object that's accelerating? Yes, that acceleration will cause another acceleration. Just like forces can cause forces. It's not that much of a stretch. You're not thinking this through all the way, what's it?
So if I drop something and it accelerates downward, you're saying that the cause of that accelerating downward is it accelerating downward.
Well, they have to look at reference frames. What is it reference to? What is it accelerating with reference to?
You didn't answer my question. If I drop this container in my hand,
when you're in free fall, do you have a force acting on you?
okay, so if I drop this container,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
if I drop this container, I'm holding in my hand and it falls to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot claim that the cause of the container falling to the ground is the container fell to the ground.
That's not what I'm saying. You missed the entire statement. If you're on your couch, and I have attached with chains on all four corners, and I accelerate you upward, will you have an acceleration downward? With respect to the couch. Just answer. Don't sigh and get all huffy on me because I
said I wasn't listening.
I understand where you're coming from, but I think you need to break it down a little more simple. So you're on the couch, and I have a chain to a crane, and I'm going to accelerate you upward. If you're sitting on the couch, you're going to get pressed down in the couch, and you will have a downward acceleration caused by the upward acceleration.
Okay.
Okay, so that's how one acceleration can cause another acceleration. If you're in free fall, and this is where my mind kind of gets bent too, and it took me a long time back in the day to get, and I even still probably have a hard time really understanding it. But when you're in free fall, even though you're accelerating, you don't have any forces acting on you.
Okay. Hey,
you're just floating, but yet you're accelerating. How can you be accelerating and not feel any force?
yeah.
Right?
Extremist says, since you're talking so big in the chat, can you answer my question? Is little g the effect of gravity, or is it gravity itself?
No, you asked the question. I cannot answer your question. You asked that question first. I'll answer that one first. I cannot
So
answer
shouldn't
that.
you stop talking and projecting your own ineptitude in the chat?
Absolutely not.
So you prefer to project your own ineptitude?
Yes, I do.
Okay, but you do at least acknowledge your ineptitude.
I do.
Do you know what that word means?
Would you stop?
I have a question for you, Zanuck, about your couch example.
Okay.
So in your couch example, you said that Witsit's sitting on the couch, the crane lifts the couch upwards, right? So you apply a force upwards to the couch. So you're now saying that the upward motion of the couch is causing a downward force on Witsit, even though Witsit's actually going upwards when the couch is lifted?
Yeah. See, this is where we get into pseudo forces. So if let's say you're in a drone, you have a drone above your couch and it's hovering on your couch.
No, I don't need another example.
No,
so I get it.
I
get it. Hold on just a second. Let me
really
clarify, bro.
I love this example.
Let me clarify, because you speak a lot and you say a lot of words.
Let me finish. You might learn something here. It's really simple. It's not that big a deal. It's really simple. I'm not trying to challenge you or make you feel bad or anything. It's just you have the couch, you have a drone above it, and we accelerate the couch upward with the chains I told you about. Relative to the couch, the drone sees the acceleration of the couch moving toward it. Doesn't feel anything, by the way. It's accelerating. That'll be a pseudo force.
Cool.
When it hits, hold on. When the couch finally hits it, because it's just hovering, and it hits it, now both the drone and the couch are going straight up and accelerating.
Cool.
The drone is actually, hold on, almost done. The drone is pressing on the couch and actually making a divot in the cushion. That's called a pseudo force because it's a force without origin, and it's reference frame dependent. And that reference frame actually is accelerating. Does that make any sense, or is that?
So in the first example that you gave with Witsit sitting on the couch, what is the cause of what you are claiming is a downward force that Witsit is allegedly exerting onto the couch?
The upward acceleration of the couch.
So upward acceleration causes downward acceleration.
Yes.
So how is Witsit accelerating downward and upward simultaneously at the same time?
That's why I use the drone example on the couch. That's how pseudo forces.
I'm not talking about the drone example. I'm talking about you lifted him upwards, right? So if there's an upward acceleration,
yeah,
and Witsit is moving upwards, how is he also moving downwards at the same time?
Well, this is where you have to start understanding what pseudo forces are. So when he immediately, as the couch is being lifted up, he accelerates downward. So you have the upward acceleration. And hold
on, but
and the downward acceleration.
Couldn't we just say that
he stops. Hold on.
Object at rest
Let me just
remain at rest.
I know that.
Let him finish his explanation, then
God, why can't you let me finish the explanation? You already have it in your mind. I think you don't want to know what I'm going to tell you, but that's why
I told you that earlier.
If you wanted to learn, you might just stop. Not learn, teaching you, just learn what I'm trying to say or understand. Sorry, better word. Understand.
Stop being such a girl, man.
No, he won't listen, and he's interrupting me. Just let me finish.
No, I'm talking to a Extremist dude who just jumps in to cheerlead from the sideline and color commentate.
Let me finish. You don't need the annotations here. So we got this acceleration of the couch upward. Now immediately Witsit starts to sink in the couch, and he has a downward acceleration too. I think we'd agree. There's a movement and there's a change.
Hold on. I have contention there. So as the couch moves up and applies force on Witsit, Whitsitt simultaneously moves downwards.
Correct. And he presses.
So how much further? So he's sitting on the couch, and when the couch starts to move upwards, how much further down? Bro, you can't interrupt me as well.
No, I
So
was
how
already
much
telling
further
you.
down?
I was telling you this exact story.
How much further down did Whitsitt go from his initial position sitting on the couch? So let's say he's 3 feet
That's what I was
above
going
the
to
ground.
tell you before you interrupted me. Stop it. Napalm, I'm going to explain to you in great detail if you want, or just high level. But I'm going to explain it to you either way. You don't need to jump in and ask the questions on the things I'm already answering.
Explain it. You say way too many words without
I don't need
explaining
you to
anything.
interrupt me every time. Let me speak because it's getting frustrating with you. Just let me speak. So yes, he depresses an inch, 2 inches. Doesn't really matter. All we do know is he did move and he did accelerate downward. And then he stopped. And that's why the F equals ma or the A equals F over m comes into play here. Because at the point he actually stops accelerating, as in change of velocity, right? The second derivative of distance with respect to time, acceleration. When he has stopped this change in velocity, now there's a force, because that's how F equals ma works. And so now he has a force. So that's why the 9.8 meters per second squared also relates to 9.8 meters. I mean, so 9.8 newtons when you're not accelerating with that acceleration. If you get acceleration due to gravity, 9.8 meters per second squared, and then you don't have actual velocity change, that force will now be 9.8 newtons, which is a unit measure of force. So you see how they're interrelated? If you don't move and you have the acceleration, then you have a force. If you don't have the force and you have acceleration, you have the acceleration. There, I'm glad.
So Whitsitt is sitting at 3 feet above the surface of the earth. You move him upwards with the couch that's below him. How much further down does he get closer to the surface of the earth?
He's not getting. See, I guess you don't understand the reference frame side of this.
No, I understand that there's a resistance to acceleration, right? Which would cause a cavitation within the couch cushion, but that's not a downward acceleration towards the earth. That's a resistance to acceleration,
right?
Which
and
is
that
causing the couch cushion to compress.
That's where reference frames come in. You have an accelerated reference frame, and that's where it comes into play. Now, because you're not accelerating anymore with respect to the couch, you are accelerating with respect to the ground beneath you, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about the couch because you specifically said how far does he sink in the couch. I told you a couple inches, then I told you the forces.
Nope,
that would be.
That's not what I said. I said
So
how
as he
much closer does he get to the surface of the earth? I said how much further down does Whitsitt go? Because you said he's accelerating downwards.
In the couch.
He's accelerating downwards in the couch as the couch moves upwards.
A couple inches. He's sunk.
No, he's not. He's not.
I said that very clearly. Everybody heard it.
He's not. You gotta stop and pause for just a second. He's not moving downwards into the couch. He's just resisting the couch's force going forward.
Well, that's why I use the couch, because you have a cushion there and because it's easier for you to understand. He's sitting on the
I
couch.
understand.
Napalm, you are doing the exact thing you're not wanting me to do.
No,
just
I'm not
let me
going
finish.
to strawman me into saying
Just
I
let me
don't
finish the
understand.
sentence.
When I
I've
fully
been here 10
comprehend
minutes,
it.
man. The frick,
Just let me
dude.
finish the sentence. So he's on the couch. That's why I use the couch, because it has a cushion. And as the couch accelerates upward, he accelerates downward for a moment, for a few inches, and then he stops. And that's where I got the force from. No more acceleration, but there still is acceleration, which will now equate to a force because he's not accelerating. That's why you can step on a scale and measure your force. Let me almost done. That's why you can step on a scale and measure the force because of downward acceleration. Even though you're not moving, you measure the force because of F equals ma or A equals F over m.
Are you done?
Yeah, when I stop talking, that's usually a clue that I'm done.
Okay, so if we have a slow motion camera to the side of the couch that Whitsitt is sitting on, and you accelerate it upwards, and that slow motion camera is sitting there, does Whitsitt go downwards?
No.
While simultaneously going upwards?
You have two different reference points you're looking at: the couch surface and the ground. That's where I can't say this enough. It's a pseudo force. because it's a force without origin, and it's reference frame dependent. You got to understand that those two concepts. What that
Dude, I
means is
understand it. What I'm saying is in
you
relation
don't,
to
because you keep asking the
the
same question
Earth.
over again. I swear to God, I'm answering it the best of my ability, and you still aren't getting it. I mean, just telling you. All right, you're not understanding.
In relation to the Earth, when we're speaking about gravity, is your claim that the Earth is moving in some sort of upward acceleration in all directions, which causes the downward force?
So you weren't listening from the very beginning. I use that example because that's the flat Earth
It was
society.
a question.
My God, I give you space, and I promise you that I will. But you got to give me space. It won't be a shit show if you do it this way.
No, you caused the shit show.
No, I'm not. I'm really.
You have to realize it is you.
I let him
I
talk.
promise you it's you.
Just like you're doing.
No,
So listen,
yeah, like I'm doing. This is you every time you speak.
I'm really making a concerted effort to
No,
not talk.
really. No, not really.
As you clip me,
I've
you're
been
clipping me now.
right.
Okay,
I'm clipping you like you
just
clip
stop.
everyone.
No, I'm not.
I'm trying
I'm
to
not
prove a
going to.
point. It seems to be you every time you come.
Great. Ad hominem. Nice.
No, how is that an ad hominem? I said it seems to be. Maybe you misunderstood me. It seems to be you every time you come. The same thing happens. How
Then we
can
got
it be
personal
everyone
attacks.
else?
By consensus.
Oh.
Yeah. So look, that serves no purpose. I'm being very, very diligent in my effort to not talk over him and be real detail oriented and
So let
accurate
me ask
about
you
my
a
description.
question.
So let me tell you about your
Because
thing.
I'm
Yes.
dumb, Zanuck. I'm
Okay,
dumb.
I know
So
you
let
are.
me ask you a question.
Let me finish my sentence and you can be done. So I have Whitsit sitting on the couch, and if you slow motion camera watched him go up, yes, he would not ever make any downward with respect to the ground, but he'd have a downward motion with respect to the couch. That's why it's reference for independent. And then you started saying, well, what about if you're saying that what's causing this acceleration is the Earth moving? I said, you must have forgot the beginning of this whole talk that started with the Flat Earth Society. If they were to talk about an acceleration, is due to the Earth accelerating upward at 9.8 meters per second squared. And this, now the final point here, now I'll stop after this, which that want to know the force causes, or the acceleration causes an acceleration. And that's where that came from. The acceleration causes by if the Earth was moving up, that acceleration would cause acceleration for things going down with respect to some reference point in the appropriate reference frames. Thank you.
Yeah. So now we've come full circle. So in your model, what is that cause?
As I mentioned 3 or 4 times before this even started with you, it's the bending and warping of space-time.
Can you prove that?
I don't need to prove it.
Oh, so we can just claim it's fairies
It
as
doesn't
well.
matter. No, okay, you know what? Electromagnetism. Electromagnetism. That's what causes it.
Okay, did you know that debunks the heliocentric model?
No, it doesn't debunk anything.
Yeah, because if you don't,
care
you
what
need
causes
something
it.
other than electromagnetism to explain the heliocentric model.
No, you don't.
You
If that's
literally
what
do.
causes- if that equation is caused by electromagnetism, I'm okay with it as long as we have this 9.80 per second squared on the Earth that arrives from the size of the and mass of the Earth and the size and masses of things that are on the Earth.
So
See, I
here's
don't
the deal.
care. It doesn't matter what causes it. It doesn't matter at all.
Well,
So
it
is
does
the-
matter because the heliocentric model needs something else outside of physical reality that can actually be verified. Like electrostatics, for example, right? We can manipulate how fast something falls with electrostatics. So we can prove that that's a cause of the effect of downward acceleration.
That's a lie right there.
We
You know
can
that's
prove that it is a cause, a vector, right?
No,
now
it
you
causes
might claim
change.
it's not the cause or whatever, but this is the problem. Electrostatics wouldn't explain the gigantic planetary bodies moving around each other in a vacuum at immense distances. So there has to be
wind?
something outside of that,
Is it
something
wind
additional
cause-
to that.
Is wind causing? Is that cause acceleration?
The last 30 seconds. Is
Rocky, I don't think this is the time for you to clip me real quick. Is wind the cause of
that an
of
example
downward
of you
acceleration?
not
Wind
clipping
can actually
people?
Rakia, you know you have a lot of projection going
You
on.
see how annoying this is being clipped while you're trying to talk? Think of it as an audience member. Think of how annoying it is to hear
You're
someone
annoying.
clip over and over again. Yeah, I can't hear
It's
anything
not
that's
only
being
me.
said, dude.
I hate to use the attack ad numerum, but it's you, and
I
everybody
don't
knows you're
care
doing this.
about you, dude. I just can't hear what's being said because you are clipping.
It was my turn to speak,
That's a
Rakia.
lie.
I told him, I made a statement. You clipped me when I was saying the statement. It was my turn to speak. Stop being so pedantic and stop being such an
Mod, as an audience member, I cannot hear when Zanuck is clipping or other people are clipping. Can you handle that, please? Because obviously he's not
Not
going
when
to
I'm
listen
in
to
the
me.
middle. Not when I'm
Tell
in the
me,
middle
tell
of
us
a
more
I
about it,
know. I
Rakia.
need a mod
and
to
then
mod
you
the
clip me,
conversation.
bro. Like literally, I can't do it while I'm in the middle of having a discussion with him. We try not to do that. We try to mod outside of when we are actually having a discussion.
That's why I asked for a mod, not someone who's in the conversation.
Zanuck, it's basically like what we always tell you. Can you please not impulsively interrupt? And I heard a few people interrupt Zanuck as well, though. So, no one
That's why I
needs to
said
be
others.
interrupted.
I said other people. I can't hear when people
I
are
know.
clipping.
I'm just saying in general, man. I'm saying in
Zanuck
general.
is like the main one. Clip, clip,
Yeah,
clip,
of
clip,
course,
clip.
of course. And then Zanuck, this is what happens, okay? You get kind of impulsive. It changes the vibe of the room, and then there's a cascading effect where there's just a bunch of interruptions going on. And it's kind of disrespectful to the audience, right? Because no one can really hear what's going on coherently. So if everyone can just chill out and be concise and not interrupt, please.
Yeah, can I just say one thing real quick? So, Zanuck, this is just a little bit of a critique on why conversations tend to go slightly awry when you get involved sometimes, is because you'll generally start your reply or your statement with some sort of underhanded slight towards the person you're responding to, then come in with a little bit of information, take a slight pause to add some more information. That person usually tries to come in on the pause, or they get a little bit agitated with the underhanded slight that you start your reply with. So if you could kind of try to avoid acting as if the people you talk with don't understand or can't comprehend, or
Get it.
whatever
Stop.
these
Why does this guy take so
underhanded,
long between you and Rakia? It's
then it would
ridiculous.
be easier
As
to
he
have.
clips the mod.
I know, because it's getting ridiculous. Witsit, come on, you got to admit.
Zanuck, do I gotta mute you, man?
No. Rakia went on for 5 minutes, and now he's going for 5 minutes.
5 minutes. No one talks for 5 minutes in this whole room except for you.
Spent about 3 minutes of this critiquing of my inability to get my point across, and that when I make my points, I'm doing it through a underhanded or subliminal insulting methodology.
Hey, just make your point and try not to clip.
I'll try to be more. I'll try to
Make
be
your
more
point
cool.
and try not to clip people, please. That's all.
I've been trying to do that, but I've been getting clipped the entire time. Witsit even heard it. Okay, so I don't know what the point was initially. Something about the cause of the cause, that we don't care what causes it. If it's magnetism, whatever. Oh yeah. So things do fall apart. Witsit on the galactic scale, and yes, we have to add something else in there. You're right. But in our reality on the Earth and things we do day to day, airplanes down to things that are fairly tiny, this gravitational model works perfectly. Now, what it's caused by, I don't think it really matters personally.
It does matter in terms of the heliocentric model, though. This is what's so funny. Like all these people in the chat, I don't know. I feel like you guys are like in Groundhog Day or something where it becomes like super exhaustive to me, where I have to say the same things over and over, and you guys just don't understand basic things. Like everything I'm saying here is objective and has been tactically formulated so that it cannot be rebutted. There is a downward electric flow in the Earth that creates a downward bias, because you can't have downward electric flow without there being some type of bias resultant of that. Those two things are objective. We can manipulate electrostatics, and it manipulates vector, right? Direction and magnitude. That's objective. It can be proven many different ways. The globe position is, yeah, you can do that. This is the accurate globe position, not the zealots on Discord, right? The accurate position of the globe would be, well, yeah, you can do that, but there's something else there, and all that electrostatics is doing is like basically adding to that, right? Correct. Like there's a force that's also there, but then you're just introducing an additional force. That would have to be your position. Now, here's the point, though. What I claimed can be proven. We can manipulate the variable physically, and we can show that it changes vector. Now, we cannot manipulate space and time physically. We have to just believe that it's there, because if it's not there, then the Earth can't be a ball that spins in a vacuum. There's a huge difference here. Mine can be proven physically with experiment. Yours literally cannot in any way.
Okay. Can I?
Wait,
Okay.
say real quick. Hold on, Zanik. 1 second. Can I just real quick?
You had a long
If
distance.
you
You had a
put
long
something,
statement before I forget stuff.
I'm
You went on
quick,
for a long
Zanik.
time.
I
I
just
want to be
want
able
to
to
ask
respond.
Witz a question about this real quick.
Well,
All right, go ahead, Zanik. I'll wait. I can wait.
because it was to me. No, I get that. I think you really, and the response that most, as you said, blow people. And by the way, you started out with the same thing that Napalm was talking about as far as the underhanded, what you guys don't understand. You guys are too stupid to understand. These kind of things are the same things that I'm doing back to you. Maybe we should both stop doing that. No one's stupid here. We're both trying to talk intellectually and think about this intelligently and not have to burn somebody because they're too stupid to understand your point of view. Okay, that's number one. Number two, you said that yes, we can actually go in there in the lab and actually do things electrostatically to create vectors. And I wouldn't disagree with you. It doesn't, just because you make a change in something doesn't mean that's the absolute cause for other things. It could be a non sequitur completely. It could be even it's a terrible argument and a terrible methodology to prove that you, and then you say prove on top of it. No, just because you altered something or able to make something float in a lab environment doesn't mean that's the cause for other accelerations that we see or other forces that we see in those masses. They add to it, just like wind can change things. Wind's not the cause of downward acceleration, though I can add wind and downdrafts and updrafts and can change acceleration. Doesn't mean it's the cause of the acceleration. So by saying that, it's a false equivalence and it's illogical. And I don't know what the motivation there is to claim that just because you see some little particle being elevated or levitated in a lab, that's suddenly, eureka, I found the cause of downward acceleration because I can manipulate that acceleration somehow. That makes no sense to me.
Yeah, so look, Jesse, why are you talking in the chat when you're in the VC? Because you guys are so annoying.
What's it? I
got. Okay, go ahead.
Hold on, real quick question. If you have a downward current, or if you have a flowing current and you put an electron in that, is the electron going to move the way the current's going?
Wait, are you asking me a question? What was your question?
If you have a flowing current and an electron, how will an electron react to a flowing current? Will it try to move with the current?
Yeah, depending on the strength, and electrons aren't real, but so electrons are actually gaps in the field. So
In the mainstream model, though, maybe I should ask Zanik. Zanik, if you put an electron in a current and it's flowing, is the electron going to move in the way of the current?
No.
So you're saying that the electron would be unaffected by a current introduced to it?
Is that what you got from my response? Is that what you got from my response? That
I asked you a question.
It's unaffected. I didn't say it's unaffected. If you put I don't know how you put an electron in a current flow, but when you look at how current flows in a circuit, that we talked about this before. It's not like the current actually, the electron moves from one location to the next. It actually, like those balls that you drop the ball and it hits the stack of balls, and then the ball on the other side moves. They kind of transfer this energy from each other. The electrons talk to each other as the current flow. That's the current.
They talk to each other.
Well, I'm using that as a metaphor.
Electrons aren't real.
Well, how can they accelerate electrons at near light speed and hit a target and have an impact?
This is dielectric induction. What's so funny about that? They claim that the atom is 99.9% empty space, and now you're getting triggered. They claim the atom is 99.9% empty space and super, super tiny. And then they claim that the electron is 100 million times smaller than that. And they claim that it's a charge-carrying particle of matter. We can't actually prove that it's matter, though. We can only look at the charge, then put it in a mass-to-charge ratio, and try to come up with an alleged mass or compilation of matter quantified. That's what objectively happens. It is not proven in any way. And in fact, they say you can never find the rest mass of an electron. You can only guess what it is. And it's constantly in motion. It can be simultaneously in different locations, so we can only know the radii from the center to the outside extension once we decide to look at it, right? And that it's actually a cloud of distribution probability.
Why? Okay, so you asked me to do something. I'm going to ask you something. Can you, when you respond to me, can you not do it in like a diatribe? Just do like a couple sentences and stop.
Well, I wanted to save us time. That's what you're defending.
Time because nobody can follow you. Very few people can. I
Hey,
can follow.
Zanik, what happens when you put an electron in a current? Zanik, what happens when you put an electron in a current? Does it move a flowing current?
It'll just join
you have
the
a
electron.
Flowing current.
It'll just join
flowing current. You put an electron in it.
Am I muted or something?
No, you're not muted, but I just want to clarify. You have a flowing current. You put an electron in it.
Why can't I text in the stream? What happened?
Zanik, you have a flowing current. You put an electron in it. How does the electron react?
Oh, well, how come I can't text in the stream? In the,
I'll
live
respond to
stream?
that, Jeremy. Based on the like consensus, right? The mainstream science, they actually say that electrons flow the opposite direction of the current flow. So if the current is flowing from positive to negative or negative to positive,
That's not the
the
answer.
It is the answer.
electrons flow the opposite direction.
No.
Since electrons have this is a mainstream position. Since electrons, the change carrier in metal wires and most other parts of electric circuits have a negative charge, therefore they flow in the opposite direction of conventional current flow in an electrical circuit.
You know, that's
Okay,
not what I meant.
we're in a positive and negative.
Jeremy,
Now,
can you hear me? Can you
yeah,
hear me?
go ahead, Zanuck. I want to get
So
down
you
to
asked
the bottom of this. You're not gonna,
Yeah.
so but
Okay,
go
two
ahead.
things. Let me answer your question. Yes, the flow, as they quote flow, means it does go. That's one of the things we learned in electronics early on, is that flow doesn't go from positive, negative to positive. I get that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the actual physical electron. Does it flow in this flow that you talked about? Does it flow with it? No. You just add to that stream of electrons. It doesn't move. They communicate with each other, and that's how the current flows, by the communication of all the electrons in a path, in the actual substance, like copper wire. Nothing's moving. No electrons are flowing, but the current is flowing. And so it's a metaphor when I say they talk or communicate with each other. Does that make sense?
Okay, so in relation to the downward current on Earth, which way would the electron want to go, up or down?
They don't move.
That's not for you.
And by the way, Jeremy, why can't I text in the chat? What happened?
I don't know, Zanuck. I don't know. I don't even fuck with the chat. You probably
So I
got
thought
a
you were
warning.
moderator.
You might have got a warning just now.
What? I didn't do anything. I've been just talking with you guys.
You've been over talking incessantly the whole
Oh,
time, but other than that, yeah, you haven't done anything.
That's not that cool. Come on. Who did that?
I don't know. I didn't do it. I don't know.
Geo?
I don't know why you can't type in chat. Napalm. In relation to the Earth and the sky, which way would the electron want to go?
If we have a flow from positive to negative, if it's an electrical flow from positive to negative, the theorized electron would be flowing the opposite direction, meaning it would be going from negative to positive.
Okay, which way is that on Earth?
That would be from
current.
down to up.
So the electrons would want to go up?
According to the mainstream idea of current flow and electrons, yes.
Did you hear what I said about how the flow actually works physically? That the electrons aren't actually moving; they're actually communicating with each other and transferring the energy that way.
I understand that. That's why I prefaced with the mainstream idea of current flowing and electron flow. So an electrical current versus the electrons.
And I heard this yesterday with Whitsitt talking about how we can actually move ionized gases into a corner of a chamber with some pretty amazing strength just by using very, very strong magnetic fields. And magnetrons do this. And we can see the effects of electrons, by the way, in the early tube TV sets. That was actually electrons hitting a phosphorus material on the surface of this glass that illuminated and gave you a picture. That's actually an electron gun firing electrons at a screen. So we know very well
what we call electrons and what we call photons are resultant effects. They're not actual things, but
Correct.
Go ahead.
They're events or processes.
Okay, that's what you think, but that's not what most people think.
No, that's what all the evidence shows.
According to you, though, right?
No, according to the evidence.
No, according to you, you're looking at the evidence and then making conclusions, which I think are incorrect. But you're making the conclusions, not anyone else.
The reason you think it's incorrect is because you just think whatever consensus is correct.
No, I mean I've had to build TV sets and amplifiers and use vacuum tubes and things in my career.
None of that proves that electron is a piece of matter, a sole entity of matter. Duh.
Right. None of it does. Nor does it prove that it's not.
I never said it did. I'm not the one to invoke technology as if it's some type of evidence.
Well,
you don't know what the evidence is? Is that when we try to apply particle physics to it, our predictions do not work.
Mostly they do work.
No, they don't work. We had to create a convention of virtual particles to try to make the math work.
And what is a vertical particle?
It's just a
virtual
convention. It's an abstraction that we use to balance out equations.
particle. Random numbers that we just throw in there to make things balance
Literally.
out. Okay, literally.
Yeah, literally. Virtual photons, example, for magnetism, electrostatics. They claim both electrostatics and magnetism is the exchange of virtual photons. Virtual particles don't actually exist, though. It's just an abstraction or a convention. To quote, what's his name? The dude that everyone loves so much, Feynman. Richard Feynman said, yeah, I mean, virtual particles are just an abstraction. Their existence is questionable at best. They're never the input or output of any experiment. They're just a concept we use to make the math work.
Okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that statement.
Okay,
Especially
so
the
that's
source,
my
too.
point, though. Particle physics doesn't work without made-up conventions.
I mean, can you show me any equation at a physics level that you ever solved for? I don't think you've ever used it. You talk about Newton's equations being distilled down from Einstein's identities and things, but have you ever taken an equation and solved for one yourself? I mean, you've done a lot of reading and a lot of research, but I don't think you've done the math.
The math of what?
Math and physics.
I've done math and physics. I made an A in both physics 1 and 2 honors in a college preparatory school.
I'm talking about particle physics, talking about relativity. I mean, we're talking about some pretty elaborate equations. You
Yeah,
talk
actually, it's not
about
even agreed upon on
around
how to
like
actually do Einstein's equations.
Pardon me?
It's not even completely agreed upon on how to do Einstein's equations. For example, like the Lorentz contraction, the application, and the cause of. There are actually disputes as to actually how to solve his field equations. So, anyway, the point is that I don't have to do the math to know that the only way the math works is to make up some convention that doesn't actually exist. See, what in reality, the way science works is if you have a theory and it makes it, Zanuck, do you agree with this? If you have a theory in science and then it makes predictions based on that assumption of the theory, and then you go look at the real world and you find out that the observations do not match your prediction, what that means is your theory's predictions were wrong.
Correct.
Now, what they do in
Einstein himself
particle
said that.
physics and heliocentrism is when that happens, instead of saying, okay, our theory's wrong, we must throw it out, they come up with an ad hoc idea that can't be proven, saying, oh, there must be something else that exists that we don't know what it is, and we'll just put a mathematical figure on it, and then we can keep our theory as if it's true. That's not science. That's a religion.
No, that is science. And are you talking about the quantum level or the galactic level?
Both.
For both.
Both. They do that for both.
Okay, I know they do. You're right. And throw dark matter in there. Boom. We're seeing these type of things that we shouldn't see with the known laws of gravitation. So we're going to throw in dark matter because that seems like to make everything balance out. We don't now what causes that, or if it is dark matter or if it is something else, we don't know. But at least it makes the equations work because then the theory makes sense for what we see, and it has predictive qualities. If we add that factor, and suddenly everything we see in the universe now makes sense. What's wrong with that?
All right, I actually have to go, but this is my point, bro. The point is that an honest person would say, okay, well, obviously one of the options is that our theory is just wrong and we have to completely trash it. But they don't do that. They don't even entertain that possibility. They literally make up ad hoc concepts to try to reify and keep their idea alive. And this is the death of knowledge. Science is supposed to be the opposite of that. It's supposed to be the opposite of philosophical preference or bias, right? It's supposed to be like, oh, well, here's the evidence. We must come up with something new. Here's the evidence. What we thought previously is wrong. It's supposed to be completely independent of personal preference. But that's not what happens, right? And that's the point that we're making, or that I'm making. And when you look at particle physics, the quantum scale, or the cosmological scale, they've consistently done this. And then you have people come on here that don't understand any of it, don't read any of it, don't know the history of any of it, and then they want to ridicule people as if their position is infallible, when in reality, it is nothing more than consistent reification fallacies and ad hoc explanations to hand-wave dismiss the contradictory evidence. And that's just a fact.
A lot of projection going on there, Whoopsie, with you, because you basically come out here and say that I know this to be true because I did this, that, and the other.
What did I claim I know to be true?
Look, you're taking information and the data, and then you're looking at it and saying, you know what, that can't be. I'm going to do some other experiment, see what the results of that is, and say, you know what, the results of that based on that experiment, that is now the cause of this other,
Hey, Zanuck?
effect. And off we go.
No, I have to go, Jesse. Me and my wife are going to the grocery store.
Hey, why-
Also, I don't get paid to just sit here and
Go
like
ahead.
Globers work for a couple days on some argument. They think like, oh, Austin, now you need to talk for 2 hours about my argument.
Just talk to Jesse real quick. He wanted to get in there.
No, I have to go to the grocery store.
I can wait till you get back. Definitely.
Talk to you later.
Cheers.
Sorry about that. That was a waste of time.
Hey, are you here, Travis?
Am I here?
Is that it? Travis,
Did
I
you-
heard?
Did you say, am I here? Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, hey, did you have some questions you had for me about a ship or something you mentioned the other day?
Do you have the diagram that you produced?
I think I do. I don't know which one you're talking about, but I think I do, and I bet I can guess it on the first one. Let me pop it up. Just bear with me while I change my screen share to that one. Is that it?
Yeah. So the thing that I was thinking, we're going to be looking at that white line or whatever the color is of that horizontal line that you've got on the photograph.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So if you are that pin at the focal or at the viewer's observation,
uh-huh,
and the very far radial, what's that distance compared to the distance that's straight ahead?
So the distance that, let me make this font bigger. Okay, can you see those numbers?
Yeah.
Okay, so the straight ahead distance would be, it looks like miles line of sight. That would be this one right here. So the closest was 6.02 miles, and then the farthest would have been 12.44 miles.
Okay. So I think my initial question would be whether or not you could plot out those points as along the horizontal in terms of those distances. So instead of a blue ellipse and a red ellipse, you're going to be looking side on curve on the horizon, but each of those points is going to be a different distance.
I'm not following. Try explaining a different way, maybe.
Well, if you're the axis of a radius, then everything out in front of you is going to be pretty much equidistant because it's going to be a circle of vision, right? Your circle of vision is, if you're the axis, then every distance on the horizon from your left to the next position, next position, next position, next position, and then straight in front of you, if that's an arc, then those are all going to be the same distance. Right? Because that's the horizon. When you look out straight ahead of you at the height that you are, your horizon is, let's say, for instance, 6.02.
Okay.
So, okay, but if you just keep looking to the left, that's the same horizon. Same horizon, but that's not the same distance. Right? If you look 45 degrees to your left, that's a different distance than looking straight ahead.
Because
And
I'm
yet,
looking at the ship that's traveling along a line.
yeah, but when you see the horizon, you don't see depth to the horizon. You don't know that when you're looking to the left, that's actually 10 miles. And when you're looking straight ahead, that's actually 6 miles. And if you go in between the 10 miles and the 6 miles, that's actually like 8.2, right? You don't know that that one horizon line is made up of different points of distances. It's like a zigzag, because the refraction in that area could actually bring the boat closer to you, move it farther back, whatever.
I'm not following the stuff about the horizon line. I wasn't measuring anything to this measurement didn't have anything to do with the horizon. I was measuring the height of the smokestack, which was far above the horizon. So I'm not. Try again.
Yeah, but the smokestack is affected by refraction. You can't do a blink test and say the angular size is this and then make that just happen every single point along the way. How are you alternating the position of the ship due to its alleged distance from you and its angular size to correspond to that distance? So you have to think about plotting out those points, right? You're plotting out GPS points, and I'm suggesting that they need to be plotted out on a horizontal line, not the one that you have, not the blue and the red one. If anybody else can hear what I'm trying to say and help me say it better, it's been a while since I looked at this, and so I'm just trying to go shoot from the hip. So my biggest point is that when, like, if that farthest distance to the left, that last radial line, like, do you know what distance that one was?
The one on the left. That would have been 8.64 miles on the left.
8.64. Okay. Hold on, I lost the screen again. Hold on. I'm trying to open that. Why the hell won't it open the screen that you're sharing?
I don't know. It says I'm live. Is anyone else able to see my
No,
screen?
I mean I have it in a small window, but it minimized and I can't get it to come back up. There we go. I got it. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to remember how I thought through this the last time we were looking at it.
I did post all my source data, the KMZ, so you can load the ship's path and the red lines into Google Earth, and the ODS, which is the spreadsheet, if you want any of that.
I you know what, I realize what happens now. I can't look at the Google Maps image. Where's that one?
The Google Maps image. So
the one that has all the radial lines.
Okay, you can see that in at 18 past the hour. There's a JPEG, which is just what I'm sharing, and then there's a KMZ, so you can actually load it into Google and like measure distances and zoom in and everything.
Okay. Okay, hold on. What past the hour? Oh, I see it. I got it. Okay. So look, that white line that is at 44 and 45, right? That little numbered box on the left. It's right between 44 and 45, that white line, right? Are you okay? So are you suggesting that is a pretty much lateral line that ship is traveling? That's the path of the ship?
Yes, that is the path of the ship.
Okay. So then when you take your data that you are plotting out, I'm wondering how that would translate to the position of the ship on the horizon for you.
Say that once more.
When you get your data that shows you the position of the ship, that same data that you're plotting as a blue ellipse, I'm wondering how that corresponds to the appearance of the ship on the horizon as you're looking at it moving across, because I actually think that the data that you're getting is more appropriate to plot out that position of the ship in your line of sight.
I'm not following, I guess.
Does anybody else know what I'm trying to get at? So, like, where did you say the farthest radial was represented in your LOS?
12.44 miles, the one to the right.
That's, yeah, but the one to the left is what?
Oh, the left, I'm sorry. 8.64 miles to the left.
Okay, so that's 2. So then each one, so then 2, 3, 4, 5, you're moving from the farthest left to the next. That's the numbered one, even though they're not numbered on the graph.
What's your question?
Nothing. I'm just talking through it.
Yeah, just column A here is the journey distance, just the distance that the ship had moved along its journey started when I started tracking it. So this was the 0 mile marker, like just an imaginary 0 mile marker when I first started.
So I guess what I'm saying is this, is like, do you have an image of the ship at 8.64 LOS?
At 8 point...
At the very first distance that you have on the graph, on the chart, the very first distance, which is row 2. Row 2 says 8.64. So that first red radial line from your observation, that's how far away it is at that point. Do you have a photograph of the ship at that position?
Not at that exact position. I took some photos of the ship, but mostly I was lining up the instrument and taking photos of the readout.
Right, because I think part of our concern in this discussion is, how does the ship appear on the horizon? So think about it this way as well. When you look over to your left to that first position, which is 8.64 miles away from you, that's simply where the horizon is in your line of sight. You're looking straight ahead, there's the horizon. Now, if you just continue to look to your right along the horizon that whole time, you don't understand that horizon is changing in its depth and position to you. It could be getting closer, it could be getting farther away, it could be getting closer, it could be getting farther away. It looks like one continuous horizon, but it's not. That's the idea of how refraction is happening along the horizontal as well, that's not being plotted out. Right?
I am really trying to follow you, my friend. I'm not understanding.
Okay. So, do you know how far away the horizon was when the ship was at row 2, LOS 8.64? Do you know how far away the horizon was?
No, I don't know. I mean,
Right.
I know my height was like 57 or 58 feet or something, so you could approximate it from that. But no, I don't know how far the horizon was away.
Right. And then how far away the ship was from the horizon, allegedly, because you do know for sure the position of the ship. It was 8.64 miles away from you. So let's just say, for instance, that in your globe model math, all things considered, what if the horizon was 8.7 miles away? That would mean that the ship was in front of the horizon. Well, let's see a picture of that. I'm just saying in general, right? Or if the horizon was 8.4 miles away, then that would mean that there was, 0.3 of a mile between the horizon and the ship. That is the kind of stuff that I would be interested in seeing plotted out, because I think that your data could be plotted out along those lines as well. Instead of having it be a parabola where you can see what you think is curvature, flip that on its side, and then you'll see those different plotted points being due to refraction as well, not just these pings that tell you the distance to the ship. But anyway, I hear that I'm not coming across as clear as I'd like, so I don't need to take up any more time with this. But it was
this is good. It's definitely no worse than the competition.
Oh, you know what? Let me think about it this way, because that's what it was. Because you've got the ship right in the crosshair in your diagram right there. Do you know at what point you took that picture in its journey?
That would have been when it was more closer because it was bigger. I could actually find out the time. I could go look over my phone and find the timestamp. And
well, as long as you could match it up with one of the rows of the distances, like you would know that was 6.02 miles or whatever, because it looks to me like that ship at that point was in front of the horizon, right?
It looks like it was slightly in front of the horizon. Yeah.
Okay, great. So look, when you then go up to the white line, which shows you the path, the shipping lane, relatively speaking, that's a pretty straight line. It's not going crazy zigzag, to the left, to the right, port, starboard, crazy.
I think he had it on autopilot myself.
Well, that doesn't matter. My point is that when it was farther away to your left, let's say 7 miles, where was it in relationship to the horizon then? So that's what I'm saying in terms of how it's plotted out in its position relative to the horizon.
Yeah, I'm looking over my phone. Let me see if I can find a picture of it.
Because you've actually got the horizon rather far behind the hull of that ship. So if that hull is cut into thirds, or maybe let's make it. It's close to being half. I would say on the starboard, not the starboard. What's the back of the boat called?
The stern, maybe.
Stern.
There's a bow and a stern.
At the stern, that distant horizon almost looks to be just below halfway. But my question is, how far away is that horizon from this ship? Because if that's far, then this ship wasn't over the curve per se that whole time. There's no way it was going, close to that horizon. So that here we go. So that if you go to distance 7.2 or whatever, then the horizon is going to have to still be behind the ship. But if you have a photograph of the horizon, quote unquote, allegedly being in front of the ship, then that's going to have to be due to refraction. Because there's no way that ship changed positions to get closer to you and then farther away when it maintained the same shipping lane, which is pretty much a straight line.
Say that again? It sounded like you said that there's no way the ship could have gotten closer and then farther from me when it was following a straight line.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
That doesn't sound true to me. Let me think about that.
Think about it.
It's going away from you. It makes a triangle. So the distance away from you, even though it's going a straight line, will be greater.
Think about it. Think about it in relationship to the horizon being behind you behind the ship in the image that you have. The horizon is behind that image. I'm saying that there's no way that ship is going to get behind that horizon when it's maintaining a straight line left to right.
Will. Because the horizon curves around
Zanuck,
you.
Can you let us work through it, Zanuck, please?
Well, he's talking about a chord versus circle, but maybe you saw that already.
Yeah, I think. I mean, let's say I was standing by a straight highway and a car drives by. Will he be getting closer and then getting farther from me?
Yes, but it's not going to get closer to the horizon when the horizon's behind it. I mean, it's not if the horizon is in front of you, and the horizon is 7 miles away. And then when the car is directly in front of you, the car is 6 miles away. That means it's a mile away from the horizon.
Okay, what if I was...
Jesse, I see some obvious here, real quick. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Well,
if
you know,
you're
Zanuck,
traveling,
do you mind if we have this conversation?
no, not at all. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, thanks,
Because
thanks, Zanuck.
you catch an enormous amount of airtime, Zanuck. I miss out on a lot of stuff I want to say because you or DMOC are talking, and I know you guys enjoy each other's conversation a lot, but Travis and I have been wanting to talk about this for a while, so I would really appreciate us being able to talk about that, if that's okay.
No, not at all. I was just going to add a quick comment about it. No problem. And don't equate me to DMOC. Come on, he's just a disruptor.
Well, anyway, so Travis, what if I was 100 feet from this highway, and I had a 100-foot radius circle? Now make that 110-foot radius circle around me. The circle overlapped the highway by 10 feet. A car would come, he'd be outside my circle, he'd get closer and closer, he'd come inside my circle, and then he'd go back outside my circle, right?
The entrance and exit would only be to your left and your right. Right? Because we're talking about, like Zanuck pointed out, we're talking about the chord. The car is traveling along the chord, not the sagitta. So the horizon has to be the sagitta, beyond the ship, right? So again, think about the ship. The ship that you have in that photograph from your theodolite, the horizon is clearly beyond it. And I'll just be generous and say that's a mile. There's a mile between the ship and the horizon.
Yeah, because I think the horizon would calculate to be like 9 miles out.
Okay, but that, yeah, okay, well, whatever. So, because the ship is in front of the horizon in that image, then the horizon is never going to be in front of that ship that whole trip that it's taking in front of you.
But let's say the horizon is 9 miles out, just for a number. And the ship keeps on going, and pretty soon he's more than 9 miles from me. Wouldn't he then be behind the horizon, wouldn't he be beyond the horizon point?
I would say that I can guess and say that makes sense what you're saying. But if we are photographing this ship the entire way, and if we estimate that the horizon is X miles, but the ship becomes obstructed before that, so it couldn't be the horizon because it's not got there yet, but it's obstructed. The only thing that could be doing that is refraction, because the horizon's not that close. It's actually farther away. That's my point in terms of this observation, because it's not just about plotting these points that you think can be corresponded to an ellipse. It's also the way the ship appears to our eyes through the condition of the medium that you're looking at. And, it looks like a pretty good day with it being straight ahead of you. To me, you can see clearly down to the water hull and everything. There's nothing missing from the ship. But if one of your photographs, I don't know how many times you took them that day, but if at one point when you're taking photographs and you can match up the time with a distance, is the ship obstructed at that point? I'd be curious to see that.
It looks like the very first photo I have of it, which was, looks like just when I started tracking it. It looks like it was right pretty much on the horizon, as far as you can tell.
Can you produce that?
Yeah. I think I can just share it from my phone right into Discord.
In the chat, or are you going to live it?
In the chat.
Okay.
Because it's not on my computer, it's on my phone. Well, now, wait a second. I might have copied it to my computer. Let me look in the computer. Maybe I have it on the computer.
I think in the meantime, Zanuck, if you want to say what you wanted to now, that'd be good.
Yeah, go for it. I'm going to be looking for some data here.
No, I think he explained it toward the end. I think you did too, as well as how if the object is obscured before it gets to the horizon, then that could be refraction. But he was saying that real clearly that if you are driving or moving in a straight line, and the horizon is going to be something that's curved around you because you have given it a radius by saying how far it is away from you, that means it's not going to be curved. If your path is not curved, but it is curved. If it disappears or is obscured before it gets to the horizon, then yes, it'd have to be caused by something else. And it could be caused by refraction.
Okay. But that's an interesting thought, I think. When we look out on the beach at the water, we see one line that's always the horizon. But it's a different distance at every point that we're looking.
Correct.
And that
significantly.
Back up. Sorry, I misspoke. It's a different distance at each point. No, it's the exact same or close to the same. If it's not caused by refraction, if there's not some refractive effects going on, then that will be the same distance from you all the way around you. If you're on a desert island, small desert island, looking around you, the horizon is a circle all the way around you.
Right, but think about the fact, let's say you had control of a boat and you put that boat on the horizon. Are you saying that horizon is going to make an arc in front of you?
Of course. In fact, I've shown this by, I got to get the videotape, it's a long time ago, but I was at Cabo San Lucas on the Pacific side, and it's clear as bad. There's no refraction. It's clear. The water's warm. The air is warm. You got this big, huge, like the ones we show the picture. I always post a picture of that cruise liner, a 15, 20-story cruise liner comes, can't see it. Suddenly the smokestacks appear. Suddenly it's traveling in a straight line because it's going around the point, and that's going up north to California, and it's right in front of me. I can totally see it. Everything but maybe the very, very bottom of the. I had binoculars. I didn't have a telescope. But as it starts going away, it starts getting smaller and smaller. I mean, it starts getting hidden by the horizon because it's past the horizon, and then it disappears.
Well,
so
I mean, I'd have to.
The horizon is 3 miles. It was about 3 miles away. The ship was only 3 miles away when it was directly in front of me, but to the left and right, it was 5, 6, 7, 10 miles away before I saw it.
Well, that just goes against what you just said, that the horizon is going to be equidistant. Yeah, it is.
No, the horizon is 3 miles away. The ship is going in a straight line. How is that contradicting what I said?
Was the ship always apparently on the horizon?
Its location was at the horizon, but I saw less and less of it as it went away from me.
Well, again, I mean, that's only good so insofar as a description goes. I'd have to actually see what you're saying in order to assess it. But
the ship is going in a straight. I'm on
I don't need you to repeat.
Yeah, I got a ship going. Hold on, I got a ship going in a perfectly straight, near a perfectly straight line.
Got that there for you.
I barely see it. It comes into view when it's directly in front of me, looking on the beach. Now I got a right angle between me and its path. I see all the ship, but as it starts traveling toward the sunset, it starts getting smaller and smaller. I mean, as far as its physical, what I can see of the ship is smaller. It's getting smaller too.
I don't see it, Jesse.
The ship is disappearing. It's going into
on
the
my
water.
screen share.
And then I only have the smokestacks to see, and then I see nothing, because it's like 20 miles away.
Yeah. Again, Zanuck, show me. Don't tell me.
I think we have some video of that somewhere, don't we? Ships traveling across your field of view.
Okay, so
but that makes sense too, because the horizon is 3 miles away, and anything further than the horizon will start to obscure things. And it's a circle. The horizon is a circle around you. The horizon is the circle around you. The curvature of the Earth is the curvature away from you. Two different kind of concepts there.
Okay, so Jesse, you said that image is the 8.64.
Well, it was taken briefly, it was taken a couple minutes before that first reading. It's not exactly it. It's a couple. It's like 4 minutes before.
So that looks like it's right on the horizon to me.
It does, yeah.
I mean, you can see the bow wash.
Right. It's not beyond it, but it's also not very near, near sight from it either. It's pretty close to it.
And the height of your crosshair is closer to the ship than when it's closer to when the ship is closer to you. Your crosshairs are higher above the ship. How's that work?
So the photo I put in the picture was centered kind of on the ship just for the sake of getting a photo. I took one for the press. This is just an example of how I centered the crosshairs. You can see I centered the crosshairs vertically so that there's just like this big cowling up here, and then the smokestack stuck out of the top of it. But they were too small to get a good fix on at a great distance, so I picked the top of this cowling because it's big and wide and flat on top as my my vertical datum on the ship. And so that's how I measured it for everyone, except the one where I did it where that didn't even have this crosshair centered on the.
Okay, so I'm hearing that these images aren't relevant to your theodolite being level.
I don't understand that question. I don't think that's what I'm saying.
Well, that's one of the things that you did before with your images is that you showed how the horizon related to the level position of your crosshairs. The theodolite is level. Where's the position of the horizon?
I don't understand the question.
He's asking, is that crosshair level, or is that on that you've oriented the crosshairs to that spot on the ship's top?
No, that was 1 minute 39 seconds up.
Off level. There we go. There's your answer.
Okay, so then what's the measurement for the one that's on your insert? Because it actually, now that I look at it, it looks to be right in line with it, the same thing.
It's pretty close, but I had the like the smokestacks kind of like way over here, which kind of it works, but it's not how you normally do it. To get the absolute best accuracy, you do it right in the middle.
But do you have the minutes and seconds of the theodolite's image on the insert? Is it 1 minute and whatever seconds, like you said?
The insert. Oh, the insert wasn't necessarily for that same shot, but I'm not sure I understand the question. But why don't I go? We can go over all the pictures, and I can copy any of the ones into the DM that you like. Actually, let me copy this one into the DM since it's the first one for sure.
Yeah, because the thing that I was thinking about when Ruhif, I think, was the one who brought this up a couple of weeks ago, it was following on the tail of our discussion about the theodolite being level with relationship to a target on the horizon. So I was trying to think through the data that you have here and how that would relate to this observation as you're tracking this ship along the shipping lane. But like I said, if anybody else has something that you want to contribute, or if you, whatever, I don't know if I want to keep taking up everybody's time with this discussion per se. We might have to table it where I can be at a computer and look at the pictures in a more precise manner.
I won't ask Brian if he's here.
Did you say Brian?
Yeah.
Brian Leakey.
It's hard to find. I mean, he's always here, but he's never here. He's always on VC, but he's always absent in VC.
I think he's always been signed in today. He hasn't spoken up all day, as far as I know.
Oh, finally.
He's trying. We see you, but we don't hear you, Brian.
I didn't hear anything now. Are you trying to say something?
I'll be available in 10 minutes, bro. Sorry about that.
We heard
That's
you.
fine. All right, I'll be back in 10 minutes. Then.
I wanted to post it. Gio, are you around? Post something in the chat. I don't know why I got.
I think Gio is pretending not to be around.
Got a couple things for Capricious I wanted to post there, but I don't know why I got bumped out of the chat.
Jesse, you understand now what I meant by the way to test Brian's equation now?
Yeah, I think so. That's super nice.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh yeah, can you
I'm
show
not
me?
sure if
Please?
he's gonna. Sorry.
Sorry, I missed you. I missed what you were showing earlier with the.
Yeah, well, I couldn't be in VC, so I tried to just send it a text chat. But I did. Well, I tried to come up with a quick way to test Brian's equation. So I preloaded 3 star fixes, each one with 2 stars, and it's going to draw the circles of equal altitude on an AE map and see where they intersect and how far that is from the actual location. And it's going to do that instantly, and you can change the formula for the distance to the GPs. So you can, if I get Brian's equation wrong, I don't have to do everything again. I can just update it, and as you update the equation, it repeats the fix, but with the updated formula, like instantly.
Right.
So yeah, so my idea was so we can try different equations and see which one of them works the best for the AE map, making circle of equal altitude. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Did you did you come up with one?
No, I put the default one as 90 minus the elevation angle times 69.05
His whole
miles. Yeah, that's like the default. So I know Brian's equation is in miles, so I set up the website to use miles as a default.
It's funny. I was thinking about not not doing it the way you did, but I was thinking about seeing if I could come up with my own equation that would basically arbitrarily arbitrary figures, but it would basically satisfy the requirement.
I don't think there is any possible equation for that.
There's possible equations, but the problem is you have to add in things that are otherwise arbitrary, but ultimately are
No, I don't think even it doesn't matter which. I don't think there's any possible equation for that can make this work. And here's why: if your equation has as an input just the elevation angle, and as an output just the distance to the GP, that makes the line of position a circle necessarily, right? Because everyone that would measure the same elevation angle has to be at the same distance according to the equation, regardless of what the equation is. If it only needs your elevation angle to tell you the distance to the GP, then whatever elevation angle gives you a circle of position. Does that make sense so far?
Yeah, you're right. Each one will give
Right.
you a circle. So your problem is the
So
map.
if you're only using circles, you can't have all the fix on a globe having the same result as the same fix on the A map or whatever flat map. So because they already work on the globe, like because we have multiple examples of them working on the globe, then I don't think there's any possible equation that are going to make all of them work on the A map. Just maybe a couple, but not all of them.
No, I agree with you on that 100%. That was some of the other half of the problem, because there's basically two problems, right? One is that you can't draw the circles. You can't accurately draw the circles on any other map than a globe, and the first one is coming up with the right distance for the GP.
I appreciate you doing all that, Bacon. I appreciate your interest. To be honest, man, I didn't really design that on the AE map, but I was very curious on how it would fare on that, and I did it with a couple places. But look, I mean, we did it live for that one position, and it maybe you might not say it fixed it, but it made it feasible as far as before the equation. But that's like more for like Google Earth or Transverse Mercator, or But hold on. Have you tried it centering your location? Like there's programs where wherever you're at, that's the center of the map, basically. The center of the AE map, wherever you're at.
Yeah, I created a tool that you can use to create an AE map centered anywhere you want.
You did? I want to see that.
Yeah. Oh, right.
That's awesome.
Let me.
Just has
I'll share my screen. Sorry?
It just has warped circles, right? Like the one that has the AE map.
No, I'm talking about just the map. Not talking about the circles, I think.
I can make it work on the AE map, but I'm gonna have to come up with like Coach there said, I'm gonna have to come up with a you ain't gotta just flat out call it arbitrary, Coach. I mean, it might relate with something. He just straight out called it arbitrary. Like, hold on, let's go over all the possibilities before you just throw out the word arbitrary, right?
There's another word I could use, but I used that last time.
Did it also begin with an A?
Was it H or D?
Can you see my screen, Brian? Tell me when you can see. I'll show you the thing I mentioned. Like this tool I originally created because I wanted to check if all the projections are compatible with each other. Like if the Mercator is compatible with the A map, that is compatible with the Jupiters and the rectangular. If all of them were actually compatible with the same sphere. So this was the original purpose of this tool here. But it kept adding features. Now I can use to do what you're asking, because
ain't there a different way to do it though, bro? On the AE map, like you're supposed to use the triangulation, like the azimuth and shit, from a polar center, right? I mean, if we're gonna do it legitimately on the AE, we've got to use polar center and triangles, right?
I'm not sure what you're saying. What you mean?
Yeah, I'll put that together. There's no way I could put it all together right here, right while I'm talking, but
where would you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Circle. I would just ask, where should the A map be centered then?
Hey, did you do any examples?
This is really cool, Bacon.
Thanks.
Yeah,
well, let me.
Yeah, it really is.
There are cooler stuff you can see here. So originally you couldn't do this thing I just did here, which is like to play with where the map is centered. It would originally look like this, because my idea was I coded the math for all projections that I have here, and I coded.
I'll tell you what to do right now. I got it. So do the inverse and center around the star from the inverse of the angle, and do each star, and draw the circles out from the position of the observer, and like do it in reverse. Do it in reverse, Bacon.
Bacon, can I see it centered on like maybe the Mediterranean or Italy real quick to see what it looks like?
Yeah, but Brian, you would need 3 different maps for that, Brian.
Yeah.
How's that
Like
one? There you go. That's a pretty
No, we
good
wouldn't.
map.
You just have 3 arbitrary positions.
No, but you said
Yo, that's a pretty good map right there. That's the
yeah,
same
I
one
seen
that
this
guy that
somewhere.
maps that guy that maps the moon. Yeah, just try center it on like Italy, somewhere around there. Maybe Northern Africa. Maybe I don't know. Italy's better. Yeah, look at that.
Well, it depends. What do you want
In
to
other
destroy
words,
the least?
Dude, that's the map that guy that does the moon when he takes the when he takes like this dark spots of the moon and he says like they're continents or something. This is the map. This is the exact map he uses.
Right. Oh, this is still an A map. This is also an A map. It's just centered somewhere else. But all the distance to the center
on
are
like.
preserved.
Are you talking
Centered on,
about
like,
vibes
Rome.
of the cosmos?
Yeah, vibes of the cosmos. He uses a projection that looks like it's centered on Rome. Or you could say, I guess, Egypt or Rome or
Well, that would
I don't
be
know,
ironic,
Libya
wouldn't it?
or something. I don't know. Yeah, it would be ironic, but like when you transform it that way, it looks like that one that he uses on the moon. What? Yo, this is trippy, Bacon.
Yeah, this is the Mercator. If you play with the orientation of the Earth.
Oh, I got that, I got that, man. I got one like that too, man. But
You can actually upload.
Really, dude, if you move Australia like just a little, if you realign the middle just a little bit toward Canada, just a little bit, like about a few degrees, it puts South America closer to Australia, and it also lines up with the fucking UN flag. Which doesn't match the AE, I might add. If you look at that close, you look at the AE and the UN map, and they're spaced apart by what 200 years or more than that even. They have Australia and South America closer together on the UN map. I had to look at it close, but I was like, whoa, it's obvious, and I can't believe I've never really seen that. But it's not the same as the AE map, and that was agreed upon by a lot of nations. Like that, the map they use for the logo, and it's like an updated AE. If you ask me, that's what I was working on. But Bacon, if you use use the inverse of the stars GP, okay, to plot a person instead of plotting the star. Draw the circle around the person, an inverse circle. I mean, draw the inverse as a circle around the arbitrary location. So you have 3 arbitrary locations to find out the real location. So do it backwards instead of do it going from the person drawing circles around the GP. So just inverse it and draw it around the arbitrary point of the person.
But if I'm using a different map for each of those, like every time I need a new map, then this is still being goal based because I can only generate these maps by mapping them onto a sphere, rotating the
No,
sphere.
I'm saying don't use that. Don't just use a regular AE map.
Okay, so we're not gonna. Okay, so we're just gonna use the A map.
Yeah, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna look at that too and try and come up with something too. I mean, I feel like
this is what I'm doing on the 2 I sent you. I forgot the link. Let me find it. Okay, send Jesse. Yes, here it is. Right, so here it uses the A map. You just have to adjust for your equation. So you're not telling me to draw circles around the GPs of the stars? You don't want me to do that? So I have to rewrite this then.
Right. Now, okay, here's what you do. Okay. No, dude, I think what you did is awesome. And I'm gonna look at it. And I'm gonna try and give you something to work with on that too. But on just a standard polar center, what I'm saying is so whatever angle you measure to the star, then what you do is inverse the angle or use the inverse, but from the star to the person. So instead of drawing the circle around the GP of the star, draw it around the apparent position of the person. So you have 3 circles out there around the person instead of the 3 circles around the stars. You see what I'm saying?
Wait, but if I'm well, first of all, I don't have the position of the person yet. I only have the
Yeah, I
position of
know.
the star.
That's why I called it arbitrary, bro.
So I just pick a random point on the surface.
No, you're gonna use the formula, and no, man, you're gonna inverse the angle, the right ascension, and the and just plot it how it would, just plot it normal on an AE map. Just reverse the coordinates. In other words, that's why I called it an arbitrary position, because it's not the actual. You're trying to get the actual. You see what I'm saying? In other words, just reverse the line when you line a position. When you position your line.
Yeah, I'm not actually following. I'm trying to, but I'm still not following what you're saying. Sorry.
Okay, you know how you draw a line from the person? You get all your information, you plot it out, and you draw a line for the GP to the person.
Oh.
To your oh man, hold on a second, man.
You saying after I finish the fix or before? Okay.
Okay. If you have a polar, okay, just take the polar azimuth, okay, and use that angle to line up from the GP. You can put the GP on the AE map, right?
Okay, so the center of those circles are in the GP, but you don't want these circles, right?
So you start with the GP, okay? Then you take the polar azimuth, okay? And then you...
What's the polar azimuth? Oh, sorry. You're clipping. Maybe it's me.
It might be me. Hold on.
No, my internet is sucking this week. It might be me.
You're good, Bacon.
Happens. All right. Could you hear Brian? He clipping?
No, Brian's chopping out.
Right.
Yeah, give me 1 second, man. Sorry. Very sorry.
No, don't worry. It happens to me all the time.
That's the life of Discord.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to grab some breakfast. I'll catch you all later.
See you later, Jesse.
Hey, Coach, I'll try to follow Brian with me, because maybe sometimes...
Yeah. And I'll try and find a better way to express this, man. But I've got an idea. But what I'm saying is that, okay, in other words, the line you plot from the GP, so we're going to put the GP on the AE map. That's step 1. So this might be a process we could simplify. This is like the longhand
both
version
of them,
of it.
or should I think of just one for now?
Just one.
Well, just one at a time. One at a time.
Right.
So put the GP, and then so reverse. So in other words, from your just take your azimuth. Okay, the azimuth, and just reverse the triangle. I don't know if would you need right ascension?
Wait.
And azimuth.
What azimuth? What azimuth?
Sounds like you're gonna end up with 3 different AE maps, because if they're all centered, on the GP, and then you combine them, you're gonna have 3 different.
Well, that's it. We're not gonna center it, bro. In this example, we're just gonna use a regular AE map, and we're gonna have 3 different GPs on. Except for we're not gonna draw our circles around the GP. We're gonna draw our circles around the arbitrary position until we get to actual. You see what I'm saying? You kind of see what I'm saying?
No, yeah, it's basically the way GPS works. Because it's like if you're doing celestial navigation, you make the circles on the ground, but if you do it in reverse, the cones are upside down, like where the satellites are. So I think you'd basically need to make the cones upside down.
Not really.
I have
No,
no
I'm
idea
talking
what
about
you
making the
just said.
cones around the person. I'm just saying the way it plots out on the AE map.
You would get.
In other words, you can get an angle, man.
Actually, I made this picture yesterday. Hold on.
Coach, I hope you would bring clarity. You're just confusing.
Yeah, man. What's your reverse cone shit? No, I'm just kidding, dude. I'm just kidding. But what I'm saying is that is we could plot the direction that we can plot the direction the observation came from on an AE map, and we call that the arbitrary position. But we use the formula and we draw the circle around the person, that being the arbitrary position we plotted out. So don't act like we can't. Wait, Bacon, I don't want to say it like that. But what I'm asking you to do is plot out the angle on the AE map from the observer and just draw the line after doing the formula. So the formula will determine the distance. Wait, hold on. I see what you're saying. Hold on. Okay, plot out the line. Plot out before the formula. It's before the formula. We plot out the line that the AE map gives us. So if it's a little long, oh well, we deal with it. It's an arbitrary position. Then we apply the formula to draw the circles, and we apply them to all three arbitrary positions. And where they intersect is the actual position. You could do it with two, probably two, and average it.
You see the picture I posted, Brian?
Let me pull it up. I like what he's showing though. Where'd you post it at, Kosho?
Livestream text.
Those are straight lines.
Yeah, I know. I was
They
making
don't-
cones around them, but it's the same idea.
Right. Oh, right. I get you. When you say cones, you mean like the connecting the circles
Yeah,
with the stars.
basically the center of all those cones would be the GPs for each of those balls or whatever.
Right.
Anyway, so what I would say is plot out the. I'll try this one more time as clear as I could possibly say it, Bacon. Follow me.
Okay, but if I miss you at some point, I'll have to interrupt you, right?
Sure. If you want to interrupt with a question, but
right.
Just make sure it's relative. Okay, so we can plot the angle of the AE map of what angle we would have got. We could kind of just break it down in reverse and plot out the angle from the star to the person. We know that the distances are what's wrong. Okay, so plot out the angle. Plot out the angle that the AE map gives. Go ahead.
The angle you're referring to is the elevation angle. Is that what you're talking?
Well, no, that's part of it. That's going to put you on the latitude, right? That's going to give you your latitude, right? Right. That declination give you your that's elevation angle is your declination, right?
No.
Declination is the latitude.
That's your inclination. That's your latitude, right? That's what.
Yeah, but the elevation is just your distance to the star to the.
So then, well, that gives us latitude. We can all agree on that. That'll give us our latitude.
Yeah, but that's
on the map. I ain't saying it's correct yet, so don't try and say, well, that ain't right. Okay, I'm acknowledging that. What I'm saying now is plot the longitude, but plot how it would line up on the AE map. And then draw, and I know that the distances are wrong because the circles ain't circles. So what I'm asking is that just plot it out normal and draw a dot where it plots out on the distance. It would plot out on the AE map. So you could get a position, whether it's right or wrong, you can get a position. And then what I'm saying is do 3 separate positions. Okay? And then I'll do my formula for each position in each star, basically. And or I might not even have to do that. I might be able to simplify that. But just longhand explanation's sake, I draw 3 circles around the arbitrary positions, and then where they intersect is your true position. And see if it works out.
You skipped a whole bunch because the
I did skip a bunch, but still.
Well, but the almanac it gives you, without doing any measurements at all, it gives you the position of the GP. So all you're doing is calculating your distance to that position, and that you get that with your elevation angle or your angle. So it's that angle measurement that you have to fuck with, not the position, right?
You don't think you could plot out the position, an arbitrary position?
Put it in the wrong spot?
If you use an azimuth? Yeah, an arbitrary spot, yeah.
I think it would be best if you could maybe draw it or make an example with us.
Yeah, I better do that.
I'm really confused.
So now I think what he's saying is he wants you to instead of putting it where the GP is, he wants you to put it where the distance you get from the elevation angle gives you the correct will overlap in the correct place. Like if you get 3 stars that overlap in the correct place, the GPs are not going to be in the correct spot. So I think he wants to find out where those spots would be.
Well, once you have the latitude, then you know where it's got to line up, bro. Because you can only line up in one fucking place. And once again, Coach Show, I'm not saying that's the right place, but follow me. Once you have the latitude, you know where it's got to fucking line up. Because it can only work one way. Unless you just throw out anything. But if you have the latitude, then that's your line to work with. So now you can line up your angle using azimuth or the just the distance. And there might be some blanks to fill in, but yeah, I'm gonna have to take the time and.
I think you got a crazy idea, but
I'm trying to explain to Bacon because he's so much better, dude. He can do it on animation, you know. He can fuck with it, and I'm trying to give him ideas. I really appreciate you taking this time and even doing this shit. I mean, I know deep down you're trying to show it won't work, but hey. But at the same time, you might be interested to see if we can find something to work. You know, I believe that part of Bacon is in there deep down.
That's the thing. Even though I believe it won't work, if I'm wrong, I'll realize by doing this. So I think it's useful, even if I don't think it will work, because it might show me wrong. It might prove me wrong, and that'll be.
Just so you know, though, I came up with this, like I said, for the transverse or the AE for the Google Earth. So. I just was plotting it like Google Earth is our reality, except for the except for the damn the lights bending and not the fucking ground. You know, so I wasn't really using an AE map, but this is what I ultimately wanted to do. So you're kind of pushing it that direction. But
right.
If you give me a little bit, yeah, good.
I think I heard you saying in some point that you had to create your own map, right?
Yeah. If I wanted that money, I would have had to make my own map. I couldn't use any map.
Oh, right. You would have. I thought you had created a map.
Oh no, I'll show you the one. Hold on. I'll post the one that I was working on. Hold on.
Hey Bacon, you know how you get the elevation angle. You have the position of the GP. You multiply the distance, or you multiply 69 miles by the angle, or by the complement of the angle.
By the complement, yeah.
And then you do that. Then you get a circle.
Right. That's only gonna put. Right, but that's only gonna put you on one place, right?
Hold on. You know that algebraic formula to do it that way. What if instead of solving for your position, you instead used the same variables, so the elevation angle. The only thing is, instead of solving for your position, you're solving for the GPs, given your position. So you know where the circles overlap, you know where the distance, you know what the distance is to the GPs, right? And basically, what you see what I'm saying? Like if you were trying
to need the azimuth
map, but instead of solving for your position, solving for the
you wouldn't need the azimuth. That's correct. Not really. If you just use the 69 miles, if you know the latitude, it can only work in 2 places on the map. If it's a certain distance, you just divide it by 69, which I'll come up with an explanation for that later.
But like with this this thing that Coach just described, I have my latitude, so I don't have the latitude of the GPs. So there's not 2 points. There's a full circle where the GP could be.
Right.
All right.
It seems like a difficult thing to solve, but if you can find an equation for that, you could basically, do what McToon had asked using an AE map, and you won't even need to use the almanac because you're not using the real GPs.
No, he said the
But
AE
you would
map's a
have to
projection
have
of a globe,
your
bro. He ain't gonna let you use the AE map. It's a projection of a globe. You got to make your own map.
But if you have to start with your position and azimuth, those are two things you don't have in selection view.
Yeah, no. The point of doing it this way was to figure out a formula to solve to arbitrarily put the GPs in some future example where you're actually solving for your position again. But instead of using the GPs as they are stated in the almanac, you use these corrected for GPs, and then you find your position. So basically,
right,
reverse engineer the formula to find these arbitrary position for the GPs, and then you'd have to use this, model that you've made up to solve for it in the future on AE maps.
Right. So in other words, all the positions are not right. You plot them out one by one. We know they're not right, but this is how they plot out on the AE map. Okay. So you're not drawing the ovals. That's going to reflect in the line that you draw. And if you know the fucking latitude, like I said, just for now, just for formula's sake, just divide. No, don't even do that. Just scratch that whole idea I was about to say. Okay, but we know the line, so we have 3 arbitrary points that are all wrong.
Right.
Okay, and then we draw the circles. After then you apply the formula, whatever it might be. I want to use mine, and then we draw the circles based on the distance after the formulation. And so then you have 3 circles around 3 arbitrary points of position, and then where they intersect is your true position. That's the only way I can think of to do it.
Yeah, dude. If you could figure out how to do that, which would actually be pretty tricky if it's even possible, because there's more variables. You'd have to find 3 arbitrary positions that are correct, or give you the correct answer. But if you were able to do that, you could actually possibly win McToon's bet.
Yeah, well, let's do it.
I don't think it would fit
Let's split it 3 ways, man.
Yeah, I don't think it would fit the criteria, because if the GPs are not in the right place, or if they are, but there's this this backward engineered formula, then it would violate one of the criteria, I think.
Well, you'd have to make.
Yeah, okay, you might, but hold on, it doesn't matter, because even if you did that, he'd make you fucking redo the whole ephemeris or some shit, dude. He ain't coming up no fucking funny.
Yeah, but you said you could use the almanac. He didn't say you had to use the almanac.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I'd come up Google Earth, and all that was worth to him was a fucking beer. Like, dude, fuck off, dude. Like.
Hey, so Coach, are you suggesting there might be a way that, without knowing where the GPs are, just measuring 3 random elevation, I could spot my position?
No. You would have to basically, once you figure out what formula, once you reverse engineer doing it this way, you would have to know where the GPs are, but you would do some correction, so some formula to their positions. That way, you'd basically do the celestial navigation the same way with the same elevation, angle, and distance relationship, but you would make these corrections for the GPs. So you'd have to know what they're stated in the almanac, and then you'd have to adjust them to some degree. I just, like I said,
based on their elevation.
Based on the distance that you're getting to them. So
I had to think about it, because
it seems really complicated.
That would have to give you the same ovals we get when we create a map,
right,
with the circles on a globe.
Right. So your line will reflect in that, bro.
The new GPs aren't necessarily their real GPs. There's some, some new position, which could be fucking anywhere, but whatever position makes it work. Like, you could do it right now. You could make it work, and see where it was shifted to. But I think the problem would be it's not that easy, because the shift would be dependent on how far north or south it was. Like, depending on where it actually is and how far it's moving, it's going to be different. You're not going to have an equation that will work for every GP.
Hey, Kosho, can you appreciate what I came up with at least a little bit? I mean, that was worth something.
If you can find a way to make that work, it might be possible.
Yeah, on an A map, that's going to be hard. But dude, I with y'all too, dude. Fuck, dude. I need to just clarify what I'm
think
trying to
it
even
is.
say better and present it to you and Bacon, and I think we could do something, man.
I think it is possible, but I know how to do it, but I pretty much would do it on a globe first, and then like the math would reflect the act of doing on a globe and projecting on an A map. That would be what the math was doing. So it would work, but like, it would still be globe based. Like I'm just saying, well, where those GP would have to be on a flat Earth to match.
How about this,
coordinates.
Bacon?
Right.
I see what you're saying, but how about this? How about we get the latitude from the declination, and then wherever the azimuth tells us to put the shit on the A map, then bam, that's where we put it on that latitude. Period, and we start from there.
On that azimuth line, you mean, right?
Right, because technically, that's how it would have to work. I mean, if this is where it plots on a map, then if we're going to do it legit, then we have to follow that one rule no matter what. I would think.
Well, the thing is, I'm not sure if, like, we can do that without figuring out the position of the observer.
Yeah, you
on
might
the
have.
globe first.
Yeah, I see. Well, no. Dude, you're too quick to
This is
give
how.
up. Man.
No, I'm not giving up. This is the way I think that I know it can work, but I wouldn't be able to do that, at least not from the top of my head, in a
Dude,
way
we could
that
use
doesn't
right
have.
ascension, though, bro. Just use right ascension, and don't even think about globe. There's no such thing as a globe right now in this discussion. Just for 1 minute. If you think about the globe, you're violating the whole discussion, bro.
And then I have no idea how to solve it. I'm not even sure if that's possible.
Okay, well, how about this? So we have the declination, we have the latitude. So don't think about globe, dude. You're thinking about a globe. Don't think about a globe. Think about the circles around the AE map. That's your latitude.
So
Okay,
we're not
now
going to violate
you
the
just use right
latitudes.
ascension.
Right. So we're not going to change the latitudes of the GPS, just the longitude. Is that what you're saying?
Right. No, we're just going to plot the right ascension on that latitude line. Wherever it lines up on the AE map, that's where it has to be if the AE map is right or close to right or whatever.
I think you mean the Greenwich hour angle, because the right ascension.
Yeah. Right. The GHA, right.
Yeah.
So whether that works out about the globe, who cares? But start from there. You see what I'm saying? So put where it plots out on the AE map using declination, just a regular declination to give us our latitude. But put it the GHA but it is the fucking azimuth, bro, right?
No.
It is.
The azimuth. No, the azimuth is the angle from north. From the perspective
Right,
of
yeah,
the
like
observer.
around in a 360-degree circle, like say around the Greenwich.
The Greenwich hour angle is unique. Like it's. I think it turned on your camera accidentally. I'm not sure if you did that on purpose, but your camera is on.
Bro, the GHA, the Greenwich hour angle is the fucking prime meridian, right?
It's the distance.
Okay, and everything, every degree off is around that circle, right? So just think of the circle,
yes,
like a big flat circle.
Oh, you mean
azimuth?
It ain't
azimuth, but it's the same thing, though. It's the same concept, man.
Right. That's because when we say azimuth, usually we're talking about the azimuth from the perspective of the observer. But if you're talking about like the azimuth from the North Pole, then maybe I get what you mean then. But this is a confusing way to say that. Sorry, I'm not trying to misunderstand.
I think you're trying to throw in a little contention where it's unnecessary. I mean,
I'm not. I'm just trying to understand.
I still appreciate all this, bro. Don't get me wrong, but don't you think you could plot the positions individually on an AE map, whether they're right or wrong? You could plot them with the ephemeris, with just the side of your angle and the fucking declination, right?
I think so, but
well, let's start from there.
Right. Well, did you hear me saying that you turned on your camera?
Oh, sorry.
That's fine. Anyway, yeah, I mean, you can go to the link I sent you. There are 3 examples there. You can pick any of them. Maybe the second one is more promising because the circles do overlap, do intersect in the map. The other 2 don't. But try to do an example of what you're saying. Just the first steps then. So that will surely make things clearer and easier to understand. Oh yeah, and I wasn't trying to throw any contentions, just actually trying to understand what you were saying.
I mean, if you decide not to use any angles below 50, for example, it's not that low. But if you decide not to use any elevation angles below 50, the correction that you need to do from the trigonometry you need to do on the flat plane, with 3959 height of the sun, you're never going to have to adjust the distance by more than 1.2. So you'd have to. So if you had elevation angle of 50, you would need to adjust the
No. Just plot it out how look,
distance
whether it's
by
wrong or
1.
right. Don't adjust it though, bro.
Say what?
I'd say don't adjust it. I'd say if it plots out wrong, then so be it. That's the fucking arbitrary position, whether it's wrong or right. What we're trying to find is the actual position.
But see, Brian, you remember the whole day, the other day you blew up on me. I told you, Brian, I said, Brian, I don't mean any offense.
I think you blew up on me, bro.
Yeah, remember I said that, and then I said, Brian, it seems like the method that you're going at it is a dishonest method. You took a lot of.
Oh yeah, bro. Anything I'm doing is not dishonest, Coach.
Right
Come on.
We're scheming right now. Okay.
What do you mean scheming? We're modeling, bro. It's not dishonest what we're doing. That's crazy, man. I don't. But hold on, Coach. What I just posted in lab text was my idea. That's what I picture when I picture the Earth like a flat plane. That's what I picture. That's pretty close to the fucking UN map too. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's AE map. AE maps are very useful.
That's not the map.
That's not.
No, it's almost.
No, look at Argentina.
I can't see it.
It's more stretched east to west, and
would you say that'd be closer to reality, Bacon? Would you say that'd probably be closer to reality?
Probably not the longitudes. The longitudes are probably not going to match there.
Bacon's a tough sell, dude. He don't give many inches.
Well, the thing is, the longitudes in the A map are accurate. So if you change the longitudes of the A map, then they're not going to be as accurate as the A map. That's.
Dude, so anybody out there listening, be careful, man. If you like want to present something to him, dude, you could plot that bitch out for 5 days and like, all right, this is just right, dude. I've measured this and that. Throw it to Bacon, nah, that'll never work.
This is an AE map.
But the thing is, you can change the perfect result and get something better. The AMAP matches longitude perfectly. So whatever change you make on the AMAP, east to west is going to mess up your longitudes.
Well, it is in AE map. It's not the AE map, right?
No, this is an AE map. AE maps are just like you said, they preserve the latitude, the distance between the latitudes. But
dude, have y'all ever thought though about the fucking like the Archimedes conundrum, like how fucking distances on the wheel all fucking radiate out the same distance? Like in other words, Capricorn and Cancer, if you roll it out to measure it, you're gonna get the exact same distance. And this is like a fucking age-old conundrum. like a paradox.
This is what allows you to do 69 degrees per, 69 miles per degree.
Right, but that makes Cancer and Capricorn the same distance, which means centering out on the AE map is legit.
Yeah, but it's only on the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere is a
Bro, that ain't got nothing to do with a sphere. That's a circle. It's a conundrum on the distance.
It's
a ring in a circle.
It's like like a meridian line, or what's called the SHA, or the first point of Aries, or anything like that. They're single lines, but they're still they're supposed to be part of a celestial sphere.
Yeah, don't you think that's funny? It works out on a circle too. Like if you go to plot the distance, ain't that crazy? I mean, to me, that's fucking crazy. Like if you're arguing for a flat Earth, and for me to even have that argument, bro, to me is crazy. Like how the fuck can that also work on a circle if you go to roll out and measure the distance of that circle, of that total radius of all them stars, no matter where you're at, it works on a fucking circle? Like it's a paradox. That's insane, dude. That reality even works like that.
That circle is a line going around the sphere. That's why it works.
Bro, that's my point. My point is, on a flat two-dimensional circle, them lines also plot out the same distance. In other words, if you take a wheel, cut out a disc of cardboard, draw Capricorn, draw Cancer, now plot the distance on them, rolling it out, you get the same exact distance. I'm gonna post a video real quick, a 1 minute video. Y'all to know what I'm talking about.
If you're gonna preserve the dimensions of the circles of latitudes on a flat projection, on a flat map, your southern hemisphere is gone.
You don't have to. You don't have to preserve a bacon. Watch, I'm gonna post a 1 minute video and watch this real quick.
Oh, well, you said, like Kosha said, the circles work because they are on the globe, and you said you can use the same circles on a flat surface. Or if you do that, you can only plot half the sphere. The other half of it is gone.
Watch the video. It's I don't even understand why this is considered to be much of a story at all. It's essentially it shows that the pen drags as you're drawing a circle is using like a spirograph that would cover the same distance.
No, drag. They can't plot it, dude. If it would it be a paradox if you could just say drag? Okay, I posted it. No, it's a paradox because it's fucking the way shit works.
I watched that video already. I know. No. I think I watched a different video from the same channel. Let me see.
I thought it was pretty crazy, dude. It's like, dude, it's weird the way reality works. Like there's an out for everybody, dude. I mean, there's even an out for fucking circles. There's an AE map out. It's weird the way reality fucking presents itself to us, man. I think it's a design without a doubt.
Yeah, I'll step out and watch the video.
Again, it's like one of these things, like absolutely intuitive. I think the mathematical portion of it might be somewhat flaky, but it's absolutely intuitive that would happen.
Yeah, that's why it drove fucking Socrates crazy. That's why it fucking, like all these motherfuckers worked on it spent the later half of their life trying to work this out. But he's got it all. Fucking, it's just the way it would work,
Well, it's not that. It's like I said, it's just intuitive. Like if you asked me what that would do, I would say it would make a line of equal length. I don't know mathematically
you'd be right.
That would happen.
So in other words,
I know just looking at it, that's the answer I would come to.
Right. So in other words, if I'm plotting two things on the same circle, in reality, they're going to be the same distance, no matter which one's further outside the circle. I mean, don't you think that's a little bit fucking head scratchy, if nothing else?
No.
Yeah, of course not. Of course not, bro. Dude, the arrogance, man. I'm gonna shut up.
Actually, I wouldn't even call it arrogance. It's I don't claim to be a mathematician, so I'm looking at it purely on a physical standpoint. I see it happening. I couldn't do the formula for it. but I can tell you that that's exactly what would happen. So it's
so
totally
if you have two shelves, okay, if you have two shelves, one for
Hey,
Capricorn, just shelf to plot out the line on Capricorn, and a shelf a little bit higher to plot out the line of Cancer. You would think intuitively that Cancer, in other words, you're not rolling Cancer on the ground, you're not rolling Capricorn on the ground, you're rolling the circle on the ground. You would think if you put a shelf at Capricorn's height, it's higher, you'd get a smaller distance as Capricorn, which would be lower on the shelf. So when you rolled the disc, Capricorn would plot out longer. It should plot out longer. Everything about it says it should plot out longer. I'm not talking about the ground where the full disc is. I'm talking about an elevated shelf above the platform that you're rolling it on. You should get a smaller circle for fucking Capricorn and Cancer. Like I said, it drove mathematicians crazy in the past.
No, what I understand from the paradox is that the inner circle isn't rolling, just the outer one. So the inner circle is also sliding. So you're not getting its circumference, you're getting a bigger value. So that's kind of, because I've watched that video, I watched it before. I don't remember how long ago, but I watched that video.
Anybody consider it a paradox? It seems so intuitive to me.
Yeah, because
it's called a paradox.
mathematically, when that inner circle is rolling and sliding on the line, you don't have, like, each point that it touches the surface is unique to like to the point on the circle. You can map like 1-to-1 points on the circle to points on the line, right? So because of that, like, mathematically they should have the same length, but actually no, because yeah, that's not how it works.
Right. So it's just a mathematical conundrum. It's difficult to present mathematically.
Yeah, it's difficult to.
It's impossible to present mathematically, man. But what it shows,
that's just a matter of coming up with a.
What it shows is if you got circles in reality and you're plotting them, to me, this is what it shows. If you're plotting them fuckers on a circle, on a two-dimensional circle of our three-dimensional reality, then it's gonna fucking you're gonna get the same distance. You know, you can plot them as the same distance. In other words, from your point, depending on where you're at, it's the same shit, same distances. I thought the A map was meant. I thought that's what the arms were for, like to take the azimuth and make them equal distance. Like in other words, like a longitude line above the equator is the same distance width as a longitude line below the equator, like 10 degrees below and 10 degrees above. I thought that's what them lines were for, to equal them out. I thought that was part of the AE map. I'm not sure.
Brian, can you I'm still, you seem to think this Aristotle's wheel or whatever is significant to I guess the flat Earth argument, and I was just curious to know, like, could you draw up a small diagram of where you think this would apply?
Well, it would make Cancer, it would make plotting the AE map, it would make Cancer the same distance as Capricorn, right? If I plot reality on a circle and I plot two lines, Cancer and Capricorn, then it plots them the same distance, right? But on the AE map, when y'all discuss it like Cancer's so much bigger, when that's not the way it works mathematically on paper.
All right, hold on. I'm trying to dig into your mind and see what you're saying about Cancer. All right, so I think actually the topics are related, but the answer is the same reason. It's intuitive why it's reflective of reality. Yeah, I'm just not good enough at math to really put this all together, so I'm going to bow out of it.
Yeah, I'll join the fucking gang, dude. I bet you Gleason was aware of that, though. I mean, I would think any mathematician.
Gleason had no urge to pretend the Earth was flat. He absolutely believed it was a globe. He chose a projection that reflected what he was trying to show.
Dude, Gleason's the original flat earther. What are you talking about? That
Is
shit
he?
says scientifically accurate as is. He only goes out to 60 degrees, and then his ice starts, and it breaks up a little every year, but it's, his shit's pretty much as is. So he draws the question anything south of 60 degrees, man.
You find me
If you want to get technical, hold on.
You find me one quote from him that
ahead,
says that the Earth is flat.
If you want to get technical, if we're going to discuss the distances on the map, I think we should, at least take into account the Aristotle paradox that Cancer and Capricorn are the same length on paper, mathematically, and also the fact that the total distance only goes out to 60 degrees as far as that. I think if anybody trying to work out a total circumference, these are two things to take into consideration, in my opinion, if you want to get a grip on reality or lose your grip on reality, one or the other.
Let's see. How would I liken Capricorn to a wheel smearing ink on the surface of the Earth? What do you think about that?
Well, only if you're plotting it on that wheel. In other words, dude, you're missing the whole point, bro. The whole point is if you plot it as a wheel, then follow the mathematics of that wheel.
Yeah, but you've got to show me how the sky is a wheel smearing, rolling on the surface of the Earth.
Dude, the wheel in the sky keeps on turning, man.
That turns.
You don't know where you're going to be tomorrow.
It doesn't apply. It doesn't apply.
Says you.
So you have essentially all the stars are an infinite number of wheels that all are smearing across this, rolling on the surface of the Earth.
Bro, just
man,
just real quick. So there are allegedly 7 layers of our atmosphere, right? Sure. I'm not opposed to that being some organic mechanical layering of all of those stars. Like those stars are in those layers, within those layers, moving in those layers in conjunction with one another.
Well, we can eliminate most of those layers immediately, can't we?
Not as far as I know, no.
Well, when you say the 7 layers, are you talking the troposphere, ionosphere, all that, or are you talking about some bit? Okay. Yep. So you think that there's some down in the I don't know what is it from 0 to 20,000 feet?
No, I'm not saying right. I'm not saying.
So we can eliminate that one.
Oh, hold on, listen. If you're just going to be like chomping at the bit to just be like throwing shit overboard, then whatever. I'm just making a suggestion, right? We have 7 wandering stars, right? From all antiquity, there were only 7: the Sun, the Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Saturn, and Jupiter, right? 7. It's ironic to me that there are 7 of them, and there are also 7 layers of the atmosphere. I'm not opposed to each one of those being in their own layer.
But we found an 8.
Yeah, well, right. Yeah, why don't we just worry about antiquity?
Well,
right?
No. Why would we want to stick with just antiquity? That's silly.
All right.
We've got other things that
carry on, Moyak.
Carry
on, Moyak.
We have
you've got it, buddy. You're doing great, kid.
We have more than 7. So you're going with the antiquity when we have the limits of our eyes, is it? So you want to say that the world is bound by 7 layers, even though we have 8 layers, obviously happening.
Hey, Moyak, is there any chance that I finished expressing my thought before you just ejaculated all over it?
Okay, you want to ejaculate? Go ahead, have fun.
No, I'm good.
But think about this, dude. Like Cancer and Capricorn, okay? If it's a celestial sphere, like like Travis is explaining, or any other way, if it's a dome even, your height to Capricorn is pretty much going to be the same. I mean, your angled distance, if it's further out, then it's further down. Cancer would be smaller, a smaller circle, but further up. It's going to give you the same fucking principles. I think that's the way that the Archimedes wheel, or whatever you call it, the Aristotle wheel, even works. It has to plot like that on paper. And if you're honest about it, it is fucking a paradox. It's weird, but it almost has to work like that at the same time. Intuitively, you look at it, you're like, yeah, it'd have to work like that. But on the same shelf, on individual shelves, it shouldn't, man. I don't think. I don't know, man. It's just, I think y'all are thinking about this shit in 2 dimensions, man. And I think you need to expand your mind and think about all this shit in 3 dimensions.
I am thinking about it in 3 dimensions. In
fact, you plot the universe.
Straight up is straight up.
You plot the whole universe. Okay, yeah, but what about every angle to Cancer or Capricorn? Okay, but when you plot the whole universe, you celestial navigate from a not only a center point, Earth being a central point, but the central point of Earth. But then you say that we're not the center of the fucking universe. I mean, the cosmology is lacking at best, man. I mean, dude, you're navigating, doing everything from the center of the center point of the center point. And then saying, no, it ain't the center, everything's expanding and shit. It just fucking, it's all just desperation to me, man.
I don't give a rat's ass if Earth is the center of the universe. I mean, basically, it could be, or it could be some function of the fact that, it's this weird inflating thing that leaves everything at the center. I don't care which one is true. It's irrelevant to determine the shape of the Earth as far as I'm concerned. Because, you're dealing with, here's what we observe. I don't care locally. I don't give a shit whether I'm in America or Japan or China. If someone lied to me my whole life and I'm actually in China, I still know my door is 5 feet away from me now.
But you're not understanding me. Follow me. Okay, if Cancer is higher up on a celestial sphere, just picture a dome, picture a salad bowl. If Cancer is higher up, okay, and Capricorn is lower down. Hold on. Fuck. Hold on, man. Fuck.
Yeah, this abstract thinking's fun, isn't it, Brian?
And if you want to, again, the basic premise in geometry of, if something's straight overhead, it doesn't matter what distance it is, it will always be straight overhead. That's, and the angles, if it was 1 billion miles away and it moved 100 miles, you're not going to notice that because the angles are, so oblique that it's gets to insanity. You can treat them as infinite. But I don't understand,
this fucking.
So
this cat was fucking with my kittens, man. This fucking cat was fucking with my fucking kittens, dude. Sorry about that. Okay, so if you're from a fucking point, okay, you're in the center of all this rotation, and you got Cancer, okay, which is higher up, and making a smaller track. Then you have Capricorn, which is lower down, and making a little bit longer of a point. From your central point, where you mapped everything, it's the same size circle basically, and it reflects in the Aristotle wheel. If you think about it, so on them shelf, you put your shelf at Capricorn. You stand the disc up, and you roll it, and you get the same distances, man. If it's basically from a central point, then they're gonna map out the same distances from different shelves, basically. Think about it in 3 dimensions.
Well, that's what I was saying. Is that no matter, just speaking geometrically speaking, if something is directly over my head, whether it be 10 feet over my head or 100 miles over my head or 1,000 miles over my head, it's still over my head. But parallax will kick in as I move. The one that was 10 feet over my head will move to 45 degrees. The one that's 1,000 miles over my head will move by like a thousandth of a degree, and the one that's 1,000 miles away will, I won't be able to perceive the change for me moving 10 feet. But
so if I'm on the equator, then I can follow something that's over my head off in a straight line, right? I can follow it off in a straight line all the way back around to my ass, right?
Yeah, if you flew at 1,000 miles an hour, 1,024 miles an hour, looking straight up, XYZ star would be over your head the whole time.
Now, if I move 10 miles to the left or right, and I go to do that, I've got to keep correcting.
Yes.
And not only that, I've got to simultaneously correct. If it's me and you, 10 miles north and south of that line, we've got to correct to Travis, who's in the middle. He's going straight. And simultaneously, I'm correcting to the left, and you're correcting to the fucking right. Or else we deviate farther away from Travis with that star directly overhead. Ain't that fucking weird?
No, it looks like a globe.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the globe is one answer that would explain that.
Yeah, Brian, this
Well,
is not really
yeah.
very much, man.
If you have two people walking around a circle and they're going away from a point, yeah, one has to curve left and the other has to curve right.
That's just it. In fucking reality, you always correct to the north. You look at the old sailors, dude. They always correct to the north. Nobody's correcting to the fucking south. Even declination, your magnetic declination, you're always corrected to the north. Nobody corrects to the fucking south, but we should be. If the Earth's a globe, we should damn well be correcting to the south.
What? What are you
You're
talking
saying
about?
It just further confuses things to me, man.
You're saying all magnetic declination have the same
Yes.
polarity?
Look it up.
Well, yeah, I've seen magnetic declination maps. Sometimes a portion of it it's towards the south, and a portion is towards the north. I'm sorry, towards the east, and a portion is towards the west.
What was Leaks?
Hey, Brian.
Go ahead.
Are you still there, Brian?
Yeah, I'm here.
Would you say that there's no magnetic declination on flat Earth?
Hell no.
You said I don't know.
I'd say that I would think there would have to be.
So you think that there has to be? Wait. You think that there has to be a correction in the south for?
Oh, I don't know, man. Bro,
That's what I'm talking about.
I've never really thought of that. That's a good question.
Magnetic declination doesn't depend on what shape of Earth you're using. The fact that a north of a compass doesn't point to celestial north is something that like anyone can check.
Yes, it does.
It's measurable.
It doesn't rely on Earth shape. It's something anyone can measure.
Bacon, did you see Travis's Star Trail footages where he took two cameras and set them down and they didn't line up? Like that's fucking food for thought right there. That's a head scratcher. If you even know what I'm talking about.
I'm not sure. Can you maybe post that so I can take a look?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the necessity for magnetic declination?
So you can use your compass to know where true north is.
True north is a.
I'm sorry, you broke.
I said so you can use a magnetic compass to tell where true north is.
Yeah, the true north that you find when you look at the sun, the true north that you find when you use a gyro compass, that true north refers to a very specific place on the surface of the Earth.
When you look at the sun.
True north is basically the celestial north. And that doesn't agree with magnetic north. If you establish north based on for example, the center point where the sky rotates, or Polaris, if you try to use Polaris to establish true north, you won't always match a magnetic north. So the difference between true north and so that's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. You can measure it, and it's there. It doesn't make any sense to say, well, in the flat Earth there is no magnetic declination because the compass still doesn't align with the celestial north, regardless on the shape of the Earth.
Oh
You
yeah,
can see
compasses
that.
use magnetic declination. So.
Bacon, I'm posting it in the live stream chat right now.
Yeah, I already posted it.
Give me a minute. I'll watch that.
Okay.
This just sent me down a damn rabbit hole.
Which one did you post, Brian? Welcome to the Celestial Dome.
No, I didn't post that one, dude. I might have posted the wrong one, but it had Sandra 1 and Sandra 2, but it was only 53 seconds. So I'm not sure that was the right one. So if you're right in the middle of it, go ahead and post it, Travis, to make sure.
It's the true north is the one that 3 different measurements, physical measurements, all point to. Then you have magnetic north, which varies depending on where you're on the Earth. It points to.
Yeah, but how do you know your declination
It points to
in the
different
south?
norths.
If you can't see Polaris, you're taking their word for it, right?
Well, you don't need to look north to find out where north is. You can look south. It's 180 degrees. You could look. So when you get to the equator and south, you can use the central point there. But they both.
You can use
can't see Polaris.
The physical location of north that's identified by celestial.
But if you can't see Polaris,
by what do you call it? By not ring laser. God damn it, gyro compass and the one that's shown by the sun, all point to this one direction.
Yeah, but if you can't see Polaris, then you're just gonna have to take their word for it, right?
No, you can use other stars.
Like in Sydney?
For example, you can Polaris. The reason why you Polaris is that you can have an instantaneous true north. But if you're using different stars, you can get 2 positions in which the star has the same elevation angle, because it will go up and then go down. So those 2 azimuths in which it reaches the same elevation angle, you can get a midpoint between that, and that's your true north. That works in whatever hemisphere you are.
So you understand azimuths perfectly, unless we're trying to map this shit on the AE map, and I'm trying to do the star trails. Then all of a sudden, it's a big blur.
I understand what they are, but when you use the word, it didn't make sense with the rest of the sentence. That's why I asked you to clarify. Not because I don't want.
I just asked if you can't see it. If you can't see Polaris, then you're kind of taking their word for it.
No, then you use something else that has a relationship to Polaris.
Yeah, you can use other stars because if the stars are rotating around Polaris, so if you can see those stars, you can get 2 points in which they reach the same elevation before they reach like their noon position or their highest.
So rejoice in God's celestial dome, apparent celestial dome.
Okay, that was useful.
Anyway, the thing is, you don't have to see Polaris. You can use whatever star. Even if it's at the celestial equator, this will work. You get the midpoint azimuth between where it rises and where it sets, or whatever arbitrary elevation angle, as long as you measure like what's the azimuth from one and what's the azimuth of the other, and the midpoint, it's either going to be north and south, and you can resolve the ambiguity just seeing how the sky is rotating. So if it's rotating
all right, man, that's kind of boring, Bacon. Yeah. Look, so Bacon, why did so many mathematicians go crazy? Like, why did they let it in the later half of their life drive them crazy? The Aristotle paradox, the wheel.
Well, because it's hard to prove mathematically that
it's impossible.
Nothing is impossible. You just got to wait for up with the math.
That's what I'm trying to tell Bacon, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell Bacon. Right? That's the response I was wanting from him. So we can map this shit out on the AE map. Nothing's impossible.
Wait. What is not impossible? What I think have driven mathematicians for centuries. I might have to watch the full video to, because I might be wrong here, but I suspect that the hard part of the paradox is to prove that the inner circle is rolling and sliding at the same time, not just rolling. Because if it was only rolling, that would give you a contradiction. That would
but no matter how small, no matter how small you make the points, like you could break it into a million sections. on the inside and the out, and they're always going to line up, dude. That's the fucking conundrum of
Yeah,
it. Like
because that's not the
you
way you
plot it like
prove it.
100 lines on the circle. You plot 100 lines along each circle, or 1,000,000 lines, or a gajillion lines, or zigadillion lines. They're always going to line up. So you can't just say it's just skipping, like what you call it said earlier. That's horseshit.
Sliding. Yeah, but
It's
no,
infinitely
it's
skipping
not
if it
horseshit.
is.
It's not horseshit because it stretches the distance between those lines when you're laying down on the path of the circle. They're not be at
Then
the
it should
same
be. Then
distance
you
to
should
each
have no
other.
problem proving that mathematically, right?
Well, it's not as easy as it sounds, but intuitively you can see that like this is what should happen. It's just difficult to describe it mathematically.
Or
But
you could
obviously
just
the inner
see it for
circle.
what it is, Bacon. One more thing. You could see it for what it is and say, okay, look, if we're going to plot Earth on a fucking as a circle, then we have to mathematically put Cancer the same circumference as Capricorn. If
See,
we're
I
going
don't
to do
see
it mathematically, we've got to fucking do it honestly. And that's how it plots out on the circle.
I
Trying
don't
to
see them as
3D reality. That's
I don't think those are like propositions. That's the problem. You're not showing how.
I'm talking
this
about
is-
mathematically, bro.
I know, but mathematically, you're describing two different scenarios and giving them the same name. And like I said, I'm not a mathematician. I can't tell you where you're wrong. I just know you are wrong.
That's hilarious. You can't tell me where I'm wrong. Just know you're wrong.
There is no paradox. That wasn't a like as soon as it's solved, it's no longer a paradox, and it was only called a paradox because no one knew how to solve it mathematically.
Is it fair to say though?
If
I could plot the circle, I could plot
if there-
Capricorn the same distance mathematically. I could plot Capricorn the same distance as Cancer.
Wait. If the paradox was true, then the circles can have whatever circumference you want, and this is obviously not true. So the paradox have to be wrong. The only thing that happened is that it took a while for people to prove the paradox wrong, but the paradox is wrong, so you cannot use
No,
it.
it's like this, bro. If I'm at each individual place, that's fine. But the second I plot them together on a circle, Bacon, just think for 1 second. This is the whole paradox, bro. The second I plot them together on the same circle, then they're gonna stretch out the same distance mathematically. So Cancer,
Not if they're different sized circles.
Never mind, man. I just don't think reality is as simple as y'all think it is, bro. That's my whole point is I don't think reality is so cut and dry and simple as y'all think it is. I think it's way more complicated, man. And I think this is the awakening of people realizing it is complicated. We do have to fucking put our heads together and figure this shit out. You know, this is cosmology moving forward. Whether y'all think it might be moving backwards into some archaic bullshit, no, this is shit they couldn't figure out fucking 200 years ago, 500 years ago, but
Or they did.
another try today.
Or they did figure it out and they're convoluting it.
How are they convoluting it? We can all see the wheel, and we can see that it's a challenge to describe mathematically. But
by you
intuitively,
saying,
we all agree that it should do that.
By you saying, here's how they're convoluting it. Like you saying, well, I don't know how it's wrong. I just know it's wrong. That's how.
Well, no,
it's fucking whistling past the graveyard.
No, you're applying something and saying it's the same, but you're not describing it in the same way.
Once again, I'm talking about mathematically, bro.
Okay, take your wheel and physically arrange a series of wheels on Earth and show me how this is a like situation.
That's not it. I'm talking about when you plot them together.
I understand that, and I'm asking you to do this.
I'm talking about mathematically trying to represent the Earth.
Ryan, it's ironic that we're being asked to model something.
Yeah, that is ironic because you guys don't actually try to model anything.
No, the irony was that you guys can't model your theories.
No, this is more ironic than even that.
What do you mean?
Before this dude joined, that's what we're trying to do. Me, Bacon, and Kosher, we're attempting to model the AMAP. And no, we don't do shit. I mean, that's the irony of it, is you joining, stumping our modeling, in our discussion of modeling, just to say we don't model shit or even try to.
You're asserting the Aristotle wheel into the conversation about modeling and saying that it somehow applies, and I don't think it applies. But I'm asking you for you to try and show me how it applies, because
But we dismissed what you said, bro. Because
I
you
understand
said
you dismissed it. That doesn't mean that you have to say that while I'm still speaking.
because you said you don't know how it doesn't apply. You just know that it doesn't. That's how
I'm
we
asking
dismissed what
you.
you said, bro.
I've asked you for you to explain how it applies, and all you just say is, "Well, it's a wheel. Imagine shelves." Well, we
That's
don't
not what I
put it on a
said.
shelf, and it doesn't apply.
Dude, listen to this dude, man. I'm not responding to you no more, man, unless you fucking tighten up.
Yeah, I think his magic shelves was a jab towards me, bro.
I never called him magic.
Yeah,
I'm
neither
just
did
telling you
I.
how it plots. No, I'm talking to him. Like I plotted out. I'm just telling you how it plots out mathematically. If you plot them out together, mathematically they plot out the same distance, man. That's my whole point. I'm not saying that's how reality works or any of that. I'm just saying it's fucking crazy. And if you're gonna plot them together on the same map, they're gonna fucking plot out the same distance, no matter how you look at it. Mathematically, again, I got to keep saying that. Mathematically.
How far do you plan on taking this thought, Brian? Are you trying to figure out how to present it for consideration besides just a discussion online?
Yeah, but that's why I was trying. That's why I feel like this guy's just joining to interrupt me and Bacon, because Bacon's took the effort to, and like I said, I know deep down he's trying to figure it out or show how it doesn't work, or maybe how it could work. Okay, I don't want to be like that, but my point is when we put our heads together, we might be able to plot it. We might be able to figure this shit out. Celestial navigation. I think I've got a way on the AE map to make it work. It's an idea. I think Bacon heard what I said earlier. I think he's gonna try it. I'm gonna work on it and maybe present it a little bit clearer. It's hard to explain shit, man. But I'm gonna present it to him a little bit clearer. But I think he's got enough to go on right now. But he's willing to. Bacon, I'll give him this. He's a fucking machine head, so he ain't. He got to explain shit probably 100 different ways. But once he gets it, he gets it. Mathematically understands it. He's got a math head, right? And he's also fucking open-minded. He'll try it. He'll try it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And maybe deep down, he might be like rooting for one side or the other. It don't matter. He'll do the math. He'll apply it fair. And so he's my best friend right now, right?
Does the AE map, is it a true representation of the shapes, the sizes and distance of points on the Earth?
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out, man.
So we don't know the answer to that question.
Well, I think we know the answer to that question. If you agree that if you agree that distances on Earth can be measured,
I've got a problem.
So when they have a ship that crosses the ocean and it takes 14 days to go a distance that should take less or more, then we know distance.
No. See, there's when you bring up that point, you're arguing with me because it takes way longer than it should. Okay. Exactly. Now you got wait. You got things you can argue, but that ain't one of them, bro. That's the argument in my camp. Like, why does it take so long to cross the southern oceans? Why does it take so long?
It takes long.
Don't try and steal my argument right out of the gate, bro.
It's shorter to travel the distances in the Southern Ocean than it would be on the AE map. The AE map would have you traveling like 14,000 miles.
Show me that, please. Show me. Give me a citation of a shipping freighter or an old almanac or anything showing me that it's quicker.
All right. Is the flight from Perth to?
Don't give me flight. No. Don't.
Oh, we just
about flight.
Talking. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Hey, Skylar. How you doing, Skylar?
We're going to start talking about flights. You just said that shipping lanes and ships. So I want you to stand behind your bullshit, bro. Okay, and show me a citation of ships getting there quicker.
That's fine. So you want to assert that ships are more accurate than flying. Okay, we can do shipping. Hang on.
Who said anything about flying, bro? You just said ships.
So
you're
you
trying to
ship
steal our
things.
fucking argument. Our argument is that ships that are said to be going around these southern circumferences are traveling like 3-4 knots. And we say bullshit. It's a fucking race. They're going faster than that. They're traveling a longer distance. Then you want to switch to flight and get loud. Bro, don't switch to
No,
flight.
the
You're talking
problem was
about
that
ships.
the problem was that you started blurting your blabbermouth in the middle of my statement.
You're a dick,
Hey,
dude.
just real quick, Geo, Xanax wondering why he was kicked and can he come back?
Nah, if Xana got a warning, probably deserved it because I was here earlier and he overtalks nonstop.
All right, no worries. I just told him I'd ask.
By that mechanism, then Brian should be kicked. I'm not asking for him
Yeah,
to be.
Brian.
But I'm
Wow. You're gonna get a warning.
Wow.
Brian. No, Moyak's right. Moyak's right, Brian. Don't stop over. You do that incessantly like Xanax does.
Says Moyak, who just cussed out Brian not 2 minutes ago.
For over talking him. Just let everyone finish
Oh, so
their
that
sentences,
means it's
guys.
okay?
Come on, please. No, it's not okay, but let's let everyone finish their sentences, please. It's very frustrating for the people involved. It's also frustrating for listeners to listen to that.
So what's
I think
since Brian left, go on.
Oh, did Brian leave?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about the footage you tagged me. What was the point in that?
My connection's coming in and out, so I didn't hear what you just said.
Oh, never mind. If our connection is not good, it makes conversation really
now
difficult.
I can hear you. Yeah,
Okay.
well,
Yeah, I hope mine doesn't fail me too. So yeah, what's the point of the footage you tagged me? That's what I'm asking.
the point is that I tried to just create a panorama where I wanted to just stitch together the two cameras so that you could see the one star trails from one side by side. And each camera had the same tree line at the bottom of the frame, so you can clearly see that they were level. You can line up the trees and they're going to be symmetrical. The problem is that sky is off by a considerable amount of degrees, but the trees aren't. So the framing of the cameras is consistent, but the sky doesn't match when you try to line up the star trails.
Can I ask you this?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I would just mention that, well, the orientation on the camera is different. So the way the star trails get, let's say, plotted on the image, it's going to be affected by that.
And what I was going to say is, Copernicus, do you agree that if I look at a star chart and I take the bearing, the elevation, and azimuth of that star, it'll be where it's described in the book, right? And if I move 2 feet and I take the elevation and azimuth, it'll be the same. And if I plot those over time, they will plot out the same as described in the books, right? Or is he dropping in and out? Or
He left. I think his connection's bad. But well, there's one thing I'd like to say about that footage, because that if those two cameras are rectilinear, and if you can tell me what's the focal length that was used, and also the size of the sensor, the dimensions of the sensor, for each of those pixels, I can tell you what the direction of those pixels are, and I can align those images in such a way that the directions of the pixels match. And I don't think you'd have the stars misaligned if you did that. I think this is due to a rectilinear. Yeah, you have a flat image of a field of view. I think this is always going to happen when you have that.
Again, it
Why,
has to do.
why would it happen?
Sorry, Travis, do you happen to have the exact angle between the orientation of the cameras and the focal length that was used and the dimensions of the center?
So all the same camera. They're both the same camera, same setup. Everything's the same.
Right. Oh, they're not oriented the same direction, right?
Well, they can't be. They would have to occupy the same space.
No, you can have two cameras side by side with the same orientation.
Yes, that's what it. Yeah, that's what I did.
Were they pointing in the same direction?
Okay, look. There is a playlist where I showed how I set it up in different ways because I'm trying to troubleshoot what could be the cause. They're side by side. I'm not going to shoot the same star trails with both cameras because I wanted to make a panorama. I didn't want to have an overlay of the exact same scene. So I set them side by side and then oriented them so that the left field of view would just lead into the right field of view. So they are not going to be oriented in the same direction in terms of their angle of view, but they are oriented in the exact same direction. That is, they're both pointed southeast.
Wait, are they pointing the same direction or not? Because I thought you said they were not pointing the same direction, then you said they are pointing the same direction.
I just explained, okay, they are both pointed southeast. That's the same. The left camera is oriented with a marker in the bottom right corner. The right camera is oriented with the same marker in the bottom left corner. All you have to do is line up that marker and you'll see that the orientation is symmetrical. They are looking at.
Yeah, but they weren't pointing to the same azimuth then, right?
Correct.
So yeah, that's what I was asking when I asked it, if it was pointing if they had the same orientation. Because as far as I understand, if they have different azimuths, then they have different orientation. But I get what you mean. So if you know, do you remember what was the angle between them?
Jeremy, you need to go to the hot mic room more than anyone else.
The angle is the same, Bacon. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
The angle between their azimuths.
I don't know.
Like yeah, they are pointing in different directions, right?
Okay, I really don't know why it's confusing.
Sorry? I'm trying.
It's clear that they both have the same tree. They both have the same tree. Overlap that tree. Okay. Well, if you overlap that tree, then the azimuths are going to merge into one another.
No, I was talking about the azimuths in which each of one recorded. I'm not talking about what's the azimuth you gain when you combine those speakers. I'm talking about each individual footage. If you know the angle between the azimuth of those individual footages, that's what I'm asking. Because if you have that, I mean,
yeah, that's beyond even my interest. My point
that'll be great, because if you had that.
Well, how do you figure that out? How do you figure that out? Because I'm no longer in that geographical location. How would I even figure that out?
I would
take. I'm not asking you to figure it out. I was just because if you took that footage, maybe you took together some extra information that could be useful. So if you didn't, if you don't have that information, then that's fine. I was just wondering, because if you had, there's some interesting thing I think I could do with that. But if you don't, then that's fine.
The thing that really blows my mind is that the pushback or yeah, the feedback in this situation seems to be ignoring the fact that the second camera's star trails are at a completely different angle, but the tree line isn't.
Yeah, because the star trails are affected differently, because the cameras had different orientations. And
I don't know what that
shifting
means.
overlay. Yeah, I know you don't, but I can try to explain it later because I gotta go now. But I'll be back in maybe an hour. Anyways, yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're interested, I tried to make the videos as short as possible, but there's a playlist where you can just see that I produce the same effect every single time, even though I'm trying to set my cameras up and compensate for mistakes I might be making.
I think he left.
But I'm here, Travis. If you did you get that picture I posted for you earlier?
No, I didn't see it. I'm driving right now, so I don't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No problem.
Have you tried?
Say that again, you robot.
Do that thermal water test again?
Say that again. You were entirely cut out almost.
I asked you if you tried to do your fish tank thermal test again.
No, I haven't. Was I
Get
gonna?
on that, man.
What was
Get
I
on
gonna?
that, man.
What
What
was
repeat? Test,
the,
repeat.
the
Right?
the same or different than I did the last 2 times?
Do it again and see what happens.
Just like the same? Actually, I wonder if, because what was your goal? Would it be better if I did it on a live stream with you watching and like critiquing, or
I mean, that might be interesting. Yeah, that might be interesting. That way you can say, "Oh, do this." But like, what about? What if you could take? I don't know what kind of freezer space you have, but like, let's say you could get a cookie sheet and put a 1/4 inch amount of water in the cookie sheet and freeze it, and then drop that on top of the fish tank, and then see what that does at your like midway, like not at the top, but midway. That way you can see what happens when the differential goes together. That would be an interesting alternative, right? Because before you had cooler water underneath, and then you added the warmer water, and then it equalized above and below, but in between there was a mixing of the gradient, right?
So like instead of the blue ice pack I had, I would use just ice, and instead of it floating, I would have it pinned to the bottom with a weight or something?
No. It would be floating, right? You would just drop it on top. You would it would be a sheet of ice on top, and then you would see the thermal transition below the ice.
Oh, okay. And the falling cold water, kind of like the ice pack did, but bigger.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
See, there you go. But here's my question, right? So am I right to say that the cooler water at the bottom of the tank was more dense?
Yes.
So I'd be curious if you could maybe, make a video of your video where you point out the light bending toward the more dense medium. That'd be really interesting.
Well, how's that different than what I did with the green laser?
I mean, that's neat.
Hold on, Jeremy.
Okay, go ahead.
The green,
All right.
yeah, that's right. It's a short answer, and then you can jump in. The green laser is night daylight, Jesse, and it's not the image that you're looking at through the fish tank. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Oh, well, did you want to respond, Jesse?
Okay. So what?
How about what I just posted? Would that be a good example? Jesse?
How do you see? Oh, that's a lovely one, Zanuck. I've seen that before. How do you want to see this light bending bending. I mean, I showed the orthographic view of a array of light bending, and I showed the view through it, which showed
Wait, I must have missed that part. When did you show a ray of light bending?
it was the green laser. You saw it because you said
Okay, listen. I don't want to be too abrupt. Daylight, the image of that house across the street, that's not laser light. I want you to show me the light in the observation that you're using with that fish tank, with that house. Show me the rays of light bending in that.
How?
That's that's my question.
Well, I mean,
you think it's happening.
Well, the little house looked raised up, right? Would that be caused by bending light or by perfectly straight light?
Is it bending toward the more dense medium?
Well, I work it out to be that. I mean, if you draw a diagram and you make it bend towards the less dense medium, then that would lower the apparent position of the house, not raise it.
Well, again, that's your burden to prove. See, I don't live in a world where the opposite happens of what I think I'm seeing. So when I see an observation that I'm taking a photograph of, and that observation is apparently higher, then I'm going to say that the light is bending up because the position is up. But that's not the way it happens in your world. In your world, it's
a flaw in logic, right?
Okay, hold on. Hold on there, Zanuck. So for me, when something apparently is higher, that means it's moving in that direction. But in your world, it seems to me that it's actually bending down and then somehow being hologrammed up. To me, that's illogical. That would be your burden to prove.
Well, can we look at a simple example of like you having a laser beam shot at a mirror that's not pointing directly at you, but pointing away from you, and then successive mirrors that make the light bend around a corner. Now, the light would bend around the corner, but look at the angles that the mirrors would have to be to make that light hit the successive mirrors to bend around a corner. The light's bending to the other direction. It doesn't mean things would be. Doesn't mean things would be. It'd be the light bending the other direction. It'd be bending the direction that the light is bending, because now you're seeing around that corner, which is contrary to what you described as when light bends down, you think things should be going down.
I'm not sure why. Yeah, I'm not sure why you're talking about laser beams bending around corners. I'm talking about Hold on. I'm talking about observations we're making out in nature.
Yeah, apparently you can't use lasers now.
But your logic was if light bends down, that object should be lower in your field of view. And I'm trying to explain, if you have light that's actually bending, you can see around a corner and it's bending in that direction. So I think the logic is what I'm attacking, or kind of trying to discuss.
Feel free to show me what you are talking about. I don't understand what you're saying.
Just picture a laser bending around. You're looking at your across your room.
I'll say it one more time. I don't understand your explanation. Can you please show me?
Yeah, no. Let me just say one more time and see if you can make sense, and I'll stop. If light bends around a corner, would you be able to see around that corner?
I don't understand what you're saying. Can you please show me?
If light is reflected through mirrors around a corner, so you can see, like you have a mirror, the mirrors you have in driveways, you can see the oncoming traffic. The light is actually bending, or maybe not taking a right turn, but I'm going to use multiple mirrors that kind of gradually bend it to that direction. The logic is what I'm asking you about, Travis. You're saying if light's bending down, you think the object should be going down, and I'm saying it's the opposite. Your mind says the opposite. When light bends down, things are loomed up because you're now seeing them in front of you.
Okay, yeah, show me that. Show me that the light. No. Show me that the light is bending down, presenting the image up.
I just did.
No,
I showed you
didn't.
I showed you an example, a GIF that shows a much denser medium because they're dropping liquid nitrogen, which is liquid propane, super cold, and when it drops on that round spherical surface, you now see around it. You see the red borders of the object that you can't normally see. So it allows the light to bend down, which looms that object up.
I want to know how.
I want to know how water is more dense at the bottom. I don't get that.
Only slightly.
Insignificantly more dense, unless it's colder. If it's colder, then it's more dense because it's smaller per mole.
Like pressure can make it. Yeah,
Yeah,
3%.
I don't see. Yeah, I don't see. I don't see propane tanks and butane out in nature. So again, I'm still waiting for you guys to back up your claims with natural
That's
phenomena.
not nature.
Nope.
That's just showing a much colder, denser area close to a surface versus above the surface. And the light you see is the light's reflected off the object is now bending downward from your eye, which looms that up. You can see the red area underneath that object where you normally couldn't see it without the liquid nitrogen being present, which is very, very dense compared to the surrounding air. I mean, you just seem like you're fighting it for no reason. I don't know. I don't understand, Travis. This is weird.
No, I'm asking for like demonstrations of like.
That is light. Light's reflected off objects. You would agree light reflects off objects, right?
No.
Light doesn't reflect off objects.
No.
Listen, you just keep making claims that I'm going to ask you to demonstrate. How many do you want to have to demonstrate?
I did. I just demonstrated something there. You said now you can't accept it because it doesn't. You don't see liquid nitrogen in nature. That's what your answer is. It seems like you're not being very genuine.
No. If I make an observation and you say, "Oh yeah, Travis, that photograph shows looming. The light is bending down, presenting the image up," and I say, "Can you show me that?" And you go, "Yeah, look over here at this butane thing." No, I'm not going to accept that. Nope.
So are you disputing though that a bottom heavy density gradient does cause things to appear higher, regardless of which way the light bends?
Show me that.
Well, the fish tank showed that, right?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. Can you show that to me in your fish tank? I'd love for you to show me that.
But I mean, the little house did look higher through the fish tank, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, and you're driving, so you can't see my video?
So again, you're saying that the fish tank shows the house higher, which means in your world, the light from that house through the fish tank is bending down.
I posted a picture. There's a real picture too.
Yeah, I'm driving.
I took one of those pictures.
No, the house bends up. Light bends up from the house to you, and it bends down from you to the house.
Well, the laser.
Wow. Hold on, just real quick, Yossi, can you take it down a notch? I actually don't think I'm being too much of an asshole.
I thought you said you can't see the chat.
No, I didn't say I can't see the chat. I just said I'm not looking at it for pictures.
All right.
It just happened. Look, it just happened to be right there where I could see it.
Well,
I'm not coming through. Anyway, so Jesse, you're the one who said that the fish tank presents the house higher, but doesn't that mean that you think that the light from the house going through the fish tank is being bent down? Is that right?
Yes, it's curving in the downwards direction. It's like.
How could you show that to me?
Well, I'm trying to work that exact thing out to how to. What if instead of using laser, I actually used a beam of sunlight, like have a little beam of sunlight coming through a window and.
Why can't you just use the video footage that you have? I mean, you have got daylight, you've got positions, you've got a medium. Why can't you just show it there? Why do you have to go someplace else?
Well, I mean, I did show the house being apparently raised up.
To me, that says that the light is being bent up.
And I showed the green laser is curving downwards. So I guess you're saying that.
So then light so the daylight laser lights don't behave the same. Okay.
So that's why I'm saying, should I use a sunbeam? Because then that's daylight, right?
Again, I don't understand why you can't use your own footage to prove your claim.
You realize you're just dancing to his tune. You know that, right? I mean, he just keeps moving the goalpost. You know that, right?
I'll just keep moving the ball.
Did you see Kosho's image there? I just want to ask you a quick question about it. Copernicus, Travis.
I told you I'm not flipping through. It just happened to be that Yossi's comment was in the middle of my screen.
And then the answer is no, you can't see it. Okay, cool. That's fine. Much more words than you needed.
It's a fairly simple image. It's just that it's a science lab, with the laser and the fish tank, and you can the part that before I edited the picture, there's the laser bouncing and then bending downwards, so you can see that the laser is literally bending down. All I've done is I've made a pretend green source, so instead of it being a laser going one direction, that laser is going in all directions. And it's being blocked by a building. I made this building. And so there's an eye where the laser ends up at.
So So just real quick, this is a fabricated image.
No, this is a demonstration of what's because the part that's not fabricated is the actual path of the light. The path of the light was the original picture. I just put a fake eye in there and a building. Such that if the eye were looking at the building, the source of the light would be obstructed by that building ordinarily.
Do you have the ability to have the original image unedited and then the edited image next to each other, like in a panel?
Yeah, I can do that in a second. Regardless,
keep on dancing to his tune.
Extremis, stop with the gay little color commentary all day long.
Regardless,
what's your beef, man?
We just want to sit on the sideline and come in and color commentate the entire day.
So the building is being obstructed by this green light source, or the green light source being obstructed by this building, and so the light is being seen by the eye above the building because the light is bending downwards. So the result is that the eye sees the source of the light above the building, risen up, because the light is bending down.
I understand what Kosho's saying. It makes sense to me. Because basically he's looking up, and so his image of where the sun would be up, whereas the sun is actually projecting the light, and it's going up and then bending down into his light, causing him to look up. It makes sense to me, at least, from what
it's really attacking the logic that, Travis, you're showing that you clearly said, just on conceptually, the light bending down means things should go down, or light going up things should be going up, and we're showing how that's not logical, and that Kosho's drawing or Kosho's example there kind of depicts that if light bends around something, you would then see that object as being lower.
Awesome. Show that to me in a picture of reality without any edits. You're going to take a picture of an inferior mirage, or you're going to take a picture of a screenshot of Jesse's video, which I really liked. I thought he did a great job. It's a fantastic video. Where he's got the house out to the outside of the tank, and then he's moving into the inside or whatever. Show me what you're talking about there.
Show me that light. Until you can get the concept, and at least agree to the fact that that's what he's demonstrating would show to the eye that way. Like he would see that dot, he would see that laser bouncing off the surface of water. He would see the source as if it was above that block.
The other panel member who said that he understood Kosho's example, who was that?
That was me.
Yeah, but I don't know. What's your name?
Noah.
Noah. Okay. All right, man. So you would be one, I would say, since you get it, you could look at a real photograph and say, this is this is that. This is what it is.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, given the assumptions and given the situation, what they're saying does make sense. I'm not saying I can tell if the light is bending or not. But if it is bending the way they're saying it's bending, i.e. down, then it would cause objects in the distance to appear higher. Like that makes complete sense to me. I'm not saying it's bending or not. I don't actually know, but logically, assuming what they're saying is true, based on the assumptions, I don't see any internal contradictions.
So if you are looking out at a target, let's say 5 miles away, you have a house and it's across the lake. How would you know if the light was bending down or up?
I have no idea. I couldn't answer that. That's not what I didn't say anything about. I just agreed with the concept. If the light was bending down, then objects would appear to be higher than they actually are. But I'm not actually saying I don't know how you would test that or whatever. I'm just agreeing
so let me
conceptually with the theory.
Okay, so Noah, let me stick with you real quick then. Okay. So I still don't understand how that makes sense, that something is bending down and then it is projected up. The only thing that comes to my mind is throwing a screwball. You know what I mean? Or a slider or whatever.
Can I try to explain it to you?
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you didn't mind to give it your shot as to yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so say we're playing baseball, like catch. Both have mitts, both have a ball. Say that ball is the little beam of light, right? Now they're saying the ball bends down. That's kind of the same thing as how the ball is pulled to the ground and accelerates to the ground. So yeah, as I throw the ball, right, it goes in an arcing motion up and away from me. It reaches like a point, and then it starts to come down towards you. From your vision, the ball looks like it's coming down towards you. Therefore, if you extrapolate out from the point where you catch it, you could assume that the ball came from above, right? If you didn't know that the ball was bending, right? But we know that you know how the ball goes in an arc, right? But you catch it. When you catch it, it's coming down towards you. That's kind of like the light. The light is coming down towards you. Therefore, the image appears higher because the angle at which you're grabbing it is higher, right?
Yeah, no, you lost me. As soon as you got to the point of saying that the ball was higher than it looks, that's where you lost me.
That was a bad analogy.
That's all right.
Maybe use a
So
fiber
shut up, Zanuck. I'm trying to explain this guy something. You have to fucking come in with your fucking nonsense. Like you haven't been filling the chat with this the whole time. Let me fucking finish with this guy. So the path of the light is kind of like the ball. If the light is bending down, would you agree that it comes up from the sender and then it bends down in an arc towards the receiver, right? That's what they're saying is happening. So at the point of the receiver, the angle at which you receive the light is higher than the actual angle to the object is in reality, because you're receiving it at an angle coming down towards you when the object is right in front of you, across from you. Do you understand?
So look, if you are like 30 yards away from me, I can see you and I see the ball leave your hand. I can watch the ball come. As a matter of fact, the ball is just going to be to my right, your left. It's not going to be directly at me. I can just simply put my hand out and catch that ball without watching it. I just know where it's going to be. But I'm watching the ball the entire time from the minute it left your hand. So let's freeze frame right there. There's the ball. What's the light doing? Is it bending down? Is it bending up? Is it bending? I'm just seeing the ball right there. And then the ball leaves your hand and we freeze frame it when it's at the apex. It's right as high as it's going to go based on, your planned trajectory that you wanted to get it to me. And then I take a picture. That's where the ball is. It's not higher. It's not lower. That's where it is. I can imagine what a ray of light is doing.
Right, but the ball represents the ray of light, so you don't see anything. It's almost like you seeing is when you feel the ball enter the mitt, right? So if you were a blind man catching the ball, and because the ball is an analogy for the light, you can't see without light. So you're in the analogy, you'd be a blind man. When you catch the ball in the mitt, the angle at which you caught the ball it's coming at a downward angle towards you. So you feel as though the ball was coming from above you, or not from above you, but from above and across you. When in actuality, I'm just across from you, but the gravity pulled it down. But in this instance, gravity is an analogy for refraction, and the ball is an analogy for light, and your hand is an analogy, or your mitt is an analogy for your eye. Do you kind of understand? So your mitt is the eye, the ball is the ray of light, and gravity is refraction, basically, would be to make it analogous. You wouldn't see the ball before it got to you because you can't see without light. You would just experience receiving the ball from an upper angle, right?
Yeah, I'll just beg off that it's my lack of understanding and not your
Well,
explanation.
that's why I don't use the ball.
Good try though.
Napalm, I'm thinking maybe use like a fiber optic cable where you're actually looking through a tube. The light at the end will just show the image of whatever you're looking at, and the tube's path is this curve. So then he's not mistaking looking at the straight line path to wherever the ball is in its trajectory, and that's where he lost it in your analogy. Using a fiber optic cable, Travis, from you that goes up and then goes down, that light would actually have to go up and then go down, or just go straight out and then bend downward. If it was straight out and bent downward, and you looked at some short person in the eyeball, you would see that light actually bent downward. But you're looking straight through your fiber optic cable and seeing his eye straight down, level in the cable.
I'm sorry, Travis, if my example wasn't well thought out. It was a bit complicated.
No. I tried to say that it was on me, man. I'll take the full brunt of not following you on that, so don't worry about it.
I made it a little too complicated. I should have just tried to stick to it a different way. I don't know. Sorry about that.
Does the fiber optic cable make it easier, Travis?
I'm going to ask a question. Is there anything in this tube?
It's just a light tube, where light can transfer itself the full distance without any kind of distortion or losses.
So it's like an empty. It's like an empty. It's like an empty hose.
All this requires light traveling.
So it has optics in it, so that the light can actually travel, and you can see out of it. Like if you took, even if you looked at a fiber, or even an electronic endoscope or something, and it has a cable in it, and you're going down your stomach and looking at intestines and make a right turn, and you look through the cable and you see whatever you're looking at. Now it's pointed completely opposite direction to where you're looking, but you're able to see it like it's like a straight line from your eye. That's a better analogy. That the light somehow, it doesn't matter how, the light is bending and it bends to the right. So who's clipping there?
It's bending. Then can you prove that it travels, please?
Can you? I just posted I just posted a picture that kind of demonstrates what I was trying to say. Was basically this guy, see the light coming up from the fish then bends, so the image of where he's looking, the angle of where he's looking, is above where the fish should be. This is a direct analogy. It's a direct analogy at 51 past the hour. If you look at that image, I think you would understand what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So yes, light can bend, and if we want to look at a good analogy, I think the fiber optic cable or even an endoscope is something we know bends and allows you to see something at the outside of that endoscope camera that you can see with your eye. And if you're looking straight down through this tube and you see the image could be in any direction other than the direction you're looking at it from. And everyone can realize that. And that's what we're trying to say to you, Travis, that you can have an
light's not a rope or something that you can bend. Light doesn't travel, it doesn't bend.
How do you think endoscopes work?
Well,
it does do with light traveling.
It does bend because the fish appears above where it should be.
Wait,
right?
Why do you go back and forth to the fish?
That's why you have to aim your fucking bow a little fucking lower when you choose to hit the fish, because the fish is just an image that's not where it's actually located.
Okay, well, I'm not denying the effect of miraging. I'm denying the claim that light bends. Light is not some physical entity that travels and bends. And if someone wants to prove it, that'd be great, but you can't.
Light bounces, like it reflects off of things. Bending is a strong word.
Well, it doesn't change its direction. Refraction is a bending of light. Is a definite angle. Oh, so refraction is not real?
That's a convention we've come up with, with light rays, which is admittedly just a convention and not real.
See it happen in real life. I can actually watch it.
explain.
Why can't I finish the
what
sentence without being interrupted? I just don't get this.
Your robot. He probably
Somebody's roboting.
And I was
No, it
in the
may
middle
sound
of
like I'm
something,
being
and I-
I think he's
pedantic
getting at
or like
something else.
it's gonna
Can
sound
I-
like I'm
can I-
being pedantic or just trying to dismiss the
No,
convo.
you
I'm
are.
not. I
Can
mean,
I
the phenomenon is real, sure, but the reason it's important to point this out is everyone's perceived presupposition of
yourself, man.
light
Come on.
is the underlying foundation of your claims of what light is doing. Everyone's throwing these words around about traveling and bending and bouncing, and those are cool stories, bro. But light doesn't travel.
Well,
I can shine a light on a mirror and it can bounce.
Wait,
off.
if light doesn't travel, what does it do with?
It's already there. All what we call light is just the illumination of what's already there, based on a disturbance or perturbation of the background. So this drastically changes our understanding of the phenomena of refraction. Like the understanding of light is a crucial first step. And what happens when it reflects off a mirror? It's not physically traveling. You think a physical photon goes and bounces off the mirror and bounces back, because that's not what happens. Light is just the background that's there. We have a reflective surface, so the illumination close to that surface is then, affected by the reflective surface. Doesn't mean a physical photon travels, hits it, and bounces back.
So is it the perturbation that travels then?
Nothing travels.
Have you seen the video where light's shown at 10 trillion frames per second? I
Wait,
just put it in
if
the chat.
nothing travels, if nothing's traveling, then what am I doing if I get in my car and go? I'm confused.
What does that have to do with light?
Oh, so light doesn't travel.
Right. So, wait, dude, he
Okay.
said, does the
Alright,
perturbation
fair.
travel? I said, no, nothing's traveling. When it comes to
Explain
light,
diffraction
obviously, which
versus
is the
diffraction.
conversation.
What's it?
What?
Explain diffraction.
So wait, what's
versus
it doing?
diffraction.
What's
Hold
it
on, quick
doing with
question,
it?
guys.
I'm confused. They're just gonna try and deny you, but I'm trying to actually understand what you're saying.
It's just a background that's already there becoming illuminated. So it's just like a different version or modality of what's already there based on a perturbation or oscillation, vibration, disturbance within the background. It becomes illuminated. It's already there. There's nothing physically traveling.
Can you stop for a second? Can you explain the difference between
Oh, says the guy
diffraction?
who's literally been talking since I left and came back.
You came in and changed the subject slightly, so we're letting you do that.
I'm tired of hearing you guys go back and forth about fairy tales that you can't prove.
No, we had not. It didn't matter whether it's fairy tale.
Yeah, you have to kind of prove that it's bending before you can talk about what you were just talking about. So you have to prove to wit that it bends.
That's
correct.
Because
you
I
have
have
to
an endoscope.
you have to establish that before you beg
I
the
have
question.
I have an endoscope. I'm pointing it around a corner, and I'm looking down another hallway. Complete right angle for my looking. The light is bending, or whatever he wants to talk. We're not even talking about the perturbations or any kind of being excited for something that's already there. All we're talking about is the light we're seeing is bending around a curve. We're seeing something around a curve. That's all we're. The logic
I would
here.
say it's-
Whitson was firebombing. Let me finish. I'm not done. But Whitson was talking. What Travis was talking about is that he didn't understand that if something's down, it looms something up. Doesn't understand that in logic's term. Logic can easily be explained by.
Yeah, are we firebombing now?
Can I again? An endoscope is looking around a corner, and you're seeing someone down a hallway. You've just taken a right angle turn. That would appear to be straight in line with you, meaning it would loom up. You're talking about the equivalence to, or the analogy to, how light bends and how things are.
You talked 3 times longer than
You
I
shouldn't
did.
see them because you're
know,
looking
I know, right.
you're looking around a corner, but you're looking straight to see it through this endoscope.
You're saying the same thing over again, Zanuck, man. You got to be concise, bro.
That is concise. You turn around a
No.
corner.
You repeated yourself.
You're reiterative. Like
You
you talked about
repeated
how I
yourself.
talk so
Because
long,
you
and I
don't- you don't
talked for
seem to
10
get it
seconds.
First time.
All right, let
Okay,
Wit
good.
talk now. You're done. Like
Yeah,
fuck,
stop
let
being
him
so
speak.
reiterative.
What I said.
Like I don't want to sound
Let him
arrogant or anything.
fucking speak.
I don't want to sound arrogant or anything right now because I'm not claiming that I know everything about light, but I will be very blunt here. The problem with this room and many other rooms is it's intellectually stagnant because everyone thinks inside of the confinement of what was delivered to you on how you should interpret the world. And
Well, we
you know,
we can understand it the way you're describing it. So we can also just use it as and say the word reflecting off of. We can understand it and then use the convention.
that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't deny the phenomena, right? Like, but it's important to understand that there's a difference in interpretation because if you're going to invoke the phenomena with the presupposition baked in, you're never going to fully understand the phenomena. And that's the problem here. Every time I hear people talk about refraction, I always just kind of bite my lip. But the truth is, you guys don't know what you're talking about. I guess
Well,
bite
we
my
do.
tongue.
We do. And I have one question for you. I have one question for Whitsitt. Whitsitt, can you explain the difference between diffraction and refraction as in your understanding how light
Diffraction is a
Shut
lack
up.
of observation, effectively. It's just where the light is not perceived. Light is nothing more than illumination. What light actually is invisible. So
But you're
what
not
we
going to answer
call
the question. When we
yeah,
see the effect of diffraction and refraction, we can actually have calculations, predictive qualities that we can actually observe. What's the difference in your mind, in your model, the difference between refraction and diffraction?
okay, refraction is from one medium to another. So it's the perception of the illumination relative to the medium. The like accompanying medium specifically, because the light is nothing more than a medium. That's why when you put a laser and you shine it through glass, it changes the way that it's perceived. It doesn't physically travel through the glass. It doesn't slow down and speed back up. It's just already there, and the glass changes the way it's perceived, as does water. This is what we call refraction. It's the appearance being altered by an additional medium. Diffraction is not that at all. It's not about one medium to another medium. It's a lack of observation of the illumination. I get you may not understand what I'm saying, but
I do understand it. But don't insult me. I'm just asking a question.
I'm not
You don't
trying to
have
insult you. I'm saying I'm
Hold
not
on.
talking within your paradigm.
I'm
It's not.
responding. It's my turn. You can't talk over me. It's not fair. So you said you gave your explanation of refraction. Got it. Then you said diffraction is just not being there. We don't have to be insulted about how we don't understand. Just tell me how diffraction differs from refraction, because we do see light bending due to things other than going from a differential medium and an angle of incidence. Thank you.
Yeah. So like I said, I'm not insulting you when I say that. I'm saying I'm not talking within your paradigm of terminology. So it doesn't land with you. It's not, I'm not insinuating incompetence or ineptitude, but
A pinhole diffractor allows you to focus things in a distance without having any kind of lens.
oh my God, so fascinating.
A pinhole diffractor, you know how the pinhole diffractor works, right?
Oh wow, physical photons that travel must exist. Okay, so
Hello. Are you going to answer the question instead of just blabbing your understanding of what you think light is? That's okay. You may have a difference of opinion and a different knowledge set of these things. We're not talking about that. We're just talking about things we do know. We know pinhole diffractors work. What is the principle behind in your model? What is the principle behind it? Why a pinhole diffractor works?
Material impedance affects the perception of illumination from the background medium.
So the light doesn't bend.
No, light doesn't travel or bend.
But what we see is bending. We can see things that would normally not be there because the light is bent around a corner.
Yeah, what we perceive is altered. Yeah.
Why do we see around a corner? Why would we perceive around a corner, even using your vernacular?
Why would we see around a corner?
Yeah.
Because
Why
you have
do
a
think
meeting.
okay. Well, how about this? Why do you think we see around a corner?
Because it diffracts.
What does that mean?
The light bends around a physical object.
So if I put a physical object, it just makes the light bend.
Yes.
Just because there's a physical object there.
Because a pinhole diffractor does that. It actually bends the light such that an object can become in focus, where normally it's out of focus without the pinhole diffractor. Because
light was little physical photons
now you're talking
traveling.
over me. You can't see all the
Because you
things
talk forever.
you're doing. No, I'm making very concise sentences.
No, you're not.
Just jumping in. You're bullying in me like you're just a wild animal. Just
Because I'm trying to actually have a up to pace conversation of intellectual value.
We can do that, but you don't have to interrupt me.
I have an answer for objects.
Pinhole diffractor. How does a pinhole diffractor work?
No. I was going to answer your question about seeing something around a corner. You have a medium that's conducting that image. So if you have a mirror, then that mirror is reflecting. It's conducting that image at a different angle so that you can see it.
No mirror, just a sharp object, an edge of a knife.
Yeah, it's just like a double slit. It's like the double slit, right?
It's not
and
like
the double slit, they
Oh,
claim
yeah,
that
like that. Slightly, yeah.
it's not. No, that's what that is. Diffraction, double slit. Okay, so they're claiming that the light is being basically like it comes in contact with the edges of the hole, right? And then it moves it, bends it, changes its trajectory.
Light becomes in contact with the hole and then bends it, moves it.
That's what you believe.
No. I'm just reflecting. I'm reflecting you, not a pun. Just that's what you're.
I see what you did there with the word reflecting.
Yeah,
that wasn't on purpose. So, yeah. Anyway, so what the truth is that the material impedance is just an additional medium that alters what is perceived. If there's a disturbance in the background medium that interacts with the physical world, becomes materially manifest, right? You have an additional medium because all material is a medium. So you have an additional medium there that alters what you perceive, which is why it looks different in water, looks different in glass. But the laser doesn't go through and travel through the glass, slow down, pop out of the glass, and speed back up. Nor does it just take a million different detours but look like it's straight. It's just the glass is an additional medium that changes how you perceive what you see.
Says you.
I do the double slit. Have you ever done it?
Yes.
Okay, if you've done the double slit, then you would know that it doesn't seem to line up with the idea of a physical photon traveling across your room going through the slit.
It does. It follows all the rules and regulations of a diffraction model. I mean, come on. That's why you have this diffractive pattern. The diffractive pattern is based on the slit and how light bends when it goes through goes near a physical object.
So what I suggest that you do, if you actually do the double slit, which I find hard to believe, but you do it in a dark room and then turn on a fog machine, and you'll get to see the light on the way, as it exits as well, and you'll see a difference in the perception of the light, and it makes these little like lines through the light itself. There's not. It's as if there's just a uniform composition of what light is. It does not look like little balls bouncing anywhere. It doesn't look like they would even in any way be able to explain that. So you've never done it. It doesn't matter. My point is that you're making what?
You can see things as simple as light going through a crack in an old barn where it's dusty, and you see light coming through a small crack, and how you have that diffractive pattern comes out of the hole, spreads out.
Yeah. So diffraction is just it's an absence of observation, right? It's like us not seeing the light in certain places. That's what it is.
Why does it fan out though? It's a crack that has certain parallel lines at the crack, yet the light's path are divergent out of the crack.
That's right, because the material impedance that the crack introduces affects the vibration that is light.
So light's now a vibration.
It's an oscillation, vibration, perturbation, disturbance of the background. I've said it the whole time. I even gave you 4 words so you can understand it.
Perturbation doesn't necessarily mean vibration. You're now saying it's got a frequency and a magnitude, and that is what illuminating the medium, which then shows a light, some kind of energy that we can see.
Well, what's it saying? It makes a little more sense than like me thinking when I hold a flashlight, it's like holding a baseball that I throw, and then I throw the light, and it goes somewhere. What's it describes? It's a little more realistic.
That analogy was horrible. That was a horrible analogy because Travis was focused on where the ball was at any point in time, and there's a straight line to it, which blows the whole analogy up. That's why
I didn't even hear Travis mention the ball.
Hold on, I was in the middle of the sentence. The endoscope.
But you compared me to Travis. I didn't even hear what Travis said.
Well, that's what he was. That's why Napalm came up with the baseball analogy, but it blew up because Travis couldn't get away from looking at the ball and seeing where it was at any point. That's why I brought in. God dang it! That's why I brought up the endoscope, which is a cable which sees the corners. You can't help yourselves. It's unbelievable.
Dude, that's numpty.
You're robotic.
That wasn't numpty. Or that was. Oh no, that wasn't napalm.
There was no tanks, and when napalm was initial, this guy came in and didn't hear the analogy that napalm gave you regarding the baseball. You were fixated on the straight line position of the ball at any point in its arc. Why?
That was numpty. That was numpty.
Doesn't matter
I don't
who
need you to say it again.
This is just a waste of time.
I know the discussion. Doesn't matter who it was. That was
you guys are
you don't need to
intellectual exchange.
Yeah, you don't need to say it again, Zanuck.
Now someone else is robotic.
Robot wars. But yeah,
let's use a simple analogy. If you guys have heard of a paintball gun, right? I think that's what they're called. So if you just shoot the paintball gun, right? Just imagine like it being an automatic, and it just that's what you guys think a laser is doing, just shooting out like automatic paintballs of light.
And it never runs out. Yeah, it never runs out somehow.
It's so stupid though, because that's not what is actually happening. When we shoot a laser at glass, there isn't little paintballs hitting the glass, going through the glass, exiting the glass, and speeding back up by 30%. Okay? It's just a beam of what we call light. It's already there. All right? The laser excites or disturbs that background medium, and it makes it perceivable. That's what happens. That's why there is no one-way speed of light that's ever been measured, and it never will be measured.
That's your claim to fame.
It's measured? What are you talking about?
Oh, one-way speed of light's measured?
Yeah, that's how GPS works.
Oh my God. Kosho, go get your Nobel Prize in physics, because according to special relativity, you can't measure a one-way speed of light.
Yeah, it's never been measured. We use a one-way speed of light?
to.
Oh, we've changed it now. We've changed it now to being able to use it based on the convention and the assumption that it travels the same speed 2 ways.
No, we only receive a one-way message. We don't receive a two-way message. We get a message from the satellite to our receiver, so we only get a one-way speed.
Oh, so you measured the one-way speed of light?
We use the one-way speed of light to get accurate positions, so you can then confirm that it is correct.
Well, it's in a convention. Yeah, it's a convention based on like the time that it takes for illumination to occur. We've come up with a convention called the speed of light. Now, the assumption, of course, with the word speed is that there's travel from point A to point B because it requires distance over a certain amount of time. It's just an assumption, though, right? We've quantified the perception of illumination or the rate of induction in which results in illumination. That's all that it is. So it's just a convention that we've come up with. If you read Einstein's letters himself, he explains we could never actually prove that there's a one-way speed of light equal to the speed back. It's just a convention for convenience. We must just assume it. This is just objective.
Yeah, well, if it was just for convenience, and if it was just a coincidence that whenever you get a signal from somewhere from far away, not a two-way signal, a one-way signal, it gives you the accurate distance. That tells you that the speed that you used, that it traveled, must be accurate.
Yeah. Oh, wow. How profound, dude. You just intellectually eviscerated me. I've never thought of that, Kosho. So this is akin to you saying, we have laser distance finders, therefore speed of light's real. Oh my God, you guys are intellectual giants. I bet if you talk through me somehow. So I just explained that. I already rebutted what you just said. I said that what we call the speed of light is a convention based on the consistency of observations of illumination. So we've quantified the rate in which we perceive illumination. We've come up with a value for that. You conflate that to physical travel, but there is no evidence of this, and Einstein himself will tell you that you can't prove the one-way speed of light. And if you think you can, which is just because you can say whatever you want to on Discord, please drop the paper and show us where the Nobel Prize came in.
The difference between a distance laser finder and getting a signal from somewhere and hoping that the speed of light is correct so that you can know the distance, these are two different concepts. Laser distance finder is pinging something, so you have to get a two-way speed. That's the only thing you can use in that instance. In the instance of you using the time it took to get to you and then the speed of light, you can only use a one-way speed of light. So
how do you determine the difference between the rate of induction and the speed of light? Like, how do you determine those two things?
Oh, they can't. See, they're just going to breeze past what I'm saying. That what's called the speed of light actually is a rate of induction, but it's not travel. It's just the rate of induction is just perception of illumination. It's what's already there. It's what became perceivable being inducted back into the background medium. And whenever you send this quote unquote send this signal to one way, you use the convention of the speed of light and you apply it to one-way travel conventionally. But that doesn't actually mean that that's what's happening. And if you don't understand that it doesn't mean that's what's actually happening, I don't know what to tell you, Kosho.
Okay, I have a question, Austin. If I go out and get a laser pointer, what is it that's exciting the medium?
The electromagnetism. The electricity itself of the laser. The lasers specifically are coherent.
And that's infinite. I mean, that seems to be travel forever and excite that area so that it just seems to go for miles and miles and miles, right?
Yeah, the background is literally everywhere, always already there. In fact, that's why it's one of the reasons it's the only viable explanation. The background is everywhere.
So then why is it green or red or blue or whatever color the laser is that I buy?
This is based on the quote unquote frequency of the light itself, which would be the disturbance of the background.
Hey, can I ask my question?
Wait, hold on. Wait. I'm sorry, Paul. So what you're saying, basically, I'll say it like if the laser was sound, red would be the C note, blue would be the A note, and D and then so it's like a frequency that way. So C is a different frequency than A, and those are different colors that get excited. Is that something that would be similar to what you're saying?
Sure. I mean, more specifically, it would actually be what's called wavelength, I guess. But yeah, they have frequencies as well, right?
I get you.
Yeah.
Okay, I get you. Sorry, Paul.
That's okay. I mean, I've heard you talk about this before, Austin. And when you say perception, what do you mean?
we see it.
Okay. So when you're saying it's a convention of a measurement of our perception of light.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the problem with that is my perception and your perception is subjective. Would you agree?
Sure.
Okay. So how can you make a measurement of something that for both of us is subjective?
Becoming perceivable is the point. So you can use a machine and it does the same thing. It measures, it receives it based on perception.
Okay. So what you're saying then in that case, the laser pointer, okay, when I shoot the laser, it goes out, and when the sensor perceives that from the time the trigger is hit until the time the sensor perceives it, that's what you're measuring.
Yeah, quote unquote hits it.
Right.
There's
so
also always a
we know the
delay
laser
that goes
out.
through the receiver itself.
Okay. So there does seem to be some delay. When you pull the trigger on the laser pointer, the laser's turned on, and it goes out, hits something off in the distance, and then then there seems to be a rate on which it comes back and hits the sensor.
How long does it take the sensor to compute the information? Is it instant?
Well, I mean, okay, if it's got a battery in it and there's certain things that are constant within it, whether I'm close or far away, it should be the same within the instrument itself.
That's right. So this is the point. There is a difference in what we call speed of light based on distance. Okay, but it is just how quickly the medium that's already there becomes perceivable. So if I was to have water and I shake it, if I had an earthquake and it shook, it may take longer for that side to shake than this other side. Or if I have a 10-foot pond and a 20-foot pond, the 10-foot pond may shake faster, but the pond was already there. I didn't shoot the pond out.
Okay, so what you could still say, and the convention is still valid, there is a speed from the point from when the laser is turned on and it goes out and hits the wall and comes back to hitting the sensor. And you could call that a speed.
It doesn't come back and hit anything, but yeah, it's a speed of illumination. It
wait.
quantifying illumination.
Well, something is going out from the laser, going out. Okay. And I can see that out, whatever's coming out of the laser hitting the wall. Well, the sensor is not in front. So the sensor is kind of set back within, because I got one. The reason I know this, I got one. It doesn't kind of loop around and hit the sensor somehow, but it knows to go out, hit something, and then come back. And then the sensor knows. And there's a rate there. There is some kind of rate, because I could be 2 feet from the wall. I could be 3 feet from the wall. I could be 10 feet from the wall. And each one of those, that there is a distance change. So there seems to be a rate, and you can call that a speed. And there's light coming out of the lasers. You could call that the speed of light.
Okay, I guess I'll just have to keep repeating myself over and over. So, what's called the speed of light would be more accurately denoted as a rate of induction. Oh, rate equals speed. Okay, cool. But it's not the light itself physically traveling from point A to point B. It is the rate of illumination. Okay? It's what's already there being illuminated at a certain rate. Sure, I don't have a problem with the convention. It's very useful. It's very accurate for distances and stuff like this. We use them to build houses. I'm not disputing that the convention has legitimacy. I'm disputing the interpretation that it means that there is light itself physically traveling over a certain distance over a certain time.
Well, you can say that the wave or the propagation or whatever you want to use, there's a rate of that as it goes through the so-called medium to the wall, hitting the wall, and coming back to the sensor.
No, Paul, I don't think there's a wave that goes through anything.
Paul, and what's it? Is there does it require a medium to travel or appear to travel?
It doesn't travel.
Okay, so when I explain to me how fiber optics work. So when I turn on the laser, how does this go around the world, and I can pick up a signal? I can see the light. I can see the actually words that are constructed via the light. But how does that light get there on the fiber optic? Because
it's already there.
Well, answer me that real quick.
It's already there.
How does the fiber optic? It's already there.
Yeah, you think a little physical ball travels around the world faster than you can blink your eye, and you think that I have the unfounded position.
A little ball? What do you mean a little ball? What little
Yeah,
ball?
a little photon.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So photon, yes. So we have a photon, as we're calling it. You can call it whatever, the illumination of this or the perturbation of the medium itself. But there's no medium in a fiber optic cable. There's just a glass.
Okay, so this
So-
is where you get into the background medium.
Well,
So
no.
yes, in order to have a perturbation, you must have a medium to be perturbed.
Okay,
And so
but
that means there
we
must
have
be a
solid-
background medium.
But it's a solid piece of glass all the way to Chicago from my house in West
There's
Coast.
still a background.
What do you mean background? Surrounding it?
There's a background medium. This can be easily proven. You can look at a vacuum chamber.
No, but I'm sending things through a fiber optic cable, which is basically a thin strand of glass, and that's how the photons, we see it, are traveling. But you're saying it's a perturbation. What are we perturbating inside the glass? Is it the glass itself? Or are we perturbing in the glass?
It's the electric nature itself that is perturbing the medium.
Is the medium the glass?
No, it's the background.
But this light is only inside the glass, and it comes out of the glass itself too.
But there's still a background.
Where's the background? Is it surrounding it?
It's outside the material world.
So how is the outside of material perturbed and vibrated, as you say, if it's inside the glass and then when it is received inside the glass? How does the vibration get in the glass?
Because it's interconnected with the material world. And then the oscillation or perturbation or disturbance of that background results in illumination.
So it's in the because it's in material. Because it's in the material. Wait. You know, Lumpy, come on. You know that I'm going to ask this question. So, if it's part of the material world, everything part of the material world is interconnected via this medium. So even the glass is. But why wasn't, if that's the case, when I fire the laser, a very powerful laser generator, and this light is sending or whatever being perturbed through this fiber, why wouldn't
Not
things
through
around it?
anything.
Then why isn't everything in the medium? Why isn't outside of it being perturbed as well? If it's all part of the same medium,
It's a longitudinal pulse.
We
It's just
cannot tell.
longitudinal. When it comes to fiber optic, it's longitudinal. It's very
We
coherent
cannot-
and longitudinal.
We cannot detect whether light is traveling through a fiber optic or not. You know that, right?
You think that supports your point?
I don't. That kind of discounts your point that
How?
it's everywhere. Because if it's perturbed because of the medium around it, and that it's everywhere, then do you think if light was traveling through it, that there's be some kind of signal outside of it as well? Because it's all part of the same medium. It's all part of the what you call the reality of the world.
It depends on the disturbance
reality of
itself.
existence?
There's all kinds of light sources that have wide spans. It's based on the coherency of the disturbance.
No, I'm talking strictly about a laser fiber optic cable, which is insulated with a rubber
It's
coating.
coherent and longitudinal.
Well, how is it? If it's longitudinal, how is it being part of the reality we live in? How is that affecting the light inside this cable?
The light is the background.
But it's glass. There's no medium or anything in there. It's just glass.
Dude, there's no such thing as no medium.
Where's the medium then?
It's the background, dude. Just like in a
Around
vacuum
it.
chamber, if you think there's no medium in a vacuum chamber, then you're
There's
deluded.
There's no vacuum. There's no vacuum in the.
I'm
fiber
making a point, though. The
Wait,
point
there's
is,
no
you think
vacuum.
there's
I'm not
no
talking about a
medium
vacuum.
outside of a vacuum chamber. There's a medium inside a vacuum chamber. There's no way to get rid of the background medium.
But there's no. I'm talking about a wire of glass, a thin strand of glass. It's solid.
Okay.
How is
Yeah.
there medium inside of the glass?
Oh, there you go. Good question. Is there a gap in between? Is there any space in between the matter?
Atoms? Between the atoms?
Sure, if you want to call them atoms.
What do you mean by space?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
Give me the definition of space. I don't know. You define. You've made up definitions for every word you use. I'd like to have this one, please.
Well, yeah. So what you call space, which is like Cartesian measure, basically, or like dimensionality, right? Which is conceptual, but volume, right? It has a reciprocation or an inverse modality, which would be counter space, and so
Oh
that's
my
in all things, including through matter.
Can you just answer a question in English?
I just did. You're just
No,
not.
You know, if
you're
you
out of your
understand
league,
something,
dude.
You should. No, I'm not out of my league. With
Okay.
it.
Well, it seems to me that you might be.
No, it seems to me you answer very simple questions with the most word salady, complicated, made up word.
Word
nonsense
salad?
Yes.
Do you know what word salad means?
It is. It's just a bunch of words thrown together that have no meaning.
That's not what I'm doing, though.
Rates of induction, all these things are made up.
Rate of induction's made up.
No, the way you're using it in your context, which you're using it.
Oh, I thought you said the words didn't make sense, so it's not word salad then.
Because context is everything.
Okay,
So
this is word salad. This is an example of word salad. Desk, chicken, floor, yesterday, 7. That's word salad. Okay.
Modality, inference.
Modality is a real word. I'm sorry, you have poor vocabulary
so
skills.
So is salad and beets and carrots. Those are all words.
Did you know that poor vocabulary skills and ineptitude doesn't equate to word salad?
Okay, look, you're using words.
You're basically insulting me, and you can kick rocks, buddy. I'm sorry that you're not.
I'm not insulting you. All I want is you to tell me in simple terms how this works. And you threw a bunch of words that nobody knows but you to explain it. Can you use words that I might understand, or maybe the people that have colloquial understanding of science and physics understand? Use those words to tell me what happens.
I did. That's why when I said perturbation, I used like 5 other words. I said disturbance. Everyone in here knows what disturbance is. I used a 5-year-old analogy of a pole. So you're pretending that I'm just trying to woo people and pretending I'm smart with words that don't make sense, but I'm not. I'm giving you elementary analogies, dude.
Then please explain one more time my question. Do you know what my question even was?
Yeah, you asked how would there be a medium in the glass?
Yes. Can you answer that question without going into modalities and rates of induction? Just regular English.
The background medium is everywhere. Can energy go through the glass? Yes. Then there means that there can be a transference of energy. What's transferring the energy? What's in between your conception of atoms or molecules? There's always a space and counter space in all things through all matter, permeates everything. The background medium permeates all material.
Okay. So when we excite that glass, we're actually exciting the medium inside the glass. How does the medium know that it's in the glass and not outside of the glass if everything is being penetrated by the medium?
It's just based on the coherency of the excitation. That's what it is. The glass is just confining the excitation, basically. It's making it coherent and longitudinal. So that's why it's not going all over the place, which is why it's efficient, right? Because it transfers data, because it isn't just spreading out all over the place. That's the whole point. And glass is a dielectric material, of course.
Okay, that didn't really answer my question, but I'll just I'll bow out and let someone else chat it with you.
Good idea.
It's making no sense. It's not double speak, but you're basically saying it's unfalsifiable because you're basically saying this medium's everywhere within all materials in the universe, but you're not answering why specifically we can get this thing that looks like light to flow directly through and only through this piece of glass over thousands of miles, travel at light speed, pop up and register numbers and words and things at the other side through advanced circuitry.
Think about how backwards this is, right? You say that as if it makes my position less likely, but I'm claiming that it's already there. You're claiming that something, a physical entity, is physically traveling from point to point. So when you say all the way across the world, basically instant, you're claiming that a physical particle traveled around the world instantly.
But not instantly. It takes several seconds. No, not basically at all. It takes a second or so, half a second.
It takes less than half a second.
A quarter second.
Even less than that.
A round trip around the world.
So it does travel around the whole world at an insane speed in your paradigm. I'm saying it's already there, and it's just how quickly it takes that disturbance to become materially manifest. This is way more logically viable, and you're saying it's unfalsifiable. Well, if it's the truth, does it really matter what your claim is? It's not unfalsifiable. You could get a vacuum chamber and then show that there's not any electromagnetic energy in there.
Well, if that's true, then you should have a fiber optic cable that's open to the world, and there should be no time for it to go from one point to the next because it's already there. Your point doesn't make any sense because if it was true, then it would be instantaneous because it's already there.
No, it's based on the disturbance, the rate of induction that we're introducing with electricity. Okay. So there's always going to be a delay. Of course, in the real world, there's also like processing time. There's a processing delay of the equipment processing the information itself.
That latency, now you're talking to someone who knows about that. No, sorry, that's a latency. That's a whole different issue. But the electronics, talking only about the light.
Yeah, you can never attain zero latency.
I know that.
Okay, thanks for playing.
We're not talking about the processing power. We're talking about the light. I just thought of something when you said the last sentence you did. Now, if you're saying that it already is there, and it's the excitation, the perturbation that is making its way. Now that you're saying the perturbation, this vibration is making its way and takes it goes at 186,000 miles per second. That's what you would agree to? That this
Well,
excitation.
there's a plague of the mind where everyone just assumes something's traveling through something. So they have this like false dichotomy in their mind where it's either there's a physical photon traveling through something or light needs a medium and there's a wave
not my
that
question.
physically travels through something. But neither of those are my position and they're both stupid.
Wait, that wasn't that you said nothing that pertained to what I asked you.
Yeah, it did. You just claimed I
hold
asked.
on.
I thought the perturbation
No,
was traveling through something.
Yes, hold on. You now denied that the photon, this little ball of energy, is not going to be making the path. Okay, let's go with that. But you're saying, but something does, and you're saying it's already there, but it still has to be excited. And you're saying the excitation takes a tenth of a second to go around the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
It doesn't go around the Earth because it's already
well, yeah, we're
there.
communicating. Well, but no, why isn't it instantaneous? You said because it has to be excited.
There's a delay in the excitation becoming materially manifest.
Rate of induction. Wait, Matt, you don't. This is what you do when you start getting nervous. You start talking over people.
Getting nervous? I could Chuck Jameson and debate you about this.
Let me speak, and I'll ask you, and you can answer after the question. So you said it's not the photon. You said it has to be the rate of induction, which is mean. And if you're using these words like I know them, and you said that you're using words that everyone knows, well, that means there's a rate at which this thing will propagate through the cable and get to the other side. Because you said it had to be excited by. Let me finish, because you said it had to go from one point to the next.
No, I didn't.
You said it had to be excited, it had a rate of induction. Doesn't it insinuate and imply that this is actually something, the excitation, this vibration, as you said, has to move?
No,
and I'm going somewhere with it. By the way, I'm going to stop in 2 seconds.
No, you're not.
It's going somewhere. It gets there, but you're saying getting it through this rate of induction is.
2 seconds.
I want to talk about that. And I want to talk about that rate of induction when you get done explaining it to me. Go ahead.
Okay. So, yeah, I've already preemptively addressed all these stupid arguments. This is why I stopped talking about it.
Here we go, Gio. Stupid. We're stupid again.
It is a stupid argument.
No. This is what we're talking about.
Stop freaking out. Stop freaking out. So the flat earthers say the same stupid argument to me over and over. Like, I can't use the word rate of induction because if you look up the word rate, it means speed. Well, I've preemptively tailored my argument to avoid that, but it's almost as if it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's no good faith in this conversation at all. Someone just has to be right. So I said, we can call it rate of induction. We call it speed of light. It'd be more accurately denoted as a rate of induction, but it is not speed in the sense of travel from point to point. It's simply a rate in which we perceive illumination, and it is being inducted into the background medium, back to its state of equilibrium. That is what it is. That's why light doesn't go forever if you turn the source off, because then it gets back into its original state of equilibrium or inertia or rest state of pure potential, which is called the ether or counter space.
More word salads.
See what I'm saying, dude? You're just out of your league.
No, you're out of your league. You're completely out of your league.
If all you can say is word salad, you're effectively just an inept robot shutting down.
No, I'm asking you real questions about this rate of induction. Now you're saying, oh, it's really not rate of induction. It's a term I use. But what I'm implying is it's all there and it takes a while for it to be perceived. So let's go with that. I mean, I'm not out of my league. I'm basically being reflective of everything you're saying, and nothing is making any sense to anybody but you.
So,
I really want to understand your philosophy on it. So,
dude, if it takes us, wait, I got a question for you, Kosha. I mean, sorry, Zanuck. Sorry to disrespect you like that, Kosha. So, if you have,
really?
Yeah, Zanuck. Listen, just calm down. Really? Man. Sorry, I got you worked up. All right, look. Here's the point. If it takes a while, if it takes some period of time to perceive it, right? Would that be a rate?
There could be a rate of this of a reception of to receive the signal. Yeah, there's a rate at which something can be received.
Not received, perceived. So if I have a lake,
is it receiving, perceiving? Because you have to receive it and understand what it is, and that's what perception is: the reception and the dissemination of the information.
If that's how you want to say it. So if I have a lake,
these are words that we all know.
Here's a really crude analogy. Okay, if I have a lake and the lake is lined with LEDs, and we're sitting outside at night and we're looking at the lake, it's pitch black, right? And we know the lake is already there. We're looking at the lake. Then I press the button on the remote and the lake lights up, right? And it takes a second for me to see the lake fully light up, okay? How long did it take the lake to get there?
The lake's always been there.
Thank you.
And your brain had to process the image that it received from its retina.
The illumination, correct.
But the illumination already happened. So you're saying that these things do happen. Now you're going back on what you said. So this light that goes from San Francisco to Chicago through fiber optic networks and cables that seemingly travels at the speed of light is not really traveling at the speed of light. It's already there. It's illuminating end to end simultaneously, so there's no rate of induction, because if there was, you have to start from one end and get up to the other, and that's where it is starting from one end. We're actually sending something from, I'm typing something, and then it's being received in Chicago. So somehow, through your word salad, are explaining how this object, how these signals, these pulses, these perturbations moved from, and how it were transferred from San Francisco to Chicago. Yeah, you're saying that it's illuminated. It only takes time for it to be perceived in Chicago because they're already there. I mean, it already knew what I was going to type before I typed it? Or how did it get there?
It becomes materially manifest. There's a process of material manifestation, right? And that has a time interval. So that material manifestation of that info that's in San Francisco, that's going to be received in... Shut up, dude. If you don't understand the words, the last thing you should be doing is interrupting my... I'm just wasting my time right now.
I'm trying to understand how you're using them.
Well, shut up, dude. I'm trying to explain it.
Is that all you got is shut up, really?
I'm in the middle of talking. So if something it's in the process of becoming materially manifest, okay, that would be akin to the process of the lake lighting up. It's a process. It's not a physical entity traveling from point to point. It's a process of material manifestation from the background medium. Once you turn off whatever it is that's causing the disturbance, it will revert back into its rest state. Okay? It's very simple.
What's up, guys? I got a quick question. Zanuck, did you ever get that question out about I wanted to ask Zanuck, what was your epiphany that you had that doesn't seem to have been got out yet?
About what Witchett was saying?
Yeah, you said something like, last thing you said made me think, and then we've kind of got stumbled on a little bit of wording here, but but.
So what made me think, and I had the epiphany that suddenly he could be talking about what we call as a photon, about light traversing some great distances through a fiber optic cable, even though he was assuming that this energy, this medium is everywhere, and it's just, but he keeps using rate of induction, and when he said rate of induction, I thought, okay, maybe something's propagating. He said it had to have an energetic interaction initially, which started the perturbation or the vibration. I said the vibration has to move from one point to the next. I said, well, that we can call that light. This vibration that's moving.
Right, but I guess the point Witz is making is like, from what I hear, and either side, correct me if you're wrong, we're challenging, is it a unique piece of matter that's going from point A to point B? That's like the standard model, I think. And then Witz seems to be painting me visions of a domino effect, right? Where each piece of matter is a domino where it is, and then this excitation happens, and it passes along the excitation from piece to piece, whether there's some background medium or whatever. But I thought you maybe was going to make a point, like talking about that domino effect, even though we got caught up on the words, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And so it's similar to how current flows, where people initially are taught that electrons are flowing, but it's really not. It's more like that, those balls that, drop one ball, the stack of balls in the middle don't move, and the ball in the end moves. That's how electron flow is. And so maybe I'm thinking that's what he's trying to get at. That's all these balls are there. You turn on the jets, and the communication, this perturbation, this vibration, he's being very descriptive with these words, as I know what they mean, and he knows I know what they mean, and I'm using in the context that I know how to use them in. So why can't that be the light speed? That's because that's what we seemingly have. We have it turn on the switch in San Francisco through my Cisco switch, my 5460 switch, and it rolls out to Chicago, and I say, I got it, and he said hello. And there it is. And yes, there's time of latency of how it has to process the information.
So are you agreeing with him now? Are you agreeing with him now then?
No, because he won't admit that it does take time for it to get there. He said it's already there.
I don't think no. See, this is where there's a breakdown. I'm gonna be honest, he is picking on some of the words you're saying. He's quick to say no to the words you're choosing, although it does sound like you understand the process. But now you coming back and saying he won't agree to a speed, that's not true. He seems to just be hard picking on the fact it's not a thing moving, but he's telling you a rate at which this process happens. But it's not matter isn't going anywhere. The matter is where it is, and it's passing along the charge or whatever.
Well, what
Well, that's
like
how
okay.
electronics works.
So just picture there's like a black inverse background, right? Like you have the material world and there's like this, like if you're painting something and you walk up to an easel, the easel has a canvas. That's the background medium. Then you paint on it. The paint is the material world. Okay. Now, so they're both there. They're both present. Now, the light is becoming what you paint. It's basically like you dip your brush in the paint and you start waving it on the canvas. That's the light. Okay, it's coming from the canvas. The canvas is still there, right? The canvas is just becoming perceivable with color, right? It's already there. If there's just a process, how long did it take you for that paint to go onto the canvas? That's what light is. That's what the fiber optic cables are doing, right? It's having this exchange from the canvas to the paints. And it takes a little bit of time for us to perceive this illumination. And once basically it's like you took the paint away. It's hard. The analogy falls apart there because once you take the paintbrush off the canvas, all the paint would disappear, and that would be light.
Oh,
I can't think of any other simpler ways to put it. I'm not pretending that
No,
I'm
it's
some
pretty simple.
genius.
It's
I'm
pretty-
just saying, like, I don't think the concept's
The only
good.
the only problem I have with the rate of perception, and that's why I brought up the subjective part. Like I just pulled out in the laser pointer. Now there is a latency probably inside the device, which means processing the information. But each time I push the button, that latency is the same, right? So it can't be on the device. So the device is trying to be constant.
That's
Okay, now
true,
the
yeah,
latency is the same each time. It's not. There's no. Which means how long it takes to process that data is the same.
It's not just the latency, correct?
Okay, so that means there's something else, right? So that means there has to be some. You said, I mean, you don't like the word rate. That's fine, but
I
there
use the word
does
rate.
seem to be. What's that?
I use the word rate of induction.
Okay. Well, there's a rate from the time it leaves the laser, a rate to where it hits the wall and it comes back. I know you don't like those terminology, but that seems to be what it's measuring because like I said, the sensor's set back inside the laser. So it's not like it's on the surface. There's a lens, a little bit of a lens, and then the sensor is deeper inside the laser. So it has to go out and come back. So there seems to be something about that.
I'm not trying to get in for a long amount of time. I just want to say real quick, it reminds me of a microwave where the microwave is not really sending heat from outside of it, but it's like heating the food from within. It's like the induction is happening from within the medium, like almost from within out, rather than some idea that it's like shooting across, the shooting. It's not like traveling. It's like that's why induction. It's inducing from the medium itself.
So is this a eureka moment for Zanuck? Like the domino thing? Is new to you, or did you have a deeper eureka moment, Zanuck?
No, he's not agreeing. Don, you understand it as that.
Dude, he is Zanuck. Please stop. He's just not saying the way you want. I'm not going to translate this continuously.
I was talking, Don, please. So I will ask him if he understands it that way, but he's basically telling me that you're telling me that you understand what I'm saying. And I'm saying that if all these things have this rate of induction and its vibration and its propagation has to start electronically at some source, that it takes this amount of time for it to get to the destination. He came back with, no, that's not what's happening. It's a rate of perception now.
I know why. Okay, and because semantically, Zanuck, from what I observed, the way you worded it, he wasn't picking on the time. He was picking on. It seemed like you were describing an object moving. Not that's the only disconnect. See how he's not correcting me? Like I think that's really what was happening.
Witsit, would you agree that my interpretation of what you've said, because it is verbs and nouns and other types of language that I don't quite understand, tell me how I'm wrong if I'm interpreting what you're saying is that you start a perturbation electronically at the source and it propagates through this medium, which is in all things, happens to be this specific grain of glass, 2,000 miles, and it travels. This perturbation rate of induction travels at 186,000 miles per minute or per second.
Yeah, I disagree. Yeah, like I have a fundamental disagreement. I have a fundamental disagreement with that concept. Like, for example, Maxwell, he accurately denoted magnetism and light as a process of induction, not physical entities, but a process of induction. I agree with him on that. I disagree with him where he assumes that it must permeate through space. And that the background or that ether permeates something called space as if it's this all-encompassing God and everything's within it. Space is a concept. It's a modality of the ether itself. Nothing permeates or propagates through it. So that's my position, and it's not popular on either side, and I don't care because the truth's not popular, and what's popular is not true.
Yeah. So we got to understand what he means more then. So, but from what Zanuck described, it seems like he's agreeing with you. Did you have a problem with the word travel that he used?
Yeah, nothing travels.
That's all it is, Zanuck. That's
Or the word
all the.
propagate. Well, it's not just a word disagreement, though.
We're seeing what he's saying. Witsit, but you are pushing a little bit hard on. He's not saying anything actually travels. He's talking about.
He's saying a physical photon physically travels.
No, Witsit. I'm telling you, I'm in here translating in the middle here. What he's saying is say we have a chain of dominoes and you push one over. Now we have a domino connecting another. You have a domino contact point. He's saying that contact point travels. He's not saying he's, I believe, grasping the concept we're selling. I think we all are, but the wording is not being accepted.
Don, that's a great interpretation of what I said. Exactly. But he doesn't like that either. You understand what I'm saying?
That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here, because I'm sick of people who are disagreeing with each other.
We're not agreeing. We're in no way agreeing. I think something entirely different than Zanuck and all this mainstream regurgitation bullshit. There is no physical photon traveling from point A to point B. What we do is we calculate the quote-unquote speed of light by timing a signal from at point A and then point B, and then we divide the amount of space between it, okay? And so we have V equals D over T, right? But that doesn't actually mean that there's like a physical entity traveling from point to point. It is a convention.
We're all agreeing with you, though. We are all agreeing.
Don's actually onto something here. So Witsit, hear me out a second and try not to interrupt Don real quick. So what Don's saying is I'm now equating the photon to the electron, and then how electrons are supposedly or conceptually moved from point A to point B. They're not actually moving. They're communicating with each other, or the domino effect that Don uses a good analogy. I think I like that. And so he's saying we have a domino effect. So the photons are everywhere. They're already existence everywhere. These energy packets already exist. All we're doing is, like electrons, starting this domino effect. And at the end, the photon that's already in the medium is excited. But it still takes time to get there. And so even if we use that type of philosophy and that type of description of the physics, things still can work. And that's why I want to get a common ground that we can talk about the speed of light with.
Witz, I like you, man. I really do. I think we're pushing a little too hard on his wording. I think he does have the new concept that we're trying to sell.
He does not like the travel.
Not a new concept.
Nothing propagates. So
he does not like the domino.
We have magnetic induction and dielectric induction. We have oscillating magnetic field.
What's the difference between propagation and perturbation?
Yeah, perturbation is just something that's already there being disturbed. Propagation is something moving through what's medium.
So it's just colloquial use. That's all it is. Like we're colloquial saying, "Hey, there's a phenomenon propagating." But
the terms matter a lot when we're talking about light because it's flooded down with misconception.
So why does this? If let's say how about this? What if we how about electricity? Say we have a big cable, and we have this, by the way, and we turn on we attach the battery terminals to it and turn on the switch. How long does it take the current to flow to Chicago? Through the wire, and how does it flow? What's going on when we light up that light at the end of this 2,000-mile path?
You're getting way ahead of yourself, right? Because now you're asking about electricity, which is the magnetic and the dielectric in a hybrid form coherently together. If you don't even understand the magnetic and the dielectric, how am I supposed to talk about electricity?
I understand how I was taught it and how I used it throughout.
I know how you were taught it. I don't think you're dumb. I think that you're confused.
Listen, I'm also trying to understand how you have tried to understand it, and the terms and the words and things that you're using. I'm not familiar with. I'm trying to learn your language. It's difficult because I've never heard them before.
Okay, so let's just stay with light for a second, okay? This is the biggest thing that should be talked about because all of quantum mechanics requires the assumption of the way we think light works to be correct. So we're talking about it. So I jumped in. I'm tired of hearing people talk about refraction, but they don't know what light is. I'm not claiming to know exactly what it is either. Anyway, so what they claim is that light is electromagnetic radiation. And there's something called a photon inside this electromagnetic radiation, but that it's neither magnetic because it has no magnetic properties, nor electric because it doesn't have charge. Okay? And they claim that there's this physical particle called the photon within electromagnetic radiation, but it's neither electric nor magnetic. Now, in reality, what it is an oscillating electric field, an oscillating magnetic field, and they intersect. Transverse coaxial cable, like a coaxial cable. It's a coaxial circuit. Like coaxial, you can look it up. It's just you take the wires and you wrap them around each other, right? So if we take some spaghetti out of a pack and then we lay them across each other, we take, listen, dude, if we take one line of spaghetti and then we take another string of spaghetti and we lay them over each other to where they intersect, an atomist would come in there and point at where the spaghetti is crossing and say, look, there's a little ball in there. But what I'm saying is, no, that's just the event of one string of spaghetti crossing the other string of spaghetti. That is what the photon is. The photon is an event. It is not a physical entity. Do you understand the fundamental distinction there? It's different. They are different things, drastically different things, and they have drastic implications on how we interpret the phenomenon.
I like your interpretation, the way you've explained it. I don't agree with it, but I like it. Okay, so good. But then, even with that description, this waveform, even if it's the intersection of these two spaghettis, the electromagnetic and the electric, or the magnetic and the electric, the intersection is the event called the photon, then you're still going to admit, and this is where we had our impasse, that it's going to propagate from one end when it's excited, and you started the perturbation, what you said the perturbation is always there. The propagation from the very beginning is excited by the electric event, electromagnetic event, and then it traverses over some distance and is received at the other end, because these spaghetti lines are already there, and all we're reading as these intersections along the way at a certain frequency and distance, but at the end, it's registered something, and the light bulb lights up, or the 1 and 0 is initiated. If you can't get to there, we're going to always be at an impasse and not talking past each other on this topic. Can you admit that it is started in some spot, and even if it already exists along the way, it ends up taking some time to propagate through the medium, through itself? Actually, it's not through the medium; it is the medium, right? You're
There's a time delay of perception of illumination. Yeah, nothing propagates through a medium.
Which perception? The human perception or the perception
So
of the
iterative.
receiving target?
So I like talking to physicists and stuff like behind the scenes, because
Oh my
they at
God.
least try
Are
to
you
hear what
kidding
I'm
me?
saying and
I
understand
know
my
what you're
position.
saying.
I just said
You like
50
talking to
times, nothing
physicists.
propagates
You've
through
got
a
a lot of
medium.
error, dude. You're so arrogant.
Well, but I mean, hold on. There is some. There. Well, I mean, I kind of got what Xanax said. So,
But I disagree with propagate through a medium. Like, I know that my position is not popular, but that doesn't mean I'm not. That's my position.
What's the
right, but
Austin?
let me. Well, how would you word it differently though? Like, if you turn a light bulb on, there's a time between when you turn it on and the light starts coming from the bulb to the time to where it's the lights hits the wall.
Yeah.
So that would be a light of perception. But even if a human wasn't around, that could still be measured with tools. So it's not just a human perception, which was the last thing Xanax said. So then, what would be the wording for that, or how would that be? Yeah, like how would you?
It would be a hysteresis of the ether, or a perturbation of the ether itself. That's the delay, is the physical material manifestation of what we call light, right? What we call light is actually just a visible modality or version of the background. It's just the
What do you
visible.
mean
In fact, light is, this is what I know it's, you want like a 4-word answer. I don't have it. Okay. It's difficult to combat all of physics, right? On Discord. But like it is what's already there, and there's a delay. The delay is what's already there becoming materially manifest. And once it's materially manifest, it can be detected with the receiver, with your eyes, or whatever, but it's already there. So yes, there's a rate of induction. There's a delay. That delay is the rate in which it is perceived. It illuminates and becomes perceivable. It is not physically traveling from the light bulb to the wall and bouncing off the wall. That's my point.
So you said history.
Joe, hold on. Why were you clipping again, dude? Remember, you should never speak when someone else is speaking, ever. So until there's silence, then it's time to speak. Otherwise, you're clipping, and I'll tell you, it's very difficult when you're in a conversation. And every time you start to speak, the other person's going to be clipping you. It's obnoxious. Like, you can't go through your thoughts because you know that Xanax in the background going. Bleh, bleh. So please try not to do that.
Well, I usually reserve that for people that throw a bunch of terms in succession. So I have to hey, can you give me that one definition? Why'd you say this? Because I'm losing the meaning of what you're saying.
Right.
That's not good for him either. So if you
Now
can
I'm
stop
clipping. Now
after
I'm
one
clipping you.
sentence,
Yeah. Now I'm
you
clipping
go
you.
on and
But
on and on.
the
It's
thing
hard to
is
really.
to do right. But you have to wait till he's done. I clipped you. I'm sorry, but you have to wait till he's done, and then you need to ask more questions so you can understand what he's saying.
Yeah, so hysteresis of the ether. Is that what you want to find?
Yeah, what do you mean? What do you mean by hysteresis of the ether?
Yeah, hysteresis is like a physical property of lag.
So it's lagging
Lag.
behind something. So yeah, you're
Yes.
right. What is it lagging behind? What is actually in motion and what is lagging behind?
Yeah, so the what we call light, what becomes perceivable, right? There's a lag of that where the ether already is, and then when it becomes perceivable. That lag is what we call the speed of light.
But you're insinuating that it's moving then. So now it wasn't moving before, now it is moving.
It's only moving in the sense that it's becoming materially perceivable. So it's as in it's not materially perceivable, then it is. So if you want to call that moving, but it didn't technically move.
That would be a delay, not lag. Lag would mean that you have the ether being, this propagation that Donna insinuated about with this domino effect, and a lag would be how long it would take to perceive this domino effect. You're saying that there's no domino effect, and it's just a lag on when it happens instantly, and you sing it, which would not be hysteresis. That would just be a lag.
Okay, well technically there is movement, okay?
Now
But
there is
it isn't traveling. So it's like it isn't traveling point to point, but there's a vibration or oscillation, and that vibration has a lag. So the hysteresis of the ether is what we call light.
On your own, or is this something you actually subscribe to someone else's philosophy? Or
Most of the stuff that I think right now comes from a combination of like Ken Willer, Faraday, Oliver Heaviside, and Charles Proto Steinmetz and Tesla. But I disagree with most of them. I don't think that anything permeates anything. I don't think that ether permeates space. I don't think that light propagates through a medium called ether. I disagree with that. I don't think that's what happens.
And even when we gave you the out there with the domino effect for the propagation, you dispelled that, discarded that, and said, no, it's already there. There's no propagation, although I'm using rate of induction and propagation and perturbation and vibration, but there's none of that because those insinuate and imply that there is some movement that's not happening. It's already there. It happens instantaneously, and only our perception is what we see as a delay.
There's a false dichotomy of physically traveling from point A to point B and no movement. Like if I have a lake and there's an earthquake, right? Like the lake moves, but the lake didn't physically travel from one side to the other. But it did move because it vibrated, it oscillated, it was disturbed, or a perturbation. Like ripples in the water is a perturbation of water.
The light didn't all move at the same time. It actually
For some reason, that just reminded me of tides. For some reason, the way you said that.
Yeah, lakes.
I think this would be a great first step in understanding tides.
Lakes hit
Is
by
it a vibration or an oscillation? Because they're not the same thing.
What's the difference?
Well, there's a big difference.
Tell me what it is.
You got to answer first. No, you tell me first.
What the difference in? I use them interchangeable because I've just tried to make a whole bunch of words that people can understand perturbation with.
Perturbation.
Vibration would be an expansion, a rarefaction, and contraction, and an oscillation would be something that translates through space, like a pendulum oscillates. It does not vibrate. Sound waves through the air is a vibration because it's expansion and contraction next to each other. But your vocal cords, they do vibrate and oscillate because they
you're correct.
translate
Yes,
space.
you're correct. Yes, I should drop the word oscillation. Gotcha. It imposes distance covered.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right.
Exactly.
Thank you for that.
Translation through space. Yep. All right.
Yeah. So just vibration or disturbance.
Yeah, you know what might help is a visual. Can you draw a representation of what you think's happening?
Well, I think the lake is a pretty good visualization.
No,
well, when I think of a lake, hold on a second. When I think of a lake, though, if I disturb the lake, it ripples out across the lake. Okay, so that seems to fall apart when it comes to light, because it seems like with light, it doesn't seem to spread out like a laser. It doesn't. It does spread out a little bit, but it doesn't like go out like and fill the whole area. Seems to be confined. So what's confining the light too? Like a laser light.
What's confining the light? You mean like with the laser specifically? Because the barrier or perimeter would be the background itself. So there would be no Cartesian perimeter. But if you're talking about like with a laser, it's just the coherency. So it's more longitudinal because it's more coherent. Like the energy introduced is like a coherent, let's say, point source. That's why like a 5-watt light bulb is almost not even bright enough to read underneath, but a 5-watt laser can like hurt you, can blind you, right?
Well, I
It's
get
just
that,
the
but
same amount of power.
I get that, but even like in a flashlight, like I have those, I have a couple of tactical lights that I use at the house to look, use around the house, and you can open up the lens and spread the light out, or you can confine it. You can actually make it more condensed. So what, like with the lens, you open it up with and you close it. So again, with laser, even in that, different than a lake, what's keeping it from spreading out like a lake, like a wave over a lake? What's keeping that from happening?
That's the lens. That's the optics. What is it? Coherent light is what you're talking about versus non-coherent.
Well, then I could do that. Well, I could do that with a flashlight with white light, or I could do it with a laser light. I could do both.
You're collimating it through optics. Like you're just kind of finding it.
But once it leaves the optics,
Can I just say? Oh, he's in the middle of talking.
Yeah. So what's it? So would you say that maybe a cable or a fiber optic cable would be a primitive way to have a coordinate system for the destination of what you're sending? It's just a primitive way in your model to establish a coordinate. So because you've got a point source and then you've got a destination, right? And if it's not traveling, it's just a primitive way to describe the attributes of your coordinate in which in what you're wishing to establish.
Yeah, it gives us Cartesian coordinates. Paul, what were you saying though? Just because you got interrupted.
No, so still, like if it's like a lake, like water rippling out on a lake, you're saying that's what's happening. If you was to stand on different points of the lake, you would, the intensity of the wave or the intensity of that perturbation, vibration, whatever, would be the same at different. Like if you're equal distance away from the source, it would be the same. But when you have a light that seems to be confined, like a laser light or even a flashlight, the light's more confined. I would say what's keeping that from spreading out across the medium. If it's a medium, what's that thing? I don't know how else to describe it. Trying to keep it contained. What's containing it? Because a white light and a laser light can do the same thing.
Yeah, I just don't know that I'm following your question. Like, what keeps it contained? I'm not connecting the dots of the requirement there.
What keeps it within a certain, like between me and like the source. Like if I shoot a flashlight at the wall over there, and I have like those tactical lights, I could take it down to a very small diameter. What keeps it, even that, somewhat contained? I know the lens has a factor in that, but once it leaves the lens, it should start to flow out like a wave, or across. If it's a medium like a lake, it should flow out across, and so that light should just be hitting everything around me. Not seem to be confined to this corridor between me and the wall.
The difference in like a light bulb and laser is a coherency, which is the difference in wavelength, which is a convention.
Okay, that's why I use the flashlight, because I can do the same thing with a flashlight. I have a tactical light that has it's white light. It's not or whatever you just said. It's not a laser light. It's different, but it seems to act the same way.
Just say my wife's gone.
Do what now?
I don't. Can I summarize what? Is this a Sturmus? Is his question why doesn't light always burst in all directions? Why can it be focused? Is that the simple point?
I think so, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was saying like collimated light versus like non-collimated. If I'm not mistaken, that's what I got.
Either way, you have an action and reaction. Why? I mean, if something's going to go straight until acted upon something else, why would it just go in all directions? So that's, I don't know, even if it's an energy.
It does spread in all directions. Like, depends on the source, like your light source. Like light bulbs are omnidirectional, they spread light in all directions, but you can take that and like confine it and put a lens and make it collimated now, so it focuses all that light into a single column that still spreads out like a cone. It's a conical column still, but and it still does lasers lose intensity by the square of the distance too.
I'm sure it goes on a cone though, because the point force was not a perfectly. And go ahead.
Well, let me try to do another analogy. Let's say I had two walls that I built in water, right? And I put it out in the water, and I agitated the water, right? The wave, as it leaves the agitation, will be confined between the two walls. But once it reaches that end of the walls, it starts to spread out, right? So I'm agitating the water, causing the wave, causing the water's there, the medium's there, but I'm agitating it. But it seems to be contained because there's something containing it, like this wall. But if you're saying the agitation of the medium, right? I'm agitating the medium where I'm at, then it should spread out just like a wave on a water.
Sure. But I can
light
give you a
seems to
counter
be more
analogy.
contained.
No, that's a good analogy, right? To one possibility, but it could be an oversimplification of the phenomena, right? Like you could envision where you have open body of water, channeled body of water, whatever body of water, and you hit it with enough force, right? That there's not going to be a fucking wave. There's going to be a straight fucking line of disturbance through that water, like a fucking jet ski, right? It doesn't have to be a wave. There's going to be some point where, it's only going to propagate forward, and you're like, oh, well, what about the wake left behind, right? Well, that's a phenomenon of water. That may not be a phenomenon of this electromagnetic field, right?
Well, I mean, even if I put a water hose let's say if I put a water hose in water, okay, so you got water and you got water. If I turn on the water hose, yeah, there's going to be a short distance out the hose where it seems like the pressure is somewhat contained. Like if you go in a pool and you stick your back on a jet, you're going to feel the pressure right at the source.
Right.
Well, honestly, as you get further, but the thing is, the further you get away from that source, you don't feel that jet anymore because the wave or the pressure coming out of that jet is more dispersed throughout the pool.
But there's resistance factors involved. There's environmental factors that are doing that. If you did it in space, it would be a straight line, right? The water.
So, you said resistance factors. That's my question. What's resisting, containing the light to keep it from spreading out in the medium? In the fiber optic cable, that makes sense.
Actually, though,
it's contained within the fiber optic cable.
Strums, I think I came off a little wrong, though. I'm saying the resistance factors cause the eventual coning and not the staying together. So maybe because laws of motion, right? I mean, if you have something in a form doing a thing undisturbed, it's going to stay in that form doing the thing in the vector.
Well, all I was going to say is I'm not extremist. This is Paul.
Paul, I should have known that. What's up, buddy?
That's okay. Anyway, that's just questions. So again, what's keeping the light from spreading out in the medium? I guess that's a better way to say it.
The fact that it's nothing is acting on it, though, right? Nothing but the energy of origin was acting on it. But I don't know. I'm guessing. But who knows, man? I thought Zanuck had some epiphany. He was gonna shoot this shit down. He's gonna be like, look, it can't be fucking dominoes because of fucking Einstein rings or something. I don't know where it was, but it seems like this. I've heard other people, present this theory before. Like they don't like that photons are moving through. They don't. I mean, hey man, but what are we gonna do? Just guess at the resistance? Like, what are we? This isn't. Come on, man.
I mean, I like the photon stuff. I like the wave stuff. Actually, I use both of them. So.
I just like the wave. I don't like a particle at all when it comes to me, it's a field, it's a wave. Whenever you have it, and it's the same thing with entangled particles. You'd think they was entangled, but they really it's two parts of a freaking wave.
It behaves like a particle, though. That's the problem.
I guess
it does have particle-like properties.
Tesla said
if you think that you understand the machines that they used back in the day to make these refractive, this wave interference pattern. You think you understand that machine and you know it acts like a particle? God bless you.
Which machine? The interferometer?
No, not just an interferometer. You need to do your head. Go ahead. Later on, I might post it. I don't know. I can never remember the names of these things, bro. I'll
pick something. That way I know which
primitive one was called. What was the primitive one, guys? Where they fucking where they
double
they
slit,
fuck,
double slit.
yeah, but there was the machine that they used to organize the photons or whatever. What is this thing called? To where they direct in them, the traffic director. What was that fucking thing called? I'll look it up, man.
Traffic director, reflector, mirror.
No,
I don't
no.
know.
See, you guys, no one even knows. That's what I'm saying. But y'all, well, whoever said it, like you want it to be a particle, you want it
later.
Dude, I've done a stream exposing all the alleged evidences for the photon. They're easily debunked. People invoke parametric down conversion. They invoke the double slit. They invoke the photoelectric effect as evidences for the photon. But the truth is, Einstein proposed the quantum definition of light for his special theory of relativity, and it needs a constant speed of light. There's no evidence at all for the photon. They claim that the photon pops into and out of existence and can turn into an electron. So they claim that during the photoelectric effect, that light physically hits an atom, dislodges an electron, exchanges its energy that remains to the electron, and turns into a photoelectron. But it doesn't work on certain metals, amorphous metals, which debunks right there that it's a physical photon. So yeah, Tesla said that it's this simple to debunk the speed of light. That you can just look at a candle, and then you can look at the sun, and if you think that the light is traveling with the same magnitude and power in both situations, then you're dumb, basically. He said he said it was that simple in his mind to debunk the alleged speed of light being constant for all things, that a candle's light and the sun's light are traveling at the same speed is absurd. So that's what he said. He was just a genius.
So then what's the similarity? What's the low, because they both are seen almost instantaneously, right? Boom, boom.
Yeah, so it's just, actually, arguably, light is instant, but the perception of it illuminating is not. So yeah, what's the similarity? I mean, both of them vibrate the background in such a way that it becomes illuminated or perceivable, excited. It's an excitation of the background that results in light. So like in my presentation at Flattoberfest, I said light is invisible and illumination is visible and falsely called light. And that's what I think. I think that what light itself is invisible. And so that's the big disconnect, is people conflate illumination to light. That is not what light is. There's light everywhere. Like in the darkest part of the ocean and the darkest cave ever, there's light there. There's no place in the world you can go that there's not light. A good analogy that Napalm brought up was like if you have a TV in your room and it's pitch black and the TV's on, but there's a pitch black screen, can you still see that there's light there? Yeah, even though it's pitch black, you can tell the difference. You'll see the TV in the black room. There's no way to remove light and what light really is. The reason this is important, light, magnetism, electricity, and electrostatics are the 4 biggest deceptions ever, and they're all interconnected, and they are the keys to unlock the future, in my opinion. And they also, coincidentally, they debunk the globe. They debunk the heliocentric model, more specifically. I mean, that's just a coincidence. But that is what happened, and that's why today people still can't explain any of them. If you think that light is a photon and a wave, well, you've lost the plot, because things cannot be contradictory at the same time. There's no such thing as dualities in nature. So it can't be a photon and a wave, and waves aren't things. I can wave my hand, but I can't hand you a wave.
And light doesn't bend down and present the image above.
Dude, I swear that the conception of light rays and physical travel of photons is all a prerequisite for their ridiculous claims of refraction.
Okay, I said it behaves like a particle.